In the bustling harbor city, the night falls like a vast expanse of black satin, silently enveloping this vibrant metropolis. Yet, within the city's shadowy corners, a chilling nightmare is subtly unfolding. The recent spate of female homicides detonates like heavy bombs, instantly igniting a frenzy within the harbor city. The victims, without exception, are young and beautiful women, each meeting a bizarre demise. Their bodies are meticulously arranged in peculiar postures, surrounded by seemingly meaningless symbols. Upon the arrival of the police, they are greeted by an eerie silence and a haunting scene, where every detail seems to mock their incompetence. Leading the investigation is Captain Zhou Zheng, whose thick brows shadow keen eyes resembling those of a hawk, exuding an innate resolve and courage. His colleagues at the precinct affectionately refer to him as Old Zhou. Renowned for his extensive experience, he has garnered a measure of respect within the police force. However, faced with these cases, even Old Zhou cannot suppress the furrow of his brow, lost in profound perplexity. The night in the harbor city is as thick as unyielding ink, weighing heavily upon the skyline. Neon lights flicker in a kaleidoscope of colors, striving to tear through the shroud of darkness, but only managing to cast mottled reflections in the alleyways. The streets resonate with the clamor of night markets, the aroma of grilled meats mingling with the laughter of crowds, narrating the vitality of the city. Yet, beneath this seemingly ordinary night, malevolence lurks like a specter, slowly unfurling a tragedy in the city's dim corners. At number 13, P Street, an aging apartment building stands like a decrepit elder, ravaged by time. The flickering street lamp below casts an uncertain glow, as if on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, projecting bizarre shadows on the ground. The air within the building is thick with damp decay, mingling with the musty scent of dust, sharply contrasting the city's splendor, as though this place were a forgotten alcove of the world. A piercing scream slices through the night, echoing through the silent corridor like a sharp blade. At the entrance of apartment 203, a terrified woman collapses, her eyes wide with horror and despair, as if she has witnessed the most terrifying sight imaginable. Inside, her neighbor, a young and beautiful girl, lies contorted in a grotesque position in a pool of blood, the scene resembling a distorted horror painting. Before long, the wailing of sirens pierces the air as police cars, sleek and black like panthers, race to the scene, their shrill cries announcing the presence of evil in this city. Leading the charge is Captain Zhou Zheng, his characteristic brows furrowed tightly, radiating determination. Upon exiting the vehicle, he strides into the building, muttering, "What calamity has befallen us tonight? I hope it's not a troublesome case. I was looking forward to a good night's sleep." Entering apartment 203, he is met by a suffocating stench of blood, a nauseating mix of rust and rot. The victim, a young woman in her 20s, possesses an undeniable beauty even in death. Her body is posed in an unsettling manner, legs bent and arms outstretched as if yearning for something or struggling in agony. The floor is adorned with peculiar symbols painted in red, glaring under the stark light, as if these markings were curses from the depths of hell. "This perpetrator must be deranged," remarks the young officer, shadowy, unable to contain his thoughts. Recently graduated from the police academy, he has encountered numerous simulated crime scenes, yet the visceral reality of this blood-soaked tableau fills him with trepidation, his complexion paling as he swallows hard. Zhou Zheng shoots him a glare. "Stop rambling. Examine the scene meticulously. No detail should be overlooked. This isn't a test at school where errors can be amended. Every clue here could be pivotal in capturing the murderer and granting peace to the deceased." He crouches down, scrutinizing the symbols. They appear chaotic, resembling a child's haphazard scribbles, yet they seem to conceal a mysterious significance, as if taunting the police. "Old Zhou, what do you think these symbols mean? Surely the killer isn't just doodling out of boredom?" Jokes Officer Zhang, a seasoned veteran of the precinct. Having witnessed an array of bizarre cases, he too finds himself at a loss, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with humor. Zhou Zheng rises, brushing dust from his clothing, his demeanor serious. "It's not that simple. The killer has gone to great lengths, indicating a purpose behind these actions. These symbols might very well be the key to unraveling the mystery. Do not underestimate the perpetrator. The more seemingly random the detail, the deeper the secrets it may hide." At that moment, the forensic expert, Old Wang, approaches with steady steps, removing his mask to reveal a weary yet solemn face. Preliminary findings suggest the victim was stabbed in the heart with a sharp instrument, resulting in immediate death. The time of death appears to fall between 8 and 9 o'clock this evening. Judging by the wound's shape, the weapon was likely a sharp dagger or similar object. However, further detailed examination is necessary. Zhou Zheng nods, pacing the room as his eyes scan every corner like searchlights. He notices the window is ajar, with signs of forced entry on the security screen and tiny metal fragments scattered on the windowsill. It appears the assailant entered through the window, indicating a premeditated act. The skill in prying open the security screen suggests either a habitual offender or someone well prepared. He muses, mentally piecing together the clues. Suddenly, Shally exclaims, "Captain, I found a footprint." Zhou Zheng hurries over to see a clear shoe print on the living room floor, likely belonging to a man, approximately size 42. Surrounding the print are faint traces of dust, seemingly left by the murderer's movements. Cast a mold of this footprint for comparison later. Also, check for surveillance cameras in the vicinity to trace any suspicious individuals. Zhou Zheng instructs methodically. Shally promptly retrieves the necessary tools, carefully beginning to take the impression, his diligence resembling the execution of a sacred duty. Meanwhile, other officers are busily collecting various pieces of evidence, snapping photographs, and lifting fingerprints, the room filled with the sounds of camera shutters and hushed conversations. Zhou Zheng observes his industrious colleagues, silently vowing to swiftly bring the murderer to justice, providing closure for the victim and her family. After laboring through the night, the scene investigation finally concludes. Zhou Zheng and his team return to the precinct, each officer weary as if drained of vitality, their steps heavy with fatigue. Yet, Zhou knows this is merely the beginning. The path ahead remains long and fraught with challenges. This case is akin to a dense fog. They have only just begun to navigate its periphery, and finding an exit will demand greater effort. Everyone, stay alert. Until this case is solved, none of us will rest easy. Zhou Zheng's voice reverberates through the precinct corridors, imbued with an unyielding determination, as if declaring war against the criminal. His words shine like a beacon in the darkness, instilling a renewed sense of vigor in his weary team that on this night, the police station in Harbor City was ablaze with light, marking the commencement of a fierce confrontation with malevolence. Those enigmatic symbols resembled a series of mysterious keys, poised for the authorities to unlock the concealed truths that lay beneath. Zhou Zheng understood that in the days to come, he would engage in a thrilling battle of wits against the perpetrator, and he resolutely vowed that justice would not be absent from this intellectual contest. Chapter 2. The fog grows denser. The morning sun, akin to a mischievous child, endeavored to squeeze through the gaps in the clouds, casting a sparse yet warm glow upon the desks of the Harbor City's police station. Zhou Zheng rubbed his bloodshot eyes, resembling a giant panda, having barely slept the previous night. The bizarre symbols and the horrific scenes of the deceased replayed in his mind like a relentless film loop. "Old Zhou, you ought to have some breakfast. If you keep this up, even the strongest body can't withstand it," Old Zhou remarked, entering with a steaming breakfast. The aroma of fried dough sticks wafting through the air, teasing the senses like an invisible hand. Zhou Zheng waved his hand listlessly. "I have no appetite. What do you think is going on with this case? Those symbols are as inscrutable as ancient texts. I can't make heads or tails of them. I feel like I'm groping in the dark, utterly lost." Old Zhang took a bite of the fried dough, his cheeks puffed like a squirrel, and mumbled. Could it be that the murderer deliberately left misleading information? Just like in the movies, creating a ruse to keep us spinning in circles. Perhaps that scoundrel is lurking in a corner, watching us fret while he secretly revels. Zhou Zheng shot him a glare, irritated. "Don't feed me that cinematic nonsense. This is reality, not a Hollywood blockbuster." The murderer went to great lengths to leave those symbols, clearly with some ulterior motive. We must not underestimate him. At that moment, Little Lee burst into the office like a firecracker, exclaiming, "Captain, we have a lead. We compared the footprints and found a striking resemblance to a person with a criminal record named Wang Chong. Finally, we stumbled upon a credible lead. I feel we are close to capturing the culprit." Zhou Zheng's eyes brightened instantly, springing from his chair like a soldier responding to a charge. "Let us go meet this Wang Chong. Hopefully, he is the perpetrator we seek, and we can resolve this case swiftly." Allowing me a chance for a good night's sleep, the team arrived at Wang Chong's residence, a dilapidated bungalow on the outskirts of town. Surrounded by a battlefield of rubbish, strewn with various debris and emitting a foul stench, reminiscent of its desolation and neglect, Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, as if he could smell 1,000 different unpleasant odors intertwined, a scent potent enough to induce faintness. He pinched his nose and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A lazy, impatient voice came from within. The door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man with disheveled hair, clad in a filthy tank top and shorts. His bleary eyes widened upon seeing a group of police officers. A flicker of panic crossed his face, quickly replaced by a facade of calm. "What do you want?" Wang Chong stammered, his voice trembling like leaves quaking in a cold wind. Zhou Zheng scrutinized him, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if attempting to see through Wang Chong's facade. "Wang Chong, we suspect you are involved in a murder case. Come with us. Don't think about playing tricks. Confessing will earn you leniency. Resisting will bring severity. You understand that, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chong turned pale, resembling someone who had seen a ghost. Hastily waving his hands, "Officer, I haven't killed anyone. I've been minding my own business, working odd jobs during the day and sleeping at home at night. I hardly go out. You can't wrongfully accuse an innocent person. I'm a coward who can't handle being frightened." In the interrogation room at the police station, Wang Chong squirmed in his seat, much like an ant on a hot skillet. Zhou Zheng and Old Zhou sat across from him, their eyes fixed on him like hunters eyeing their prey. "Where were you and what were you doing between 8 and 9 last night?" Zhou Zheng inquired coldly, devoid of any emotion, as unyielding as a block of ice. Wang Chong pondered, his eyes darting around, before hastily declaring, "I was at home sleeping. I live alone. No one can vouch for me, but I swear I didn't kill anyone. I wouldn't even dare harm a chicken. How could I possibly commit murder?" "You must be mistaken." Zhou Zheng and Old Zhou exchanged glances, and from Wang Chong's demeanor, it appeared he genuinely lacked knowledge of the situation. Yet, without concrete evidence, no one could draw conclusions hastily. "Then how do you explain your footprints at the crime scene? You'd best provide us with a reasonable explanation, otherwise it will be difficult for us to believe you." Zhou Zheng persisted, his tone growing increasingly stern, like a heavy hammer striking Wang Chong's heart. Wang Chong smacked his forehead, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. I remember. A few days ago, I went to that area to find a friend, and I might have inadvertently stepped somewhere, leaving footprints. I am not the murderer, officers. You must believe me." Upon investigation, Wang Chong's claims were corroborated. He indeed had an alibi. On the night of the incident, he had been assisting a friend in fixing a pipe and returned home quite late, with friends and neighbors able to attest to his whereabouts. The lead came to a standstill, and Zhou Zheng felt a pang of frustration, initially believing he had found a breakthrough, only to be left empty-handed, like a cooked duck that has flown away. The case was becoming increasingly perplexing. Who was the true culprit? What did those symbols signify? Was the murderer perhaps a ghost who could vanish without a trace? Zhou Zheng murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in confusion and helplessness. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. It was criminal psychology expert Lin Yu calling. "Captain Zhou, I've heard you're facing a challenging case. I have some ideas I would like to discuss with you. Perhaps I can provide some new insights to illuminate this case," Lin Yu said over the phone. Zhou Zheng's spirits lifted, akin to spotting a glimmer of hope in the darkness. "Wonderful. Please come to the station right away. We are in dire need of fresh perspectives. You are our savior. Help us clear this fog." After hanging up, a flicker of hope ignited within Zhou Zheng. Perhaps Lin Yu could bring a new turning point to this convoluted case, akin to finding a thread in a tangled mess, allowing them to unravel the mystery. He silently prayed for a breakthrough this time, hoping to avoid the disappointment experienced in the past. As Zhou Zheng awaited Lin Yu's arrival, he meticulously reviewed the case details, spreading photographs from the crime scene, investigation reports, and other materials across the desk. His eyes fixated on the enigmatic symbols, striving to unearth any previously overlooked details. These symbols must hold some special significance. The murderer wouldn't leave them without reason. What do they represent? Are they some kind of mark from the perpetrator, or do they serve a deeper purpose? Old Zhou, observing Zhou Zheng's intense focus, couldn't help but interject. "Old Zhou, don't be too anxious. Haste makes waste. Perhaps when expert Lin arrives, she can guide us toward the key to solving this case. Let us not fret here. Let us take a moment to relax and adjust our thoughts." Zhou Zheng smiled wryly. "Old Zhou, do you think I can remain calm? As long as this case remains unsolved, it feels as though a heavy stone is pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Those symbols are like little demons wreaking havoc in my mind, denying me a moment's peace." Before long, Lin Yu hurriedly arrived at the police station, dressed in a crisp professional outfit, a white shirt paired with a black blazer. She exuded an air of simplicity and elegance. Her short hair swayed gently with her movements, her eyes radiating wisdom and confidence, as if she possessed an innate aura. "Captain Zhou, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Colleagues often speak of you as a legendary figure in the police force, solving cases with remarkable prowess. Today, seeing you in the flesh, it is indeed as they say." Lin Yu extended her hand with a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Zhou Zheng quickly grasped her hand, feeling a bit bashful as he remarked, "Expert Lin, you are too kind. All of this is merely the result of everyone else's encouragement. We must rely on your assistance to analyze this case, which has left us utterly perplexed with no leads. You are our great savior." The two entered the conference room, where Zhou Zheng elaborated on the intricate details of the case, including the condition of the deceased, the symbols found at the scene, and the current state of the investigation. Lin Yu listened intently, scrutinizing the photographs with a focused and earnest gaze, as if she were etching each detail into her memory. Her expressions fluctuated as Zhou Zheng narrated, at times frowning and at others nodding in understanding. Once he finished, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Based on the positioning of the victim's body and the symbols left behind, it is highly likely that this was perpetrated by someone with severe psychological issues. These symbols may hold special significance for him, expressing some inner demand. He employs this extreme method to capture attention and fulfill a certain desire within. Special significance? But we cannot comprehend it at all. It's akin to reading a book devoid of words, leaving us utterly baffled. Shaoli interjected, scratching his head in confusion, much like a child lost in a labyrinth. Lin Yu chuckled softly and patiently explained, "This necessitates further investigation. The perpetrator did not leave these symbols arbitrarily. Each may represent specific information. It might relate to his upbringing, personal beliefs, or a particular event. Moreover, the choice of such a brutal and conspicuous method indicates a strong desire for attention, especially from the police. He is akin to an actor on stage, yearning to be the center of attention. Are you implying that the perpetrator intentionally left these clues for us to decipher? Is he treating this as a game, engaging in a cat-and-mouse chase with the police?" Zhou Zheng mused, a flicker of anger in his eyes, as if he were displeased with the perpetrator's provocation. "There is a possibility. He resembles a child playing a game in the dark, using these clues to challenge us. He revels in the sensation of control, watching us flounder in the enigma he has created, which brings him a sense of accomplishment. Thus, we must disrupt his rhythm and approach from an unexpected angle to uncover the key to solving the mystery," Lin Yu asserted, her voice resolute and invigorating, akin to a shot of adrenaline for the assembled group. "Where should we begin? It still feels utterly aimless," Old Zhou inquired, his face betraying his bewilderment. Like a wanderer groping through darkness, unable to find a path forward, Lin Yu pointed to the symbols in the photographs, stating, "Let us start by investigating these symbols, exploring any cultural, religious, or esoteric connections they might have. We can consult various resources, including historical documents, academic works, and online forums. Simultaneously, we should delve into the deceased's interpersonal relationships to see if anyone harbored ill will towards her. Perhaps there exists a tangled web of connections between the perpetrator and the victim that we have yet to uncover." Zhou Zheng nodded, recognizing the merit in Lin Yu's analysis, which illuminated their path like a beacon in the dark. Consequently, the police divided into two teams, one to trace the origins of the symbols and the other to investigate the deceased's relationships. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli visited the victim's workplace, a bustling office in the city center. They approached the victim's colleagues to gather insights. According to her co-workers, the victim had a cheerful disposition, was diligent in her work, and maintained good relations with everyone. There were no known grievances. They spoke highly of her, describing her as a warm-hearted individual who often assisted her colleagues with their problems. How strange. Without enemies, why would the perpetrator kill her? Could it have been a random act? But how do we explain those symbols? Shaoli expressed his confusion, his brow furrowed. Zhou Zheng patted his shoulder, reassuring him. "Do not rush. Let us inquire with her family. Perhaps there are undisclosed matters at home. Every individual possesses dual facets. She may present a different side in front of her family." Upon arriving at the victim's home, they found her parents in deep sorrow. The mother sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face, while the father, looking haggard, silently smoked beside her. Zhou Zheng gently offered words of comfort before beginning his inquiries. "Have you noticed any unusual behavior from her recently? Or had she been in contact with any strange individuals?" he asked softly, cautious not to provoke the grieving couple. The mother wiped her tears and replied, "She seemed to be chatting with someone online quite frequently, and she appeared happy about it. Though I do not know who that person is. Sometimes, after their conversations, she would laugh to herself. When I asked her who she was talking to, she merely said it was a friend." Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a crucial lead. Did she mention that person's name? Or did she leave behind any chat records? This could be vital for our investigation. The father responded, "Her phone went missing after the incident, and we have no idea who she was chatting with. She was very private about her belongings, and we do not know her phone password." Once again, a lead was interrupted, yet Zhou Zheng remained undiscouraged. He understood that solving a case was akin to a marathon. One must not abandon the pursuit due to temporary setbacks. Upon returning to the precinct, the other team investigating the symbols had also made little progress. They had scoured extensive materials and consulted numerous experts, but found no relevant information regarding the symbols. It appears this perpetrator is quite cunning, leading us in circles. These symbols seem to be his secret weapon, rendering us powerless, Old Zhang lamented, fatigue and frustration etched upon his face. Zhou Zheng gazed at the case materials on the wall, resolutely stating, "Do not fret. We still have expert Lin Yu's analysis. As long as we persist in unraveling the threads, we shall eventually uncover the perpetrator's tale. This case resembles a jigsaw puzzle. We simply have yet to locate the crucial pieces. If we do not give up, we shall one day complete it." As night fell once more, the lights of Haigang City sparkled brilliantly, with traffic flowing continuously as people immersed themselves in their own lives, oblivious to the hidden crisis lurking in the shadows. Zhou Zheng realized that this contest with the perpetrator was only just beginning, and the path ahead would be long and fraught with challenges. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that justice would ultimately triumph over evil, and the perpetrator would receive his due punishment. Chapter 3. The expert joins the fray in the conference room. Zhou Zheng and his colleagues stared at the mountain of case materials, as if the papers might suddenly divulge the whereabouts of the perpetrator. Just when the atmosphere grew so tense it felt as if one could squeeze water from it, Lin Yu entered with a confident stride, her presence akin to that of a superhero arriving to save the day. Everyone looks so troubled. Have you yet to find a lead on the case? Fear not, for I have arrived. Perhaps a breakthrough is imminent, Lin Yu smiled, her radiant demeanor seeming to dispel the gloom enveloping the room. Zhou Zheng sprang to his feet, as if seizing a lifeline, and warmly invited Lin Yu to take a seat. Expert Lin, you have arrived just in time. We feel like headless chickens, flailing about aimlessly. Please, offer us your guidance. The group gathered around as Lin Yu meticulously examined the scene photographs once more, occasionally resting her chin in contemplation or shaking her head slightly, her intense focus suggesting she sought to penetrate every pixel within the images. After a while, she finally set aside the photograph, cleared her throat, and remarked, "From the way the perpetrator has manipulated the corpse and the symbols he left behind, it is evident that this is not a mere crime of passion, but rather the work of a meticulous and exceedingly arrogant individual. He has gone to great lengths, undoubtedly believing that his masterpiece is unsolvable, as if he is flaunting his prowess before the police." Shaoli scratched his head, bewildered. Flaunting? Is this fellow just idly wasting time? Why resort to murder when there are countless better pursuits? Lin Yu smiled patiently and explained, "That is the psychology of such criminals. They crave attention and seek to fulfill their twisted desires by creating complex and bizarre crime scenes. It is akin to a child engaging in mischief to draw the attention of adults. These symbols may very well be his unique signature or a reflection of his inner world." Old Zhang interjected, unable to contain himself. "But we've consulted numerous experts and scoured extensive materials, yet we still cannot decipher these symbols. They appear as incomprehensible as alien script. Let us consider it from a different perspective," Lin Yu suggested. "We need not rely solely on the conventional meanings of the symbols for answers. Perhaps they are intricately tied to the perpetrator's personal experiences. For instance, he might have encountered these symbols in a significant location, or they could be creations of his own, representing pivotal events or figures in his life. Therefore, we should continue to seek academic clues while simultaneously delving into the deceased's social circle to uncover any potential connections between the symbols and the victim." Zhou Zheng, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh in realization. That makes sense. Much like a puzzle game. We cannot merely focus on the riddle, but must also consider the background of the one posing it. Let us divide our efforts. One group will further investigate the academic aspects of the symbols, another will intensify the examination of the victim's interpersonal relationships, while the last will look into the victim's recent online activities to discover the identity of that mysterious online acquaintance. With arrangements made, the team swiftly sprang into action. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli headed to the victim's home, intending to meticulously search for any overlooked clues. The residence remained in its state from the time of the incident, albeit imbued with an unsettling air of eeriness and silence. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli rummaged through the place like keen-sensed hounds. While organizing a bookshelf, Shaoli stumbled upon a diary, his eyes lighting up. "Captain, do you think this might reveal something?" Zhou Zheng hurried over, and the two cautiously opened the diary. It contained records of the victim's mundane daily affairs and emotions, yet Zhou Zheng noted that entries had grown sporadic over the past few months, with several pages seemingly torn out deliberately. "The torn section surely conceals something," Zhou Zheng frowned, remarking, "It appears someone did not wish for us to uncover their contents." At that moment, a colleague investigating the victim's online activities called, "Captain Zhou, We have discovered that the victim had frequently contacted an anonymous account recently. Most of the chat content has been deleted, but using technical means, we have partially restored it, revealing discussions that seem to relate to an underground organization. Zhou Zheng felt a tightening in his chest. An underground organization? This case is becoming increasingly intricate. Continue to dig deeper into this account's information to see if we can identify the person behind it. After hanging up, Zhou Zheng and Shaoli exchanged solemn glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. What had initially seemed like a straightforward murder case could potentially be entangled with a vast underground network. Meanwhile, colleagues studying the symbols from an academic standpoint relayed their findings, indicating that they had discovered similar symbols in an ancient tome on mysticism, though the book's explanations were ambiguous. Merely stating that the symbols were associated with an ancient sacrificial ritual believed to enable transcendence. Transcendence? Could it be that this murderer has become so obsessed as to commit murder in pursuit of a grotesque ritual? Shaoli could not help but jest. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment before declaring, regardless, this is a significant lead. We must ascertain the nature of this sacrificial ritual and its connection to both the victim and the perpetrator. Meanwhile, in the police station, Lin Yu remained engrossed in contemplation over the symbols. She input their shapes and arrangements into her computer, utilizing various software to analyze them in search of hidden patterns. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she noted that the arrangement of these symbols bore resemblance to an ancient cipher system. Swiftly consulting relevant materials, she diligently worked until she deciphered part of a message, seeking the lost. The subsequent content remained elusive due to missing symbols. What could be lost? A treasure? A secret? Or something else entirely? Lin Yu murmured to herself, realizing that this discovery might hold the key to unraveling the entire mystery. She promptly shared this revelation with Zhou Zheng, who responded with excitement. Expert Lin, you truly are our fortunate star. It appears we are one step closer to the truth. We must urgently pursue this lead. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli returned to the police station to strategize the next steps with Lin Yu. Zhou Zheng asserted, based on the current clues, it is likely that both the perpetrator and the victim were embroiled in an event related to the mysterious symbols and an underground organization. We must uncover the core of this event to apprehend the murderer. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, and this underground organization likely continues to engage in nefarious activities. We must tread carefully to avoid alarming them. After extensive discussion, they resolved to begin with the mysterious online acquaintance, tracing the links to uncover the underlying underground organization, while simultaneously delving deeper into the meanings behind the symbols in hopes of solving the remaining enigmas. However, unbeknownst to them, every move they made was seemingly being monitored by a pair of watchful eyes. The murderer lurked in the shadows, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed the police navigating the labyrinth he had crafted, as if relishing a captivating performance. As the investigation progressed, various dangers began to silently encroach. Zhou Zheng and his team advanced through the thorns of darkness, each step laden with uncertainty and challenge. Yet they refused to retreat, for they understood that only by forging ahead could they unveil the truth, bring the murderer to justice, and vindicate the victim. This struggle between good and evil had only just reached its boiling point. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. In the following days, the police intensified their investigation into the mysterious online acquaintance. Through a series of intricate technical maneuvers, they finally pinpointed the approximate location of this individual, near an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Under the cover of night, Zhou Zheng led a team of officers to stealthily encircle the forsaken factory. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the wind whistling through the dilapidated structures. Reminiscent of the factory's anguished groans, officers cautiously infiltrated the premises, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of rust and decay. The factory was cluttered with discarded machinery and debris, casting grotesque shadows under the dim moonlight, evoking a sense of dread. Be cautious, danger may lurk here, Zhou Zheng whispered to his team. They divided into smaller groups to methodically search the entire facility. It was then that Shaoli discovered a set of peculiar footprints in a corner, remarkably similar to those at the crime scene. Ecstatic, he reported to Zhou Zheng, Captain, there are footprints here. It seems we are on the right track. Zhou Zheng approached, carefully inspecting the prints before following their trail. They arrived at the entrance of a basement, where an even stronger stench assaulted them. It appears something is amiss below. Stay close to me, Zhou Zheng instructed as he cautiously descended the basement stairs. The darkness enveloped the basement, and Zhou Zheng switched on his flashlight, casting a flickering yellow light that illuminated only a small area before him. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the shadows, sending chills down their spines. Who is it? Show yourself, Zhou Zheng shouted loudly, gripping his gun tightly. The team members remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings as the tension reached its zenith. Ha ha ha. You have finally arrived. But do you believe you can easily capture me? An eerie voice echoed throughout the basement, its source indiscernible. Do not resist futilely. You are already surrounded, Zhou Zheng declared, attempting to ascertain the intruder's location. Suddenly, the lights in the basement flickered on, the blinding brightness momentarily disorienting everyone. As their eyes adjusted to the surroundings, they gasped in horror. The walls of the basement were adorned with mysterious symbols, and in the center stood a peculiar apparatus, surrounded by scattered photographs and documents of the deceased. What on earth is this place? Xiaoli could not help but inquire. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, the sound of machinery whirring filled the air. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, he shouted, "Quickly, retreat. There's a trap." Yet, it was too late. The basement doors slammed shut, and a group of masked individuals surged forth, encircling them. Armed and menacing, they appeared anything but friendly. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Zhou Zheng glared at them, demanding answers. The leader of the masked figures replied coldly, "You should not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Today is your day of reckoning." With a wave of his hand, the masked assailants charged forward, igniting an intense battle. Zhou Zheng and his team fought back valiantly. Although outnumbered, their superior physical prowess and combat skills allowed them to hold their ground against the masked attackers. Seizing an opportunity, Zhou Zheng lunged at the leader, intent on capturing the ringleader first. The masked figure matched his resolve, engaging in a deadly struggle. Their exchange was fierce and relentless, each blow infused with strength and lethal intent. Just as the confrontation reached a fever pitch, Lin Yu, tracking Zhou Zheng's location from the precinct, sensed trouble and hastened to bring reinforcements. "We must arrive before anything happens," she urged the driver anxiously. When the backup team reached the abandoned factory, the battle in the basement had reached a critical juncture. Zhou Zheng and his team were gradually succumbing to fatigue, while the masked assailants grew increasingly aggressive. Just as Zhou Zheng was on the verge of being overwhelmed, the basement door burst open, and Lin Yu, accompanied by the reinforcements, rushed in. "Stop! Everyone freeze!" she commanded. The masked figures were momentarily thrown into disarray at the sight of the backup. Surrounded by the police, their resistance waned, and they were swiftly subdued. Breathing heavily, Zhou Zheng surveyed the captured masked individuals and demanded, "Who are you? What is your connection to the murderer?" The leader scoffed, refusing to answer. Zhou Zheng understood that extracting information from him would take time, so he ordered their transport back to the precinct for interrogation. Following this harrowing encounter, Zhou Zheng and his team, though shaken, realized that the forces behind this case were far more intricate than they had anticipated. Yet, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, "No matter the organization or its might, I will unveil the truth and bring you all to justice." Upon returning to the precinct, the interrogation commenced immediately. However, these masked individuals seemed to possess professional training, maintaining silence in the face of police questioning. Only a few, lacking in composure, divulged trivial information. Zhou Zheng sat opposite these obstinate figures, filled with frustration and helplessness. At that moment, Lin Yu entered, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not fret. Such situations are common. Let us seek clues from other angles. We might find a breakthrough." Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, and together, they returned to the office to reassess all the case's leads. They laid out the photographs, documents, and deciphered information regarding the mysterious symbols found in the abandoned factory, seeking new connections. "Look, these deceased individuals in the photographs, aside from the known victims, include others. Might there be a commonality among them?" Lin Yu pointed out. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the images, suddenly realizing that all these deceased had appeared at the same location, a charitable foundation in Haiding City. Could this foundation be implicated? Zhou Zheng pondered. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with insight. "It is highly plausible. Perhaps this foundation is merely a facade, concealing unspeakable secrets. We should investigate its background and financial flow. We might uncover something significant." Thus, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu promptly initiated an investigation into the charitable foundation. They discovered that the foundation's director, Zhao Durong, was a businessman who, on the surface, was dedicated to philanthropy and frequently organized various charitable events. However, his business dealings were riddled with inconsistencies. His company's finances were chaotic, with murky financial trails, and he was intricately linked to various underground forces. It seems Zhao Durong is deeply suspect. He could very well be a pivotal figure in this underground organization, perhaps even the murderer, Zhou Zheng surmised. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into Zhao Durong's affairs, they discovered he had mysteriously vanished. His office was deserted, and there was no trace of him at home. He must have sensed danger and fled, Zhou Zheng expressed angrily. Yet, he did not allow this setback to discourage him. He recognized that Zhao Durong's disappearance indicated they were drawing closer to the truth. Together with Lin Yu and other officers, they continued their search for Zhao Durong while probing into the Foundation's other members, hoping to unearth clues. Throughout this process, the collaboration between Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu grew increasingly harmonious. They supported and encouraged one another as they confronted this complex and perilous case. The battle between justice and evil raged on, and Zhou Zheng remained steadfast in his belief that perseverance would reveal the truth, ensuring the perpetrators faced due retribution and justice would be served for the victims. Chapter 4. Interwoven clues. Zhao Durong's disappearance cast a thicker veil of mystery over the case, leaving Zhou Zheng and his team feeling as though they were navigating a pitch-black night, each step fraught with uncertainty. However, Zhou Zheng was not one to be easily daunted by such obstacles. He was akin to a keen hound, unwavering once a scent had been picked up. He is quite nimble, but does he think he can evade us indefinitely? What a delusion. Zhou Zheng paced the office, gritting his teeth, his expression one of determination to extract Zhao Durong from the very air. Lin Yu, observing Zhou Zheng's fervent desire to locate Zhao Durong, could not help but chuckle. Captain Zhou, let us not rush. We must analyze carefully. Zhao Durong's sudden disappearance indicates his guilt and trepidation. This indirectly affirms that our investigative direction is correct. If we continue to follow this lead, we will surely uncover his telltale signs. Zhou Zheng paused, inhaling deeply before nodding. You are right, Expert Lin. We must maintain our composure. Our immediate priority is to investigate the other members of the Foundation to ascertain Zhao Durong's whereabouts or uncover additional information regarding this clandestine organization. Consequently, the police launched a comprehensive inquiry into the remaining members of the charitable foundation. Among them, a secretary named Lu caught Zhou Zheng's particular attention. Investigations revealed that Lu was Zhao Durong's confidant, having served him for many years, and was well-versed in many matters concerning the foundation. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli proceeded to Lu's residence, a luxurious apartment situated in an upscale community. The serene environment and stringent security measures could not hinder the police's pursuit of the truth. They rang the doorbell, and after a brief moment, the door slowly creaked open to reveal a bespectacled, cultured man, Secretary Lu. Upon noticing the police officers standing at his doorstep, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Good day. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Secretary Lu asked politely. Although the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner tension, Zhou Zheng scrutinized him with keen eyes and smiled. Secretary Lu, we would like to gather some information regarding Zhao Durong and the charitable foundation. Would it be convenient for us to discuss this inside? Lu hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped aside to allow them entry. The interior was impeccably organized, with shelves brimming with various books, indicative of a well-educated individual. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli settled onto the sofa, and Zhou Zheng directly inquired, Secretary Lu, where has Zhao Durong gone? Adjusting his glasses, Lu replied, I am not certain. Zhao has been missing for several days, and I too have been searching for him. Zhou Zheng fixed his gaze intently upon Lu's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Secretary Lu, having served Zhao Durong for so many years, you must have some inkling of his sudden disappearance. It would be prudent to be forthcoming. Otherwise, should this situation escalate, it may not bode well for you. Sweat began to bead on Lu's forehead as he stammered, Officer. I truly do not know. Zhao is quite secretive in his dealings and often does not disclose much to me. Shaoli interjected, unable to contain himself. Secretary Lu, your statements seem rather implausible. As his trusted aide, it is hard to believe you would know nothing at all. Do not provoke us further. Lu fell silent for a moment, seemingly wrestling with an internal conflict. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and conceded, All right, I will share what I know. I have only heard that Zhao has recently been preoccupied with a very significant matter related to a clandestine organization. This group appears to be searching for something, though I am unaware of the specifics. A few days ago, Zhao abruptly informed me that he needed to go into hiding for a while and instructed me not to disclose his whereabouts to anyone. Zhou Zheng and Shaoli exchanged glances, both registering a hint of surprise. It appeared that Secretary Lu was privy to more information than they had anticipated. Zhou Zheng continued, Do you know what connection this mysterious organization has with the deceased? And what about the symbols found at the crime scene? Lu shook his head. I truly do not know. Zhao has only mentioned that this organization is quite dangerous and advised me not to inquire further. I have never heard of those symbols before. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, sensing that Lu had yet to fully disclose the truth. However, he understood that pressing too hard might cause Lu to clam up entirely. The information you have provided is crucial to our investigation, Secretary Lu. If you recall anything else, please inform us promptly. Zhou Zheng said as he handed Lu a business card. After departing from Lu's residence, Zhou Zheng and Shaoli hurried back to the precinct to relay this new lead to Lin Yu. Upon hearing their account, Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation. The clandestine organization was searching for something, and the deceased were somehow linked to it. Those symbols might indeed hold the key to unraveling the mystery. We need to revisit the leads concerning the symbols, Lin Yu asserted. Thus, the trio reconvened around the conference table, examining photographs and documents pertaining to the enigmatic symbols. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Look here, we previously deciphered Seeking the Lost. Could it be that this organization is in pursuit of a lost artifact connected to these deceased individuals? Zhou Zheng slapped his forehead in realization. That makes sense. Perhaps the victims knew the whereabouts of this object or were involved in matters related to it, prompting the organization to silence them. Shaoli, still puzzled, queried. But what exactly is this object that would compel such drastic measures? Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu exchanged looks of uncertainty. This question remained unanswered. Just as they were grappling with their thoughts, a colleague investigating the deceased's online activities brought forth a significant lead. They discovered that the victims had mentioned a location during conversations with a mysterious online acquaintance, a deserted church on the outskirts of Haiging City. A deserted church? Could it be their hideout or somehow linked to the mysterious artifact? Zhou Zheng pondered aloud. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It is highly plausible. We can no longer afford to remain idle. We must investigate this abandoned church. Thus, Zhou Zheng, accompanied by a team of officers and Lin Yu, set forth towards the abandoned church on the outskirts of Haiging City. Throughout the journey, Zhou Zheng felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Excitement arose from the prospect of new leads, suggesting they were drawing closer to the truth. Apprehension stemmed from uncertainty about the dangers that might lurk within the deserted church. Upon their arrival, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. The church's walls were dilapidated, with shattered windows leaving only jagged shards of glass that glimmered ominously under the sunlight. The heavy door creaked slightly ajar, swaying in the breeze as if lamenting its former grandeur and current desolation. Zhou Zheng cautiously pushed the door open, its hinges emitting a piercing creak that echoed through the silent church. The stale scent of dust and decay filled the air. The walls were draped in cobwebs, and upon the altar sat a collection of bizarre statues, their expressions contorted in apparent agony. This place feels eerie and rather frightening, Shaoli remarked quietly. Zhou Zheng shot him a glare. Do not scare yourself. Remain vigilant and observe your surroundings. The officers dispersed to conduct a thorough search of the church. At that moment, one officer discovered fresh footprints near the entrance to the basement. Captain, there are footprints here. They appear to have been made recently, the officer called out. Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu rushed over, examining the prints. Zhou Zheng remarked, it seems someone has recently visited this site. Everyone, stay alert. We might soon uncover vital clues, or even encounter members of that mysterious organization. Following the footprints, they cautiously descended into the basement. The atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by a pungent odor. A few old oil lamps hung from the walls, casting a feeble glow that barely illuminated a small area. Suddenly, a low, eerie chanting echoed from the shadows, sending chills down their spines. What is that sound? Could there be someone here? Shaoli gripped his firearm tightly, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Zhou Zheng signaled for silence, then stealthily approached the source of the sound. As they drew nearer, the chanting grew clearer, revealing a group of individuals gathered in one corner of the basement, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Dressed in long black robes with hoods obscuring their features, the figures stood before a massive stone sarcophagus adorned with the mysterious symbols. It appears we have arrived at the right location. These individuals are undoubtedly connected to the clandestine organization, Zhou Zheng whispered. Just then, one of the robed figures seemed to sense their presence, abruptly turning to shout. Who goes there? Realizing their cover had been blown, Zhou Zheng charged forward without hesitation, proclaiming, Police, do not move. The other officers swiftly followed suit, encircling the group of robed figures. Instead of panicking at the sight of the police, the black-clad individuals wore sinister smirks. The leader stepped forward, addressing Zhou Zheng with a chilling tone. You should not have come here. Do you believe you can thwart us? This is all predestined. Zhou Zheng glared at him fiercely, demanding, enough with the theatrics. What are you plotting? How are you connected to the deceased? The robed figure did not respond to Zhou Zheng's inquiries. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling the others, who swiftly drew weapons and charged toward the officers. A fierce battle erupted once again. The officers, well trained, quickly engaged in combat with the figures clad in black robes. Zhou Zheng grappled with the leader of the black-robed individuals, whose agility proved formidable, rendering Zhou Zheng momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. Lin Yu, anxiously observing from the sidelines, noticed that the symbols on the sarcophagus seemed to emit a peculiar glow, intensifying with each passing moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she shouted, "Captain Zhou, be cautious of that sarcophagus. Something seems amiss." Upon hearing Lin Yu's warning, Zhou Zheng glanced at the sarcophagus, only to be caught off guard as the black-robed man seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to his chest, forcing Zhou Zheng to stumble backward. Just as the black-robed assailant prepared to strike again, a thunderous sound erupted from the sarcophagus, and a brilliant light shot forth, blinding everyone present. When the radiance finally subsided, they were astonished to find the sarcophagus wide open, yet devoid of contents. "This is bad. The item has been taken," Zhou Zheng exclaimed. In the ensuing chaos, the black-robed figures swiftly fled the basement, leaving Zhou Zheng with no chance to pursue, as they had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty sarcophagus, Zhou Zheng was filled with regret. Although they had uncovered some traces of the mysterious organization, they had ultimately allowed them to escape, along with the enigmatic artifact's whereabouts. "Do not despair, Captain Zhou," Lin Yu consoled. "While they may have eluded us this time, we have still gained valuable insights. At the very least, we now understand the connection between this mysterious organization and the abandoned church, as well as the sarcophagus and the artifact." Zhou Zheng nodded, inhaling deeply. "You are right, expert Lin. This time, we have merely startled the serpent in the grass. They will undoubtedly exercise greater caution henceforth. However, we shall not easily relinquish our pursuit. We will locate them and unveil the entire truth." Upon returning to the police station, Zhou Zheng and his team conducted a debriefing of the operation. They discovered that, although they had failed to apprehend any members of the mysterious organization, their examination of the scene had yielded significant leads. Firstly, they confirmed that the symbols on the sarcophagus and those at the crime scene belonged to the same system, further establishing the close ties between the mysterious organization and the murder case. Secondly, they uncovered fragments of documents in the basement. Although incomplete, diligent efforts by the technical staff allowed them to extract useful information. The fragments referenced an ancient legend, stating that beneath the city of Harbor, a mysterious treasure capable of changing the world was hidden. This treasure had been sealed for centuries, and only by gathering specific symbols and performing rituals could one ascertain its location. Furthermore, it appeared that the mysterious organization was relentlessly pursuing this treasure, willing to resort to any means, including murder, to achieve their goals. It seems this mysterious treasure is their objective, and the deceased may have met their tragic fates for obstructing their plans or for knowing too much, Zhou Zheng articulated. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, and this mysterious organization will undoubtedly take further actions in their quest for the treasure. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly and ensure they do not succeed. Thus, Zhou Zheng and his team began to devise a new investigation plan. They intensified their efforts to trace the mysterious organization, aiming to uncover their hideout, while simultaneously delving into the ancient legend to seek additional clues regarding the enigmatic treasure, hoping to locate it before the organization could enact their sinister designs. Throughout this process, the bond between Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu deepened. They supported each other in their work and cared for one another in their personal lives. Zhou Zheng recognized Lin Yu's intelligence and resilience, while Lin Yu was touched by Zhou Zheng's bravery and determination, leading to the gradual emergence of a subtle affection between them. However, they had no time to savor this budding relationship, as they were acutely aware that the mysterious organization could strike again at any moment. With the responsibility of safeguarding the citizens of Harbor resting on their shoulders, they were compelled to act swiftly to uncover the truth and thwart the organization's malevolent plans. The clash between good and evil had entered a fevered stage, leaving the ultimate victor shrouded in suspense. Chapter 5. Undercurrents. Zhou Zheng and his team operated like tireless detective hounds, delving deeper into the labyrinth of the case in pursuit of the elusive tale of the mysterious organization. Within the police station, the atmosphere was tenser than a pressure cooker, with each individual functioning like a wound-up machine, racing against time to process various leads. Zhou Zheng stood before the whiteboard in the conference room, which was densely filled with clues, relationships, and speculations, resembling an abstract painting. "Comrades, we now know that the mysterious organization is searching for a treasure that can change the world. It sounds like a glitch from a movie, but nonetheless, this is our current direction," he declared, emphatically circling the words mysterious treasure with a marker. Little Lee rubbed his tired eyes and yawned, saying, "Captain, this changing the world notion seems a bit far-fetched. Is it akin to the Philosopher's Stone from Harry Potter, granting immortality, or the One Ring from the Lord of the Rings, bestowing boundless power?" Zhou Zheng shot him a glare, playfully chiding, "You should watch fewer fantasy films." However, he continued, "That said, this treasure is undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, the mysterious organization would not resort to murder and arcane rituals for it." Lin Yu chimed in with a smile, from a psychological perspective. Such proclamations of being able to change the world often cater to the ambitions or delusions of these extremist organizations. They likely believe they can achieve some great goal through this treasure. And our task is to shatter their dreams before they manifest. As the discussion heated up, word arrived from colleagues investigating Zhou Zheng's financial situation. Captain, we have discovered that prior to his disappearance, Zhou Zheng transferred substantial sums to an overseas account, and the associated information has been encrypted, making it difficult to trace. Zhou Zheng frowned, stating, "It appears Zhou Zheng has been providing significant financial support to the mysterious organization. Continue the investigation. See if we can break through this encryption. We may uncover their overseas contacts." Simultaneously, another group of colleagues studying the fragments of documents found in the abandoned church's basement made a new discovery. By comparing ancient historical texts with local legends, they surmised that the clues regarding the mysterious treasure pointed towards an ancient family in Harbor City. "Captain, look here," one colleague said, pointing to the computer screen. "This family once thrived in Harbor City but gradually declined for reasons unknown. Some family legends suggest they guarded a secret that may relate to the mysterious treasure." Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. "This is a crucial lead. Immediately investigate what descendants of this family still remain. They may possess knowledge about the treasure." After thorough investigation, the police located the last surviving descendant of this ancient family, Old Master Zhou, now in his advanced years. He resided in a quaint courtyard in an old district of Harbor City, surrounded by an array of blooming flowers, exuding tranquility. Zhou Zheng, Lin Yu, and Little Li approached Old Master Zhou's home. Zhou Zheng gently knocked on the door, and after a moment, a sprightly elder opened it. "May I help you?" Old Master Zhou inquired, regarding them with curiosity. Zhou Zheng smiled and replied, "Greetings, Old Master Zhou. We are police officers seeking to learn more about your family." Old Master Zhou paused for a moment, then sighed. "Ah, I knew it was only a matter of time before someone came to inquire about the family. Please, come in." The crowd followed Old Master Zhou into the house, where the living room was adorned with some antiquated furniture, and the walls were embellished with several aged calligraphies and paintings, exuding a profound historical ambience. Old Master Zhou invited them to take a seat, and then spoke slowly. "I am aware that you have come concerning the matter of that treasure. Our family has safeguarded the secret for many years, and yet we have failed to keep it hidden." Zhou Zheng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Old Master Zhou, could you elaborate on this? What exactly is this treasure, and how does it relate to the recent events?" Old Master Zhou pondered for a moment before responding. "According to family legend, our ancestors once acquired a mysterious artifact, though its exact nature and function remain unclear. What is known is that it possesses immense power, capable of bestowing blessings or unleashing calamities. To prevent it from falling into the hands of those with ill intentions, our forebears sealed it away, leaving behind clues and symbols that only certain family members could decipher." Lin Yu interjected, "Are these symbols related to those we observed at the crime scene in the abandoned church?" Old Master Zhou nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Those symbols are the key to unlocking the treasure's seal. However, they have long been a family secret, known only to the clan leader. In my youth, I only heard of them. I have never seen them with my own eyes." Zhou Zheng continued, "Old Master Zhou, do you recall if anyone has recently inquired about these symbols or the treasure?" Old Master Zhou furrowed his brow in thought and replied, "There was a young man, several months ago, who claimed to have a keen interest in historical culture and sought my counsel regarding family matters. At the time, I thought little of it and shared some information. In hindsight, he may have been after the treasure." A sense of unease gripped Zhou Zheng as he asked, "Do you remember what that young man looked like?" Old Master Zhou described, "He was fair-skinned, wore glasses, and appeared quite refined. He also mentioned that he was a university teacher." Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both sensing that this young man was likely connected to a mysterious organization. After leaving Old Master Zhou's residence, Zhou Zheng promptly organized a team to create a sketch based on the old man's description and initiated a citywide search. Concurrently, they delved deeper into the history of the ancient family, hoping to uncover more clues regarding the treasure and the enigmatic organization. However, just as the police were diligently investigating, another bizarre incident occurred in Harbor City. This time, the victim was a well-known historian who met a similarly strange fate, and the scene bore the same mysterious symbols. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Zheng rushed to the scene with Lin Yu and Shaoli. Gazing at the familiar yet gruesome sight, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but exclaim, "These scoundrels dare to act brazenly. Do they think we, the police, are mere idle bystanders?" Forensic expert Old Wang, after examining the body, stated, "The time of death was likely between 10 and 11 last night, with the cause of death being a stab wound to the heart, consistent with the previous victim. Moreover, Judging by the shape and force of the wound, it is highly probable that the same assailant is responsible. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the symbols on the ground, his brow furrowing even deeper. It seems the mysterious organization has resorted to desperate measures to expedite their search for the treasure. Perhaps they killed this historian because he possessed vital information about it. Lin Yu, carefully observing the scene, suddenly noticed that the deceased was tightly gripping a piece of paper. She cautiously extracted it and exclaimed, "Captain Zhou, look at this. Could this string of numbers be an important clue?" Zhou Zheng took the paper, studied the numbers, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "This is likely a coordinate for a location or a code related to the treasure. Let's have the technical department analyze it immediately." Simultaneously, during the investigation, it was discovered that the historian had been researching a segment of mysterious history pertaining to Harbor City, intricately linked to the ancient family and the enigmatic treasure. It appears that this organization has been closely monitoring all clues related to the treasure. "Anyone who poses a threat to their plans will be silenced," Shaoli expressed indignantly. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they have become reckless. We must accelerate our investigation. Otherwise, more innocent lives may be at stake." Upon returning to the precinct, the technical department reported that the numbers were, in fact, a coordinate located in a remote mountainous region of Harbor City. Zhou Zheng gazed at the map, saying, "This location is quite secluded and seldom visited. The mysterious organization may be hiding something significant there, or it could be their clandestine stronghold. Let us prepare to depart early tomorrow." The following morning, Zhou Zheng, accompanied by a team of officers and Lin Yu, set off towards the remote mountains. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation, uncertain of what awaited them. Yet, they all understood that this was a life-and-death confrontation with the mysterious organization, and they could not afford to lose. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates, they discovered the area was dense with towering trees and intricate terrain. Zhou Zheng cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. There may be ambushes. Let us divide into small groups and conduct a dispersed search according to our plan." The officers nodded in agreement and cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. Suddenly, one of the officers shouted, "Captain, there's a cave here." Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu hurried over to inspect the cave, its entrance obscured by branches and undergrowth, making it difficult to notice unless one looked closely. "It seems there is something amiss inside. Stay alert and follow me," Zhou Zheng instructed as he led the way into the cave. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, permeated with a pungent odor. Zhou Zheng switched on his flashlight, its dim light flickering in the darkness, illuminating only a small portion of their surroundings. They advanced cautiously when suddenly they heard a rustling sound, as if something was moving in the shadows. "Who is there? Show yourself," Zhou Zheng called out, gripping his firearm tightly. Just then, a swarm of bats flew overhead, startling Shaoli, who nearly cried out. "What a display of courage. A mere bat has you on edge," Zhou Zheng teased. Shaoli sheepishly scratched his head. "Captain, I wasn't prepared for that." They continued deeper into the cave, and after a while, they stumbled upon a stone door engraved with the very symbols they had encountered. "This must be the pivotal location," Lin Yu concluded. Zhou Zheng examined the symbols on the stone door, attempting to decipher how to unlock it. Suddenly, he recognized that the arrangement of several symbols resembled a fragment from the documents found in the basement of the abandoned church. He carefully manipulated a few symbols as he recalled their positioning, and to his astonishment, the stone door slowly creaked open. Beyond the door lay an expansive cavern, filled with peculiar devices and instruments, with the surrounding walls inscribed with various symbols and texts. "What on earth is this place?" Shaoli asked in astonishment. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, a cacophony of laughter echoed from deeper within the cavern. "Ha ha ha, you finally arrived. But do you really think you can thwart us so easily?" A sinister voice reverberated through the space. Zhou Zheng shouted, "Stop hiding. If you have the guts, come out." At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, revealing the leading figure in the black cloak who had escaped from the abandoned church. "It's you." Zhou Zheng glared at him. The cloaked figure smirked. "Indeed, it is I. You police are truly relentless. But you are too late. The treasure is already in our possession, and our plan is about to succeed." Zhou Zheng stared defiantly at the cloaked figure and declared, "Do you truly believe you will prevail? Today marks the end for you all." With that declaration, Zhou Zheng waved his hand, and the officers promptly encircled the cloaked figure. However, the black-robed man showed no signs of fear. With a swift motion, he summoned a throng of similarly clad individuals from the shadows of the cave. Confronting the police with unwavering resolve, a breathtaking battle was poised to erupt. Would Zhou Zheng and his team prevail against this enigmatic organization, reclaim the treasure, and thwart their nefarious schemes? The outcome remained uncertain, yet within Zhou Zheng's heart resided a singular conviction: no matter the cost, these criminals must face justice to safeguard the tranquility of Haigang City. In this tense standoff, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, with each individual acutely aware of their own racing heartbeat. Zhou Zheng fixed his gaze upon the black-robed man, his eyes radiating an unyielding determination, as if to declare, "Your days of arrogance are numbered." Unfazed, the black-robed man smirked disdainfully. "Do you truly believe that your mere presence can thwart us? You remain oblivious to the formidable power that lies behind us." Zhou Zheng retorted with a scoff, "Cease this bluster. Regardless of who stands behind you, before the law, all must bow. Surrender now, and you may receive leniency." Ignoring Zhou Zheng's warning, the black-robed man suddenly shouted, "Attack!" At his command, the cloaked figures surged forth like ravenous wolves, launching themselves at the officers. The battle erupted instantaneously, with cries of conflict echoing through the cavern. The officers, trained to perfection, quickly engaged in combat with their adversaries. Zhou Zheng, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, charged towards the leader of the black-robed men, intent on apprehending the ringleader and swiftly concluding this confrontation. Though Lin Yu did not directly partake in the fray, she remained vigilant, anxiously observing the situation in hopes of identifying a flaw in the black-robed men's strategy. Suddenly, she discerned a pattern. The black-robed assailants appeared to maneuver around a colossal stone platform in the cave center, pausing momentarily each time they passed it. "Zhou, pay attention to that stone platform. Their movements seem to correlate with it," Lin Yu exclaimed. Hearing Lin Yu's alert, Zhou Zheng, while battling the black-robed leader, stole a glance at the platform. He noticed it was adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols, seemingly connected to what he had witnessed earlier. Just then, taking advantage of Zhou Zheng's momentary distraction, the black-robed leader unleashed a powerful punch towards him. Zhou Zheng had no time to evade, bracing himself with his arm to absorb the blow. The force was tremendous, causing him to stagger back, his arm tingling with pain. "You let your guard down." The black-robed leader seized the opportunity to strike again. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Zheng concentrated, sidestepping the attack and delivering a swift kick to the leader's midsection. The black-robed leader, caught off guard by Zhou Zheng's rapid counterattack, stumbled backward. Meanwhile, Shaoli was engaged in a fierce struggle with another cloaked figure. Though young and vigorous, Shaoli found his opponent equally agile, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Shaoli feigned defeat, retreating a few steps. The black-robed man, believing Shaoli was attempting to flee, pursued him. At the opportune moment, Shaoli executed a deft maneuver, subduing the black-robed man with a skillful grappling technique. The battle raged on with intensity, yet the officers, fueled by their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills, began to gain the upper hand. However, the black-robed assailants appeared unwilling to concede easily, retaliating ferociously in a desperate struggle. Zhou Zheng identified another opportunity and charged once more at the black-robed leader. This time, he allowed no respite, unleashing a series of fierce attacks that left the leader reeling. Just as Zhou Zheng prepared to deliver a decisive blow, the leader suddenly produced a small vial from his person and hurled it to the ground. The vial shattered, releasing a noxious cloud of smoke that swiftly enveloped the area. "Not good, it's a smoke bomb. Everyone be cautious," Zhou Zheng shouted. Amidst the cover of smoke, the black-robed figures began to scatter. Zhou Zheng and the officers attempted to pursue, but the dense fog obscured their vision. By the time the smoke cleared, the black-robed men had vanished without a trace. "Those scoundrels have escaped again," Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Though they had once more let the black-robed figures slip away, the police had made some headway. They discovered documents and blueprints within the cave, seemingly connected to the mysterious treasure and the organization's plans. "Let us take these back and have the tech department analyze them. Perhaps we'll uncover new leads," Zhou Zheng instructed. Upon returning to the precinct, the technical team immediately began scrutinizing the documents and blueprints recovered from the cave. After considerable effort, they discerned that the files detailed the specific functions of the mysterious treasure. It possessed a power capable of controlling human minds. Mind control? That is utterly terrifying. If the mysterious organization obtains this treasure, the consequences could be catastrophic, Lin Yu remarked. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We must locate this organization swiftly and reclaim the treasure. Now that we possess a fragment of their plan, our next objective is to uncover their hideout." At that moment, a colleague responsible for tracking Zhao Dirong's financial transactions delivered good news. "Zhou, we've decrypted information from that account and traced the funds to an abandoned warehouse in Haiging City. This warehouse could very well be a significant stronghold for the mysterious organization." Zhou Zheng slapped the table in excitement. "Excellent. This is a crucial lead. Mobilize our forces immediately and prepare to raid the warehouse. This time, we cannot allow them to escape." The police swiftly devised a raid plan, ready to surround the abandoned warehouse under the cover of night. Zhou Zheng understood that this would be a formidable confrontation. Yet for the sake of Haigang City's peace and to thwart the organization's malevolent agenda, he and his team had thoroughly prepared for this final showdown. Chapter 6. The eve of the final battle, the night descended like a vast expanse of black satin, heavily draping the skies above Haigang City. Zhou Zheng led a team of officers, akin to stealthy leopards, silently advancing towards the abandoned warehouse identified as the mysterious organization's lair. The atmosphere was charged with both tension and exhilaration, tension stemming from the uncertainty of the dangers lurking within the warehouse, and exhilaration due to the growing proximity to unveiling the truth and capturing the masterminds behind it. "Hey, do you think we can finally catch those guys this time?" Shaoli whispered, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, akin to a student eager to prove himself before an important exam. Old Zhou lightly tapped Shaoli's head, chuckling. "You young lad, don't just focus on accolades. Be cautious inside. Those individuals are desperate and may have traps waiting for us." Zhou Zheng turned back to the two. Speaking in a hushed tone, "Enough chatter, remain vigilant. This operation must succeed. We must uproot the mysterious organization, reclaim the treasure, and restore peace to Haigang City." As they approached the abandoned warehouse, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the flickering of a few decrepit streetlights casting mottled shadows that resembled monstrous claws. The warehouse door stood firmly shut, giving no indication of whether anyone was inside. Zhou Zheng signaled for the officers to disperse quickly, adhering to their predetermined plan to encircle the warehouse from multiple angles. He, along with a few team members, cautiously approached the main entrance. Gently pushing against the door, he discovered it was not locked, merely ajar. A chill of foreboding gripped him. Something felt amiss. "This is too easy," Zhou Zheng murmured. "Everyone, be on guard. It could be a trap." At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from within the warehouse, reverberating ominously through the quiet night. "Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived, officers. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The sound reverberated throughout the warehouse, yet its source remained elusive. Zhou Zheng shouted, "Stop hiding. If you have the courage, come out. Do you think you can trap us with a mere ambush? Today, there is no escape for you." Amidst a cacophony of hurried footsteps, a throng of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, members of the enigmatic organization. At the forefront stood the leader of the black-robed individuals, the very one who had evaded capture on multiple occasions. He regarded Zhou Zheng with a chilling gaze, a glimmer of arrogance illuminating his eyes. "Captain Zhou, your persistence is commendable. However, your arrival here is tantamount to walking into a snare," the leader declared. Zhou Zheng glared at him defiantly. "Enough of your prattle. You vile miscreants, today marks your reckoning. Surrender the treasures and yield while you still can." The black-robed leader erupted into laughter. "Treasures? Do you truly believe it would be so simple to seize them? They are already within our grasp. As for surrendering, do you truly think that is an option?" With that, he gestured, and the black-robed figures charged toward the officers, igniting a fierce confrontation once more. The warehouse erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. The sounds of fists colliding and weapons clashing resonating through the air. Zhou Zheng faced off against the black-robed leader once more. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Zheng declared, "You have escaped time and again, but today, I shall not allow you to slip away." The leader retorted with a sneer. "Then let us see if you possess the skill." Both men struck simultaneously. Zhou Zheng moved with agility, akin to a bolt of black lightning, aiming a punch at the leader's face. Unfazed, the leader sidestepped, deftly evading the strike, and swiftly countered with a kick aimed at Zhou Zheng's midsection. Anticipating the move, Zhou Zheng blocked the kick with his arms, though the force still sent him staggering back. "Humph, is that all you've got?" the leader taunted, ignoring the provocation. Zhou Zheng regained his footing and launched another offensive. This time, he altered his strategy, employing agile movements to seek out vulnerabilities in the leader's defenses. Meanwhile, on another front, Shaoli found himself in a fierce struggle with a black-robed adversary. Despite his youthful fervor, the opponent's martial prowess proved superior, and Shaoli began to falter. Just as the black-robed figure prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Lao Zhang arrived in the nick of time, executing a flying kick that sent the assailant sprawling. "Watch yourself, kid. In combat against them, brute force alone won't suffice. You need to think," Lao Zhang shouted. Shaoli shot him a grateful glance. "Thank you, Brother Zhang. I understand now." Together, they intensified their assault against the black-robed foes. The battle reached a fever pitch. Although the officers fought valiantly, they were outnumbered, and the black-robed figures appeared to be specially trained, resulting in a stalemate. As he fought, Zhou Zheng scrutinized the battlefield, noting that while the black-robed individuals seemed to hold the upper hand, their movements revolved around a massive crate positioned in the center of the warehouse. A thought struck him. The treasure might very well be contained within that crate. Lin Yu had previously mentioned identifying their core objective to concentrate their efforts. It seemed that crate was the key. With newfound determination, Zhou Zheng seized an opportunity, breaking free from the black-robed leader's grasp and dashing towards the crate. The leader, witnessing this, shouted, "Stop him. Do not let him near the crate." Several black-robed figures quickly encircled Zhou Zheng, attempting to thwart his advance. Undeterred, he unleashed his full potential, engaging in a desperate struggle against the black-robed foes. His movements were a blur, each punch and kick delivered with precision, and for a moment, no one could withstand his onslaught. Just as he neared the crate, the black-robed leader launched a surprise attack from behind, thrusting a sword toward Zhou Zheng. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhou Zheng realized too late to evade. At that critical moment, Lin Yu appeared from nowhere, seizing a metal rod from the ground and striking the leader's hand with all her might. "Ah!" The leader cried out in agony, the sword clattering to the floor. Zhou Zheng cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu. "Thank you, Specialist Lin. Your timing was impeccable. Don't mention it. Hurry and secure the treasure." Lin Yu replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng approached the crate, discovering it adorned with intricate, mysterious symbols. Recalling the arrangement of symbols he had observed in the cave, he attempted to rotate them in the sequence etched into his memory. With a click, the crate creaked open. Zhou Zheng's heart raced with anticipation as he peered inside, only to find it utterly vacant. "How could this be? Where's the treasure?" Zhou Zheng exclaimed, astonished. The black-robed leader, observing Zhou Zheng's incredulity, could not help but burst into laughter. "Huh, did you truly believe the treasure would be here? You are woefully naive. This was merely a decoy, designed to ensnare you." Panic gripped Zhou Zheng as he realized he had fallen into their trap. At that moment, the warehouse doors slammed shut. An additional black-robed figures surged forth, encircling the officers. "You are surrounded. No one will escape alive today," the leader proclaimed triumphantly. Zhou Zheng met the leader's gaze with steely resolve. "Do not celebrate too soon. Do you think this will confine us? The police have amassed substantial evidence against you. Even if you kill us today, the law will not spare you." With a scoff, the leader replied, "Law? To us, it is but a scrap of paper. Once we acquire the treasure, the world will bend to our will." As the standoff continued, a deafening noise erupted from the warehouse ceiling. Everyone looked up to see a contingent of special police descending from above. Reinforcements had arrived. "Freeze! Drop your weapons!" The special police shouted authoritatively. The sudden appearance of the special police sent the black-robed figures into disarray. Flanked by the officers, their defenses crumbled, and they surrendered, dropping their weapons and raising their hands in defeat. Seeing the tide turn, the black-robed leader attempted to flee. However, Zhou Zheng was quick on his feet, lunging forward and tackling him to the ground. "You won't get away," Zhou Zheng declared with conviction. The leader struggled momentarily before succumbing to despair, collapsing in defeat. With the surrender of the black-robed individuals, the fierce battle finally concluded. Officers and special police began clearing the scene, escorting the captives away. Breathless, Zhou Zheng turned to the subdued leader and demanded, "Now, tell me, where is the treasure?" With a scoff, the leader refused to answer. Lin Yu stepped forward, fixing her gaze on him. "Do you think silence will safeguard your secrets? We have already gathered ample clues. Even if you refuse to speak, we will eventually uncover the treasure. However, if you cooperate now, you might receive leniency." After a moment of hesitation, the black-robed leader relented. "The treasure is beneath the clock tower in Harbor City. There is a secret passage leading to an underground chamber, and the treasure lies within." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng immediately organized a team to head to the clock tower. He understood that while they had captured the black-robed leader, they could not afford to relax until the treasure was reclaimed. By the time Zhou Zheng and his team arrived at the clock tower, dawn had begun to break. The morning sun bathed the ancient structure in a golden glow. They meticulously searched around the clock tower and finally discovered a hidden entrance concealed by foliage, marked by a massive stone slab etched with cryptic symbols. Following the leader's instructions, Zhou Zheng rotated several symbols, causing the stone slab to slowly part, revealing a dark passageway. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be danger ahead," Zhou Zheng cautioned as he led the way into the tunnel. The passage was dim and damp, filled with a pungent odor. They advanced cautiously when suddenly a distinct dripping sound echoed, as if drops of water were falling, resonating sharply in the silence of the tunnel. The sound was eerily unsettling. Prompting Shaoli to speak up, Zhou Zheng shot him a glare, admonishing him not to frighten himself and to remain vigilant. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a basement filled with an array of peculiar instruments and devices. At its center stood a pedestal upon which rested a box emanating a mysterious glow. "This must be the treasure," Zhou Zheng remarked. Just as they prepared to approach the box, hidden compartments in the walls suddenly revealed themselves, unleashing a barrage of deadly arrows. "Be careful," Zhou Zheng shouted, and the group swiftly took cover. Fortunately, the officers reacted promptly, and no one was harmed. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the compartments on the wall, stating, "This is undoubtedly a trap set by the mysterious organization. Let's be cautious and see if we can find a way to deactivate it." After a thorough search, Lin Yu discovered a button in a corner, inscribed with enigmatic symbols. Upon closer examination, she noted its resemblance to symbols they had deciphered earlier. "Let me give this a try," Lin Yu declared, pressing the button. Indeed, the compartments gradually closed, halting the onslaught of arrows. The group ascended the pedestal, and Zhou Zheng carefully lifted the box. At that moment, a blinding light erupted from the box, rendering them momentarily unable to see. Once the brilliance faded, Zhou Zheng beheld a shimmering crystal orb within the box, pulsing with what appeared to be a mysterious energy. Is this truly the artifact capable of controlling human hearts? It seems rather unremarkable, Shaoli mused. Zhou Zheng replied, regardless of its appearance, the fact that the mysterious organization spared no expense to acquire it indicates its formidable nature. We should take it back for expert analysis. Just then, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. It was a call from the police station. On the other end, he received good news. After interrogating the cloaked figures, they had gathered comprehensive information about the mysterious organization, including the identities of their mastermind and other members. The police were launching a widespread operation to apprehend them, and they believed they could soon eradicate the organization. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of joy at this news. Gazing at the artifact in his hand, he reflected, "At last, we have succeeded. The hardships endured along this journey were not in vain. Harbor City can finally return to tranquility." Lin Yu chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this is the result of our collective efforts." Accompanied by the officers and the treasure, Zhou Zheng returned triumphantly. Sunlight bathed them, as if celebrating their victory. The confrontation with the mysterious organization culminated in the police's success, and Zhou Zheng and his team would continue to safeguard Harbor City, ready to face new challenges. Chapter 7. Aftermath and new developments. The Harbor City police station buzzed with an atmosphere of festivity, resembling a celebratory gathering. Officers wore expressions of victory, patting each other on the back and engaging in lively conversations, reveling in the triumph of dismantling the mysterious organization and reclaiming the artifact. Zhou Zheng stood at the center of the office, observing his exuberant subordinates, a smile creeping onto his face, though a sense of unease lingered within him, sensing that the conclusion would not be as straightforward as it seemed. "Hey, Captain Zhou, we owe our success to your wise leadership. It enabled us to capture those villains." Shaoli, brimming with enthusiasm, bounded over to Zhou Zheng, admiration written all over his face. Zhou Zheng chuckled, ruffling Shaoli's hair. "Come now. This is not solely my achievement. Everyone contributed significantly. However, despite the majority of the mysterious organization's members being apprehended, we must remain vigilant. There may still be some lurking in the shadows." At that moment, Old Zhou approached, holding a stack of documents. "Captain Zhou, the interrogations of the mysterious organization members are nearly complete, and they have revealed a considerable amount of information. However, there is something rather peculiar. They keep emphasizing that this mysterious artifact is the key to unlocking a greater plan, but they are unclear on the specifics." Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, taking the documents and perusing them. "It appears there are deeper waters at play here. This so-called greater plan may be more perilous than we had anticipated." Lin Yu joined them, adjusting her glasses. From a criminal psychology perspective, such extremist organizations often harbor grand and delusional ambitions. Their relentless pursuit of the artifact suggests they intend to utilize it for a monumental purpose. We must swiftly ascertain what this greater plan entails to eliminate any potential threats. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Our immediate priority is to conduct a thorough investigation of this mysterious artifact to uncover its hidden secrets. Dr. Lin, I will need your assistance in reaching out to experts in the relevant fields." Lin Yu responded with confidence, "No problem. I know several leading experts in this domain, and I believe we'll have results soon." Before long, the mysterious artifact was entrusted to a research team comprised of top scientists. Zhou Zheng, Lin Yu, and the others waited anxiously at the police station for the findings. Just as impatience began to set in, Lin Yu's phone rang. It was the head of the research team. Upon answering, Lin Yu's expression grew grave. After hanging up, she turned to Zhou Zheng and the others, slowly stating, "The research has yielded results. This mysterious artifact, the crystal orb, indeed possesses an exceptionally unique energy that can affect the human brain. Under certain conditions, it may even enable mental control." A collective gasp escaped the group. Shaoli exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, if this falls into the wrong hands, wouldn't the entire population of Harbor City be at their mercy?" Zhou Zheng's demeanor became serious. It seems the mysterious organization's plans are even more terrifying than we imagined. They likely intend to use this artifact to control a large number of people for their nefarious objectives. We must identify the puppet master behind this and thwart the implementation of this greater plan without delay. At that moment, an officer tracking the financial movements of the mysterious organization brought forth a new lead. Captain, we've discovered a secret account belonging to the organization overseas, which has recently received a substantial influx of funds. The source of this money is shrouded in secrecy and is heavily encrypted, making it difficult to trace. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. It appears that the individual behind this account may very well be the mastermind. We must intensify our investigation and do everything possible to unveil the secrets of this account. Simultaneously, during a search of the residences of the mysterious organization's members, officers uncovered strange blueprints and fragments of documents. These blueprints appeared to be designs for a large-scale structure, though the specifics of the building remained ambiguous. The fragments of documents contained obscure writings, resembling either a prophecy or segments of a plan. Captain, do you think these items might be linked to their greater plan? Old Zhou inquired, presenting the blueprints and document fragments to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the materials, affirming it is highly probable. Submit these blueprints and fragments to the technical department for reconstruction. They may contain crucial information that could help unravel the entire mystery. Thanks to the efforts of the technical team, progress was made in reconstructing the blueprints and document fragments. It appeared that the designs depicted a large underground facility located in the outskirts of Harbor City, while the writings hinted at a day of purification, suggesting that a significant event was set to occur on that day. Day of purification? What could that possibly signify? Are they planning to execute some frenzied scheme using the artifact on that day? Shaoli scratched his head in confusion. Zhou Zheng asserted, regardless of its meaning, we cannot afford to remain idle. We must conduct a thorough search of the outskirts of Harbor City, focusing on locations that may be associated with this underground facility. The police swiftly mobilized, initiating a comprehensive search in the suburbs of Haigang City. After days of arduous investigation, they finally uncovered a suspicious location in a remote valley. There stood what appeared to be an ordinary factory, yet it was heavily guarded, and unusual noises emanated from its underground facilities. Upon receiving the intel, Zhou Zheng promptly led a team of officers and special police to the scene. They approached the factory stealthily, preparing for a raid. Just as they were poised to act, Zhou Zheng suddenly sensed an unsettling laxity in the factory's defenses, stirring an ominous premonition within him. Something is amiss. This is far too easy. They cannot be unaware of our discovery, and this likely constitutes a trap, Zhou Zheng whispered to his team. At that moment, an explosion erupted from within the factory, followed by billowing smoke. Zhou Zheng shouted, "This is bad. They intend to destroy the evidence. Charge in." The officers and special police surged into the factory like fierce tigers descending a mountain. Inside, chaos reigned as workers fled in panic, while members of the mysterious organization busied themselves with the destruction of various documents and equipment. Zhou Zheng quickly regained control of the situation, apprehending several members attempting to escape. Through interrogation, they learned that this factory was indeed a crucial stronghold of the mysterious organization, with the underground facility serving as a key site for their Purification Day plan. What exactly is the Purification Day plan? Speak quickly, Zhou Zheng demanded sternly. A trembling member of the organization stammered, I do not know the specifics. I only heard that they intend to use the power of a treasure on that day to purify the entire population of Haigang City, transforming everyone into thoughtless puppets, thereby establishing their envisioned new world. Zhou Zheng was taken aback, horrified. What madness! If this plan is executed, Haigang City will plunge into irretrievable ruin. Just then, news arrived at the police station that, through relentless efforts, they had finally traced the mastermind behind the mysterious offshore account, a tycoon hidden within the business world, named Wang Yaozhu. This individual, outwardly a successful entrepreneur with widespread influence in Haigang City and beyond, was, in fact, clandestinely orchestrating the mysterious organization and scheming this series of conspiracies. Zhou Zheng immediately ordered the apprehension of Wang Yaozhu. However, when the police arrived at his residence, they discovered he had vanished without a trace. He surely sensed the danger and fled ahead of time, Zhou Zheng fumed. Yet, he did not succumb to despair, for he understood that Wang Yaozhu was the key to unraveling the entire mystery. He must be found swiftly. Consequently, the police launched an urgent manhunt for Wang Yaozhu while reinforcing security measures throughout Haigang City to prevent any disruption from the remnants of the mysterious organization. During their pursuit, they discovered that he seemed to be fleeing towards the border. Zhou Zheng led a team of elite officers in relentless pursuit. Along the way, they overcame numerous obstacles and, at last, located Wang Yaozhu in a small town near the border. At that moment, Wang Yaozhu, already like a frightened bird, had disguised himself in an attempt to blend in with the crowd and slip away unnoticed. Little did he expect that Zhou Zheng and his team, akin to keen-scented hounds, would closely trail him. Zhou Zheng surrounded the inn where Wang Yaozhu was hiding. Entering the establishment, he found Wang Yaozhu in one of the rooms. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng, a flicker of despair crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Captain Zhou, you truly are persistent. However, do you think capturing me will thwart the Purification Day plan? Zhou Zheng glared at him, stating, Wang Yaozhu, you have nowhere left to run. No matter how insane your plan may be, it shall not succeed. Now, surrender and divulge your entire scheme. Wang Yaozhu scoffed, Humph, you police officers will never comprehend our ideals. The Purification Day plan aims to improve this world. Only we can lead humanity towards true enlightenment. Zhou Zheng dismissed his rhetoric, retorting, do not attempt to justify your crimes. Your so-called ideal merely serves your own ambition. How many innocent lives have you sacrificed to realize this deranged plan? Are you not afraid of retribution? Wang Yaozhu fell silent for a moment, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, he sighed and said, very well, I can share with you. The Purification Day is scheduled for the night of the full moon in a week. They will activate the treasure in that underground facility, using a special device to disseminate its energy throughout Haigang City. At that time, everyone will be controlled, becoming our puppets. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng's heart tightened. You had best not be lying. If we discover that you have concealed anything further, you know the consequences. Wang Yaozhu nodded helplessly, I have nothing left to hide. I know I cannot escape, and I only hope you understand that I do this not for myself. Zhou Zheng disregarded his excuses, promptly notifying the police station and organizing personnel to conduct a thorough inspection of the underground facility, seeking a way to thwart the Purification Day plan. Upon returning to the station, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu began formulating a detailed countermeasure. They were acutely aware that time was of the essence. They had to find a method to counteract the treasure's controlling energy within a week to halt the organization's mad scheme. Lin Yu suggested, since the treasure influences the human brain through special energy, we could approach this from the angle of disrupting that energy transmission. I know an expert in electromagnetism who may be able to assist us. Zhou Zheng nodded. Good, contact him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, we must enhance surveillance throughout Haigang City to prevent any sabotage by the remnants of the mysterious organization. In the ensuing days, the police and experts worked tirelessly against the clock. The electromagnetism expert, Professor Chun, proposed a bold concept: to utilize a specialized electromagnetic interference device to disrupt the energy transmission of the treasure when it was activated, thereby preventing control over the human brain. This method was theoretically feasible, yet constructing such a device in a short time frame posed significant challenges. The expert furrowed his brow and remarked, the difficulty is substantial. Zhou Zheng resolutely replied, regardless of the challenges, we must make the attempt. The safety of millions in Haigang City hangs in the balance. We cannot afford to give up. Thus, experts and technicians labored day and night to create the electromagnetic interference device, while the police intensified patrols across Haigang City to ensure its security. As Purification Day approached, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the city. Zhou Zheng and his team faced immense pressure, dedicating themselves entirely to thwarting the implementation of the plan. They understood that this was a race against time, a decisive battle to uphold justice and peace. Would they succeed in halting the organization's reckless scheme and restore tranquility to Haigang City? All awaited the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 8. The Dawn Battle. With only 3 days remaining until the Purification Day, the air in Haigang City seemed suffused with tension, stifling the breath of its inhabitants. The police station blazed with light, resembling a lighthouse that would never extinguish, while Zhou Zheng and his team labored tirelessly, akin to weary sailors navigating a vast ocean of cases. Professor Chun, the electromagnetism expert, and a cadre of technicians busily operated in a makeshift laboratory. Various instruments flickered with eerie luminescence, emitting a low hum as if performing a thrilling symphony of technology. Professor Chen's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes fixed on the fluctuating data on his computer screen, muttering incessantly, time is of the essence, time is of the essence. Zhou Zheng entered the laboratory, observing the bustling scene with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He patted Professor Chun on the shoulder and inquired, Professor Chun, how is the progress? We have little time left. Professor Chun lifted his head, adjusted his heavy glasses, and revealed a faint smile tinged with fatigue. Captain Zhou, we have done our utmost. Although we have grasped the principles of this electromagnetic interference device, miniaturizing it while ensuring it can generate sufficient interference energy in a short time remains quite challenging. However, rest assured, we will exert every effort to meet the deadline. Zhou Zheng gazed into Professor Chen's determined eyes, warmth flooding his heart. Thank you for your hard work. Professor Chen, the safety of Haigang City depends on you. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. The police department will provide full support. Upon leaving the laboratory, Zhou Zheng hurried to the command center. Old Zhang and Xiao Li were intently watching the large screen displaying surveillance footage from key locations throughout Haigang City. What is the situation? Zhou Zheng inquired. Old Zhang pointed to the screen and replied, Currently, we have not detected any unusual movements from the remnants of the mysterious organization. But we dare not let our guard down. We are monitoring continuously, 24 hours a day. Xiao Li added, Captain, do you think this mysterious organization might be aware that we have uncovered their plans and act preemptively? Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. That is a possibility. Therefore, we must strengthen our patrols, especially around the underground facility in the suburbs. Should we detect any signs of activity, report immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was conducting a second interrogation of the captured members of the mysterious organization, striving to extract more useful information. I will ask you once more about the Day of Purification plan. Apart from activating the treasure and spreading energy, what other critical aspects are involved? You would do well to be honest and seek leniency, Lin Yu stated sternly. One member of the organization hesitated before saying, I only know they have prepared a special signal transmitter to guide the treasure's energy to accurately cover the entire Haigang City. I truly do not know its exact location. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. A signal transmitter? This is an important lead. Think carefully. Have you heard any information regarding this transmitter, such as its appearance or possible placement? After further questioning, the member finally provided some vague clues, recalling that the signal transmitter might be located atop the tallest building in Haigang City, the Pearl Tower. Lin Yu promptly relayed this information to Zhou Zheng. Upon hearing it, Zhou Zheng remarked, It appears we must investigate the Pearl Tower. If this signal transmitter truly exists, we must dismantle it before the Day of Purification. Zhou Zheng, accompanied by a team of officers, swiftly proceeded to the Pearl Tower. Upon learning of the situation, the manager of the tower's security department immediately cooperated with the police to initiate a search. However, with the building soaring hundreds of stories high, locating a small signal transmitter within such an expansive area proved to be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Search meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. Zhou Zheng instructed as he and the officers inspected each floor. Just as despair began to settle in, Xiao Li discovered a peculiar device in a hidden corner of the building. The device was black, flickering with a faint blue light, exuding an air of advanced technology. Captain, could this be the signal transmitter? Xiao Li exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Zheng approached, examined it closely, and declared, It is highly likely. Let's not act hastily. Call the technicians over to take a look. When the technicians arrived, they conducted tests and confirmed that the device was indeed the signal transmitter prepared by the mysterious organization. Zhou Zheng gazed at the small device, silently relieved. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. If it had activated on the Day of Purification, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Professor Chen. Captain Zhou, bad news. The electromagnetic interference device has malfunctioned during testing. The energy output is unstable and may not be completed on time, Professor Chen said anxiously. Zhou Zheng's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. Professor Chen, do not panic. Have you identified the cause of the malfunction? Professor Chen replied, Preliminary assessments indicate a key component has malfunctioned, but we do not have a spare here. And such components are difficult to procure in the market. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and said, Professor Chen, please provide me with the specific details of this component. I will find a way to procure it. After hanging up, Zhou Zheng immediately contacted all electronic equipment suppliers in Haigang City and enlisted the help of the officers in the search. However, the responses were uniformly negative regarding the availability of this special component. What are we to do? Is all our effort to be in vain? Xiao Li said anxiously. Just as everyone was at a loss, Old Zhang suddenly recalled something. Captain, I remember an electronics repair shop owner who specializes in various peculiar components. He might have what we need. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Quickly, take us there. The group followed Old Zhang to an electronics repair shop located in the old town. The shop owner was an elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, engrossed in examining an old radio. Old Chen, do you have this component? Old Zhang asked, presenting the paper with the component information to the shop owner. The shop owner took the paper, squinted at it, and said, This component is quite rare, but I believe I actually have one. A previous customer left it. He mentioned it was for some imported equipment and has never been used. Zhou Zheng was overjoyed upon hearing this. Sir, this component is crucial for us. Could you sell it to us? The shop owner glanced at Zhou Zheng and the others, asking, What do you need this component for? It wouldn't be for anything illicit, would it? Old Zhang quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Old Chen. They are all police officers. And this component is vital for the safety of everyone in Haiying City. Hearing this, the shop owner, after observing Zhou Zheng's serious demeanor, said, if that is the case, take it. No charge. I hope it helps you. Zhou Zheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. You have been a tremendous help. With the crucial component in hand, Zhou Zheng and his team rushed back to the laboratory. Professor Chun and the technicians swiftly installed the component and conducted another test. Success. The energy output is stable. Professor Chen exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Zheng, watching the electromagnetic interference device operating steadily, felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. Excellent. Now we are poised to thwart the plans of the mysterious organization. As time passed, the day of purification finally arrived. That night, the sky over Haiying City was exceptionally clear, with a full moon casting its cold glow. Zhou Zheng led the officers and technicians to the vicinity of the underground facility in the suburbs, where they set up the electromagnetic interference device and deployed a substantial police presence to prevent any sabotage from the remnants of the mysterious organization. As midnight approached, a strange radiance emanated from the underground facility, signaling the imminent activation of the mysterious treasure. Prepare to activate the electromagnetic interference device, Zhou Zheng commanded. The technicians swiftly pressed the button, and the device began emitting a powerful electromagnetic signal directed at the underground facility. Simultaneously, the remnants of the mysterious organization seemed to sense the police's actions and surged forth from all directions, attempting to halt the operation of the electromagnetic interference device. Comrades, we cannot let them succeed. Hold the line, Zhou Zheng shouted, leading the officers into a fierce battle with the remnants of the mysterious organization. In the chaotic clamor of gunfire and shouts, Zhou Zheng fought valiantly against the enemy. His gaze was resolute, as if ignited by a flame, an embodiment of his commitment to justice and his fury against evil. Under the police's tenacious resistance, the remnants of the mysterious organization gradually began to falter. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic interference device successfully disrupted the energy transmission of the mysterious treasure, preventing it from exerting control over the residents of Haiying City. Their plans have failed, Little Li exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the underground facility, revealing that the mysterious organization had activated a self-destruct mechanism. Zhou Zheng gazed at the blazing underground establishment, a myriad of emotions surging within him. It has finally come to an end. With the collapse of the mysterious organization and the failure of the day of purification plan, Harbor City has finally welcomed the dawn of a new era. The following day, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the faces of every citizen, as if dispelling the shadows that had lingered over the city. Zhou Zheng stood by the window of the police station, observing the bustling crowd on the street, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Lin Yu approached with a smile, saying, Captain Zhou, thanks to everyone's collaborative efforts, we have successfully safeguarded Harbor City. Zhou Zheng nodded. Indeed, it is the strength of our team. However, we must not let our guard down. Crime will never vanish entirely, and we must always be prepared to face new challenges. Little Li and Old Zhang joined them, smiling. Don't worry, Captain. We are always on standby to protect the peace of Star City. In this morning filled with hope, Zhou Zheng and his team delved into their new tasks, embodying the guardians of the city, silently protecting every corner of Harbor City, ensuring that the light of justice continues to shine upon this land. Chapter 9. The underlying turmoil of calm after the upheaval of the day of purification. Harbor City seemed to awaken from a nightmare, regaining its former vitality and vigor. The streets bustled with traffic, pedestrians moved about cheerfully, the malls resonated with lively background music, and children laughed and played in the parks. Everything appeared harmonious and beautiful, as if the previous gloom had never existed. In the police station, however, Zhou Zheng was not deceived by this surface tranquility. Sitting at his desk, he furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of concern evident in his gaze. Although the mysterious organization had been dismantled, he sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Much like the calm before a storm, the surface may seem serene, yet turbulent currents lurk beneath. Captain Zhou, are you still pondering over the previous case? Little Li entered, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. It's been a while, and the mysterious organization has been eradicated. We should take a moment to relax. Zhou Zheng accepted the coffee, taking a gentle sip as he replied, Little Li, you are still too young. For such an extensive and deeply orchestrated criminal organization, there may still be hidden branches or remnants. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must remain vigilant. Old Zhang also entered, chuckling. Old Zhou, your vigilance is commendable, but don't strain yourself too tightly. Everyone has been exhausted these past few days. A little rest might just inspire new ideas. Zhou Zheng looked at Old Zhou, smiling helplessly. Old Zhou, I know your intentions are good. But consider this. The mysterious organization has spent so long preparing for the so-called day of purification, involving so many people. There must be many aspects we have yet to uncover. Just then, Lin Yu hurried in, holding a document, her expression serious. Captain Zhou, I've just received a report, and something seems amiss. Zhou Zheng immediately sat up straight, asking, what is it? Lin Yu placed the document on the desk, stating, while conducting an in-depth analysis of some residual materials from the mysterious organization. We discovered some strange codes and symbols that differ from those found at the crime scene and on the mysterious artifacts. Preliminary research by the technical department suggests that these codes point to an abandoned mining area on the outskirts of Harbor City. Zhou Zheng picked up the document, scrutinizing it carefully. An abandoned mining area? Could there be secrets there that we have yet to uncover? Let us go investigate. Thus, Zhou Zheng, Lin Yu, Little Li, and Old Zhou, along with a team of officers, set off towards the abandoned mining area on the outskirts of Harbor City. As they journeyed, Zhou Zheng gazed out the window at the rushing scenery, pondering, what sort of place is this, and what connection does it have to the mysterious organization? Upon arriving at the abandoned mining site, the scene before them took their breath away. The area was eerily silent, with abandoned mine shafts resembling gaping black maws, as if ready to devour everything. Rusty mining equipment lay strewn about, reflecting an eerie light under the sun. This place looks ominous and quite frightening, Little Li remarked. Zhou Zheng shot him a glare. Don't scare yourself. Stay alert and observe the surroundings. The officers cautiously entered the mine, searching for any suspicious signs. Suddenly, Old Zhou discovered fresh footprints and tire tracks at the entrance of a mine shaft. Captain, look at these footprints and tire tracks. They don't seem old. Could someone have been here recently? Old Zhou inquired. Zhou Zheng crouched down to examine the tracks closely, stating, indeed, these traces are quite fresh. It appears we've come to the right place. There's definitely something amiss. Everyone, stay vigilant and prepare to enter the mine. Proceeding slowly through the dark, damp mine. A pungent odor enveloped them. Old oil lamps hung on the walls, emitting weak light, barely illuminating a small area before them. As they walked, they began to hear the faint sound of machinery operating. Zhou Zheng signaled for silence, then stealthily approached the source of the sound. Deep within the mine, they stumbled upon a concealed chamber. Inside, advanced computer equipment and peculiar instruments were arranged, and a group of individuals clad in white lab coats busily operated the devices. Who are these people? What are they doing? Little Li whispered. Before Zhou Zheng could respond, a voice echoed. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Turning towards the sound, they saw a masked figure slowly emerge from the shadows. His voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a messenger from hell. Who are you? What is this place? Zhou Zheng demanded. The masked figure responded with a cold laugh. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you should not be here. This is our experimental base, and you are about to become the subjects of our experiments. With that, he waved his hand, and those in white lab coats immediately drew weapons and charged at the officers. Fight back, Zhou Zheng shouted, leading the officers into a fierce confrontation. The mine was soon filled with the sounds of battle as Zhou Zheng faced off against the masked figure. What is your scheme? We have dismantled the mysterious organization. What more do you seek? Zhou Zheng demanded angrily. The masked figure remained unperturbed, replying, the mysterious organization? That was merely a facade. Our plans are far grander than you can imagine. Do you think that by thwarting the day of purification, you've triumphed? How navi? Zhou Zheng's heart sank as he asked, what do you mean? What are your plans? The masked figure did not answer, but instead produced a remote control and pressed a button. Suddenly, hidden compartments in the mine walls opened, releasing a swarm of mechanical spiders. These enormous mechanical spiders, with razor-sharp legs, lunged towards the officers. What are those things? Little Li exclaimed in shock. Everyone, be cautious. These mechanical spiders are formidable. We need to find a way to deal with them, Zhou Zheng instructed. As the officers dodged the attacks of the mechanical spiders, they searched for weaknesses. Zhou Zheng noticed that the spiders' abdomens appeared to be their vulnerable spot. Aim for their abdomens, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the officers began firing at the spiders' vulnerable areas. After an intense battle, they successfully eliminated all the mechanical spiders. The masked figure, witnessing the destruction of his mechanical minions, displayed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect you to possess such capabilities. However, this was merely an appetizer. With that, he turned and fled deeper into the chamber. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhou Zheng immediately pursued the matter further. Deep within the room, they stumbled upon a colossal glass container, housing a luminous blue liquid. Suspended within this enigmatic fluid was an odd object, reminiscent of a biological embryo. What on earth is this? Zhou Zheng inquired, astonished. The masked figure, standing before the glass vessel, declared, "This is our ultimate weapon, the source of evolution. It harbors immense energy, and once activated, it will bestow humanity with capabilities beyond imagination. Yet, only we possess the ability to harness this power. We shall reign as the masters of a new world." Zhou Zheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are nothing short of madman. Should this power spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable." The masked figure scoffed, "Consequences? We are indifferent to them. To realize our vision, any cost is justified." At that moment, Lin Yu discovered some documents nearby, detailing information about the source of evolution. She swiftly perused them and remarked, "Captain Zhou, this source of evolution is still in the experimental phase and lacks stability. Activating it now could not only trigger an explosion, but also wreak havoc upon the entire port city." Zhou Zheng turned to the masked figure, asserting gravely, "Did you hear that? You are toying with the lives of the entire port city. It is not too late to abandon this endeavor." The masked figure remained unmoved, declaring, "It is too late. Everything is already in place. You cannot stop us." With that, he pressed a button on the remote, causing the glass container to tremble violently, signaling the imminent activation of the source of evolution. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Zhou Zheng rushed toward the masked figure. The two engaged in a fierce struggle as Zhou Zheng attempted to seize the remote. After a tumultuous scuffle, he finally subdued the masked figure and snatched the remote. He promptly pressed the stop button, and the container's agitation gradually ceased. "Phew, that was a close call," Zhou Zheng sighed in relief. At that moment, the masked figure's mask was inadvertently torn off, revealing a familiar face, Dr. Liu, a member previously believed to be deceased within the mysterious organization. "Dr. Liu, it's you," Zhou Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. Dr. Liu gazed at Zhou Zheng and smiled wryly. "Indeed, it's me. I faked my death to conceal my identity and continue our plan. Alas, I have been discovered." Zhou Zheng glared at Dr. Liu, his voice laced with anger. "Why would you do this? Do you not realize you nearly obliterated the entire port city?" Dr. Liu sighed and explained, "I originally sought humanity's advancement, hoping the source of evolution would enable true evolution. However, I discovered this world is rife with greed and selfishness. Only by wielding this power can we forge an ideal world." Zhou Zheng shook his head. "That is a fallacy. Your so-called ideal world is built upon the suffering of countless individuals. True progress requires collective development, not the tyranny of a select few." Dr. Liu fell silent, seemingly contemplating Zhou Zheng's words. At that moment, Old Zhou approached, saying, "Captain Zhou, the situation here is under control. What should we do with these individuals?" Zhou Zheng surveyed Dr. Liu and the others clad in white lab coats, stating, "Take them all back to the precinct for legal accountability." The officers escorted Dr. Liu and the others out of the cavern. Zhou Zheng reflected on this once conspiratorial place, feeling a wave of emotion. This discovery had made him realize that the roots of crime often lie hidden within the depths of human desire. As a police officer, he bore the weighty responsibility of upholding justice and safeguarding the city, a task that was both noble and arduous. Upon returning to the precinct, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu, alongside their colleagues, conducted a thorough investigation into the source of evolution. They discerned that while this so-called source contained tremendous energy, its instability could lead to catastrophic consequences if mishandled. "Captain, we cannot allow this source of evolution to persist. We must devise a method to destroy it," Lin Yu urged. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. "I concur. However, this entity is too perilous. We must find a secure location and enlist the expertise of professionals." Consequently, Zhou Zheng reached out to relevant research institutions and experts. After considerable discussion and preparation, they resolved to relocate the source of evolution to a remote desert area, where a specialized research team would undertake its destruction. During the transfer, the police maintained heightened vigilance to ensure the source's security. After days of arduous travel, they successfully delivered the source to the designated site. Once the research team was adequately prepared, they commenced the destruction of the source of evolution. With a resounding explosion, the source was annihilated in the desert, transforming into a brilliant flash of light that vanished into the horizon. Zhou Zheng observed the radiant glow. Feeling a tremendous weight lift from his heart, he understood that the crisis had been averted. However, the tranquility of Port City was short-lived. One day, Zhou Zheng received a mysterious phone call. A deep voice resonated on the other end. "Captain Zhou, do you believe everything is over? This is merely the beginning. We shall return." Before Zhou Zheng could respond, the call abruptly ended. He stared at the phone in his hand, his brow furrowing once more. He recognized that new challenges were on the horizon, yet he felt no fear, for he was the guardian of Port City. With his intelligence and courage, he would safeguard the peace of this city. In this realm filled with the unknown, Zhou Zheng and his team stood resolute, akin to brave warriors, prepared to navigate the ongoing battle between justice and evil, never retreating. And under their watchful protection, Port City would welcome dawn after dawn anew. Chapter 10. The storm reawakens. Zhou Zheng clutched the phone that still echoed with the remnants of the mysterious caller's voice, as if it were a bomb ready to detonate. He fixed his gaze upon the screen, attempting to penetrate the thoughts of the shadowy figure on the other end, muttering, "Humph, who do you think you're scaring? No matter who you are, should you dare to disrupt Port City, I shall ensure you find no way back." Little, noticing Zhou Zheng's troubled expression, leaned in and inquired, "Captain, what's wrong? Whose call has you so incensed that your face is turning the color of liver?" Zhou Zheng tossed the phone onto the desk, replying curtly, "A mysterious call. The other party made threats, claiming this is only the beginning and that they will return." Old Zhou approached, patting Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. "Old Zhou, don't let it get to you. These rascals thrive on theatrics. We stand firm in our integrity. When soldiers come, we shall counter. When water rises, we shall build dikes." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Captain Zhou. From a criminal psychology standpoint, their decision to call us out shows their own unease. They are attempting to unsettle us." Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply. "You are both right. I must not allow them to influence me. I need to remain composed. Let us trace the origin of this call and see if we can uncover any clues." Thus, the police sprang into action, with the technical department commencing their pursuit of the mysterious call. However, after considerable effort, they found that the call had been made using complex network encryption, making it exceedingly difficult to trace its source. "Captain, it's evident that they came prepared. The phone lines are layered with encryption, like an onion, peeling away layers yet failing to reveal the core," the technician lamented. Frowning, Zhou Zheng contemplated before stating, "Since we cannot trace this line, let us explore other avenues. We should review previous cases to uncover any threads linking to this mysterious force." The team gathered in the conference room, poring over the walls adorned with case files, endeavoring to unearth new connections amid the intricate web of clues. Suddenly, Shaoli pointed to a photograph and exclaimed, "Captain, look. The person in this photo resembles the researcher we captured earlier in the abandoned mine." Zhou Zheng leaned in closer for a better look. The photograph depicted an early event of a mysterious organization, with a hazy figure standing in the corner. Although the face was not clearly visible, the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that researcher. "Shaoli, your eyes are quite sharp. Bring that researcher here immediately. I wish to interrogate him personally," Zhou Zheng commanded. Before long, the researcher was brought into the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng scrutinized him with piercing eyes and inquired, "Do you recognize the person in this photo?" He handed the photograph to the researcher. The researcher glanced at the photo, his expression subtly shifting, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "I do not know him." "How could I?" Zhou Zheng scoffed. "You would do well to speak truthfully, lest I be compelled to take more drastic measures. We have already gathered substantial leads. If you cooperate, you may receive a lighter sentence." The researcher hesitated momentarily, then sighed and confessed, "All right, I admit I know him. He is a high-ranking member of our organization, but I do not know his specific name. Everyone calls him Shadow." "Shadow?" Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow. "Where is this Shadow now? Furthermore, how many hidden forces does your organization possess?" The researcher shook his head helplessly. "I truly do not know where he is. The organization is quite complex, and individuals like me at the lower levels have no access to core information. I only know that aside from those bases you destroyed, there are undoubtedly other secret strongholds." Zhou Zheng continued to press for details, but the researcher had limited knowledge. After the interrogation, Zhou Zheng returned to his office to discuss the next steps with Lin Yu, Lao Zhang, and others. "This Shadow is likely a key figure in the newly emerged mysterious force. We must devise a means to locate him," Zhou Zheng asserted. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Based on previous interrogations, this organization operates with extreme secrecy. To find Shadow, we might start by tracing their financial flows. Any organization relies on money. If we can uncover the sources and destinations of their funds, we might be able to follow the trail to him. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up indeed. "Lao Zhang, you are responsible for contacting the Financial Investigation Department to see if any unusual financial transactions related to previous cases can be uncovered. Shaoli, you will investigate the communication records of the former members of the mysterious organization for any leads related to Shadow. Lin Yu and I will review the case files to ensure we have not overlooked anything." Everyone set to their tasks, diving into the intense investigation. Lao Zhang was overwhelmed with colleagues from the Financial Investigation Department, poring over a plethora of financial statements and transaction records. his eyes nearly crossing from fatigue. These individuals transfer funds like performing magic tricks. One moment they are domestic, the next they vanish abroad. They are truly cunning, Lao Zheng complained while rubbing his eyes. Meanwhile, Shaoli was grappling with an overwhelming volume of communication records, feeling exasperated. With so many records, when will I find any useful information? Yet, he grit his teeth and continued to sift through them one by one. In the conference room, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu meticulously analyzed the previous case files. Suddenly, Lin Yu pointed to a document and exclaimed, "Captain Zhou, look here. In the documents found at the abandoned mine, there are some peculiar coordinates. At the time, we thought they were related to the experiments in the mine, but now it seems they could indicate the locations of other secret bases." Zhou Zheng leaned in closer and remarked, "That is a possibility. Let us have the technical department investigate the locations corresponding to these coordinates." The technical department promptly provided answers. The coordinates pointed to several remote towns surrounding Haiding City. Zhou Zheng examined the marked locations on the map and declared, "It appears we must pay these places a visit." Thus, Zhou Zheng led a team of officers to one of the towns. The town seemed ordinary, with few pedestrians, mostly elderly people and children. Zhou Zheng and his officers dispersed to inquire about any unusual individuals or events. Zhou Zheng entered a general store and asked the proprietor, "Sir, have there been any strange people or notable occurrences in town recently?" The shopkeeper scratched his head, contemplating before responding, "I haven't noticed any strange individuals. But a few days ago, a large black vehicle drove into the abandoned factory behind the town, and we haven't seen it since." Zhou Zheng's interest piqued. He inquired, "That abandoned factory? Where exactly is it located?" The shopkeeper pointed out the direction, and Zhou Zheng immediately led his officers toward the factory. Upon reaching the factory's exterior, they found the gates tightly shut, the surroundings eerily silent. "Everyone, be cautious. This place feels off," Zhou Zheng whispered. The officers stealthily approached the factory and climbed over the surrounding wall. Inside, a musty odor pervaded the air, with rusted machinery indicating it had long been abandoned. As they searched the factory, they suddenly heard faint voices. Zhou Zheng signaled for silence and crept towards the source of the sound. In a warehouse, they discovered several individuals clad in black, busily transporting boxes. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Zheng noted that the insignia on the boxes bore a resemblance to that of the mysterious organization. "It seems we have found the right place," Zhou Zheng murmured. Just then, one of the black-clad individuals seemed to sense their presence and shouted, "Who goes there?" Realizing they had been compromised, Zhou Zheng shouted, "Police! Do not move." Upon hearing it was the police, the individuals in black panicked. Some attempted to flee, while others armed themselves for a confrontation. Zhou Zheng and his officers swiftly sprang into action, quickly subduing the black-clad individuals. Zhou Zheng confronted the subdued individuals, asking, "What are you doing here? What is in these boxes?" Initially, the black-clad individuals remained defiant, refusing to answer. Zhou Zheng sternly warned, "You would do well to cooperate. I need not elaborate on the consequences of resistance." One of the black-clad individuals, now frightened, admitted, We are responsible for receiving supplies here. These boxes contain experimental equipment and documents." Zhou Zheng opened one of the boxes, revealing an array of precise experimental instruments and documents. As he perused the files, he discovered they contained information regarding the mysterious organization's next plans, with repeated mentions of Shadow, seemingly awaiting his next directive. "Where is this Shadow?" Zhou Zheng inquired. The black-clad individual shook his head. "We truly do not know. We only follow orders from above to facilitate the transfer of supplies here." Understanding that further questioning would yield no additional information, Zhou Zheng arranged for the officers to escort the black-clad individuals back to the precinct, taking the experimental equipment and documents along. Upon returning to the precinct, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu immediately began to analyze the documents. They discovered that the mysterious organization appeared to be orchestrating a more extensive conspiracy, one that was connected to a significant international event soon to be held in Haiding City. "Captain Zhou, look at these documents. They seem to intend to create chaos during the international event using some means, thereby achieving their nefarious goals," Lin Yu remarked. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow. "It seems they wish to execute a grand scheme to tarnish Haiding City's reputation. We must act swiftly to thwart their plans." At that moment, Lao Zhang also reported back with news. Through financial investigations, they had uncovered a substantial sum of money flowing toward an office building in the city center. Zhou Zheng immediately led a team to the office building. Upon investigation, they discovered that one of the floors was leased by a shell company, which was likely connected to Shadow. Zhou Zheng and his officers swiftly sealed off that floor and prepared to launch an assault. As they burst into the office, the occupants appeared to be ready for them, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the police. These individuals possess quite a remarkable resilience. It appears that the shadow is among them. As Zhou Zheng evaded bullets, he exclaimed. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, the police finally subdued the occupants within. However, they failed to locate the shadow. Damn it, he escaped again. Zhou Zheng fumed. Nevertheless, they uncovered significant clues within the office, including photographs of the shadow and communication records. Through these records, they discovered that the shadow was in contact with a mysterious foreign organization, seemingly seeking their support. It seems that the influence of this shadow is far greater than we had imagined. Colluding with foreign entities, Lin Yu remarked. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the blurred visage of the shadow in the photographs and declared, regardless of the power behind him, we shall unearth his identity. Though he may have fled this time, we have acquired more leads. He cannot evade us forever. Just then, Shaoli rushed in excitedly. Captain, I have discovered a crucial lead in the communication records. The shadow plans to hold an important meeting in 3 days at a secret location in Haiging City, attended by the higher echelons of their organization. Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize it and apprehend them all. Thus, Zhou Zheng and his team commenced the meticulous formulation of an arrest plan. Aware that this would be a formidable confrontation, they resolved to give their all for the tranquility of Haiging City and to thwart the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization. In the ensuing 3 days, the police undertook comprehensive surveillance of the Shadow's hideout, familiarizing themselves with the terrain and security measures. Concurrently, they devised a meticulous operational strategy to ensure the utmost precision. On the day of the operation, the night enveloped Haiging City. Zhou Zheng led a team of elite officers, stealthily approaching the Shadow's clandestine lair. This hideout, situated in an abandoned dock warehouse, was heavily guarded, with numerous dark-clad figures patrolling the area. Zhou Zheng surveyed the location and whispered to his team, everyone, stay alert and adhere to the plan. We must not raise any alarms. The officers nodded in agreement before splitting into smaller groups, quietly encircling the hideout from various angles. As they neared the target, Zhou Zheng issued the command, and the officers surged forth like tigers descending a mountain. Gunfire and shouts intertwined in a cacophony. The police's sudden onslaught caught the dark-clad guards off guard. Despite their resistance, they gradually fell to the police's fierce assault. Zhou Zheng led his team towards the core of the hideout, determined to capture the shadow and dismantle the command center of the mysterious organization. Within the core area, they finally located the shadow. Upon seeing the police burst in, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by composure. Captain Zhou, you truly are a tenacious adversary. But do you believe capturing me will thwart our plans? The shadow scoffed. Zhou Zheng glared at him. Do not feign resistance any longer. Your plans have utterly failed. This is your end. With that, Zhou Zheng and the officers surged forward, apprehending the shadow. Following an intense interrogation, the shadow divulged their entire scheme. It turned out they intended to unleash a novel virus during an international event, utilizing Haiging City's network systems to incite chaos throughout the city, thereby achieving their goal of seizing control. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. You are utterly deranged. Fortunately, we apprehended you in time. Your conspiracy shall not succeed. With the capture of the shadow, the mysterious organization's plot was completely thwarted. Haiging City returned to tranquility, and Zhou Zheng and his team once again emerged as the heroes of the city. At the celebratory gathering, Zhou Zheng gazed at his beaming team members, overwhelmed with emotion. He understood that as a police officer, safeguarding the city's peace was his duty. As long as crime persisted, he and his team would continue to fight, unwavering in their resolve. Under their vigilant protection, Haiging City would continue to radiate its resplendent charm. Chapter 11. Undercurrents arise after weathering this tumult. Haiging City seemed to revert to its former splendor and bustle, as if nothing had transpired. On the streets, people resumed their busy lives, shopping malls remained teeming with visitors, and the laughter of children echoed throughout the parks. Yet, Zhou Zheng and his team at the police station maintained their vigilance, acutely aware that crime lurked like a specter in the shadows, ready to resurface at any moment. Hey, do you think that now we've captured the shadow and his gang, things might calm down for a while? Shaoli inquired, sorting through case files with a hint of optimism. Old Zhang approached, gently rapping Shaoli on the head. You young fool, don't be so naive. As the old saying goes, press down one gourd, and another pops up. Crime does not simply vanish so easily. We must remain ever vigilant. Zhou Zheng sat at his desk, studying the map of Haiging City adorned with markers of previous case locations, interjecting, Old Zhang is right. Although this matter has been resolved, I have an unsettling premonition that greater forces may be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Lin Yu entered, clutching a stack of documents, and stated, Captain Zhou, Your premonition is not unfounded. While analyzing the Shadow's interrogation records and related files, I stumbled upon some peculiar clues. Zhou Zheng's interest piqued. He rose and asked, "What clues? Do share." Lin Yu placed the documents on the table, pointing to a specific page. "Look here." Though the Shadow divulged their plans during interrogation, certain aspects remain vague. He mentioned a voice behind the curtain, which has been covertly directing their actions, yet he himself is unaware of the identity of this voice's owner. Shaoli leaned in, curiosity brimming. A voice behind the curtain? That sounds like a mysterious villain from the movies. Could there be a figure more formidable than the Shadow manipulating events? Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow. Contemplating for a moment before responding, it is highly probable. Moreover, the tone of the Shadow's voice suggested a sense of awe and fear towards this voice behind the curtain, indicating that this enigmatic figure wields considerable power and influence. Lin Yu continued. Additionally, we discovered encrypted information in the documents retrieved from the Shadow's office. The technical department expended considerable effort to decrypt a portion of it. This information suggests that they appear to be collaborating with a transnational mysterious organization whose ambitions extend beyond merely controlling Haigang City, encompassing grander and more audacious plans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng felt a tightness in his chest. A transnational mysterious organization? It seems the situation is far more complex than we had anticipated. We must swiftly ascertain the nature of this organization. Otherwise, Haigang City may once again find itself in peril. Thus, Zhou Zheng and his team immersed themselves in the rigorous investigative process. They began by scrutinizing the Shadow's communication records, seeking any traces that might connect to this transnational organization. However, it appeared that this clandestine organization had already taken precautions. The majority of the information within the records was heavily encrypted, rendering it exceedingly difficult to decipher. What do we do now? These individuals are incredibly cunning, encrypting information as tightly as a fortress, leaving us with no way to proceed, Shaoli lamented. Gazing at a screen filled with garbled, encrypted data, Old Zhou comforted him from the side. Don't fret, Shaoli. Let us take our time. We shall eventually uncover a breakthrough. No matter how astute the criminals, they will inevitably leave behind some clues. Just as despair threatened to envelop them, Zhou Zheng suddenly recalled someone, his old friend, the computer whiz, Ming. Amin possesses remarkable expertise in the realm of cybersecurity and has previously assisted law enforcement in resolving numerous intricate cybercrime cases. Zhou Zheng promptly dialed Amin's number. "Hello, Amin. This is Zhou Zheng. I find myself in trouble again. There are some highly encrypted messages, and I would like your help in deciphering them." Amin chuckled heartily on the other end. "Haha, Officer Zhou, there's no need for such formality with me. No problem at all. Send me the messages, and I shall resolve them as swiftly as possible." Before long, Amin responded to Zhou Zheng. "Captain Zhou, these messages are indeed quite complex. However, they are not insurmountable. I have already decrypted a portion and uncovered some crucial clues. This transnational clandestine organization appears to be preparing a plan known as Operation Dawn, while the specifics remain unclear. Certain keywords suggest that this plan is related to a new type of biological weapon." Zhou Zheng was taken aback. "Biological weapons? This is no trivial matter. Amin, please exert yourself further and see if you can uncover more detailed information regarding this plan." Amin replied, "Certainly, I shall give it another shot. However, Captain Zhou, the organization's network defenses are quite formidable. I must proceed with caution to avoid detection." After ending the call, Zhou Zheng relayed this information to Lin Yu, Lao Zhang, and Shaoli. They all recognized the gravity of the situation. If this transnational organization were indeed developing biological weapons and planning to execute Operation Dawn in Haigang City, the consequences would be dire. "Captain Zhou, we cannot remain idle. We must devise a strategy to thwart them," Lao Zhang urged anxiously. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We shall continue to have Amin seek further information about Operation Dawn while simultaneously reinforcing security measures throughout Haigang City, particularly at key locations and facilities." Thus, the police initiated enhanced patrols across the city, implementing stringent surveillance and protection at vital sites such as airports, ports, and hospitals. Concurrently, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu revisited previous cases, seeking connections to the transnational organization from seemingly trivial clues. During this process, Lin Yu stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. A portion of funds from past transactions involving the mysterious organization had flowed to an ostensibly ordinary research institution. This institution, located in the suburbs of Haigang City, appeared to engage in routine biological research. However, upon deeper investigation, numerous connections to various international suspicious organizations were uncovered. "Captain Zhou, This research institution may very well serve as a clandestine base for the transnational organization in Haiying City. Under the guise of biological research, they could very well be developing that biological weapon, Lin Yu pointed out, indicating the information in the documents. Zhou Zheng's gaze hardened as he examined the materials. Let us pay a visit to this research institution. Accompanied by a team of officers, Zhou Zheng arrived at the research institution situated in the suburbs. The facility appeared unremarkable, surrounded by lush greenery, with a locked entrance guarded by 2 security personnel. Zhou Zheng and his team presented their credentials, requesting entry for an investigation. The guards, however, obstructed their access, stating, "No one may enter without superior authorization." Zhou Zheng replied sternly, "We suspect this location is connected to a major criminal case. It would be prudent for you to cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Just as the standoff continued, a black sedan slowly approached. The door opened, and a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat stepped out. "What is going on?" he inquired. The guards explained the situation to him, and the middle-aged man, upon observing Zhou Zheng and his team, smiled and said, "Ah, it turns out to be police officers. My apologies, we conduct highly confidential research here, and thus our security measures are stringent. Since you have a need, please come in." Zhou Zheng and his team followed the middle-aged man into the institution. The interior appeared quite normal, with various experimental equipment neatly arranged and researchers diligently engaged in their tasks. Yet, Zhou Zheng sensed an unsettling atmosphere, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire facility. "Captain, would you like to know?" the middle-aged man inquired. Zhou Zheng replied, "We suspect you are linked to a transnational organization involved in a dangerous scheme. We hope you can provide an honest account of the research being conducted here." The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Captain, such statements are serious. We are merely an ordinary research institution dedicated to biomedical studies, contributing to human health. How could we possibly be connected to any mysterious organization?" Zhou Zheng scoffed. "An ordinary research institution? Then why have you engaged in financial transactions with multiple international suspicious organizations? How do you explain that?" After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man replied, "Those are merely standard academic exchanges and collaborative projects. We partner with various international research teams to undertake joint studies. The funds transferred are allocated for research expenses." Zhou Zheng realized the man was lying, yet lacked concrete evidence at that moment. Just then, Lin Yu noticed a concealed passageway, partially obstructed by a large bookshelf. It was not easily discernible. Lin Yu signaled Zhou Zheng, who immediately grasped her intent. He addressed the middle-aged man. "You would do well to refrain from any tricks. We already possess sufficient evidence. If you confess now, you may still have a chance." The middle-aged man, his eyes betraying a hint of panic, responded, "Captain, I truly do not understand what you are implying." Zhou Zheng ignored him and led his officers toward the hidden passage. As the middle-aged man attempted to intervene, the officers swiftly subdued him. They opened the passage door and descended into the dimly lit corridor, which exuded a musty odor. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a basement. The room housed enormous glass containers filled with peculiar biological samples and advanced experimental equipment engaged in some form of experimentation. "It appears we have arrived at the right location. These may very well serve as evidence of their biological weapon development," Zhou Zheng remarked. Suddenly, the lights in the basement flickered out, plunging them into darkness. Shortly after, a cacophony of footsteps approached, indicating that numerous individuals were rushing toward them. "Everyone be cautious. There may be an ambush," Zhou Zheng shouted. The officers quickly formed a defensive circle, alertly scanning their surroundings. In the obscurity, the number and positions of their adversaries remained indiscernible, save for the increasing sound of their footsteps. Abruptly, a blinding light illuminated the area, momentarily rendering them unable to see. Once they adjusted to the brightness, they found themselves encircled by a group clad in black protective gear, armed and glaring menacingly. "You have finally arrived, officers." A voice emerged from the crowd. Zhou Zheng glared defiantly. "Who are you to brazenly confront law enforcement? Do you believe you can evade the consequences of the law?" The opposing figure scoffed. "Law? In our eyes, it is but a mere piece of paper. Our Operation Dawn is about to commence, and this world shall be under our dominion." Zhou Zheng felt a tightening in his chest and inquired, "What exactly is Operation Dawn? What are your intentions?" The figure did not respond, instead signaling the individuals in black to charge at the officers. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Zhou Zheng and the officers fought valiantly, utilizing their superior physical prowess and combat skills in a desperate struggle against their foes. As Zhou Zheng battled, he contemplated strategies for their survival. He understood that he could not remain trapped here, He had to find a way to break free and thwart the so-called dawn operation. Just as the battle escalated, Zhou Zheng noticed a certain pattern in the enemy's attacks. It seemed they were deliberately pushing the police towards a corner of the basement. A thought struck him. Could there be something of great importance in that corner? Or perhaps a weakness of the enemy? Seizing a moment during the skirmish, Zhou Zheng cast his gaze towards the corner. There, he discovered a massive control console, illuminated by a myriad of blinking lights, seemingly governing the entire operation of the basement. Linyu, look at that control console. It could be the key. We must find a way to rush over and take control of it, Zhou Zheng exclaimed. Linyu nodded in agreement, leading a few officers alongside Zhou Zheng towards the console. The enemy appeared to sense their intentions and intensified their defenses in that direction. However, Zhou Zheng and his companions remained undaunted, fighting fiercely until they finally breached the enemy's line and reached the console. Zhou Zheng stared at the array of buttons and displays on the console, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Linyu approached, scrutinizing the console carefully. Captain Zhou, this console seems to control the basement's defense systems and experimental equipment. Let me see if I can deactivate the defense system and open the passage, she suggested. Linyu quickly began operating the console, and before long, the defense system was indeed disabled, and the passageway's door slowly opened. Quick, let's go, Zhou Zheng urged. Taking advantage of the opening, the officers rushed out towards the passage. The enemy pursued relentlessly from behind, but the police had gained the upper hand and swiftly evaded their chase. Once outside the research facility, Zhou Zheng immediately secured the scene and initiated a thorough investigation of the personnel involved. To their astonishment, they discovered that a significant number of the core members of the research institution had mysteriously vanished. Those individuals must have received intel ahead of time and fled, Zhou Zheng remarked angrily. Just then, his phone rang. It was Amin calling. Captain Zhou, I've decrypted more information. The dawn operation seems to be scheduled for the International Technology Exhibition in Harbor City next week. They plan to unleash a biological weapon at the exhibition, causing widespread chaos. Additionally, I have identified a mysterious location that is likely their storage facility for the biological weapon, Amin relayed over the phone. Zhou Zheng was taken aback. Amin, excellent work. Send me the details of that mysterious location. We must thwart their plans within the week and prevent Harbor City from descending into disaster. After hanging up, Zhou Zheng turned to Linyu, Lao Zhang, and Shaoli, speaking with grave seriousness. Comrades, the situation is urgent. We have only 1 week to stop the dawn operation. Everyone, stay alert. This will be a challenging battle. The group nodded in unison, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. However, unbeknownst to them, as they diligently prepared for the impending crisis, a far greater conspiracy was quietly unfolding. The mysterious transnational organization appeared to have detected the police's movements and was subtly adjusting their plans, ready to catch the police off guard. Meanwhile, Harbor City seemed to teeter on the brink of a vast vortex, poised to be drawn into an abyss of darkness at any moment. Chapter 12. Desperation and turning point. The sky over Harbor City was shrouded in a heavy gray veil, foreboding an imminent crisis. Zhou Zheng and his team bustled about the police station like ants on a hot skillet. With only a week remaining until the dawn operation, every fleeting moment felt exceedingly precious. A week, just 1 week. They have chosen their timing perfectly, coinciding with the International Technology Exhibition. Are they not intentionally causing us trouble? Shaoli complained, glancing at the information Amin had sent regarding the mysterious warehouse. Lao Zhang patted Shaoli on the shoulder, saying, Enough with the complaints, Shaoli. As police officers, we are meant to step up in times like this. It's akin to a football match, when they send a tricky ball our way. We must find a way to intercept it. Zhou Zheng stood before the map, his eyes fixed on the location of the mysterious warehouse marked by Amin. It was situated in a remote industrial park on the eastern outskirts of Harbor City. Frowning, he said, this warehouse is rather isolated, surrounded by complex terrain. The enemy will undoubtedly be on high alert. We must devise a detailed plan to approach the warehouse silently while ensuring we can dismantle their conspiracy in one fell swoop. After a moment of contemplation, Linyu suggested, Captain Zhou, I think we should split into 2 teams. One team can disguise themselves as maintenance workers to enter the industrial park from the front, drawing the enemy's attention, while the other team sneaks in from the forest behind the park for a pincer attack. Zhou Zheng's eyes brightened at the idea. That is a brilliant suggestion. However, the team conducting the frontal feint cannot be too weak. We must convince the enemy that we are genuinely there to cause disruption to divert their attention. After thorough discussion, Zhou Zheng decided to personally lead a team of officers into the front, while Linyu would guide another team in from the rear. Lao Zhang was tasked with coordinating resources at the police station, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Soon, The day of action arrived. In the early morning, as dawn broke, Zhou Zheng led the faint team, dressed in the uniforms of maintenance workers and driving a vehicle emblazoned with the logo of a repair company, boldly heading towards the abandoned industrial park in the eastern outskirts. Everyone, stay sharp. We need to act convincingly. Do not let those guys spot our ruse, Zhou Zheng encouraged from the driver's seat. Upon arriving at the entrance of the industrial park, they were confronted by two men in black who blocked their path. What are you doing here? The men in black inquired suspiciously. Zhou Zheng forced a smile, saying, Gentlemen, we are here to repair the electrical systems. We received a notification a few days ago that there were issues with the circuits. The men in black scrutinized them, asking, Do you have identification? Zhou Zheng quickly handed over the fake credentials he had prepared. The men in black examined the documents closely before relaying a message over their walkie-talkie. After a moment, they waved them through, saying, You can go in, but don't wander around. Finish your work and leave. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of relief as they successfully entered the park. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's team advanced cautiously through the forest. The underbrush was dense with thorns, ripping at their clothing, yet they expressed no complaints, their sole focus on reaching the warehouse as swiftly as possible. Everyone, be careful. Try to make as little noise as possible. According to the map, the warehouse is just ahead, Lin Yu whispered. On Zhou Zheng's end, they searched the park for the warehouse's location while deliberately creating noise to attract the enemy's attention. Sure enough, it was too long before a group of men in black began to converge upon them. What on earth are you doing? Didn't you say you were here to repair the circuits? Why are you wandering around? The leader of the men in black shouted. Feigning fear, Zhou Zheng replied, Brother, we are just trying to locate the electrical fault. This park is so vast, and we're not very familiar with it. The men in black eyed them suspiciously, declaring, I don't think you're good people. Come with us. At that moment, Zhou Zheng signaled to his team, and they swiftly subdued the group of men in black. Not good. We've been set up. One of the men shouted. Zhou Zheng smirked. Indeed, none of you are getting away today. However, just as they prepared to press on, alarms began blaring throughout the park. Zhou Zheng's heart sank. It appeared the enemy had caught wind of their intentions. Quick! To the warehouse! He shouted. Simultaneously, Lin Yu and her team heard the alarm and realized the situation had changed, prompting them to hasten their pace. Finally, they arrived at the rear of the warehouse, where they observed numerous men in black patrolling the area, their defenses exceedingly tight. Captain Zhou's team must have engaged with the enemy. We need to act quickly, Lin Yu remarked. Subsequently, she stealthily led her team to eliminate several patrolling figures clad in black, swiftly approaching the warehouse. Just as they were poised to enter, a commotion erupted from within. Our operation is imminent, and now the police are here. What shall we do? One voice questioned. What are you afraid of? We possess biological weapons. We can fight them. Another voice retorted fiercely. No, the dawn operation must not fail. This is the culmination of our organization's years of effort. We must devise a way to divert the police. A third voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart stirred. It seemed there were divisions within the enemy ranks. She resolved to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the warehouse and ascertain the location of the biological weapons, with the intent to destroy them. Lin Yu and her team cautiously infiltrated the warehouse, which was cluttered with various crates, some adorned with peculiar markings that suggested they contained hazardous biological materials. Be careful. These crates might hold the biological weapons, Lin Yu whispered. As they searched for the weapons, the sound of approaching footsteps suddenly echoed. Lin Yu and her team quickly concealed themselves. A group of black-clad figures entered, escorting Zhou Zheng and his team. You police officers are quite capable to have found this place. However, today marks your demise. The leader of the black-clad figures proclaimed triumphantly. Zhou Zheng glared at the intruders, anger simmering within him. You deranged fiends. Do you think capturing us will halt everything? Your end is nigh. The black-clad figure sneered. Nigh? Once we unleash the biological weapons at the International Technology Expo, the entire harbor city will descend into chaos. That will be your end. Just as the black-clad figures prepared to strike Zhou Zheng and his team, Lin Yu seized the moment and led her team from the shadows. A cacophony of battle cries erupted in the warehouse. Zhou Zheng and his team seized the opportunity to break free from their restraints and engaged in combat with the assailants. Fight back. We cannot allow their scheme to succeed, Zhou Zheng shouted. The conflict was fierce, with both sides sustaining injuries. Zhou Zheng noticed that the black-clad figures seemed intent on protecting a large refrigerated container, leading him to suspect that the biological weapons were contained within. Lin Yu, find a way to seize that refrigerated container, Zhou Zheng called out. Lin Yu nodded and charged towards the container with several team members. The black-clad figures quickly surrounded them, attempting to thwart their advance. Lin Yu and her team fought valiantly, ultimately breaching the defenses and reaching the container. Just as Lin Yu was about to open it, a black-clad figure ambushed her from behind, stabbing at her with a knife. Zhou Zheng, quick on his feet, leaped forward and intercepted the blow. Captain Zhou, Lin Yu gasped. Don't mind me. Check if there are biological weapons inside. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Lin Yu steeled herself and opened the refrigerated container. Indeed, it housed several glass vials filled with a green liquid, the biological weapons. We've found them, Lin Yu exclaimed. At that moment, the warehouse door was suddenly burst open, and Lao Zheng arrived with reinforcements. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the black-clad figures surrendered en masse. Captain Zhou, how are you? Lao Zheng rushed over. Concern etched on his face. I'm fine. First, secure the biological weapons. We cannot allow them to fall into the wrong hands, Zhou Zheng instructed. After considerable effort, the police successfully confiscated the biological weapons and apprehended all the black-clad figures. Although Zhou Zheng was injured, it was not serious. Upon returning to the precinct, relief washed over everyone, believing the crisis had been averted. However, Zhou Zheng harbored doubts about the simplicity of the situation. Do you not find this operation too smooth? Do you think they would so readily abandon the dawn operation? Zhou Zheng pondered. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Captain Zhou, I share that sentiment. They undoubtedly have a backup plan. At that moment, a colleague investigating the multinational mysterious organization delivered shocking news. Captain Zhou, we have discovered that the organization's higher-ups are secretly relocating, and they seem to be redeploying their plans in another location within Harbor City. Zhou Zheng's heart raced as he inquired, where? The colleague, glancing at the documents in hand, replied solemnly, at the construction site of the underwater tunnel in Harbor City. We have learned that a significant amount of undisclosed materials have been transported there recently, likely connected to the dawn operation. Zhou Zheng rose, determination gleaming in his eyes. It appears the enemy is concocting a new scheme. Comrades, we cannot let our guard down. Prepare to face new challenges. Unbeknownst to them, at the underwater tunnel construction site, the multinational mysterious organization had set numerous traps, awaiting the police's arrival. This new conspiracy was far more intricate and perilous than they could have imagined. Chapter 13. The Deep Sea Crisis. The underwater tunnel construction site in Harbor City, which should have been bustling with activity, was shrouded in an ominous and dangerous haze. Zhou Zheng and his team resembled valiant warriors poised to enter a den of peril, acutely aware of the arduous nature of their mission. Akin to scaling a towering peak bristling with thorns. The underwater tunnel site? It's essentially a vast labyrinth, surrounded by water. If they decide to play tricks within, we could find ourselves trapped with no means of escape, Shaoli muttered as he deftly organized his equipment, his expression reflecting a blend of helplessness and apprehension. Lao Zheng shot him a disapproving glare, retorting, Look at you, already wavering before the battle has begun? We are police officers, tasked with confronting these nefarious entities. The more hazardous the location, the more we must embed ourselves like nails to thwart their schemes. It's akin to dancing on a tightrope. Though each step is fraught with danger, we must maintain our footing to execute a spectacular performance that leaves the villains dumbfounded. Zhou Zheng's gaze swept over his team with unwavering resolve as he declared, Lao Zheng is absolutely right. This mission is undeniably fraught with challenges and peril, but we bear the responsibility of safeguarding millions in Harbor City, akin to superheroes protecting their realm. We must not falter in the slightest. Everyone, focus your utmost attention. Thoroughly study the layout of the site and anticipate any potential hazards. The team immediately gathered around a map, scrutinizing the detailed layout of the underwater tunnel construction site. The site sprawled like a colossal subterranean beast, with tunnels crisscrossing like a complex network of veins, interspersed with various construction facilities and temporary structures. Lin Yu pointed at the map, saying, Captain Zhou, look here. There are several key locations, such as the storage area, control room, and ventilation shafts. I believe the mysterious organization has likely set traps in these areas or stationed heavy guards. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Lin Yu's analysis is spot on. This time, we cannot act recklessly as we have in the past. Let us send out reconnaissance teams under the cover of night to infiltrate the site and gather intelligence on the enemy's deployment and operational patterns. Thus, several reconnaissance teams stealthily advanced towards the underwater tunnel construction site, like phantoms cloaked in the night. Zhou Zheng and the remaining team members anxiously awaited news from a relatively secure location nearby, each heart racing with trepidation. Captain Zhou, do you think we'll complete the mission smoothly this time? I feel as if I have a dozen buckets of water being poured. My nerves are all aflutter. Shaoli anxiously queried, his gaze fixed on the direction of the site. Zhou Zheng patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Shaoli, don't frighten yourself. We made ample preparations. As long as we adhere strictly to the plan, like a train running on its tracks, we shall undoubtedly achieve success. Just keep your heart steady and await the good news." After a while, the reconnaissance team relayed their findings. "Captain Zhou, we have discerned the enemy's general deployment. The supply storage area is heavily guarded, encircled by layers of defenses, resembling a fortified fortress. The control room is also patrolled by numerous sentinels, demonstrating strict vigilance. However, the ventilation shaft appears to be less fortified, albeit the space within is exceedingly confined, rendering movement particularly cumbersome." Zhou pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Very well. We shall infiltrate through the ventilation shaft. Although the interior is as constricted as a snail's shell, it offers the advantage of surprise. Shall we take a few men and enter through the shaft? Quietly neutralize the patrolling guards to clear a passage for us. The rest will follow closely." "Understood," Shaoli acknowledged swiftly, leading his team with the agility of a cheetah towards the ventilation opening. The shaft loomed before them like a gaping abyss, exuding a nauseatingly damp odor. Cautiously, they slipped inside, engulfed by the acrid scent of machine oil. The space was so narrow that they could only proceed while hunched over, as if trapped within a colossal pipeline prison. "It's quite suffocating in here. Feels as if we've stepped into a scene from a horror film." "Ready for a zombie to leap out," one team member murmured, his voice tinged with anxiety. Shaoli quickly hushed him. "No chatter, stay alert, and avoid detection. We are operating under the enemy's very noses. We must be as silent as mice." They cautiously navigated the ventilation duct, each step deliberate, their ears attuned like radar to the slightest sound. At last, they reached an exit. Shaoli peered cautiously outside, noting two figures clad in black, oblivious to their presence, engaged in casual conversation. "I've heard if this operation succeeds, we'll all be set for life, living luxuriously," one of the black-clad men exclaimed, his tone laced with greed. "Don't be so naive. The police are no pushovers. They will not let us off easily," the other retorted, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Shaoli signaled his team with a glance, a silent command. In an instant, they charged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, swiftly subduing the two men before they could react. The entire process executed with the swiftness of a whirlwind. "Let us move forward," Shaoli commanded softly but firmly. They proceeded along the corridor, deftly neutralizing several more adversaries, successfully clearing a path for the subsequent units. Zhou, accompanied by the others, quickly advanced to the vicinity of the supply storage area. "Captain Zhou, ahead lies the supply storage. According to our reconnaissance, the biological weapons are likely concealed within," Shaoli whispered, his eyes betraying a mix of tension and excitement. Zhou gazed intently at the heavily fortified storage, his expression stern. "Everyone, pay close attention. When we act, we must strike like lightning, be as precise as a marksman, and as ruthless as steel. Follow my lead, wait for the right moment, and charge in." With Zhou's command, the team surged forward like arrows released from a bow, rushing towards the supply area. The black-clad guards were caught completely off guard by the sudden police assault, their ranks thrown into disarray. A fierce gunfight erupted, the sound of gunfire echoing through the tunnel like popping corn. "These fellows are quite resilient. Stay vigilant and don't let your guard down," Zhou shouted, skillfully returning fire while urging his team. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yu keenly observed something amiss. "Captain Zhou, take a closer look. The movements of these black-clad men seem off. They appear to be deliberately stalling for something." Zhou's heart raced with alarm. "This is bad. We might be falling into a trap. Accelerate our efforts to locate the biological weapons and exit this infernal place." Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared throughout the site, its shrillness piercing their eardrums. An ominous voice crackled over the loudspeaker. "Officers, do you really think you can thwart our plans so easily? How naive. This underwater tunnel will soon be inundated with water. You will all meet your demise here." Zhou recognized the voice as that of the mysterious organization's leader, his fury boiling over. "That despicable scoundrel. Remain calm, everyone, and find a way out quickly." However, the water level within the tunnel began to rise alarmingly fast, chilling water surging past their ankles and continuing to climb. The situation became dire, each passing second feeling like death's clock was ticking closer. "Captain, over here. There's an emergency exit, but it's locked," a team member called out anxiously. Zhou rushed over, examining the lock. "Shaoli, use your master key and unlock it quickly." Shaoli hurriedly retrieved his tools, attempting to unlock the mechanism, but it seemed intricately designed and exceedingly complex. Sweat poured down his forehead, the relentless water rising to their knees. "Hurry, Shaoli. If you take any longer, we'll become underwater canned fish," Old Zhou shouted, his voice fraught with urgency. Just as despair enveloped them, Shaoli finally succeeded in unlocking the door. A glimmer of hope ignited within the group as they scrambled up the emergency passage. Yet, upon reaching the exit, they were met with the disheartening sight of a thick steel plate barring their escape. What now? Are we truly destined to drown here? A team member cried out, his voice tinged with despair. Joe swiftly surveyed their surroundings and noticed a ventilation duct nearby. Everyone, don't panic. Follow me. We'll climb through this duct. Perhaps it will lead us to an exit. Thus, they ascended through the cramped ventilation shaft, akin to mice trapped in a maze. The air within was stifling, oppressive, like a massive steamer, leaving them breathless. Yet, none dared to stop, driven by the singular thought of survival and escape. At long last, they emerged into a relatively larger space, resembling a maintenance room. At the far end stood a closed door. Joe approached cautiously and slowly opened it, revealing a long corridor with faint light filtering in from the end. There is hope. Let us push forward, Joe exclaimed, his voice filled with the exhilaration of surviving a near calamity. They raced down the corridor, but before they could savor their relief, another group of black-clad figures appeared, as if conjured from thin air, blocking their path. You think you can escape so easily? Such a foolish dream. Today marks your end. The leader of the black-clad men snarled, eyes glinting with malice and resolve. Unfazed, Zhou met their gaze with defiance, a scornful smile forming on his lips. You vile miscreants. Today is the day you pay for your transgressions. With that, Zhou charged forward, leading his team into a fierce battle for survival. In that moment, Zhou's resolve was unshakable. He was determined to lead his comrades to safety, ensuring that the sinister plot of the mysterious organization would not prevail, and safeguarding the peace of Hagang City. After an intense struggle, the police, fueled by their unwavering spirit and exceptional combat skills, ultimately repelled the black-clad assailants. They continued sprinting towards the light, successfully escaping the underwater tunnel construction site. Finally, I have escaped. I feel utterly exhausted, as if I have melted into a puddle. Shaoli collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, reminiscent of someone who has just completed a marathon. Zhou Zheng, observing his weary yet resolute team members, declared, You have all worked hard. However, the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization are far from over. We cannot afford to let our guard down for a moment. We must remain ever vigilant. Just then, Zhou Zheng's phone rang, a call from a colleague at the police station. Captain Zhou, we're in trouble. We have detected unusual activities by the mysterious organization at the International Technology Exhibition. They seem to be covertly setting up strange devices, which, based on various signs, may be related to biological weapons. His colleague spoke anxiously over the phone. A heavy weight settled in Zhou Zheng's heart as he replied, Understood, we will head there immediately. It appears that this is their true objective. Everything we encountered at the underwater tunnel construction site was merely a ruse to divert us. Zhou Zheng swiftly rose, his gaze unwavering as he addressed his team. Comrades, the mysterious organization is once again wreaking havoc at the exhibition. This will be a formidable battle. But we must proceed without delay. This time, we must strike like a sharp sword, utterly dismantling their sinister plot. The team members stood up, their faces still marked by the fatigue of survival, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. However, when they rushed to the International Technology Exhibition, they were stunned by the sight before them. The venue had been transformed into a perilous web of traps, with hidden dangers lurking everywhere. And the enemy appeared to be fully prepared, bracing for confrontation. Zhou Zheng surveyed the treacherous scene, pondering, what kind of labyrinthine conspiracy is this? What dreadful contingencies does the mysterious organization still conceal? Can we successfully thwart their plans at this critical moment? Everything remained uncertain, while time relentlessly ticked away, each second echoing like a countdown, a resonant reminder weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Chapter 14. Turmoil at the exhibition. The International Technology Exhibition, which should have been a vibrant tapestry of innovation and technology, now lay shrouded in a foreboding gloom, akin to a tranquil lake concealing turbulent undercurrents. With danger poised to erupt at any moment, Zhou Zheng and his team resembled a band of fearless lone heroes, resolutely plunging into the eye of this storm fraught with peril. Wow, look at this exhibition. It seems like a meticulously crafted super trap, with the mysterious organization possibly hiding their schemes in every nook and cranny. It feels as if we have unwittingly stumbled into a hellishly difficult escape room. If we lack genuine skill, we may very well lose our lives here, Shaoli murmured, gazing at the seemingly serene yet enigmatic surroundings. His expression reminiscent of a student confronted with a daunting problem, filled with helplessness and anxiety. Old Zhou shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Stop your lamentations. Since we are here, we must charge forward like warriors on the battlefield. Retreat is not an option. It's akin to playing a game. Once you reach the final boss, you must grit your teeth and push through. There is no turning back. Zhou Zheng's demeanor turned serious as he scanned the area with piercing focus, stating, "Everyone, maintain your utmost vigilance. Do not let your guard down. The mysterious organization has chosen this location as their target, and they surely have gone to great lengths to set up traps for us. We must be like Sherlock Holmes, meticulously scrutinizing every detail, leaving no stone unturned." Cautiously, the team dispersed within the exhibition hall, resembling a pack of keen hounds, diligently searching for traces of the mysterious organization and clues about the strange devices. Lin Yu, in an unobtrusive corner, stumbled upon some scattered components, exquisitely crafted as if they were works of art, made from remarkably unique materials that clearly did not belong to ordinary exhibition pieces. "Captain Zhou, take a look at these components. Their craftsmanship and material are extraordinary, likely related to the devices set up by the mysterious organization," Lin Yu observed, holding the components like an archaeologist who has unearthed a precious artifact. Zhou Zheng took the components and examined them closely, nodding. "Indeed, these components are suspicious. It appears the mysterious organization has been at work here for quite some time. We must hasten our pace to locate their core device and nip their plot in the bud." Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, shattering the calm like a stone tossed into a serene lake. Zhou Zheng and his team immediately became alert, akin to soldiers responding to a call to arms, and swiftly raced toward the source of the noise. They witnessed a group of individuals clad in black clashing violently with security personnel, the assailants appearing fierce and intent on forcibly breaching a sealed exhibition hall. "This is bad. They surely intend to wreak havoc in that hall. Let us hurry," Zhou Zheng shouted as he quickened his pace. The police quickly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the black-clad figures. These assailants seemed to have undergone rigorous training, their agility akin to that of monkeys, resulting in a stalemate as both sides fought fiercely. "These guys can really fight." It appears the mysterious organization has invested heavily in this operation, unleashing their utmost skills, Shaoli remarked while skillfully maneuvering among the attackers. Zhou Zheng commanded, "Enough chatter. Focus your energy. We cannot allow them to step foot into that exhibition hall." After a fierce close-quarters battle, the police, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and superior skills, finally managed to repel the black-clad assailants. Yet, upon entering the exhibition hall, they found it eerily vacant, save for some bizarre instruments and a blueprint filled with cryptic symbols, as if whispering untold secrets. "What is this place? What do these symbols mean? They look like an alien script," Old Zhou muttered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Yu examined the blueprint closely, stating, "These symbols seem somewhat similar to those we encountered at the mysterious organization's stronghold. They might serve as a password or operational guide for activating a certain device." Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute. "It seems this exhibition hall is one of their key strongholds. We must quickly decipher the meaning of these symbols, locate their device, and then utterly destroy it." As the team busied themselves deciphering the blueprint, suddenly, the lights throughout the exhibition venue flickered out, as if extinguished by an invisible hand, plunging the surroundings into impenetrable darkness. Almost immediately, alarms blared, their piercing sound threatening to rupture eardrums, and the voice of the mysterious organization's leader echoed ominously over the intercom. Like a whisper from the depths of hell, "Officers, do you think you can stop us? This is merely a warm-up. Now, the entire exhibition is under our control. Just sit back and prepare for an extraordinary performance." Zhou Zheng's heart tightened as he shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. We must stay composed. It seems they are about to make their move. We need to locate their control center swiftly and prevent them from activating the device." However, navigating in the darkness was akin to blindfolded fumbling, fraught with challenges, and the mysterious organization appeared to have laid traps in every corner, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. The police cautiously advanced, but many stumbled into traps or were ambushed by hidden black-clad figures. "It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. I feel like a headless fly," a team member exclaimed in frustration, his voice laced with urgency. Zhou Zheng instructed, "Quickly turn on your flashlights and form a back-to-back formation to support one another. We cannot let chaos ensue." At that moment, Shaoli suddenly pointed forward, as if he had discovered a new world, exclaiming, "Captain Zhou, look! There seems to be a faint light flickering over there." Zhou Zheng and his companions cautiously advanced in the direction indicated by Shaoli, discovering a cleverly concealed entrance to a hidden passage. From within the passage emanated a faint humming sound, as if a formidable device lay in wait, poised to unleash its power. It appeared that this was indeed the crux of the matter. "Everyone, be vigilant and prepare to enter," Zhou Zheng whispered. As they proceeded through the corridor, a pungent odor filled the air, reminiscent of a noxious chemical mixed with a foul stench that made one feel nauseous. As they delved deeper into the passage, they stumbled upon an expansive chamber, housing a massive spherical apparatus surrounded by a labyrinth of intricate pipes and wires. Resembling a colossal beast exuding an unsettling aura. "This must be the core device," Zhou Zheng remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of caution. At that moment, a swarm of figures clad in black surged forth from all directions, encircling them instantly. "Ah, the police have finally arrived," the leader of the mysterious organization proclaimed triumphantly, his expression seemingly reveling in the chaos he anticipated for Harbor City. "However, you are too late. This device is already activated, and in a few minutes, the biological weapon will disperse through the exhibition's ventilation system, turning Harbor City into a desolate wasteland." Zhou Zheng glared at him, fury ablaze in his eyes. "Do not celebrate too soon. We will not allow you to succeed." With that, Zhou Zheng and his team plunged into a decisive confrontation with the black-clad adversaries. The battle was fiercely intense, the air filled with shouts and the clashing of weapons, resembling a symphony of apocalypse. Although the police were outnumbered, their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills carved a path through the chaos, akin to a sharp blade gaining the upper hand. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Zhou Zheng dashed towards the leader of the mysterious organization like a swift cheetah. The leader's face paled as he attempted to flee, but Zhou Zheng lunged forward, grasping his collar. "You cannot escape. Speak quickly, how do we deactivate this device?" Zhou Zheng thundered, his voice resonating like a bell, shaking the very air around them. The leader, however, sneered coldly, eyes filled with madness and resolve. "You think capturing me will halt everything? Once this device is activated, it is like a runaway horse. Impossible to stop. Prepare to witness Harbor City descend into irreversible chaos." A sense of dread washed over Zhou Zheng, yet hope flickered within him. He quickly regained his composure, meticulously examining the apparatus in search of a means to halt its operation. At that moment, Lin Yu discovered a crucial clue. "Captain Zhou, observe these circuits. They seem to correspond with the symbols on the previous blueprints. Perhaps we can stop the device by adjusting these lines." Her excitement was palpable as she pointed at the wiring. Zhou Zheng followed her gaze and replied, "Good, let us attempt this together. The rest of you, keep the black-clad men at bay. We must not allow them to interfere." With utmost caution, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu began to manipulate the device's circuits according to the symbols on the blueprints. Each adjustment elicited strange sounds from the apparatus, sharp, low, as if it fought against its impending fate, warning them of the consequences. Just as the device was on the verge of ceasing operation, a black-clad figure broke free from the police's grasp, charging at Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu like a rampaging bull. "Watch out!" Old Zhou shouted, springing toward the assailant and engaging him in a fierce struggle. The black-clad man proved formidable, the two grappling violently on the ground, exchanging blows without relent. After a grueling battle, Old Zhou, drawing upon his extensive experience and tenacity, ultimately subdued the adversary, though not without sustaining injury. A deep gash on his arm bled profusely. "Old Zhou, are you all right?" Zhou Zheng inquired with concern etched across his face. "I'm fine, you all continue. Don't mind me." Old Zhou gritted through clenched teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu focused intently on adjusting the circuits once more. Finally, the device trembled violently, akin to a dying beast, before gradually coming to a halt, the flickering lights dimming into oblivion. "We did it!" Shaoli exclaimed joyfully, his voice brimming with elation as if they had just won a momentous battle. A collective sigh of relief swept over the group, smiles of contentment gracing their faces. However, in that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang ominously, a call from the precinct. "Captain Zhou, there is trouble. During our investigation into the mysterious organization, we uncovered a shocking revelation. They seem to have a contingency plan related to Harbor City's water supply. If they execute this plan, the entire city's water source will be contaminated, plunging millions of residents into perilous circumstances." His colleague's voice crackled with urgency, fraught with concern. Zhou Zheng's heart sank, his expression turning grave. "Understood. We will return to the precinct immediately." Turning to his team, Zhou Zheng's demeanor became as serious as a stormy sky. "Comrades, our ordeal is far from over. The mysterious organization has a backup plan that jeopardizes the safety of Harbor City's water supply. Should this plan be set in motion, the entire city will face catastrophe. We must return at once to devise a counter-strategy." Nods of agreement echoed among the team, their weary faces still reflecting unwavering resolve. As they exited the exhibition hall, the sky darkened, the heavens above Harbor City stained a deep crimson, as if soaked in blood, heralding an even graver crisis on the horizon. Zhou Zheng gazed skyward, pondering the nature of this contingency plan. What further madness could the mysterious organization unleash? Would they be able to rally once more to thwart their designs and safeguard the city they cherished? All remained uncertain, and time, relentless, slipped away, leaving them with precious little. Chapter 15. The water crisis inside the Harbor City Police Department. The atmosphere was as heavy as the clouds before a tempest, weighing down on each individual. Zhou Zheng and his team had just returned from the exhibition site, scarcely able to catch their breath before confronting the formidable challenge posed by the mysterious organization's backup plan, the water crisis. This organization is like an unkillable pest. One conspiracy after another, and now they are targeting our water supply, intent on crippling the entire city. Shaoli lamented, rubbing his weary eyes. Old Zhou patted Shaoli on the shoulder, saying, "No more complaints, Shaoli. As police officers, we must be prepared to tackle any challenges that arise. It's akin to a video game. The levels become increasingly difficult, yet we must persevere through each one, don't you think?" Zhou Zheng surveyed his comrades and cleared his throat. Now is not the time for complaints. The mysterious organization's backup plan has come to light, and the security of Harbor City's water supply hangs by a thread. We must act swiftly to devise a response. Please share your thoughts. Lin Yu was the first to speak. Captain Zhou, I believe we must first ascertain how the organization intends to contaminate the water supply. Will it be through the facilities at the water plant, or will they tamper with the source itself? Understanding their methods is crucial for us to respond effectively. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. Lin Yu is correct. We must promptly contact the Water Bureau and relevant departments to comprehend the distribution of water sources in Haigang City, the security measures at the water plants, and the monitoring protocols at the source sites. Simultaneously, we should meticulously review the previous activities and clues related to the mysterious organization to uncover any traces connected to the water sources. Consequently, the police sprang into action. A group was tasked with liaising with the Water Bureau and other departments to gather information on the water sources, while another group meticulously analyzed prior case files. Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu personally proceeded to the Water Bureau to meet with its head. In the conference room of the Water Bureau, the atmosphere was equally tense. The bureau chief, with a worried expression, stated, "Captain Zhou, the water supply for Haigang City primarily derives from two large reservoirs and a river that traverses the city. We have implemented security measures and monitoring systems at both the water plants and source sites, but if the mysterious organization intends to sabotage them, it will be challenging to guarantee absolute safety." Zhou Zheng responded, "Chief, we need a detailed understanding of the security deployments at the water plants and source sites, the coverage of monitoring systems, and any potential vulnerabilities. Additionally, what is the entire process from water extraction to supply to the citizens' homes? Are there any stages susceptible to tampering?" The chief pointed to a water distribution map on the wall while explaining, "Once the water is extracted from the reservoirs or river, it is conveyed through pipelines to the water plants, where it undergoes a series of treatments such as sedimentation, filtration, and disinfection before being distributed through the water supply network to various corners of the city. Throughout this process, both the treatment stages at the water plants and the supply network could become targets for an attack." Lin Yu inquired, "Are there critical nodes in the water plants and supply network that, if compromised, would severely impact the overall supply system?" After a moment's contemplation, the chief replied, "There are several key pump stations and valves that control the direction and pressure of the water flow. If these facilities are damaged, it could lead to water outages in certain areas or allow untreated water to enter the supply network." Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu diligently recorded this information. Upon returning to the police station, they engaged in analysis and discussion with their team. Based on the information provided by the Water Bureau, there were numerous potential targets for the mysterious organization. "Our manpower is limited, and we cannot deploy a comprehensive defense," Old Zhou remarked. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "We can initially focus on monitoring and protecting critical nodes. Simultaneously, we should enhance patrols around the water plants and source sites. Additionally, the technical department must find ways to bolster the security of the monitoring systems to prevent any cyber intrusion by the mysterious organization." At that moment, a team member responsible for reviewing case files spoke up, "Captain Zhou, we discovered in the previous communications of the mysterious organization that they mentioned an operation called the Blackwater Plan, although it wasn't detailed. The context suggests it might be related to water contamination." Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. "The Blackwater Plan? This could be a crucial lead. Continue to dig deeper and see if we can unearth more information about this plan." While the police were diligently working, on the other side, members of the mysterious organization were secretly plotting. "Boss, it seems the police have caught wind of our contingency plan. Security at the water plants and source sites has been heightened," a subordinate reported to the leader of the organization. The leader scoffed, "Humph, their response is quite swift. However, we are not to be underestimated. The Blackwater Plan cannot be abandoned. Inform the brothers to prepare Plan B. Yes, boss. But Plan B carries significant risks. What if something goes wrong? The subordinate expressed with concern. What is there to fear? Without taking risks, how can we achieve success? As long as we can plunge Haigang City into chaos, our objective will be fulfilled, the leader declared ominously. Meanwhile, the police, after considerable effort, uncovered additional clues. They discovered subtle information from the social media accounts of the mysterious organization members, hinting that they planned to manufacture substances to contaminate the water supply at an abandoned factory. Captain, this abandoned factory is not far from one of the water sources. It is likely their intended site of operation, Shaoli exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Zheng immediately ordered. All units, assemble. Target the abandoned factory. This operation must be executed with utmost caution to avoid alerting them. We must apprehend them before they can act. The police swiftly arrived near the abandoned factory, quietly setting up a comprehensive trap. Zhou Zheng led a few team members, cautiously infiltrating the factory. A pungent chemical odor permeated the air. Machines and equipment were haphazardly scattered, suggesting long-term abandonment. Yet upon closer inspection, some equipment appeared recently utilized. Everyone be careful. There may be traps here, Zhou Zheng whispered. At that moment, they heard faint voices of conversation. Zhou Zheng signaled for silence and stealthily moved toward the source of the sound. In a concealed room, they observed several members of the mysterious organization busily mixing strange liquids, with large containers filled with black substances nearby. This must be what they intend to use to contaminate the water supply, Lin Yu quietly noted. Zhou Zheng nodded, preparing to issue a command to act when suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the factory. A team member had inadvertently triggered a hidden mechanism. Not good. We've been discovered. Move. Zhou Zheng shouted. The police swiftly engaged, clashing violently with the members of the mysterious organization. Upon seeing the police, the organization's members grabbed their weapons and fought back. The factory erupted in gunfire and shouts. These guys are quite resilient. Show no mercy. Zhou Zheng yelled while returning fire. After an intense struggle, the police gradually gained the upper hand, and members of the mysterious organization began to surrender. Zhou Zheng approached the mixing equipment, eyeing the black substances, and asked, "What is this? How do you plan to use it to contaminate the water supply?" A member of the mysterious organization lowered his head, afraid to speak. Zhou Zheng glared at him. "You better confess, or you will regret it." Trembling, the member stammered, This is a specially formulated chemical agent. If poured into the water source, it will quickly spread, rendering the water undrinkable. We originally planned to deploy these agents via drones to the source sites." Zhou Zheng's heart sank. Drones? How much of the agent do you have left? Where are the drones hidden? The member pointed to a nearby room. There are more agents in there, and the drones are in the adjacent warehouse. The police quickly followed his directions, locating the remaining agents and drones. Zhou Zheng, relieved upon seeing the dangerous items, sighed. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just then, Zhou Zheng's phone rang. It was a team member who had remained at the police station. "Captain, we have a serious situation. We've just discovered that the mysterious organization seems to be planning another operation targeting the sewage treatment plant. It appears they want to disrupt the sewage treatment system to cause sewage to flow back into the water supply system. Even if we thwart their actions at the source sites, the city's water supply will still be severely affected." Zhou Zheng's heart sank as he replied, "Understood. We must head there immediately." Looking at his team, he said solemnly, "Comrades, the mysterious organization has made new moves. They have shifted their focus to the sewage treatment plant. We must depart at once to thwart their scheme. This time, they may be more vigilant, so we need to be thoroughly prepared." The team members nodded, their eyes reflecting a resolute determination. When they arrived at the sewage treatment plant, night had fallen. The facility was eerily quiet, illuminated only by a few dimly flickering lights. Zhou Zheng and his team cautiously infiltrated the premises, searching for signs of the mysterious organization. "This place feels ominous. It seems something could leap out at any moment," Shaoli murmured. Old Zhou shot him a glare and said, "Stop scaring yourself. Pay attention to your surroundings." At that moment, they heard the sound of machinery operating. Zhou Zheng gestured for everyone to follow him towards the source of the noise. In a corner of the sewage treatment plant, they discovered a group of mysterious organization members busily manipulating various equipment. "There they are. Prepare to take action," Zhou Zheng whispered. However, the mysterious organization seemed to be well prepared. As soon as they approached, they were met with a fierce barrage of gunfire. "This is bad. It's an ambush," Zhou Zheng shouted. The police quickly sought cover, and intense gunfire erupted between the two sides. The members of the mysterious organization, taking advantage of the terrain and their superior firepower, made it difficult for the police to advance. "Captain Zhou, their firepower is too strong. What do we do?" One team member asked anxiously. Zhou Zheng surveyed the situation and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "We cannot confront them head-on. Shadowy, take a few people to flank from the left to divert their attention. Old Zhou, lead a team to encircle from the right. Lin Yu and I will feign an attack from the front. Remember to exercise utmost caution." The team swiftly executed Zhou Zheng's plan. Shadowy led his team quietly around from the left, using the various facilities of the sewage treatment plant as cover, gradually approaching the members of the mysterious organization. "Get ready, wait for my command, and open fire together," Shadowy whispered. Just as the members of the mysterious organization focused their attention on the front, Shadowy gave the signal, and his team suddenly unleashed a volley of gunfire. The members of the mysterious organization were caught off guard by this sudden assault, causing chaos among their ranks. "Now's our chance. Charge." Zhou Zheng saw that the moment was ripe and led the front team into a charge. Old Zhou, too, swiftly encircled with his team from the right. Under the three-pronged assault of the police, the members of the mysterious organization gradually began to falter and fled in all directions. Zhou Zheng led his team in a victorious pursuit, ultimately subduing all the members of the mysterious organization. Looking at the subdued members, Zhou Zheng inquired, "Why did you intend to sabotage the sewage treatment plant?" One member of the mysterious organization sneered, "Humph. Do you think that stopping us from acting at the water source means you've won? If the sewage treatment system is destroyed, sewage will flow back into the water supply system, rendering the water of Haigang City undrinkable." Zhou Zheng's heart sank as he said, "You have already failed. Now tell me, do you have any other plans?" The member, however, remained silent, displaying an unwavering demeanor. Zhou Zheng knew that further questioning would yield no results. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang again. It was a call from the director of the Water Authority. "Captain Zhou, we have bad news. We detected abnormal fluctuations in the pressure of the water supply network, and we suspect someone is stealthily opening or closing some critical valves. It's likely the remnants of the mysterious organization are at work." Zhou Zheng was taken aback and replied, "Director, please stabilize the pressure in the water supply network first. We will investigate immediately." Zhou Zheng looked at his team and said, "Comrades, it seems the mysterious organization still has a backup plan. We cannot afford to be negligent. They may be tampering with the water supply network, and we must locate them as soon as possible to ensure the safety of Haigang City's water supply." The team set off once again, diving into a tense investigation. However, the water supply network spanned the entire city, making it no easy task to find the remnants of the mysterious organization. Moreover, they had no idea what further reckless actions the organization might take, or how many dangers were hidden within the intricate water supply network. The safety of Haigang City's water supply hung by a thread, and whether Zhou Zheng and his team could once again avert a crisis remained uncertain. Chapter 16. Pursuit in the water supply network. The underground water supply network of Haigang City resembled a vast and intricate spider's web, crisscrossing beneath the surface of the city and sustaining the very lifeblood of the metropolis. At that moment, Zhou Zheng and his team were akin to brave spider hunters exploring the truth within this mysterious web, where every strand could conceal unknown dangers and clues. And their nerves were taut like a bowstring on the verge of snapping. "Look at this water supply network. It's like an invincible super maze," Shadowy exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the sprawling map of the water supply network laid out on the table. "If that group from the mysterious organization is hiding in here, finding them would be as difficult as locating a specific grain of sand in the Sahara Desert. This game's difficulty has just skyrocketed." Old Zhou, unable to bear it any longer, gently tapped Shadowy on the head and said, "You, stop lamenting and wallowing in despair. In our line of work as police officers, have we not faced countless challenging problems? This is just like playing a mind-bending puzzle game. No matter how complex the maze, as long as we stay focused, we can always find a way out and flush out those hiding." Zhou Zheng gazed solemnly at everyone and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Comrades, the safety of the water supply network directly impacts the daily lives of the citizens. The audacity of the mysterious organization to sabotage it is a blatant attempt to sever the lifeline of Haigang City's water source. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow their plot to succeed. This is a race against time." The team members nodded vigorously, their eyes ablaze with determination. Zhou Zheng quickly and methodically assigned tasks. "Shadowy, take a group to inspect the water network in the eastern part of the city, especially the critical points where valves are concentrated. Leave no corner unchecked. Old Zhou, the western area is yours. Search meticulously. Perhaps the members of the mysterious organization are lurking in some hidden nook. Lin Yu, you and the technical team will use the surveillance system and data analysis to pinpoint the source of the abnormal pressure fluctuations in the network like a magnifying glass. I will remain in contact with everyone. Report any developments immediately." After receiving their orders, each team sprang into action like well-trained cheetahs racing towards their respective battlegrounds. The team led by Shaoli cautiously advanced through the underground network in the eastern part of the city. The space was so cramped that it became hard to breathe, and a damp, moldy odor permeated the air. The flickering, dim yellow lights seemed poised to be swallowed by darkness at any moment, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a scene from a chilling horror film. This place is too eerie. I feel like something will jump out from a corner any second. One team member whispered, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. Shaoli shot him a glare and sternly replied, "Stop scaring yourself and focus on finding clues. If we do encounter members of the mysterious organization, you must be alert. Don't let me down." Just then, a faint yet distinct sound of metal clashing, like thunder in the darkness, echoed from ahead. Shaoli immediately became alert, signaling everyone to remain silent, and then cautiously led his team toward the source of the sound like shadows. Around a corner, they spotted two suspicious figures busily working on a valve with tools in hand. There they are. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Li's eyes as he whispered, then waved his hand, signaling his team to pounce like tigers descending upon their prey. Before the two members of the mysterious organization could react, they were swiftly subdued by the police, like lambs awaiting slaughter. "What are you doing here? Do you have any accomplices? Where are they?" Xiao Li interrogated with an authoritative tone. One of them, pale with fear, stammered, "We were ordered to open this valve to create chaos in the network." The others, "I truly don't know. Please spare me." Xiao Li furrowed his brow, poised to press further when the familiar voice of Zhou Zheng crackled through the intercom. "Xiao Li, what is the situation over there?" Xiao Li promptly reported into the device. "Captain Zhou, we have uncovered two members of a mysterious organization attempting to sabotage valves in the eastern city pipeline. They have been subdued and are currently being interrogated." Zhou Zheng instructed, "Ascertain whether they have any additional plans or accomplices engaged in sabotage elsewhere, and then escort them back to the precinct immediately. We have also encountered new developments on our end." Xiao Li acknowledged and turned back to continue the interrogation. However, it appeared that these two individuals were mere pawns, dispatched solely for this singular task, utterly oblivious to anything beyond their immediate assignment. With no other option, Xiao Li escorted the captives back to the police station. Meanwhile, Old Zhang's investigation in the western sector was proving less fruitful, yielding no results. It was indeed perplexing. They had meticulously scoured the western pipeline, yet had not spotted a single trace of the enigmatic organization. Had they perhaps mastered the art of invisibility like Sun Wukong? Old Zhang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and spoke into the intercom, his tone tinged with urgency and confusion. Zhou Zheng reassured him, "Old Zhang, remain calm. The mysterious organization is undoubtedly causing disturbances elsewhere. Steer your team towards the city center to regroup with other squads, and we shall redeploy our strategy." Meanwhile, Lin Yu and her colleagues from the technical team were huddled before a computer screen, intently scrutinizing the fluctuating pipeline data, their expressions revealing an unwavering focus as if they were attempting to unravel the very fabric of these figures. Observe the trajectory of the pressure fluctuations. It is exceedingly peculiar. It does not merely stem from the opening or closing of valves, but rather suggests that a skilled individual is simultaneously manipulating multiple nodes with remarkable precision. A finesse beyond that of an ordinary person, Lin Yu pointed out, her eyes reflecting a mix of suspicion and vigilance. A technician nodded in agreement. "Expert Lin, I too sense something amiss. There is certainly an individual with intimate knowledge of the pipeline system orchestrating this from the shadows. Perhaps one of the core members of the mysterious organization." At that moment, Lin Yu's eyes lit up as if she had stumbled upon a new realm of discovery. "Look, all the sources of the anomalous pressure fluctuations seem to converge on a pump station in the city center. This station is a crucial hub of the entire water supply network. If it were to be compromised, the ramifications for the city of Haigang would be dire," she exclaimed. Without delay, she conveyed this critical information to Zhou Zheng. Upon hearing it, Zhou Zheng's demeanor grew more grave. "Understood, we will proceed there immediately. You and the technical team must continue to monitor the data closely. Notify us at the first sign of any anomalies." Zhou Zheng swiftly summoned his team via the intercom, and they hastened towards the pump station. Upon their arrival, the scene before them elicited a collective gasp. The pump station was heavily fortified, with the mysterious organization seemingly having anticipated their move, deploying a considerable number of operatives clad in black, patrolling with an eerie vigilance. The atmosphere thick with tension akin to the calm before a storm. "They have indeed spared no expense," Zhou Zheng noted, observing the fortified defenses surrounding the station. His expression serious. "Captain Zhou, what should we do? Shall we launch a direct assault?" Old Zhang inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhou Zheng, seeking direction. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Zheng replied, "No, the enemy is too numerous. A frontal assault would result in unnecessary casualties. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. We must find a concealed vantage point to observe their defensive layout and identify any weaknesses before launching our strike." As the police meticulously scrutinized the area, the mysterious organization appeared to sense an unusual shift. "Boss, I have a feeling something's amiss nearby. Could it be the police?" One of the subordinates murmured to the leader of the organization. The leader frowned, snorting disdainfully. "Humph, the police are quicker than anticipated. Inform our brothers to be on high alert. If the police dare to make a rash move, we shall show them our true might." On the police side, after careful observation, a breakthrough was finally discovered. "Look here, the defenses on the west side of the pump station are comparatively weaker, and there is an abandoned pipeline adjacent to it that leads directly inside. We can stealthily infiltrate through there and catch them off guard." Zhou Zheng indicated on the map while elaborating the plan to his team. They executed Zhou Zheng's strategy like phantoms in the night, stealthily making their way to the western side of the pump station. Traversing the narrow, dilapidated pipeline, they were assailed by an overwhelming stench reminiscent of a chaotic chemistry lab spill. "Goodness, this smell is unbearable. It feels like we've toppled an entire lab." One team member whispered in dismay. "Silence. We must move like ninjas and remain undetected," Shaoli admonished in a hushed tone. At last, they successfully infiltrated the interior of the pump station. The cacophony of machinery reverberated, drowning out their thoughts. As members of the mysterious organization busied themselves installing peculiar devices on various equipment, each emitting an ominous glow, hinting at concealed nefarious intentions. These devices are undoubtedly intended to sabotage the pump station. If they succeed, the water supply system of Haigang City will be irrevocably compromised. "We must act swiftly to thwart their plans," Zhou Zheng urged anxiously, gazing at the devices. Just as the police prepared to launch their assault, the leader of the mysterious organization triumphantly declared, "Brothers, hurry up. Once these devices are installed and we initiate the chaos plan, the water supply system of Haigang City will collapse like a house of cards. The entire city will descend into chaos, and our mission will be accomplished." Zhou Zheng's heart raced. It seemed the chaos plan was the organization's ultimate scheme, and if executed, Haigang City would face catastrophic consequences. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Action!" The police descended upon the scene like divine retribution, engaging in a fierce melee with the members of the mysterious organization. The operatives, caught off guard by the sudden internal assault, faltered, their previously organized defenses crumbling in disarray. "Today marks your downfall. Stand down," Old Zhou bellowed amidst the fray, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the pump station. The battle raged fiercely. Leveraging their rigorous training and indomitable spirit, the police gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opportune moment, Zhou Zheng lunged towards the leader of the mysterious organization with the swiftness of a leopard. The leader's face drained of color as he hastily brandished a firearm, trembling as he aimed it at Zhou Zheng. "Don't come any closer. I swear I'll shoot." Zhou Zheng halted, locking eyes with him, his gaze ablaze with determination. "You have nowhere left to run. It is not too late to surrender now. Abandon your futile resistance." Yet the leader scoffed, a frenzied gleam in his eyes. "Humph. It is too late. Once the chaos plan is initiated, it will be like a wild horse breaking free. No one can stop it. Haigang City shall plunge into eternal darkness, becoming our masterpiece." At that moment, Lin Yu noticed the control switch for the devices, fully aware of its critical significance. Missing this opportunity could yield catastrophic repercussions. Amidst the chaos, she stealthily crept towards the switch like an agile kitten. "What are you doing? Stop!" A sharp-eyed member of the mysterious organization spotted Lin Yu's actions and shouted. Lunging towards her, Lin Yu nimbly sidestepped and engaged in a struggle with the member. Zhou Zheng, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety as he faced off against the leader while seeking an opportunity to assist Lin Yu. Just when Lin Yu seemed on the verge of succumbing, Shaoli arrived like a savior, executing a flawless takedown that subdued the member of the mysterious organization. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu dashed forward and pressed the stop button on the device. "No!" The leader of the mysterious organization shouted in despair, his expression twisting in an instant. As the device ceased operation, the meticulously planned chaos of the organization was declared a failure. The police successfully took control of the pumping station, capturing all members of the mysterious organization, akin to a fisherman reeling in a bountiful catch. Zhou Zheng approached the leader, looking down upon him and sternly declaring, "Your conspiracy has utterly collapsed. Now, you would be wise to confess if there are any other plans. Do not harbor any false hopes." The leader, dejected and resembling a defeated rooster, lowered his head and weakly replied, "No. There are no more plans. This was our last endeavor. I swear. Zhou Zheng regarded him with a hint of skepticism, gravely stating, I hope you speak the truth. Should I discover you have deceived me, you know the consequences. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone rang ominously. Furrowing his brow, he answered, but before he could utter a word, a mysterious, chilling voice echoed from the other end. Captain Zhou, do you think this is the end? Ha ha ha, the real show has just begun. The crisis in Haigang City is far from over. Before Zhou Zheng could inquire further, the call abruptly ended with a sharp click, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Zhou Zheng stared at his phone, his brow tightly knit, as if he could crush a fly with his glare. He knew that a far greater conspiracy loomed behind the scenes, like a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, eyeing Haigang City with intent. What further schemes did the mysterious organization have? What calamity awaited Haigang City? How would Zhou Zheng and his team navigate through this dense fog and defuse the crisis? Everything remained uncertain, and they were destined to embark on a journey fraught with unknowns and dangers, as if adrift in a vast, dark sea, with only the promise of either a luminous shore or a deeper vortex ahead. Chapter 17. Enshrouded in mystery within the precinct of Haigang City's police station. The atmosphere was stifling, as if the very air were twisted into knots. Zhou Zheng gripped his phone tightly, the ominous words from the mysterious call buzzing around in his mind like a swarm of malevolent spirits, weighing heavily on his heart. Why is this mysterious organization so tenacious? Like a stubborn gum stuck to our shoe? What malice are they still concealing? Shaoli complained, tugging at his hair in frustration, rendering it a disheveled mess. His expression akin to that of a child deprived of his toy, brimming with impatience. Old Zhang sighed helplessly from the side, saying, let us refrain from complaints. We must simply accept our circumstances. It is akin to a game where, after overcoming a level, a hidden boss appears. We have no choice but to continue fighting. Consider it an increase in difficulty. Zhou Zheng, his demeanor grave and serious like the sky before an impending storm, surveyed his colleagues with unwavering determination. Comrades, the mysterious organization has declared that the crisis in Haigang City is far from over. We cannot afford to relax for even a moment. We must swiftly contemplate their next move. Lin Yu, resting her chin on her hand, pondered for a while before slowly speaking. Captain Zhou, based on the series of actions from the mysterious organization, their target has consistently revolved around the city's infrastructure. The sabotage of the water supply system has failed. I suspect they may now turn their attention to the power, gas, or transportation systems. After all, these infrastructures are the lifeblood of the city. Any disruption could plunge Haigang City into chaos. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, Lin Yu's analysis is quite astute. We cannot merely wait for them to strike. We must take the initiative. Shaoli, take a team to inspect the power facilities, focusing on substations and high-voltage lines for any anomalies. Old Zhang, the gas system is in your hands. Meticulously examine the natural gas storage stations and main pipelines, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Yu and I will head to the traffic command center to check for any issues there. Upon receiving their orders, the teams swiftly dispersed like well-trained cheetahs. Shaoli's team arrived at the substation in the eastern part of the city. Inside, the massive transformers emitted a low hum, reminiscent of a slumbering steel beast growling softly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of machinery echoing in the air, as if it were performing a monotonous and unsettling symphony. Why does this place feel so creepy? Surely the mysterious organization isn't hiding here? One team member whispered nervously, his eyes betraying clear anxiety, akin to a frightened rabbit. Shaoli shot him a glare, retorting, stop scaring yourself. Inspect thoroughly and leave no corner unchecked. We are police officers. We must exhibit some courage. At that moment, they noticed that the surveillance system at the substation seemed to have been tampered with. The camera feeds flickered incessantly, the static resembling mischievous sprites dancing across the screen. This surveillance has been compromised. It seems the mysterious organization has indeed been here. Shaoli warned, his voice laden with caution. The team tightened their grip on their weapons, proceeding cautiously to search the substation. Suddenly, one member exclaimed as if discovering a new continent, Shaoli, come look. There are strange footprints on the ground, along with some tools that don't appear to belong to the substation staff. Shaoli hurried over, crouching down to inspect closely. These footprints are indeed suspicious, and these tools certainly do not resemble those used for standard maintenance. The mysterious organization might be planning to cause destruction here, but their exact intentions remain unclear. As they continued their search for clues, Zhou Zheng and Lin Yu encountered a situation of their own at the traffic command center. Upon their arrival, they found the staff in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. What is going on here? Zhou Zheng quickly inquired. One staff member, sweating profusely, replied urgently. Captain Zhou, several traffic lights at important intersections in the city have malfunctioned. We are desperately trying to repair them, but the issues are quite peculiar and don't resemble ordinary equipment failures. Lin Yu immediately interjected, Captain, this is likely the work of the mysterious organization. They may be attempting to disrupt the traffic signals to cause chaos in the city. Zhou Zheng nodded decisively, stating, immediately notify the traffic police to deploy additional personnel to each intersection to manage traffic and ensure order. We must quickly uncover the hidden whereabouts of the mysterious organization and prevent any further sabotage. Meanwhile, Old Zhou made a significant discovery while inspecting the natural gas storage station. He and his team found suspicious tire tracks around the facility, along with discarded communication devices that, though worn and tattered, emanated an air of mystery. These items are undoubtedly linked to the mysterious organization. They are likely plotting something concerning the gas storage station, Old Zhou remarked, furrowing his brow. What should we do now? A team member asked anxiously. Old Zhou pondered for a moment and said, let us not act rashly. Inform the reserve station to enhance security. We shall lay an ambush in the vicinity, ready to capture the mysterious organization as soon as they emerge, ensnaring them completely. However, hours passed, and the mysterious organization seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. Just as Old Zhou and his team began to feel anxious, Zhou Zheng's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Old Zhou, this is Zhou Zheng. We have discovered at the Traffic Command Center that the mysterious organization appears to be manipulating the traffic lights using online methods. They likely have a hidden network base station nearby. What is the situation on your end? Old Zhou hurriedly replied, Captain Zhou, we have noticed some suspicious signs at the gas reserve station, but the mysterious organization has yet to show itself. I suspect their objective may extend beyond the gas reserve station. Perhaps, akin to the traffic light malfunction, they intend to engage in remote sabotage. Zhou Zheng considered this and responded, that makes sense. We cannot focus solely on one location. We must consider the bigger picture. The mysterious organization is likely orchestrating a large-scale destructive operation, targeting multiple infrastructure sectors, with the intent to paralyze the entire port city. At that moment, news arrived from Shadowy. Captain Zhou, we have found some encrypted documents at the substation. The technical department is working diligently to decrypt them. We may uncover the organization's comprehensive plan. Zhou Zheng replied, excellent. Urge the technical department to expedite the decryption process. Everyone, maintain communication and report any developments immediately. After considerable effort from the technical team, the documents were finally decrypted. Shaoli gazed at the contents, her expression turning grave, as if she had encountered a specter. Captain Zhou, the documents mention a doomsday puzzle plan. The mysterious organization intends to simultaneously strike at the water, electricity, gas, and transportation systems of Port City, creating chaos throughout the city to exploit the situation. Furthermore, the documents subtly hint at an ultimate goal, though it is not explicitly stated. Zhou Zheng's heart sank at this revelation. This doomsday puzzle plan is utterly insane. It aims to plunge Port City into despair. We must act swiftly to thwart them. Notify all teams to compile leads and develop a counter-strategy. In the police station's conference room, Zhou Zheng and his team gathered around the table, which was strewn with various clues and maps. They scrutinized these materials like hunters fixated on their prey, fervently discussing tactics. Given the clues at hand, it was evident that while the mysterious organization's actions were scattered, there must be a command center orchestrating everything behind the scenes. We must identify this command center first, Lin Yu suggested, pointing at the map. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, we can analyze the organization's communication records, online activities, and previous operation locations to deduce the potential location of their command center. After an intense yet meticulous data analysis, they uncovered significant leads. The mysterious organization's communication signals seemed to converge near an abandoned factory on the western outskirts of Port City. This factory raised suspicions. It was highly likely to serve as the organization's command center. Zhou Zheng surveyed the marked location on the map, his expression grave. Captain, what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly and take them down, Shaoli exclaimed, eager to spring into action. Zhou Zheng, however, remained cautious, saying, hold on. If this abandoned factory is indeed their command center, it will be fortified like a fortress. We cannot act recklessly. We must devise a detailed plan to ensure our success. Thus, Zhou Zheng and his team meticulously crafted a raid plan. They decided to split into 3 teams. One would launch a frontal feint to draw the enemy's attention, akin to bait cast while fishing. Another would maneuver from the side to encircle and quietly sever the enemy's escape route. And the third would stealthily infiltrate the factory to locate and dismantle the command system of the mysterious organization, effectively cutting off the source of their power. On the night of the operation, the moonlight bathed the streets of Port City, yet the entire city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, Zhou Zheng led his team, moving silently toward the abandoned factory like a pack of nocturnal panthers. Upon nearing the factory, they observed it was indeed heavily guarded, with a group of figures clad in black patrolling like sentinels. Proceed according to the plan, Zhou Zheng whispered into the walkie-talkie. The team executing the frontal feint initiated the attack first. The sound of gunfire shattered the night's tranquility, echoing through the still air. The black-clad guards, startled by the gunfire, swarmed toward the front. At that moment, the flanking team swiftly moved into action, ghosting around to the enemy's rear, successfully cutting off their escape. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos, Zhou Zheng led the infiltration team into the factory. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, filled with a pungent odor, reminiscent of a forgotten junkyard. They crouched low, searching cautiously, aware that even the slightest sound could betray their presence. Finally, in a concealed basement, they discovered the command center of the mysterious organization. Inside, a group of individuals was engrossed in their work, pointing at computer screens as they monitored the real-time status of various infrastructures in Port City. This is it, act now, Zhou Zheng commanded. The police surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the mysterious organization. The members, caught off guard by the sudden police intervention, fell into disarray, their once cohesive defense crumbling before their eyes. Did you think you could stop us? The doomsday puzzle plan has already been set in motion. You are too late, shouted a figure resembling a leader of the mysterious organization, his face contorted in manic glee. Zhou Zheng glared at him, asserting, do not celebrate prematurely. We will dismantle your scheme completely. Just then, Lin Yu spotted a countdown timer on one of the computers. The numbers ticking down second by second, indicating less than an hour remained. Captain Zhou, this may be the countdown for the activation of the doomsday puzzle plan. We must find a way to stop it, Lin Yu urged anxiously. Zhou Zheng, glancing at the timer, felt a mounting urgency, each passing second weighing heavily on his heart. While battling the members of the mysterious organization, he rapidly devised a strategy. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar interface on the main computer of the command center, seemingly designed for a special key. This interface could very well be the key to halting the countdown. They must have a corresponding key. Everyone, search for it, Zhou Zheng shouted. The team immediately scoured the command center for the key, while the members of the mysterious organization fought desperately to thwart the police. The battle escalated into a fierce struggle, both sides employing every tactic at their disposal. With less than 10 minutes left on the countdown, Shaoli finally discovered an unusual key on one of the members of the mysterious organization. The key was uniquely shaped, etched with strange symbols that seemed to whisper unspoken secrets. Captain, I found it, Shaoli exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Zheng swiftly took the key and inserted it into the interface. However, to their astonishment, instead of stopping the countdown, an ear-piercing alarm blared, its shrill sound piercing through the air. This could be a trap. Zhou Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Just then, the door to the basement slammed shut, and the walls began to emit thick, noxious smoke, making it difficult to breathe. The smoke is toxic. Everyone, quickly cover your mouths and noses, Zhou Zheng shouted while shielding his face with his hand. The police found themselves in a perilous situation, and the countdown of the doomsday puzzle plan continued to tick away relentlessly. With each tick, it felt as though death's footsteps drew closer. What other traps had the mysterious organization set? Could Zhou Zheng and his team halt the countdown in this critical moment and prevent Harbor City from plunging into chaos? Everything remained uncertain, and with each passing second, the crisis loomed larger, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, threatening to engulf the city in catastrophe. Chapter 18. Counterattack in the basement. The acrid smoke surged like a horde of uninvited, frenzied apparitions, rampaging within the confined space and lunging toward Zhou Zheng and his team. They were instantly enveloped by the noxious odor. Each breath felt like a challenge to their physiological limits, as if their throats were ablaze. This mysterious organization is truly sinister, employing such underhanded tactics. It seems they are determined to trap us here like rats, Little Li muttered, clutching his sleeve tightly over his mouth and nose. His voice muffled as if stuffed with cotton. Old Zhou, choked by the smoke, coughed several times before regaining his composure and snapped. Stop whining and think of a way out. This damned smoke may be hiding something worse. We can't afford to be knocked out by it before the organization gets us. Zhou Zheng, suppressing the stinging scent, scanned the environment with the intensity of a searchlight. Suddenly, he spotted a vent in the corner of the basement. Though covered by a rusty iron grate, in this dire moment, the vent appeared as a glimmer of hope. the sole possible escape route. Everyone, look. That vent might lead us to safety. Literally, do you have any tools to pry open this grate? Zhou Zheng gestured toward the vent. Upon hearing this, Little Li hurriedly searched his pockets, his movements frantic as if he were hunting for treasure. At last, he produced a multifunctional tool and trudged toward the vent, navigating through the thickening smoke that obscured his vision like a heavy gray curtain. Finally reaching the vent, Little Li crouched down and began to unscrew the grate. Ugh! These screws are rusted solid, making it harder than climbing a mountain. I bet this mysterious organization planned it this way, using this wretched grate to stall us. As he strained against the screws, exerting all his strength, he couldn't help but grumble, his tone rife with frustration and anger. Just as Little Li wrestled with the stubborn screws, members of the mysterious organization, seizing the cover of the smoke, attacked the police like a pack of ravenous wolves. The sounds of fists clashing, bodies colliding, and muffled grunts echoed through the basement, amplifying the tension and chaos. Everyone, be cautious. Do not lose your composure. Steady yourselves. Zhou Zheng shouted, quickly turning to engage the approaching members of the organization. In the smoke-filled environment, fighting was akin to a daunting challenge. Both sides had to rely on sound and vague silhouettes to gauge each other's positions, with every move steeped in uncertainty, like a deadly game in the dark. Lin Yu, refusing to yield, darted through the smoke with the agility of a cat, skillfully evading attacks, while seizing opportunities to counterattack with finesse. Oomph, you lot don't scare me. Watch how I handle you, Lin Yu declared, then seized a moment to execute a stunning spinning kick that knocked down an assailant attempting to sneak up from behind, her movement precise and dazzling. Meanwhile, the countdown of the Doomsday Puzzle plan continued its relentless march. Each tick resonated like a heavy hammer, tightening the hearts of all present. Joe, this is bad. There are only 5 minutes left on the countdown. We must think of something quickly, Old Zhou shouted anxiously, his voice brimming with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot pan. At last, after a grueling effort, Little Li successfully detached the iron grate. He was almost jumping with excitement as he shouted, Joe, I've got it open. Zhou Zheng quickly instructed, everyone, remain calm and enter the vent in an orderly fashion. Lin Yu, you and Little Li lead the way to check for any further dangers. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and Little Li swiftly crawled into the vent. Inside, the space was as cramped as a snail's shell, filled with a putrid odor reminiscent of a long-forgotten landfill, nearly overwhelming their senses. Fortunately, they encountered no additional traps. The two cautiously navigated ahead, occasionally glancing back to signal the others to follow. As the team members entered the vent one by one, the leader of the mysterious organization suddenly realized the police were escaping through the vent. Enraged, he bellowed, no, we cannot let them get away. Everyone, pursue them. If anyone lets them escape, I will hold you accountable. Some members of the organization obeyed and began to squeeze into the vent. However, the confined space limited their numbers, forcing them to enter one by one, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. This provided the police a brief respite, like finding a small haven amid fierce battle. Zhou Zheng took on the responsibility of holding the rear, keeping a vigilant watch on the approaching members of the organization, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. Everyone, pick up the pace. We cannot afford to be caught. We must escape and thwart the Doomsday Puzzle plan, Zhou Zheng shouted, his voice echoing through the narrow vent. The vent twisted and turned like an immense labyrinth, disorienting them completely. Lin Yu and Little Li floundered ahead like headless flies, occasionally switching on their phone flashlights to illuminate the path. Yet, in the darkness of the vent, that faint light felt minuscule and helpless, akin to a lone boat adrift at sea. This vent is an enormous maze. I have no idea where it leads. I hope we find the exit soon. If we delay any longer, the Doomsday Puzzle plan will activate and Harbor City will be doomed. Lin Yu lamented, her voice laden with concern. Just then, they faintly heard the sound of rushing water ahead. Their hearts raced, and they quickened their pace, discovering a rupture in the vent leading to a sewage channel below. The murky water emitted a revolting stench, reminiscent of a vast cesspool. What do we do now? Are we supposed to jump down? That water looks disgustingly foul. Little Li grimaced at the sight of the sewage channel, his brow furrowed in hesitation. Zhou Zheng arrived quickly, assessed the situation, and decisively declared, there is no time to hesitate. We must jump. This sewage channel may lead outside. For the sake of Harbor City, we must take this risk. Thus, everyone gritted their teeth and leaped one after another into the sewage canal. The water within was foul and putrid, rising to waist height, and the icy sludge instantly soaked their garments, resembling a plunge into a frigid tomb, accompanied by an asphyxiating stench. Yet, at that moment, the group paid little heed to their discomfort, wading through the murky water as they pressed onward. The members of the mysterious organization, upon reaching the breach, hesitated at the sight of the filthy canal below. After all, none wished to immerse themselves in that wretched liquid, for the experience was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, the leader of the organization urged from behind, "What are you all dawdling for? Continue the pursuit. We cannot allow them to escape. If they get away, you shall all face dire consequences." Thus, a thrilling chase unfolded within the confines of the sewage canal. The dim light within was akin to the depths of midnight. Permeated by a nauseating odor, every movement was severely hampered, with each step requiring utmost caution to avoid a perilous fall into the noxious waters. "These fellows are relentless, chasing us like a stubborn gum stuck to our shoes," Old Zhou gasped as he struggled through the muck. Zhou Zheng replied while running, "Ignore them. Let us focus on finding the exit. As long as we can thwart the doomsday puzzle plan, these petty minions will be utterly defeated." At that moment, the keen-eyed Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Look everyone, there's a glimmer of light ahead. That could be the exit." Upon hearing this, the group surged with renewed vigor, akin to parched wanderers in a desert spotting an oasis, quickening their pace. However, the members of the mysterious organization also sensed the police's exhilaration and recognized the exit was near, thus hastening their pursuit. A life-and-death race ensued. "We cannot allow them to escape, block their path. We absolutely must not let them jeopardize our plan." The leader of the organization shouted frantically, his voice echoing through the canal, laden with madness and resolve. As they approached the exit, the members of the mysterious organization caught up once more, and a fierce skirmish erupted. Zhou Zheng and his team understood that they could not linger here. Every second was critical to the fate of Harbor City. Gritting their teeth, they fought back valiantly, engaging the members of the mysterious organization in a desperate struggle. "For Harbor City, we shall fight to the bitter end." Zhou Zheng roared like an enraged lion, delivering a powerful blow to one of the adversaries. The other team members, equally determined, unleashed their skills, embroiling themselves in fierce hand-to-hand combat. After a fierce battle, the police, driven by indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess, finally repelled the members of the mysterious organization and successfully escaped the sewage canal. The exit led to a secluded alley. The sky overhead was overcast, seemingly stifled by the intensity of the recent conflict. With less than 2 minutes remaining until the countdown for the doomsday puzzle plan concluded, Zhou Zheng urged, "Quickly, we must devise a way to thwart the plan. Time is running out." His voice resonated with urgency. Yet, they were utterly oblivious to how the mysterious organization had activated the doomsday puzzle plan, nor did they have any idea where to go to prevent the impending catastrophe. "Team leader Zhou, what shall we do? The time is nearly upon us, and we are completely at a loss." Shaoli fretted, agitated like an ant on a hot skillet, pacing restlessly. Just when anxiety gripped them, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something significant, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Team leader Zhou, I remember. Earlier, in the command center, I noticed their computer displayed not only the countdown, but also some marked maps. Those marks might indicate the key locations to activate the plan." Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled with hope as he replied, "Yes, you are right. Let us return to the command center and examine those map markers. There may still be a glimmer of hope." Without a moment's hesitation, the group hastily retraced their steps to the basement of the abandoned factory. Upon their return to the basement, they found that the members of the mysterious organization had retreated, leaving only a few computers still humming, their screens flickering in the dimness as if recounting the tension and intensity of the battle. Lin Yu swiftly seated herself at the computer, skillfully navigating the interface until she brought up the map markers. "Team leader Zhou, look here. These markers are distributed near several critical infrastructures in Harbor City. They are likely the locations where they installed the sabotage devices," she pointed out, her gaze reflecting urgency and concern. Zhou Zheng studied the map, his expression grave as he declared, "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to investigate each location individually. Let us split into several teams and head to these sites. We must locate and dismantle the sabotage devices before the countdown ends. This is our sole opportunity to save Harbor City." Thus, Zhou Zheng and his team quickly divided into smaller groups, each racing towards different locations. Zhou Zheng led one group towards the power supply facility, while Shaoli hurried towards the transportation hub. Old Zhou led another team towards the gas storage station, and Lin Yu pressed on towards the water treatment plant. Each group bore the weighty responsibility of saving Harbor City, with every second counting. Zhou Zheng's group, near the power supply facility, searched meticulously like a pack of hounds hunting for the sabotage device. The area was filled with numerous pieces of equipment, densely packed like a steel jungle, making the task of locating the concealed device akin to finding a needle in a haystack. "Everyone, search carefully, and do not overlook any corner. Not even a space the size of an ant should be neglected," Zhou Zheng instructed as he scrutinized each piece of equipment. With less than 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Zhou Zheng suddenly spotted a peculiar device within a distribution box, its surface aglow with a sinister red light, pulsating in perfect rhythm with the countdown. This must be it. Quickly, let us see how to dismantle it, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with tension and excitement. However, the device was ensnared in a web of complex wiring and bore a keypad lock, resembling a mysterious treasure chest guarding its secrets. Zhou Zheng, frantic, wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he desperately sought clues to the password. This organization is cunning indeed, crafting such a convoluted contraption to thwart us, he murmured, anxiety creeping into his thoughts. Just as the countdown approached its end, and despair loomed over them, Zhou Zheng noticed a string of inconspicuous numbers on the device. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be hints for the password. Without a moment to spare, he quickly inputted the code, and with a satisfying click, the lock sprang open. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng swiftly cut the crucial wire. Instantly, the red light extinguished, and the device ceased operation. He finally exhaled, feeling as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his heart. Yet, he remained unaware of the status of the other teams and whether Harbor City had evaded danger. I hope the others succeed in their missions, Zhou Zheng muttered, concern and unease etched on his face. Meanwhile, Shaoli, Old Zhou, and Lin Yu were also racing against time, exerting every effort to locate and dismantle the sabotage devices. Would they succeed? Could Harbor City escape this dire crisis? Did the mysterious organization have other unforeseen contingencies lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the police? Everything remains uncertain at this moment. The entire port city hangs precariously on a thin thread, its fate undetermined, leaving one's heart in one's throat. Chapter 19. A Tangle of Crises. After successfully severing the power supply device's connection, Zhou Zheng's heart, although still racing like a drum, had not yet settled. He was acutely aware that the destiny of the port city was still as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, wholly reliant on the actions of other teams. The surrounding night seemed to absorb this tense atmosphere, growing increasingly heavy, as if holding its breath for an outcome yet unknown. Meanwhile, Shaoli resembled a cheetah with its tail ablaze, frantically sprinting toward the transportation hub. As he ran, he fervently prayed, "Oh heavens, please keep an eye out and ensure a smooth journey. My legs are nearly transformed into wheels of fire." Upon reaching the transportation hub, the scene remained vibrant with lights. Vehicles flowing as usual, blissfully unaware of the imminent crisis looming nearby. Like phantoms, Xiao Li and his team darted through critical areas, their eyes wide as saucers, missing no detail. This transportation hub is enormous, resembling an octopus with myriad paths and equipment. Where could the sabotage device be hidden? Xiao Li muttered, furrowing his brow, his expression akin to that of a scholar grappling with an exceedingly complex mathematical conundrum. Suddenly, team member Xiao Zhang, as if discovering a new continent, excitedly pointed toward a surveillance room, exclaiming, "Li Go, look! The door to that monitoring room shows signs of tampering. Perhaps the destructive device is inside." Xiao Li's eyes lit up like bulbs as he declared, "Let us go take a look." They cautiously approached the surveillance room, and as they gently pushed the door open, a pungent chemical odor surged forth, akin to a swarm of manic little demons invading their nostrils. "Oh no, this could be a trap," Xiao Li shouted, quickly covering his mouth and nose. Once they acclimatized to the odor, they discovered the room filled with bizarre instruments, resembling a mad scientist's laboratory. In the center, an apparatus emanating an eerie blue light stood out, seemingly exuding a malevolent aura. This device appeared far from benign. It was likely the sabotage device. As Xiao Li crouched down, carefully preparing to inspect it, the device suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, as if triggered by a mechanism. Almost immediately, a horde of black-clad figures surged forth from all directions. It turned out the mysterious organization had anticipated the police's arrival and had meticulously set this trap. What perfect timing! "We were just lamenting our inability to locate you scoundrels." Xiao Li, unperturbed, drew his weapon and engaged in a fierce gunfight with the black-clad assailants. In the confined surveillance room, gunfire erupted like a cacophony of firecrackers, ringing in their ears, while bullets streaked through the air like meteors. Xiao Li skillfully dodged bullets while shouting, "Everyone, be careful. Do not let them near the device. If it activates, the transportation hub will descend into chaos." The team members, equally resolute, swiftly sought cover and fought valiantly against the black-clad figures. Meanwhile, Old Zhang's team at the gas storage station was also hard at work. The area around the storage station was eerily quiet, with massive gas tanks casting long, ominous shadows under the moonlight, resembling silent giants lurking in the dark. Old Zhang felt a sense of unease. This silence is too abnormal. The mysterious organization must be plotting something, like the calm before a storm, ready to unleash chaos at any moment. They quickly divided into smaller teams to conduct a thorough search of the storage station. Leading one group, Old Zhang focused on inspecting the core area of the gas tanks. Upon reaching a large gas tank, his keen eyes spotted fresh soil marks on the ground, as if someone had recently disturbed the earth. There's definitely something amiss here. Let us dig it up, Old Zhang commanded, and the team immediately sprang into action, excavating with the diligence of busy little bees. Indeed, it wasn't long before they unearthed a concealed tunnel entrance. It appears the mysterious organization has hidden the sabotage device beneath here. Everyone, be cautious. Do not fall into their traps. This is akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep could be disastrous. After issuing his warning, Old Zhang cautiously led the way into the tunnel. The air was thick with a musty dampness, reminiscent of a long unventilated old house, with dim yellow lights flickering on the walls, casting an eerie glow throughout the passage. As they advanced cautiously, a hissing sound suddenly pierced the air, akin to a venomous snake concealed in the shadows. Old Zhang's heart raced as he remarked, "This doesn't sound good. That could be a gas leak. We must act swiftly to locate and dismantle the device. Otherwise, the entire storage station could explode like a massive bomb, and the consequences are unimaginable." At the same time, Lin Yu's team faced significant challenges at the water supply plant. The roar of machinery filled the air, and the enormous reservoirs resembled slumbering giants, with a deceptive calm concealing endless peril beneath the surface. Lin Yu understood all too well that if the water supply system were compromised, the residents of the entire city would find themselves in dire straits without water. The scene would be utterly catastrophic. The team dispersed to inspect the water treatment equipment and pipe connections, the areas most susceptible to sabotage. Lin Yu directed the operations with unwavering resolve. The team members swiftly acted like well-trained hounds, meticulously searching various zones. Reaching a large filtration pool, Lin Yu's sharp eyes detected signs that the nearby control box had been tampered with. Upon closer inspection, she found the wiring mangled like a tangled mess. A small timer was counting down, connected to vials filled with strange liquids. "This is the sabotage device. It must be dismantled immediately," Lin Yu declared, hastily retrieving her tools and beginning the delicate process of disassembly. However, the device was intricately designed, with wires intertwined like a meticulously woven spider's web. Any miscalculation could trigger a chain reaction, crippling the entire water plant. This mysterious organization is ruthless, crafting such a complex device to completely ruin the water supply and deprive the entire citizenry of water. Lin Yu mused as sweat beaded on her brow, glistening like pearls. Her eyes remained fixed on the device, radiating tension and focus, unwilling to relent for even a moment. Back at the transportation hub, Xiao Li and his team were embroiled in a fierce battle with the black-clad figures. Seizing an opportunity, Xiao Li, like a nimble black panther, darted toward the device, intent on dismantling it amidst the crossfire. "Xiao Zhang, cover me," Xiao Li shouted. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhang unleashed a torrent of fire from his weapon, suppressing the black-clad attackers. Just as Xiao Li was nearing the device, a bullet grazed his arm, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson. "Li Gu, you've been hit," Xiao Zhang exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. "Don't worry about me. Keep covering me. We cannot let these bastards succeed." Xiao Li gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his arm as he pressed on toward the device. At last, he stood before the device, swiftly examining methods to dismantle it. His eyes darted across the apparatus, and his mind raced, striving to uncover the key to its deactivation. In the corridors of the natural gas storage station, Old Zhang and his team followed the hissing sound, ultimately discovering a hidden chamber. Inside, a colossal destructive device flickered with an eerie glow, resembling a sinister creature lurking in the shadows, while several members of a mysterious organization operated it nervously. "Don't move. Raise your hands," Old Zhang shouted, gun in hand, his voice echoing through the chamber like a thunderclap. The members of the organization, upon seeing this, immediately reacted like a pack of enraged beasts, seizing their weapons and fiercely resisting. A breathtaking close-quarters battle ensued within the confined space. Old Zhang led the charge as he grappled with a towering member of the organization. "You scoundrels, to jeopardize the entire city for your own selfish gains is utterly insane. Today marks your demise," he roared, his grip tightening as if he sought to channel his fury towards the organization through his hands. Meanwhile, at the water supply plant, Lin Yu, after much arduous effort, successfully dismantled the destructive device. She exhaled deeply, a smile of relief gracing her face as she remarked, "Thankfully, I made it just in time. Had I been a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Her teammates gathered around, offering thumbs up in admiration. Sister Lin, you are incredible. Truly our savior. One teammate exclaimed. Don't celebrate too soon. There are other teams out there. I hope they can also accomplish their tasks smoothly, Lin replied. A hint of concern in her eyes, knowing that as long as one team remained unsuccessful, the crisis in Haigang City persisted. At that moment, Zhou Zheng had established contact with the other teams and learned of Lin Yu's success in dismantling the device at the water supply plant, which eased his mind slightly. However, there was still no news from Xiao Li and Old Zhou, causing him to pace anxiously beside the power supply facilities like an ant on a hot pan. Xiao Li, Old Zhou, you must return safely. Haigang City is eagerly awaiting your return. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to everyone? Zhou Zheng muttered, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. In the transportation hub, Xiao Li, despite the pain in his arm, meticulously studied the device and finally discovered the method to dismantle it. He took a deep breath, akin to a warrior about to undertake a significant mission, and decisively cut the critical wiring. The flickering blue light of the device extinguished instantly, silencing the alarm as if a tamed beast had finally quieted. The black-clad individuals, sensing the impending doom, scattered like headless flies. Trying to escape? Not so easily. None of you will get away, Xiao Li shouted, leading his team like valiant hunters in pursuit. Ultimately, they apprehended all the black-clad members. After dealing with them, Xiao Li collapsed onto the ground, a weary yet satisfied smile illuminating his face, resembling a hero who had just emerged from a life-and-death battle. Finally done, Haigang City breathes a sigh of relief. I hope Old Zhang's side is also faring well, Xiao Li said, his voice tinged with fatigue and anticipation. However, within the chamber of the natural gas storage station, Old Zhou and his team's fight had reached a stalemate. The members of the mysterious organization fought desperately, and the cramped space of the chamber felt like a narrow cage, severely limiting their movements and hindering their abilities. Old Zhou was anxious. He knew that every second wasted added danger to Haigang City, and time was slipping away like sand through an hourglass. We can no longer afford to linger. We must conclude this swiftly. Everyone, follow my lead. Charge, Old Zhou shouted, his voice brimming with determination. At that moment, one of the team members, akin to a hunter sensing prey's vulnerability, keenly spotted a flaw among the members of the mysterious organization. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a flying kick that sent one of them crashing to the ground. Old Zhou, like a tiger descending from the mountain, seized the weapon from the fallen member and, alongside his fellow teammates, ultimately subdued all the members of the mysterious organization. Without pausing to rest, Old Zhou rushed toward the destructive device. It appeared even more complex than they had anticipated, featuring multiple layers of encryption akin to a fortified fortress, rendering it nearly impossible to dismantle. Old Zhou was in a frenzy, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like pearls freed from a broken string. How many tricks does this mysterious organization have up its sleeve? Time waits for no one. If this drags on, Haigang City will be in peril, Old Zhou murmured anxiously, his hands moving swiftly across the device as he fixated on the encryption, attempting to decipher the code. Just as Old Zhou was fully engaged in cracking the device, Zhou Zheng's phone rang suddenly, sounding like a death knell. He hurriedly answered the call, and a mysterious, sinister voice echoed from the other end. Captain Zhou, do you think dismantling a few devices means victory? Humph, the real show is yet to come. The calamity of Haigang City has only just begun. With that, the call abruptly ended. Zhou Zheng, holding the phone, felt a wave of gravity wash over him, his expression turning grave, akin to the sky before a storm, thick with dark clouds. What further schemes does this mysterious organization harbor? Will Old Zhou succeed in dismantling the destructive device at the natural gas storage station? What more terrifying crises lie ahead for Haigang City? All of it loomed like a dense fog, shrouding the hearts of those involved with an unsettling chill, as if an even greater disaster was silently approaching. Chapter 20. The Peril of Resolution. Zhou Zheng held the phone, his hands seemingly frozen as if under a spell, the chilling voice from the mysterious organization slithering into his mind like a cold serpent, stirring a sense of dread within. The tranquility of Haigang City appeared fragile to him, akin to delicate glass, ready to shatter under the weight of the organization's concealed schemes. Meanwhile, within the airtight chamber of the natural gas storage station, Old Zhou was locked in a heart-stopping battle against the device, which resembled a demonic puzzle. His forehead glistened with sweat, beads rolling down his face and splattering onto the device. The ingenuity of this mysterious organization was unfathomable. Their encryption more challenging than solving the world's most complex problems. It felt as though they were intentionally creating obstacles for him. As Old Zhou muttered complaints, his hands moved swiftly over the device, his eyes wide and fixated on a string of codes that appeared as alien as hieroglyphics. as if his intense gaze could melt the complexities away to reveal the truth. The team members clustered around him like startled deer, holding their breath, their eyes glued to his every move, filled with worry and anticipation. Zhou Zheng, unable to contain himself, leaned closer to Old Zhang, whispering almost inaudibly, "Brother Zhang, this device exudes a sinister aura. Surely it harbors some lethal mechanism? My heart feels like it's racing with a rabbit, unable to settle." Without turning his head, Old Zhang replied sharply, his gaze still fixed on the device, "Stop frightening yourself. We are racing against time in a life-or-death sprint. We cannot afford to delay even a second. We must dismantle this hot potato post-haste." Just as Old Zhang was racking his brain, feeling as if his mind might combust, his eagle-like gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous corner of the device, where a seemingly random sequence of numbers was arranged. His heart raced, akin to an adventurer discovering a treasure map, and an intense premonition surged within him. Could this be the key to unlocking the code? Without hesitation, he swiftly attempted to input the sequence. However, the device responded like a stubborn scholar, remaining indifferent to his input, its vexing indicator lights continuing to flash incessantly. Had he made a mistake? Old Zhang furrowed his brow, resembling a defeated rooster, deeply entrenched in thought. His mind operated like a high-speed engine, tirelessly recalling every detail from previous encounters with the enigmatic organization, in search of the crucial clue that could unravel the mystery. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng swiftly snapped out of his momentary astonishment, acutely aware that he could not afford to falter. He needed to devise a strategy without delay. Anxiously, he contacted the technical department of the police station, meticulously detailing the recording of the call from the mysterious organization and the grave situation they currently faced, imploring them to analyze the voice's origin and any potential concealed conspiratorial hints as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. At the same time, using his walkie-talkie, he relayed the organization's threats to Xiao Li and Lin Yu in a calm and resolute tone, instructing them to regroup promptly while emphasizing the need to remain vigilant to any unusual occurrences that might indicate further underhanded tactics from the organization. Xiao Li, having just concluded the follow-up tasks at the transportation hub and preparing to lead his team back, could not help but exclaim, "This mysterious organization is like a stubborn adhesive plaster, impossible to rid ourselves of. I assent it. However, we are not defenseless. Let us see what tricks they still have up their sleeves." Lin Yu, having efficiently organized security measures at the water supply plant, responded via the walkie-talkie, "Captain Zhou, don't worry, we will return immediately. The mysterious organization will undoubtedly not relent. We must all exercise caution and not let our guard down." On their way back to the police station, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, prompting Xiao Li to voice his grievances again. Is this mysterious organization on some kind of stimulant? They are relentless, wreaking havoc here and plotting schemes there. Don't they ever tire? I'm nearly exhausted from all this. Team member Xiao Wang, overhearing, jested, "Li Gu, if they weren't causing chaos, then we, the police, would have nothing to do, and who knows, we might even end up unemployed." Xiao Li shot him a glare, feigning anger as he retorted, "You rascal, can you still joke at a time like this?" But truth be told, this mysterious organization is indeed quite troublesome. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng received news from the police station's technical department after a tense analysis. However, the news was not promising. The phone signal from the mysterious organization had undergone numerous encryptions and signal reroutes, akin to a cunning fox weaving through a forest of countless twists, rendering its precise origin temporarily indeterminate. Nonetheless, through some subtle clues, they surmised the signal's direction pointed towards the port area of Haigang City, known for its complex personnel and mountains of cargo. Zhou Zheng's brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow. The port area had always been a chaotic place. If the mysterious organization were to orchestrate any schemes there, it would undoubtedly pose unprecedented challenges for the police, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Zhou Zheng grappled with the port situation, Old Zhang made a new discovery at the natural gas storage station. Like a dedicated treasure hunter, he meticulously examined the apparatus, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, he recognized a subtle correlation between a series of numbers and what appeared to be an ordinary pattern on the device. His eyes lit up, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Following this newfound insight, he recombined the numbers and, with a racing heart, re-entered the password. This time, it felt as if the gears of fate had begun to turn. The device emitted a crisp beep, and the encrypted lock was finally unlocked. "Wonderful, it's finally solved," Old Zhang exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up, as the team erupted into cheers, their long-held tension momentarily released. Without pausing to celebrate, Old Zhang swiftly followed the disarmament procedure he had previously mastered, concentrating intently and proceeding methodically. His hands moved like two trained dancers, deftly maneuvering over the device, carefully severing several crucial wires. As the connections were broken, the indicator lights on the destructive apparatus extinguished one by one, as if enchanted. At last, the dangerous time bomb was successfully dismantled, securing the natural gas storage station. Old Zhou let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face, embodying both the joy of success and the relief of having escaped disaster. However, as Old Zhou and his team emerged from the secure room, their smiles froze in place. They found themselves encircled by a throng of new members from the mysterious organization, creating an impenetrable barrier. It turned out that the organization had anticipated the police's success in disarming the device and had set up this insidious perimeter in advance, much like a hunter quietly awaiting its prey. Did you think that dismantling the device meant everything was resolved? Such navet. Today marks your demise. Surrender and accept your fate. The leader of the mysterious organization bellowed from the front, his expression twisted and malevolent, reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Old Zhou, witnessing the tense standoff, inwardly lamented, but being a seasoned officer, he quickly regained his composure. He scanned his team with determined eyes, speaking in a low yet powerful voice. Everyone, remain calm. Let us stand back to back, maintain a tight formation, and look for an opportunity to break free. We can do this. Simultaneously, Shaoli and Lin Yu were hastily making their way to the police station. Shaoli, frantic as a bee in a hot pot, voiced his concern. I wonder how Old Zhou is faring. It's truly worrisome. We need to pick up the pace. If we delay, we might face unforeseen troubles. Lin Yu, though equally anxious, feigned calmness, reassuring him, Old Zhou is experienced and resourceful. He will surely manage. Let's meet up with Captain Zhou first, and then we can discuss our next strategy together. Just as they were nearing the police station, they received an urgent notification from Zhou Zheng. Unidentified individuals were spotted lurking suspiciously near the police station. Preliminary assessments suggested they were likely members of the mysterious organization. Do not return yet. Find a secure location to conceal yourselves and await further instructions from me. Shaoli and Lin Yu were taken aback, realizing the audacity of the mysterious organization to operate so brazenly under the police's very noses, showing utter disregard for law enforcement. Shaoli's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "These ruffians are incredibly presumptuous, thinking we can be easily bullied. How dare they loiter near the police station? It's utterly outrageous." Lin Yu, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "They must have a larger scheme in mind. Their presence here is certainly not coincidental. We must not act impulsively. Let us heed Captain Zhou's advice, find a hiding place, and await his commands to avoid alarming them." At that moment, Zhou Zheng was in the police station, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance footage of the furtive members of the mysterious organization, his brow furrowed even tighter. His mind raced, contemplating a counter-strategy. Why had the organization suddenly appeared near the police station? What could their objective be? Was it the crucial documents stored within the precinct? Or did they intend to harm the officers? Or perhaps they harbored even more sinister plans? A barrage of questions flooded Zhou Zheng's mind, causing him a throbbing headache. "Captain Zhou, we cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative and show them what we're made of," a hot-headed young officer exclaimed. Zhou Zheng nodded solemnly, his expression grave. "Indeed, we cannot remain passive, but we must not act recklessly either. First, let us ascertain their numbers and movements. Then devise a comprehensive and detailed plan for their capture. We must strike decisively and not allow them a chance to escape." As the police diligently devised their plans, a mysterious organization appeared to sense an unusual disturbance, akin to a pack of astute foxes detecting the scent of danger. They began to execute a well-organized and calculated retreat, their movements swift and orderly. Observing this, Zhou Zheng resolutely commanded, "We cannot let them escape. All units, mobilize. We must capture them all." The police surged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger, pursuing the members of the enigmatic organization. During the chase, the members displayed remarkable agility and counter-surveillance skills, splitting into multiple squads and dispersing like trained operatives. This forced Zhou Zheng to divide his forces to pursue each team separately. In the midst of the pursuit, Shaoli, too focused on the chase, inadvertently strayed from his group. He found himself in solitary pursuit of a member of the mysterious organization, arriving at an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse exuded an eerie ambience, steeped in a musty, decaying scent. The surrounding walls were mottled and peeling, resembling the toothless grin of an elderly man silently narrating tales of the past. The dimly lit interior was cluttered with dilapidated objects, casting shadowy figures that seemed to conceal countless pairs of eyes. "Nowhere to run. You have no escape," Shaoli shouted, his voice echoing through the desolate space, only to be swiftly devoured by the vastness, leaving behind a faint reverberation. Suddenly, the member of the mysterious organization halted, slowly turning to face Shaoli, a sinister smirk creeping across his face. You think you can catch me? How naive. This is all part of our plan. You police are mere puppets dancing to our tune. Filled with confusion, Shaoli could not restrain himself from asking, what plan? You'd better clarify. Yet the member remained silent, casting a cold, derisive gaze upon Shaoli. Abruptly, he produced a remote control from his pocket and, without hesitation, pressed a button. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted around the warehouse, flames soaring skyward, thick smoke billowing as if to engulf the entire structure. The thunderous roar of the blast pierced Shaoli's eardrums, and he instinctively shielded his head, a wave of heat crashing against him, nearly suffocating him. Meanwhile, Linyu, witnessing the explosion from a distance, felt her heart race with dread as it surged into her throat. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the warehouse, calling out, Shaoli, you must be all right. Her eyes brimmed with worry and urgency, her steps quickening as if each stride echoed the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Images of Shaoli flooded her mind, her anxiety mounting over the possibility of him being caught in the blast. At that moment, upon receiving Lin Yu's distress signal, Zhou Zheng's heart raced with concern. He immediately led his team towards the scene. His heart was heavy with worry. To him, Shaoli was like a brother, and he could not bear to witness him in peril. Additionally, the series of frenzied actions by the mysterious organization made him realize that this crisis was far more complex and severe than anticipated, akin to an unfathomable black hole concealing endless dangers. What other mad schemes did the organization have in store? Was Shaoli safe? How could the police navigate this intricate web and unravel the crisis? All remained shrouded in a thick veil of uncertainty, sending chills down their spines, as if a more terrifying storm was on the horizon. How would Zhou Zheng and his team find a glimmer of hope amidst the dense fog and uncover the chilling conspiracy of the mysterious organization? All of this was still an enigma, like a chasm in the night, awaiting their exploration and breakthrough. Chapter 21. In search of opportunity amidst the fog, Lin Yu dashed towards the exploding warehouse like a cannonball, her heart racing with desperation. The billowing smoke writhed like a horde of clawing black demons, twisting and turning in the night sky, threatening to plunge the world into an endless abyss of darkness. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, each beat accompanied by a sharp pang of agony. Shaoli, you better not be hurt. If anything happens to you, I want to forgive you. She mentally screamed, terror washing over her like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming her. Zhou Zheng followed closely behind his team, his expression as dark as the stormy sky before a tempest, filled with an intensity that seemed capable of squeezing water from the air. His eyes reflected endless worry and urgency, like two burning flames, wishing to scorch away any obstacles in their path. Speed up. We cannot let Shaoli be in danger, he bellowed, his voice resonating like a bell in the still night, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The team surged forward like arrows released from a bow, each face etched with anxiety and concern, silently urging, Shaoli, hold on. We're almost there. Upon their arrival, the scene before them was heart-wrenching. The inferno raged like a malevolent beast, mercilessly consuming the warehouse in a sea of flames. The flickering flames danced like frenzied revelers, while the scorching heat surged towards them like a ferocious predator, making it nearly impossible to approach. Lin Yu, in a frenzy, attempted to charge inside. As if Shaoli were the most precious treasure in her life, she would risk everything, even if it meant facing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Zhou Zheng, quick to react, seized her arm and firmly stated, don't be impulsive. If you go in like this, you won't save Shaoli and may lose your own life. His voice, though somewhat drowned by the thunderous roar of the flames, conveyed unwavering strength, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, striving to awaken Lin Yu's rationality. With tear-streaked cheeks, Lin Yu's eyes were red, and her sobs escaped in a choked voice. Captain Zhou, Shaoli is still inside. I can't just stand by and watch him. I can't do it. Zhou Zheng gently patted her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. I completely understand your feelings, Lin Yu, but we must remain calm. Everyone, listen. First, find fire extinguishers to control the flames. Then we will devise a plan to rescue him. The team worked swiftly like diligent bees, scouring for extinguishers. However, the flames were ferocious, akin to a creature with a gaping maw, rendering the extinguishers' powder useless against their fury. Just as despair began to grip them, Zhou Zheng's keen eyes caught sight of a small fire hydrant on one side of the warehouse, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Quick, there's a fire hydrant. Follow me, he shouted excitedly. The team rallied around him like soldiers responding to a call to arms, scrambling to connect hoses and open the valves. With a powerful rush, water surged forth like an enraged dragon, charging towards the flames. Through their collective efforts, the once rampant fire began to subside, coming under some measure of control. Zhou Zheng, witnessing the diminishing flames, gritted his teeth and declared, "I will go in first. You all stay outside and be ready to assist me. Inform me immediately if anything arises." With that, disregarding the team's pleas, he donned a drenched coat and resolutely entered the warehouse. Inside, the thick smoke enveloped him like a heavy fog, and the acrid scent pierced his nostrils, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Zhou Zheng pressed his hand tightly against his mouth and nose, struggling to navigate through the perilous ruins. Each step was taken with utmost caution, as he feared encountering hidden dangers. Shaoli, where on earth are you?" he shouted hoarsely, his voice weakly echoing in the thick smoke, as if it might be devoured by the surrounding darkness at any moment. Suddenly, he faintly heard a feeble moan, a sound reminiscent of a glimmer of hope in the abyss. A surge of joy filled Zhou Zheng's heart as he followed the sound. Moving like a keen-scented hound, amidst a pile of collapsed debris, he finally discovered the injured Shaoli. Shaoli lay there in silence, his clothes soaked in blood, transforming his once immaculate uniform into a shocking shade of dark red. His eyes were tightly shut, unconscious and appearing exceedingly frail. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Zheng felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his heart, sending a wave of pain coursing through him. Without further thought, he quickly crouched down and gently lifted Shaoli, cradling him as if he were the most precious treasure in the world, and then rushed towards the exit of the warehouse. Found him! Shaoli is here! Quick, help me!" he shouted with all his might. The team members, upon hearing his cries, converged like a tide, rushing to his side. Lin Yu, upon seeing Shaoli's tragic state, could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Shaoli, you big fool, wake up. You promised me we would complete so many tasks together. You can't go back on your word." Zhou Zheng looked at the heartbroken Lin Yu and reassured her, "Calm down, Lin Yu. Everyone, follow my orders. Quickly lift Shaoli into the police car and get him to the hospital without delay." The group sprang into action, carefully lifting Shaoli into the police vehicle and speeding towards the hospital. Inside the police car, Lin Yu held Shaoli's hand tightly, repeatedly saying, "Shaoli, you must hold on. We're almost at the hospital. You will be fine. You must be fine." Her voice trembled with tears, filled with worry and hope. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors and nurses, already informed, swiftly wheeled Shaoli into the operating room. Zhou Zheng, Lin Yu, and the team members waited anxiously outside, each face etched with concern, as if time had frozen in that moment. The operating room door stood closed, a barrier between them and Shaoli. "It's all my fault. If only I had been faster, Shaoli wouldn't have been injured," Lin Yu lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes filled with anguish and regret. Zhou Zheng placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, "Don't say that, Lin Yu. It's truly not your fault. Those elusive individuals from the mysterious organization are exceptionally cunning. Their schemes are intricate, and none of us anticipated such a move. You need to gather your strength. Shaoli still requires our support." As time dragged on in an atmosphere thick with tension and worry, every second felt like an eternity. After what seemed like ages, the operating room door finally opened. The doctor emerged, weariness etched on his face, and the group immediately surged forward. "Doctor, how is he? Please, you must save him," Zhou Zheng implored, his gaze brimming with hope and anxiety. The doctor wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and replied, "The patient's injuries are severe. He has multiple fractures, as well as serious burns and internal injuries. However, after our utmost efforts, he has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger. Yet, his condition remains critical and he will require close observation in the intensive care unit. Subsequent treatment is also crucial." Upon hearing the doctor's words, a heavy weight lifted slightly from their hearts. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "As long as he is okay, as long as he is okay. Thank heavens, Shaoli, you've made it through." Zhou Zheng observed the exhausted Lin Yu and said, "Lin Yu, you should take a moment to rest. We will watch over him here. If you collapse from exhaustion, Shaoli will worry when he awakens." Lin Yu shook her head firmly, replying, "I'm fine, Captain Zhou. I want to stay here with Shaoli until he wakes up. If he doesn't see me when he comes to, he will be frightened." Just then, Zhou Zheng's phone rang, the sound piercing through the silence of the corridor. He pulled out his phone to see that it was a call from the technical department of the police station. He quickly answered, "Hello, this is Zhou Zheng. What is the update?" The technician on the other end said, "Captain Zhou, we have conducted a more in-depth and detailed analysis of the mysterious organization's phone signals and uncovered an important lead. They are likely operating from a secret base aboard a cargo ship at the port. Through signal tracking and analysis, we have essentially pinpointed the ship's location and some related information. Zhou Zheng felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation. Understood. I will return to the police station immediately. Continue gathering leads and keep a close watch on any developments. We cannot afford to let our guard down for a moment. After hanging up, Zhou Zheng addressed Lin Yu and the team members, saying, I need to return to the station. The technical department has found new leads indicating that the mysterious organization may be up to something at a cargo ship in the port. Take good care of Shaoli here. Contact me at any moment should anything arise. With that, he hurriedly left the hospital. Upon returning to the police station, Zhou Zheng immediately convened a meeting with the team. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense it felt as if it could drip with gravity. Zhou Zheng stood at the front, his expression serious as he declared, Comrades, the situation is urgent. The technical department has discovered leads regarding the mysterious organization at the cargo ship in the port, which is crucial for us. We must swiftly devise a detailed action plan. We cannot allow them another chance to execute their scheme, or the city of Haigang will face an even greater crisis. Zhou Zheng's eyes radiated unwavering determination, burning like two flames, intent on obliterating the organization as conspiracy. The team members nodded in agreement, their spirits high, akin to warriors preparing for battle. Captain, we will follow your lead. Wherever you direct us, we shall strike. Yes, this time, we must capture every single member of the mysterious organization and show them our strength. The voices of the team members brimmed with fervor, igniting the entire conference room. After an intense discussion and meticulous analysis, they finally crafted a comprehensive action plan. They decided to split into 3 groups. One group would disguise themselves as dock workers, using clever camouflage and superb acting skills to infiltrate the port, quietly approaching the cargo ship and gathering vital intelligence for subsequent operations. Another group would establish a tight perimeter around the port, creating an invisible net to prevent any members of the mysterious organization from escaping. And a third group would serve as the assault team, poised to board the ship and deliver a decisive blow to the organization. On the night of the operation, the moonlight poured down like water, softly illuminating every corner of the port. However, beneath this tranquility lay an undercurrent of tension. The team members disguised as dock workers, bearing heavy loads, blended into the bustling port. They wore professional smiles, their steps steady and purposeful, as if genuinely busy with their livelihoods. Yet their eyes were sharp and vigilant, like hawks observing every movement around them. Hey, do you think the mysterious organization will discover us? I'm feeling a bit anxious, one team member whispered, a hint of tension in his voice. Don't worry, we'll stick to the plan. As long as we remain cautious, nothing will go wrong. Trust yourself, and trust our team, another team member softly reassured, patting his shoulder in an attempt to bolster his confidence. As they cautiously approached the cargo ship, they discovered that it was surrounded by formidable defenses, resembling a stout fortress. Numerous figures clad in black patrolled the area, their uniforms stark, expressions grave, and eyes betraying both vigilance and ferocity. It seemed the enigmatic organization was indeed present. Everyone remained on high alert, careful not to reveal any weaknesses. The captain murmured, signaling to his team to stay vigilant and continue their slow advance. Meanwhile, the operatives stationed around the port had taken their positions, hidden in various nooks, some behind containers, others cloaked in the shadows of the dock, like a pack of stealthy leopards, quietly awaiting the appearance of prey. Their eyes were fixed intently on the cargo ship, weapons firmly gripped, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. All teams, stay alert. Do not act recklessly, await orders. Zhou Zheng communicated through the intercom, his voice deep and commanding, guiding his team's actions like a baton in the dark. The members of the assault team were seated in a nearby van, donned in black tactical gear, faces painted with camouflage, their eyes glinting with resolute intent. They resembled warriors poised for battle, exuding an aura of fearlessness. This time, we must ensure that the mysterious organization understands that opposing the police leads to dire consequences. One team member whispered, his gaze brimming with determination, eager for a fierce confrontation. Just then, a teammate disguised as a dock worker relayed news. Captain Zhou, we have spotted some peculiar equipment on the cargo ship. It appears highly advanced and meticulously arranged, likely related to the organization as conspiracy. Zhou Zheng's heart leapt with excitement. Good. Continue observing, but do not alarm them. The assault team, be prepared. Follow my command to board at any moment. However, just as Zhou Zheng was ready to issue the boarding order, chaos erupted aboard the cargo ship. A cacophony of shouts and footsteps shattered the silence. This is bad. We may have been discovered. Assault team, move now. Zhou Zheng commanded decisively, urgency lacing his tone. The assault team surged forward like tigers descending a mountain, their footsteps resolute and powerful, as if they intended to leave deep impressions upon the ground. Upon boarding the ship, they found members of the mysterious organization engaged in fierce combat with their undercover colleagues. The scene was chaotic, shouts and gunfire intermingling, resembling a nightmare brought to life. Attack! The assault team roared, unhesitatingly joining the fray. They descended upon the members of the mysterious organization like a ravenous pack of wolves, launching a relentless offensive. Gunfire erupted across the ship, bullets whistling through the air like deadly lightning. The cacophony of battle was deafening, as if it might overturn the entire vessel. The members of the mysterious organization fought fiercely, akin to a pack of frenzied beasts, recklessly charging at the police officers. Yet, bolstered by their high morale and exceptional combat skills honed through rigorous training, the police gradually gained the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. Captain Zhou, we've discovered a hidden room in the cargo hold. The door is tightly shut, surrounded by strange symbols and a keypad. It seems to contain something of great importance, possibly the key to unraveling the organization's conspiracy, one team member excitedly reported via the intercom. Zhou Zheng instructed, secure the area. We must not allow anyone to destroy it. I will be there shortly. Zhou Zheng quickly boarded the cargo ship and approached the concealed room, its door firmly shut, exuding an unsettling aura like a mysterious black hole. The surrounding symbols seemed to whisper untold secrets, while the keypad stood as a steadfast guardian, obstructing their advance. This keypad appears intricate. It must have been meticulously designed by the organization. Let us find a way to unlock it and uncover the secrets within, Zhou Zheng urged, his eyes reflecting a mix of urgency and anticipation. The team immediately set to work on the keypad. Some utilized tools in attempts to pry it open, while others scrutinized the strange symbols, seeking clues to decipher the code. Just then, reinforcements from the mysterious organization arrived, their footsteps echoing like an oncoming tide. This is bad. Their reinforcements are here. Hold your ground. We cannot let them near the hidden room. Zhou Zheng shouted, his voice resonating with determination. The battle aboard the ship intensified. As the police found themselves besieged from all sides, they had to contend with the frenzied assaults of the mysterious organization while racing against time to unlock the concealed room. The tension escalated, taut as a drawn bowstring, threatening to snap at any moment. In this critical juncture, would the team manage to unlock the room and uncover the key to the organization's plot? Amidst the relentless tide of reinforcements, could the police hold their ground aboard the cargo ship and ensnare them all? Would the crisis in Haiging City be resolved, or would it plunge deeper into turmoil? All remained uncertain, and with each passing second, the outcome of this battle grew increasingly enigmatic, enveloped in a dense fog that shrouded the hearts of all involved. Chapter 22. A perilous confrontation aboard the cargo ship. The tumult of battle resembled boiling water, fierce enough to spill over. Gunfire crackled incessantly, akin to firecrackers during the new year, yet these carried deadly peril. The battle cries were deafening, intertwining to form a chaotic and heart-pounding symphony of death. Reinforcements from the mysterious organization surged forth like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf the police officers entirely. Zhou Zheng surveyed the chaotic scene, acutely aware that panic now would equate to surrendering victory to the enemy. He needed to maintain composure, serving as an unwavering anchor for his team. Everyone, listen carefully. Maintain your formation, and do not falter. We must act as a closely knit unit, like a band of hedgehogs, leaving them no room to attack. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses. Zhou Zheng bellowed, his voice resolute amidst the din of gunfire, resonating like a bell in the ears of his team members. Upon receiving the command, the team members quickly adjusted, forming a solid defensive perimeter, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the members of the mysterious organization. Why are these guys so tenacious? They cling like gum on a shoe, impossible to shake off, one member exclaimed, nimbly dodging the barrage of enemy fire, his expression one of exasperation. Enough complaining. Focus on the fight. Once we deal with them, you can grumble all you want. Another retorted, eyes fixed on the enemy, his weapon unleashing a relentless stream of fire. Seizing a momentary lull in the battle, Zhou Zheng directed his gaze toward the keypad on the hidden room. The construction of the keypad was intricate, resembling a mysterious labyrinth, the peculiar symbols twisting and turning as if whispering unknown incantations. He understood that unlocking this keypad was the golden key to unraveling the organization's conspiracy, yet time slipped away like a mischievous child, each second weighing heavily upon him. Crucial to the safety of countless residents in Haiging City. Is there anyone who can decipher these symbols? Zhou Zheng inquired anxiously, his eyes scanning the faces of his team like a searchlight. The team members shook their heads in confusion, much like a bobbing drum, utterly bewildered by the peculiar symbols. unable to grasp their significance. Just as despair began to settle among them, the typically taciturn Zhou Zheng suddenly exclaimed with the excitement of a newfound discovery, "Captain Zhou, I believe I have encountered similar symbols before. Let me think." Upon hearing this, Zhou's eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a beacon in the dark. As he intently urged Zhou Zheng, "Take your time, think hard. You must remember, this is crucial." Zhou Zheng closed his eyes. His brow furrowed tightly like a twisted pretzel as he diligently searched his memory. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Nearly leaping with excitement, he declared, "Captain Zhou, I've recalled. In a previous investigation involving a mysterious organization, there was a document featuring patterns strikingly similar to these symbols. The document indicated that it was an archaic method of encryption, with the code arranged in a specific numerical sequence." Zhou, filled with elation, felt as though he had spotted an oasis in a vast desert, promptly inquired, "Do you remember the sequence of numbers? Please, tell me." Furrowing his brow, Zhou Zheng concentrated before finally stating, "If my memory serves me correctly, the numbers should be determined by the frequency and direction of the symbols." Without delay, Zhou and the team members, like diligent little bees, gathered around the cipher lock, meticulously examining the symbols. Some wielded flashlights to illuminate the symbols, while others took notes on their various attributes. After an intense and breathless calculation, they finally deduced a possible code. Zhou inhaled deeply, feeling as though his heart was in his throat, and carefully entered the password. However, the lock responded like a mischievous child, emitting a piercing alarm that could rupture eardrums, while the door remained firmly shut, showing no signs of yielding. What could be the issue? Could the code be incorrect? What now? An anxious team member paced restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Zhou quickly reassured, "Stay calm, everyone. Let's think this through. Zhou Zheng, reflect once more. Is there anything we might have overlooked? Even the smallest detail could hold the key." Zhou Zheng sank into contemplation again, scratching his head and tapping his forehead, muttering to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, he exclaimed, "I've remembered. The document also mentioned that the password needs to be entered in reverse order. It must be that." Without hesitation, Zhou followed Zhou Zheng's instructions and entered the code in reverse. At last, the lock responded obediently, emitting a soft beep, and the door creaked open like a treasure chest finally unveiled. Inside the secret chamber lay an array of dazzling advanced equipment and a mountain of densely packed files. Zhou and the team members dashed in like agile cheetahs, eager to examine the documents and devices. "Captain Zhou, you must see these files. They appear to pertain to a new virus development plan." "My heavens, this is no trivial matter," exclaimed a team member, eyes wide with astonishment. Zhou swiftly took the file, scrutinizing it closely. As he read, his expression darkened, grave concern etched across his face. "This is dire. The mysterious organization intends to use this virus to target the water supply system of Haigang City. If their sinister plot succeeds, the entire city's populace will be in peril. The consequences are unimaginable." Just then, unsettling news arrived from outside. The mysterious organization's reinforcements were surging like a relentless tide, overwhelming the police line, which began to falter. "Captain, we can barely hold on. There are too many of them, swarming like ants," came the urgent voice over the radio, tinged with desperation. Zhou gazed at the files and equipment in the chamber, understanding that these pieces of evidence were paramount and must not fall into the hands of the mysterious organization. Doing so would be akin to handing them a key to unleash catastrophe. "Listen, we must hold our ground. Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot retreat. I will stay behind with a portion of the team to destroy this evidence while the rest of you fight to repel them. We cannot let them breach this chamber." "Understood?" The team members resolutely affirmed their commitment to the mission. Zhou quickly organized a few team members, who diligently gathered the files, preparing to incinerate them with their portable burning devices. However, misfortune struck. As they prepared to act, they discovered the burning device had been damaged during the earlier skirmish, rendered useless like a deflated balloon. "What now? Without the burning device, we cannot destroy these files and equipment. This is maddening," a team member lamented, nearly in tears as he stomped his feet in frustration. Zhou surveyed the surroundings, channeling his inner detective as he sought a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He noticed various chemical reagents within the chamber. With a spark of excitement, he exclaimed, "If we mix these chemicals, they should generate enough heat to destroy the files and equipment. Everyone, stay calm and follow my lead." Zhou and the team swiftly applied their chemical knowledge, cautiously combining the appropriate reagents. Indeed, the mixture ignited like a lit fuse, initiating a vigorous reaction that caused the temperature to soar, radiating waves of intense heat. Just as the files and equipment were on the brink of destruction, the members of the mysterious organization, like a horde of frenzied beasts, breached the police line and charged toward the chamber. "We cannot allow them to enter. Let us fight," Zhou shouted, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior as he led the remaining team members into a fierce melee with the attackers. The air was thick with shouts and clashes, both sides fighting with the ferocity of enraged bulls, exerting every ounce of strength. The mysterious organization had the advantage in numbers, surging forth like a relentless tide, while the police team began to falter, resembling exhausted scarecrows on the verge of collapse. Just as the adversaries were about to breach the chamber, Zhou's sharp gaze fell upon a mysterious organization member strapped with explosives, resembling a ticking time bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. "No, he intends to take us all with him. Everyone, be cautious." Zhou's heart raced with alarm, and he sprang into action, lunging at the member with all his might. In a heroic act, Zhou tackled the organization member to the ground, fiercely gripping the detonator in his hand, shouting, "Get out. This place is about to explode." The team members, shielded by their comrades, hastily evacuated the chamber. However, Zhou found himself ensnared by the organization member, unable to escape. At the critical moment before detonation, a fearless team member, undeterred by danger, dashed back like a gust of wind, exerting every effort to rescue Zhou from the clutches of the adversary. As they barely escaped the chamber, a thunderous explosion reverberated behind them, shaking the very earth, as the chamber was obliterated, reduced to scattered debris. The cargo ship rocked violently from the blast, swaying like a drunken giant, as if it might sink into the vast ocean at any moment. "Captain Zhou, are you all right?" The team member, concerned for Zhou Zheng, asked anxiously, his eyes brimming with worry. Zhou wiped the dust from his face, a weary smile gracing his features as he replied, "I'm fine. Thanks to you, brother, or I would have met my end here today. You saved my life." At that moment, the situation aboard the cargo ship grew increasingly dire, compounding their troubles. Although the members of the mysterious organization had suffered greatly in the explosion, resembling a swarm of scattered flies, they continued to resist fiercely, like dying beasts in their final thrall. The cargo ship, severely damaged from the blast, was inundated by the sea, which surged into the hold like a frenzied invader. The vessel began to sink slowly, with the water level creeping up to the deck, the icy seawater soaking everyone's shoes. "Captain Zhou, the ship is sinking. What do we do? If we don't find a way out, we'll all end up as fish food." A team member shouted in desperation, his voice thick with fear and hopelessness. Zhou surveyed the chaotic scene, his mind racing like a high-speed computer, rapidly formulating a strategy. Suddenly, as if he had seen a beacon of hope, his eyes lit up upon spotting a rescue boat approaching the cargo ship from the port. Like a guiding light in the darkness. "Listen up. We need to buy some time. Let's stick to them like glue, and hold these guys off until the rescue boat arrives. At the same time, we must eliminate every last member of the mysterious organization. None shall escape. And their sinister plot must not succeed." Upon hearing Zhou's words, the police officers rallied with renewed vigor, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination as they engaged in a final showdown with the members of the mysterious organization. However, the organization seemed to sense the police's intentions and, like a cunning pack of foxes, began to flee towards the other end of the cargo ship, attempting to seize a small boat to escape. "We cannot let them get away. Pursue them. We must not let them slip through our fingers," Zhou shouted, leading his team like a pride of fierce lions in pursuit of the fleeing adversaries. Just as the members of the mysterious organization were about to board the small boat, the police officers arrived just in time. A fierce struggle ensued beside the boat, resembling two cornered beasts fighting for survival. Amidst the tumultuous combat, Zhou, like a keen hunter, spotted the leader of the mysterious organization cowering behind, directing his subordinates' resistance. Silently, he maneuvered behind the leader, akin to a stealthy panther ready to deliver a fatal blow. As Zhou neared the leader, the latter seemed to sense the impending danger and, like a startled rabbit, spun around. Their eyes met, and the leader's expression flickered with surprise and fear, as though he had encountered death itself. "Do you think you can catch me? Humph, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me," the leader exclaimed, brandishing a dagger with a maniacal grin, lunging viciously at Zhou. Zhou evaded the attack with the agility of a nimble monkey, sidestepping and engaging the leader in close combat. The leader, a formidable opponent, fought with the skill of a martial arts master, and Zhou found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the ship's descent accelerated, the water now nearly reaching their knees, the frigid seawater making their movements increasingly laborious. In this life-and-death moment, would Zhou be able to conquer the leader of the mysterious organization and thwart their escape? Would the rescue boat arrive in time to save them all? Would the water supply system of Harbor City escape this viral crisis? All remained uncertain, the tension palpable, as if an invisible net enveloped everyone. raising their hearts to their throats, as if they might leap out at any moment. Chapter 23. Life and death struggle. The cargo ship pitched violently amidst the surging waves, resembling a fragile leaf in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of being mercilessly swallowed by the ocean's endless abyss. Zhou Zheng found himself embroiled in a heart-stopping duel with the leader of the mysterious organization. The cacophony of shouts and crashing waves intertwining into a symphony of despair and struggle. The atmosphere was charged with tension, akin to a taut bowstring poised to snap. The leader's eyes burned with a predatory ferocity, fixating on Zhou, the dagger in his hand glinting ominously, like a venomous snake ready to strike at Zhou's vital points. The velocity of the attack was so swift it sliced through the chaos like a bolt of black lightning. You think you can drag me down with you? Your calculations are overly ambitious, but alas, you are still too inexperienced. Zhou bellowed, agile as a forest-dwelling ape, deftly avoiding the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a powerful kick, akin to a cannonball, aimed directly at the leader's chest. The leader, sensing imminent danger, exhibited a glimmer of panic in his eyes. Swiftly retreating just in time to evade the blow, yet a malevolent smirk crept across his face, as if mocking Zhou's audacity. You think this will stop me? Humph. Today you all shall perish here and accompany me to the grave. Zhou understood better than anyone that this battle allowed no room for complacency. It had to be resolved swiftly. Should the leader escape, the crisis in Harbor City would spiral out of control like a runaway horse, plunging into an irretrievable abyss. His sharp gaze, akin to that of a hawk, locked onto the leader, and seizing a moment of vulnerability, he surged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, gripping the leader's wrist with iron-like strength and forcefully twisting it. The leader winced in pain as the dagger clattered to the deck with a sharp clang, bouncing several times before vanishing into the turbulent sea. Yet, the leader was not to be underestimated. Enduring the agony, he retaliated with a fierce kick that landed squarely in Zhou's abdomen. Zhou grunted in pain as a surge of agony radiated from his midsection, but clenching his teeth, he refused to relinquish his grip on the leader's wrist, utilizing the momentum to hurl the leader aside, as though tossing a sack of potatoes. The leader crashed heavily onto the wet deck, splashing water as if a boulder had been thrown into the sea. He quickly rolled to his feet, surprise and resentment evident in his gaze, clearly taken aback by Zhou's tenacity, akin to an unwelcome piece of gum that wouldn't come off. At that moment, other team members engaged in a fierce melee with the members of the mysterious organization, the struggle intensifying, yet the ship continued its relentless descent. The icy water now mercilessly lapping at their thighs, as if hands from the depths of hell sought to drag them into an endless abyss. Captain Zhou, we can't hold on much longer. These guys are going insane. We're about to be overwhelmed. A team member shouted hoarsely, exhaustion and urgency evident in his voice, as if the chaotic situation might crush them at any moment. Zhou glanced over to see his comrades fighting valiantly like fearless warriors. Yet the members of the mysterious organization had become increasingly frenzied in this dire predicament, resembling cornered beasts. The police's defenses now appeared akin to a crumbling edifice, on the verge of collapse. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The rescue boat is almost here. We cannot falter at this critical moment, Zhou responded, exerting all his strength to infuse his team with a rallying spirit, bolstering their morale. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the cunning leader of the mysterious organization seized the opportunity to swiftly draw a handgun from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Zhou. A sinister grin etched on his face. You're finished today? With a furious shout, the leader unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. In that split second, Zhou's reflexes were as swift as lightning. He seized a nearby iron rod that had fallen unnoticed and, summoning all his strength, swung it toward the handgun. A resounding bang echoed through the air as a bullet whizzed past Zhou Zheng's ear, akin to an enraged wasp, striking a nearby railing and scattering sparks in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zheng charged forward like an infuriated bull, raising the iron rod high and bringing it down fiercely upon the leader's arm. The leader cried out in pain, his handgun slipping from his grasp and arcing through the air before plunging into the depths of the sea, disappearing without a trace. You are far from being able to contend with me, Zhou Zheng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he swung the iron rod once more, delivering another brutal strike. The leader sidestepped, but the slick deck betrayed him. He lost his footing and tumbled heavily to the ground. Zhou Zheng seized this perfect moment. Leaping forward to mount the leader, his hands clamping around the man's throat like iron vices, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Speak. What is the precise plan for the virus? Are there any other contingencies? Stop your futile struggles. Today, you will reveal everything. The leader's face flushed crimson. Resembling a ripe tomato, his eyes gleaming with venomous defiance, much like a wounded beast. Yet he remained tight-lipped, a stubborn stone in the face of Zhou Zheng's demands. Seemingly engaged in a battle of wills, Zhou Zheng's urgency escalated, unconsciously tightening his grip. Do you think silence will preserve your secrets? Dream on. You must divulge everything today. At that critical moment, a member of the mysterious organization spotted the leader in distress and, disregarding his own safety, charged at Zhou Zheng like a frenzied bull, shouting, "Let go of the boss, you bastard." Startled by the shout, Zhou Zheng instinctively turned to confront the oncoming assailant, only to feel the deck tremble violently beneath him. The cargo ship was sinking, severely damaging the structure. A section of the deck cracked and lifted ominously. Zhou Zheng lost his balance, nearly falling, giving the leader a chance to wrench free from his grasp and scramble to his feet, joining forces with the approaching member. Think you can capture me? It's not that simple. Don't harbor such delusions. The leader snarled, wiping the blood from his mouth, a glint of arrogance and determination shining in his eyes. At that moment, the rescue boat was still some distance away from the cargo ship, while the members of the mysterious organization surged towards the small vessel under their leader's command. Determined to carve a bloody path to escape the sinking ship, Zhou Zheng quickly regained his footing, his gaze scanning the battlefield with unwavering determination. Listen up. We cannot allow them to approach the small boat. We must leave none of them behind. This is our mission, for the safety of Harbor City. We fight to the last. The team members, inspired by Zhou Zheng's rallying cry, gritted their teeth, their spirits rekindled, charging into battle against the members of the mysterious organization once more. The unforgiving seawater now surged to waist height, and everyone struggled against the chilling waves, each movement demanding tremendous effort, as if they were engaged in a relentless tug-of-war against the merciless ocean and their frenzied foes. These scoundrels won't relent until they see the grave, one team member gasped, wielding his baton fiercely. The members of the mysterious organization resembled a pack of rabid dogs, heedless of their safety, fixated solely on breaking free from their dire situation. Zhou Zheng, witnessing the chaos, felt a profound urgency, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He knew all too well that if the leader escaped, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and the water supply system of Harbor City would face catastrophic devastation, plunging the entire city into chaos and terror. Everyone, we absolutely cannot falter. Even if it comes to the last moment, we must hold them back. For the safety of Harbor City, for our families and friends, we fight. Zhou Zheng shouted, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, rekindling their courage as he charged towards the members of the mysterious organization. The battle reached a fever pitch, with injuries mounting on both sides. Though the numbers of the organization dwindled, desperation fueled their frenzy, their assault intensifying like a tempest. Inspired by Zhou Zheng, the police officers stood firm, resisting with all their might, their eyes filled with unwavering conviction, as if declaring to the world that they would not surrender easily. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed team member noticed one of the mysterious organization's members behaving suspiciously, stealthily manipulating something. He focused intently, his heart sinking. It was a small communication device. No, they're trying to alert their comrades. We must not let them succeed, he shouted, darting towards the individual like an arrow released from a bow. However, the members of the organization quickly surrounded him like fierce guard dogs, blocking his path. The officer fought through the crowd, but it felt like wading through quicksand, making progress near impossible. Zhou Zheng, witnessing this unfold, felt a surge of urgency and leaped into action, deftly dispatching several of the assailants, successfully preventing the signal from being sent. Think you can call for backup? Not a chance. Zhou Zheng roared, smashing the communication device to the ground and crushing it underfoot, determined to extinguish the last flicker of hope for the mysterious organization. At that moment, the rescue boat finally drew near, and the rescuers aboard swiftly lowered ropes, calling out, "Quick, grab the ropes. We'll pull you up. Move fast." Zhou Zheng felt a flicker of hope, as if a ray of dawn had broken through, and shouted, "Everyone, stay calm, maintain order, and evacuate. First, get the injured to safety." Just as the team members prepared to follow Zhou Zheng's commands, the cunning leader of the mysterious organization seized the moment in the chaos, darting towards the small boat like a sly fox. With a few agile leaps, he bounded onto the vessel like a specter. You think you can escape? Not so easily. Let us see where you can run. Zhou Zheng, undeterred by the danger, leaped onto the small boat after him. The leader, realizing Zhou Zheng was in pursuit, his eyes glinting with desperation, swiftly started the small boat and steered it into the depths of the sea. The small boat bobbed on the tumultuous waves like a fragile leaf. At any moment, it could be swallowed by the towering swells. You won't escape. Today is your reckoning. Zhou Zheng roared, charging at the leader like an enraged lion. The small boat rocked violently, akin to a frenzied dancer, as the two engaged in a heart-stopping chase on the unstable vessel. Zhou Zheng understood the peril of every movement on the raging sea, yet he could not afford to hesitate. Spotting the leader's momentary imbalance, he lunged forward, intent on subduing him once more. However, a massive wave struck, tilting the boat sharply, and Zhou Zheng stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The leader seized the opportunity to pounce on Zhou Zheng, and the two grappled on the swaying deck. "You think catching me here will amount to anything? Out here. Neither of us will fare well," the leader shouted amidst the struggle. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth in response. "You're deluding yourself. Today I will give everything to ensure you do not get away." As they wrestled, Zhou Zheng spotted a weakness in the leader's defense, pushing him away with sudden force. The leader staggered back, inadvertently colliding with the ship's steering wheel. The boat veered abruptly toward a massive reef. "This is bad," Zhou Zheng thought, rushing to the helm in a desperate attempt to correct their course. The leader seized the opportunity to grab a paddle from the ground and swung it fiercely towards Zhou Zheng. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Zhou Zheng swiftly sidestepped, the paddle narrowly grazing his shoulder. "You stubborn fool," Zhou Zheng exclaimed in anger, delivering a powerful kick that sent the paddle flying out of the leader's grasp and into the sea. Seeing this, the leader turned and dashed to the other end of the boat, searching for another weapon. At that moment, Zhou Zheng finally steadied the helm, maneuvering the small vessel away from the rocks. He turned to the leader and declared, "You have nowhere left to run. Surrender yourself willingly." The leader, however, sneered coldly, "Humph. It won't be that easy. We shall perish together if need be." Just then, the sky darkened ominously, and torrential raindrops began to fall with a deafening clatter. While the winds whipped the sea into a frenzy, the small boat was tossed violently upon the waves as if it could capsize at any moment. Zhou Zheng gripped the gunwales tightly, striving to maintain his balance. He regarded the leader, contemplating his next move. In such treacherous weather, capturing the leader had become an even greater challenge. Yet he knew that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow the leader to escape. "Do you think this will intimidate me? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, he could not save you," Zhou Zheng shouted, attempting to exert pressure on the leader amidst the tempest. Unfazed, the leader's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Zheng, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, lifting the small boat high before it crashed down with a tremendous force. Both Zhou Zheng and the leader were violently thrown aside. Struggling to rise, Zhou Zheng saw the leader lunging towards him once more. The two engaged in a fierce struggle in the rain, their vision obscured by sheets of water, making the confrontation all the more arduous. "I wonder how much longer you can endure," the leader shouted, exerting his strength. Zhou Zheng merely smiled. "I shall see whether your strength wanes first or my resolve falters." In this tempest, their struggle continued, each clash accompanied by the roar of the waves. Would Zhou Zheng succeed in capturing the enigmatic leader and unveil the secrets behind the viral scheme amidst such adversity? Could the crew remaining on the freighter escape safely? What unforeseen crisis awaited the water supply system of Harbor City? All was shrouded in a thick fog of uncertainty, tugging at the hearts of all involved. As each passing second seemed to push them deeper into despair, the gears of fate were set in motion, yet no one could foresee their course. Chapter 24. The death struggle in the storm upon the tumultuous sea. The raging winds roared like a frenzied beast, threatening to shatter everything in its path. The torrential rain fell like a relentless barrage of bullets, hammering upon the small boat as if intent on sinking it to the depths below. Zhou Zheng and the leader found themselves trapped in this precarious battlefield, akin to two helpless leaves struggling against the tempest, their fates uncertain. As they grappled in the rain, each exertion sent them reeling with the force of the crashing waves, as if the very world conspired against them, eager to see them meet their demise. Zhou Zheng's eyes blazed red, resembling an enraged bull as he seized the leader by the collar, his gaze fiery with determination. "Do you believe that by stirring up trouble in this wretched weather, you can escape the clutches of justice? You are sorely mistaken." The leader, however, wore a malevolent grin, exposing teeth washed pale by the rain, resembling a demon as droplets cascaded down his face like the spittle of a fiend. "Justice? In my eyes, it is as worthless as scrap paper. Today, it's either you or me. No more words." With that, he abruptly swung his head, akin to a ravenous wolf attacking, attempting to smash his forehead into Zhou Zheng's face, as if intending to render him unconscious. Zhou Zheng had anticipated this, dodging with the agility of a nimble monkey, evading the brutal strike. In the same motion, he drove his knee forcefully into the leader's abdomen. The leader emitted a muffled groan, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, yet like a rabid dog, he lunged at Zhou Zheng's arm, his bite force threatening to sever it completely. Pain surged through Zhou Zheng's arm as if set aflame, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony without relenting. Instead, he swung his other arm like a meteor hammer, striking the leader's neck. The leader staggered, stars dancing before his eyes, finally unable to maintain his grip. "You mad dog, what further tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Zhou Zheng shouted in frustration, his grip tightening as if to vent all his pin-up rage. However, fate seemed to conspire to intensify the struggle. A towering wave surged toward them, lifting the small boat as if it were a mere toy, before crashing it down with a terrifying force. Both Zhou Zheng and the leader were flung apart by this overwhelming power. Zhou Zheng's body collided with the gunwale, nearly sending him tumbling into the abyssal depths of the churning sea. In a panic, he instinctively clutched the edge of the boat, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, as if holding onto his last lifeline. Meanwhile, the leader tumbled like a discarded sack to the opposite end of the boat. He quickly regained his footing, his eyes gleaming with madness and determination, reminiscent of a gambler driven to desperation. His gaze fell upon an iron anchor, and like a wolf spotting prey, a glint of malice crossed his features. Without hesitation, he lunged for the anchor, seizing it and brandishing the heavy object menacingly towards Zhou Zheng. "Die! You will meet your end here today," he roared, his voice piercing through the storm like a death knell from the underworld. Zhou Zheng's heart sank at the sight of the approaching anchor, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without a moment to ponder, he darted left and right across the confined deck, evading the anchor's lethal swings like a graceful dancer. Each near miss stirred fierce winds that threatened to crush him into paste. "You truly are relentless, stubborn as a stone in a latrine," Zhou Zheng shouted amidst his frantic dodging. "But mark my words, today you are destined for failure, for justice will always triumph over your wickedness." While evading the anchor's strikes, Zhou Zheng's keen eye suddenly caught sight of a thick rope at the bow of the boat. His eyes lit up, akin to glimpsing a glimmer of hope in the darkness, as a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Seizing the moment, he surged toward the bow like a cheetah on the hunt. The leader, misinterpreting Zhou Zheng's actions as fear, smirked with delight, pursuing him relentlessly. "You can't escape. You shall not take flight today." Reaching the bow, Zhou Zheng swiftly crouched and grasped the rope. Then, as the leader closed in, he threw one end of the rope with all his might. The rope arced gracefully through the air, ensnaring the leader's legs with precision. Caught off guard, the leader stumbled like a tripped elephant, crashing heavily to the ground. The anchor slipped from his hands, splashing into the sea and sending a spray of water skyward, as if applauding this fierce contest. "Huh, at last, you've fallen. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance now." Zhou Zheng couldn't contain his triumphant laughter. Filled with the joy of victory, he rushed to the leader's side, eager to capitalize on the moment and subdue him completely. However, the cunning leader produced a dagger from his waist, as if conjuring a trick, and lunged at Zhou Zheng with deadly intent as he approached. Zhou Zheng never anticipated that the leader would possess such a hidden trick. Caught off guard, he felt a sharp pain in his arm as a deep gash appeared, blood surging forth like a torrent unleashed, mingling with the icy rain and trickling down his arm. "You despicable fiend!" Zhou Zheng exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. The flames of fury in his eyes ignited even further. Ignoring the excruciating pain emanating from his arm, he launched a swift kick towards the leader's wrist, and with a metallic clink, the dagger was sent flying, bouncing across the deck before disappearing into the relentless downpour. Undeterred by his injury, he pounced on the leader like a fierce lion, pinning him firmly to the ground. "Let's see what tricks you can pull now. You've met your match today." Zhou Zheng panted, his voice laced with venom. At that moment, the stormy winds and waves grew increasingly tumultuous, as if the heavens themselves were fanning the flames of this harrowing struggle. The small boat rocked violently in the raging seas, akin to a drunken giant swaying perilously, threatening to be torn apart by the merciless ocean. Zhou Zheng understood the urgency. This battle must conclude swiftly, or both of them would meet their demise beneath the waves, becoming a feast for sharks. He tightened his grip around the leader's neck, his gaze radiating with a steadfast, murderous intent, as though his eyes could pierce through the leader's very soul. "Speak. Reveal the details of your virus scheme and your other conspiracies. Stop feigning resilience, or I will send you to meet your maker, where you can reflect on your sins in hell." The leader's face turned a deep shade of purple, resembling a ripe eggplant, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Yet, he continued to glare at Zhou Zheng with malevolence. His words slurred in defiance. "You are dreaming. Even in death, I shall not divulge. You will never thwart our grand design." Zhou Zheng's heart raced with urgency, his grip tightening further, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. "Do you think your silence will safeguard your secrets? Your accomplices have been thoroughly defeated and are in disarray. If you speak now, you might just save your miserable life. Stop being so obstinate." As they were locked in a tense stalemate, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt the boat lurch violently as if struck by an unseen force. A colossal wave, akin to an enraged sea god swinging a massive arm, crashed against the vessel. The boat tilted dangerously, threatening to capsize, and Zhou Zheng and the leader felt like helpless ants, nearly thrown overboard. Zhou Zheng's heart raced. He realized that time was of the essence, and every second could determine their fates, as well as the safety of countless lives in Harbor City. He swiftly scanned the surroundings and spotted a toolbox at the stern. A thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps he could use the tools within to subdue the leader and then figure out how to contend with the tempestuous weather. Gritting his teeth, determination gleamed in his eyes as he addressed the leader. If you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Rising cautiously, he kept a vigilant watch on the leader, like a hunter eyeing its prey, ready to thwart any sudden movements. The leader, fearing Zhou Zheng was fetching a more formidable weapon, struggled to rise, attempting to escape. Zhou Zheng turned sharply and shouted, "Dare to move, and you will face dire consequences. If you attempt to flee, I guarantee a gruesome end awaits you." Yet the leader scurried like a frantic rat, disregarding the warning as he bolted toward the bow, intent on leaping into the sea for a glimmer of hope. Zhou Zheng's anxiety spiked. He understood that if the leader escaped, the ramifications would be catastrophic. He quickly grabbed a wrench from the toolbox and hurled it like a projectile at the leader. The wrench arced beautifully through the air, striking the leader squarely in the back. With a pained cry, the leader collapsed forward like a marionette with its strings severed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zheng rushed over and restrained him once more. "You truly are oblivious to your fate. Let us see how you escape this time," Zhou Zheng roared, his voice resonating through the storm. At that moment, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the tumultuous sea, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that seemed to tear the heavens asunder. Zhou Zheng realized that the storm showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified, and he needed to extract vital information from the leader before the boat succumbed to the waves. "This is your final chance. Speak or remain silent. Do not test my patience." Zhou Zheng glared at the leader, his eyes filled with authority, capable of piercing through the leader's facade. The leader slowly raised his head, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips, chilling Zhou Zheng to his core, as if hiding boundless treachery. "You think you can win? Our plan is far more intricate than you can imagine. Even in death, you cannot stop us. Our people will see the mission through." Zhou Zheng's heart sank. He realized the situation was far graver than he had anticipated. The conspiracy of this mysterious organization resembled a colossal enigma, and what he had uncovered thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Just as he was about to continue his interrogation, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices in the distance. The sound was faint amidst the raging storm, yet Zhou Zheng's acute hearing detected it. He turned to look, spotting a speedboat racing toward them, slicing through the waves like a blade. Panic gripped Zhou Zheng. Could it be reinforcements for the leader? If so, his predicament would become even more perilous. The speedboat drew nearer, and Zhou Zheng strained to see the figures on board through the downpour. There appeared to be 4 or 5 individuals clad in black raincoats, their faces obscured. Zhou Zheng calculated that if they were indeed enemies, confronting them in his current state would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, he could not afford to remain passive. "What of your reinforcements? Today, I will fight to the last breath to thwart your plans," Zhou Zheng shouted at the leader, attempting to gauge any hint of weakness in his expression. The leader merely smirked, his smile suggesting a grim certainty of Zhou Zheng's demise. Soon, the speedboat closed in on the small vessel. Zhou Zheng's tension escalated as his hands clenched instinctively. A tall figure stood up from the speedboat, removing his hood, and to Zhou Zheng's astonishment, he recognized the man as the former investigator from the police department, Old Zhou. Why was Old Zhou allied with this mysterious organization? Doubt clouded Zhou Zheng's mind. "Zhou Zheng, long time no see," Old Zhou called out, his voice cutting through the storm with clarity. "Old Zhou, what are you doing here?" Zhou Zheng demanded, both shocked and furious. Old Zhou simply smiled, a hint of mockery in his expression. "Zhou Zheng, do you truly believe your police can thwart everything? You are so naive. The world is far more complex than you perceive. What are you implying? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Zhou Zheng shouted in anger, feeling ensnared in a vast conspiracy, one far more convoluted than he had imagined. Old Zhou offered no response, instead signaling to his subordinates. Instantly, 2 individuals leaped from the speedboat onto the small vessel, advancing toward Zhou Zheng. Anxiety gripped him. He knew a fierce battle was inevitable. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, searching for anything he could leverage. Meanwhile, the leader struggled to rise again, but Zhou Zheng kicked him back down. "Stay put." However, faced with the approaching adversaries, Zhou Zheng realized his perilous situation. "Zhou Zheng, if you surrender now, You may yet save your life. Old Chen shouted from the speedboat. Never. I, Zhou Zheng, would rather die than bow to scoundrels like you. Zhou Zheng spat out rainwater defiantly. Seeing his resolve, the two assailants wasted no time, lunging at him in unison. Zhou Zheng took a deep breath, bracing himself for the arduous battle ahead. On this tempest-tossed sea, he stood alone against 3 adversaries, including the leader. The odds heavily stacked against him. Can he uncover the truth behind Lao Chen's collusion with the mysterious organization in this dire situation, successfully extricate himself, and thwart the complex and perilous conspiracy of the enigmatic group? Have the crew members left aboard the cargo ship safely evacuated? Are they aware of the astonishing upheaval within the police department? The safety of the water supply system in Harbor City and the well-being of its citizens now hang by a thread. How will Zhou Zheng navigate through the dense fog and crises to find a glimmer of hope? Everything remains uncertain, shrouded in a thick darkness that envelopes all, raising anxiety to the throat, every second brimming with tension and dread. Chapter 25. Sudden change and desperation above the tumultuous sea. The furious winds raged like a frenzied prehistoric beast, roaring with a ferocity that threatened to shatter the world into fragments. Torrential raindrops pelted the small boat like a relentless barrage of gunfire, as if determined to plunge this vessel, a battleground of life and death, into the abyss of endless darkness. Zhou Zheng found himself amidst this tumultuous battlefield, akin to a solitary leaf struggling against the tempest, yet the situation suddenly grew more convoluted. Leaving one breathless, from a ghostly fast boat, 2 figures leapt forth, pouncing upon Zhou Zheng like ravenous wolves. Though startled, Zhou Zheng's years of experience in the police force had forged within him an unshakable calm in the face of peril. He understood with crystal clarity that in this critical moment, panic equated to self-destruction. Only by maintaining composure could he hope to seize a sliver of survival amidst overwhelming adversity. His gaze fixed intently on the advancing assailants. His mind raced like a supercomputer, conjuring countless strategies. At the instant the left assailant stumbled slightly in the chaos of wind and waves, Zhou Zheng surged forward like a coiled cheetah, transforming into a streak of black lightning. His right leg raised high to deliver a powerful kick to the adversary's knee. The blow harnessed his entire strength, channeling all his fury and defiance. Caught off guard, the attacker crumpled to one knee with a pained grunt, as Zhou Zheng seized the opportunity to strike, his elbow crashing down like a hardened pickaxe onto the opponent's neck. A dull crack resonating as the man collapsed like a sack of sand onto the slick deck. However, the assailant on the right, as cunning as a venomous serpent, took advantage of Zhou Zheng's focused attack on his comrade. With a swift, ghostly motion, he closed in, his right fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed squarely at Zhou Zheng's face. Zhou Zheng, with acute awareness, sensed the impending threat, and like a willow swaying in the breeze, he deftly sidestepped. The punch grazing his cheek with a stinging heat, akin to being seared by a hot iron. Internally, Zhou Zheng acknowledged the narrow escape, grateful for his swift reflexes. He countered, gripping the assailant's arm with the strength of iron, twisting with all his might, while unleashing a rapid side kick that sent the attacker sprawling like a discarded rag doll. Is this all you've got? You still have much to learn. Perhaps a few more years of practice will do you good. Zhou Zheng panted, his chest heaving, his voice booming as he sought to dominate the atmosphere. Yet deep down, he realized these two were merely pawns in a larger game, and the real peril lurked ahead. Like a demon hiding in the shadows, waiting to pounce. At that moment, the leader, seizing the opportunity amidst Zhou Zheng's fierce struggle with the two, stealthily rose. Resembling a cunning rat, he hastily retrieved a weathered plank from the ground and, with a menacing grin reminiscent of a fiend, raised it high above Zhou Zheng's back. Preparing to strike with all his might, Zhou Zheng's instincts kicked in, sensing the shift behind him, but it was too late. The plank crashed down upon his back with a thunderous impact, the force bringing an excruciating pain that felt as if it might shatter his spine. Stars exploding before his eyes as he staggered forward, barely managing to stay upright on the deck. Zhou Zheng, today you cannot escape. Surrender, and perhaps you'll be left with a whole corpse. The leader proclaimed triumphantly, his face twisted in a devilish grin that heralded Zhou Zheng's doom. Through gritted teeth, Zhou Zheng bore the relentless waves of agony surging through his back, slowly turning to face the leader, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. This game is far from over. The fate of this encounter is yet to be decided. I, Zhou Zheng, am not so easily defeated. At that moment, Lao Chun, who had been watching the fray with a cold detachment, finally spoke. His voice, akin to the haunting call of an owl, pierced through the storm. Zhou Zheng, cease your futile struggles. Do you truly believe you can alter a fate that is already sealed? The entire scheme operates like a meticulously crafted machine, flawless in its execution. You and your police force are but feeble insects against a juggernaut, utterly powerless. As Zhou Zheng warily kept an eye on the two encroaching figures and the leader, he shouted back at Lao Chun, his voice laden with anger and disbelief. Lao Chun, you are a consummate traitor. Why have you chosen this path of betrayal? Have you forgotten the oath you took when donning the police uniform? How can you tarnish that emblem of justice? You are sullying the reputation of the police force. Lao Chun sneered disdainfully, his expression rife with contempt for the past and avarice for power. The police uniform? Huh. Merely a garment that binds my freedom and obstructs my ascent. In this world, nearly cruel in its reality, only supreme power and mountains of wealth are worth pursuing. The mysterious organization can provide me with everything I desire, while your police force will condemn me to a life of obscurity, earning a pittance and living an unremarkable existence. I refuse to remain in that corner, a forgotten cop. Zhou Zheng's heart boiled with rage and hatred. Unable to fathom how the seemingly honest and diligent Lao Chun could betray his duties and beliefs for the sake of ephemeral power and wealth, becoming a pawn of the mysterious organization. You are utterly incomprehensible. To fulfill your selfish desires, you would recklessly endanger countless innocent lives? Does your conscience not torment you? Do you not suffer nightmares at night? Lao Chun remained unfazed, his face betraying a cold arrogance. Spare me your lofty ideals. The law of survival in this world is simple. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest endure. Your so-called justice is but a fragile bubble, easily burst in the face of absolute power and profit. I merely adhere to the rules of this world, pursuing the life I desire. Zhou Zheng understood that reasoning with Lao Chun at this moment was as futile as playing music to a cow. It would yield no results. He needed to devise a strategy to escape this ironclad predicament. He rapidly scanned his perilous surroundings, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the depths of despair. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a broken mast not far away, its ropes twisting in the gale like a frenzied black serpent. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He feigned fatigue, deliberately stumbling, leaning slightly forward as if on the brink of collapse. The two assailants, perceiving this as their golden opportunity, surged forward like wolves scenting wounded prey, intensifying their assault. One assailant suddenly swung a powerful punch towards Zhou Zheng's chest, the wind from the strike howling with ferocity. Zhou Zheng deftly sidestepped, simultaneously extending his hand like an eagle's claw, seizing the man's arm with precision. With a forceful pull, the assailant lost his balance, his body careening forward uncontrollably for several steps. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhou Zheng surged like an arrow towards the mast. Don't let him escape. He mustn't be given a moment to breathe. The leader shouted anxiously, his earlier smugness replaced by panic, as he and another man pursued Zhou Zheng like rabid dogs. Zhou Zheng swiftly reached the mast, his reflexes sharp as he grasped a thick rope, gritting his teeth and pulling with all his might. The rope's other end snapped free from the mast with a resounding crack. He quickly wound the rope around his hand several times, fashioning it into a rudimentary weapon, then turned, resembling an enraged bull, and swung it forcefully at the two pursuers. The rope flew like a bolt of black lightning, whistling through the storm, striking with thunderous force. The two men, caught off guard, cried out in pain as the rope coiled around their legs like two agile pythons. They lost their balance and toppled to the ground with a splash, akin to felled timber. The leader, witnessing this, halted in his tracks, his expression shifting to one of wariness as a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes, no longer daring to approach Zhou Zheng as brazenly as before. Zhou Zheng, do you think this will stop us? You are merely dreaming. This is nothing but a desperate struggle. Old Chun shouted angrily from the speedboat, his face contorted with rage. In his fury, he commanded two more subordinates to leap from the speedboat and join the fray, attempting to overwhelm Zhou Zheng with sheer numbers. Zhou Zheng felt a wave of despair as he saw two more men join the fray, yet his gaze remained unwavering, filled with resolve. He understood that if he surrendered, not only would he perish, but the water supply system of Harbor City would face catastrophic ruin, plunging countless citizens into despair and chaos. The newly arrived men cautiously advanced towards Zhou Zheng, forming a triangular encirclement with their leader, trapping him in the center. With his back against the precariously swaying mast, Zhou Zheng gripped the rope like a lifeline, his eyes sharp and steadfast as he declared, "Come forth, you wretched accomplices. Let me see how you, a rabble, can bring me down. I, Zhou Zheng, will not let your scheme succeed, even if it costs me my life. You shall know that justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." His voice rang out like a resounding bell amidst the tempest, filled with fearless courage and unwavering determination. At that moment, the sea's tempests grew fiercer, as if the heavens themselves were stoking the flames of this gripping life and death struggle. The wind sliced across faces like countless blades, while the waves surged like moving mountains, tossing the small boat violently, threatening to swallow it whole. Zhou Zheng felt the vessel tremble beneath him, as if it were crying out in despair. He knew time was running out. If he could not escape this iron cage of a predicament, he and the others would meet their doom, sinking to the depths of the sea like ants, becoming its sacrificial offerings. You deranged fiends, in your selfish greed, you destroy this beautiful city and harm innocent people. You shall face retribution. Your actions are like digging your own graves. You will be buried sooner or later. Zhou Zheng glared furiously, his eyes ablaze with righteous indignation, reprimanding the leader and Old Zhou's henchman, his voice a torrent of pent-up fury. Huh, retribution? Once our plan is complete, the entire harbor city will be under our control. Who will be able to stop us then? We are the masters of this city. Just wait and see how we rewrite its history. The leader sneered, a maniacal grin plastered across his face, as if he could already envision the moment their plot succeeded. Zhou Zheng understood that further dialogue with these blinded by greed was futile. Only a proactive strike could offer a glimmer of hope. His keen eyes spotted a flaw in the stance of the man to his left, a fleeting opportunity in the darkness. Suddenly, he lashed the rope like a whip towards him, the rope slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, resembling a ferocious dragon pouncing on its prey. The man paled, scrambling to evade. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zheng lunged towards the man on his right, his right leg soaring high as he delivered a powerful kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground, akin to a kite with its string severed, landing heavily on the deck with a painful groan. However, just as Zhou Zheng prepared to press the advantage, the leader struck like a treacherous scorpion, launching a surprise attack from behind. With Zhou Zheng momentarily unguarded, a powerful punch landed on his shoulder. The force was tremendous. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck him, a piercing agony radiating throughout his body, nearly causing the rope to slip from his grip. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned to engage in a fierce struggle with the leader, their movements a deadly dance on the tumultuous deck, each strike fraught with peril. How long do you think you can hold out? Your struggles are nothing but a dying gasp. Surrender while you can, and perhaps you will be spared. The leader panted, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he relished the upper hand. I will endure until the very last moment. Even if it means shedding the last drop of blood, I will not allow you scoundrels to prevail. You shall pay for your deeds. Zhou Zheng gritted out through clenched teeth, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. At that instant, the man Zhou Zheng had kicked down struggled to rise, his gaze filled with malice as he picked up a sharp stone. Taking advantage of Zhou Zheng's entanglement with the leader, he stealthily approached from behind, raising the stone high to strike Zhou Zheng's skull. Zhou Zheng's instincts sensed the imminent threat, but he was ensnared in the struggle, unable to evade. In this critical moment, could Zhou Zheng, with his indomitable will and exceptional intellect, evade this deadly blow? How would he navigate this dire situation, amidst the chaos and tempest? To uncover a sliver of hope and thwart the malevolent conspiracy of the mysterious organization? What deeper, unfathomable plans did Old Zhou and the organization harbor? Were the crew members aboard the freighter safe? Would they realize Zhou Zheng's peril in time to come to his aid? The fate of Harbor City hung precariously, like a candle flickering in the wind, shrouded in a thick fog that evoked anxiety, each second slipping away as if plunging all into a deeper abyss of despair. How would Zhou Zheng break free from this predicament and become the beacon of light piercing through the darkness? Chapter 26. The turning point and crisis amidst the fog above the tumultuous sea. The raging wind resembled a frenzied ancient beast, roaring unabated as if to engulf everything in its boundless fury. The torrential rain fell like a relentless barrage of bullets, mercilessly pounding the small boat, as if determined to hurl this vessel, bearing the life-and-death struggle, into the depths of the endless abyss. Zhou Zheng found himself amidst the tumultuous battlefield, akin to a solitary leaf desperately struggling against a fierce gale. At that moment, the situation grew increasingly dire, as if a heavy weight hung by a slender thread. Just as a sharp stone was about to strike the back of Zhou Zheng's head, an unexpected surge of ferocity erupted from within him. He abruptly jerked his head, twisting his body with the force of a spring, striving to extricate himself from the grip of the ruffian. The stone grazed his scalp, drawing forth a trickle of blood, causing him to gasp in pain, the sensation akin to a searing iron branding his skin. Yet, he paid no heed to the excruciating agony. Seizing the fleeting moment of the ruffian's surprise, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the ruffian's abdomen, akin to the discharge of a cannon. The ruffian was sent sprawling like a battered sack, crashing onto the rain-soaked deck with a resounding thud, sending a splash of water akin to a cannonball plunging into the depths. Zhou Zheng did not linger to assess the ruffian's condition. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the individual wielding the stone. Upon witnessing the failure of his attack, the man's expression shifted from one of regret to a fierce countenance, resembling an enraged beast as he raised the stone once more and charged at Zhou Zheng with malice. Alarm surged within Zhou Zheng. His strength had already dwindled significantly from the preceding skirmish, and with fresh wounds adorning his body, evading this strike would prove to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, a stubborn resolve ignited within him, and gritting his teeth, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to sidestep the impending danger. The stone grazed his shoulder, crashing onto the deck and splintering wood, the impact numbing his arm as if it had momentarily ceased to belong to him. Why do you persist, you wretches? Like an insufferable adhesive plaster that clings relentlessly. Did you not sleep well last night and come seeking vengeance upon me? Or perhaps you relish this feeling of being pummeled by me? Zhou Zheng gasped, his voice rising in an attempt to alleviate the tension while bolstering his own morale. He understood that he could no longer remain passive. He must take the initiative to uncover a weakness. A swift glance around revealed that the two individuals he had previously ensnared with a rope had risen and, along with two others who had just disembarked from the speedboat, were now encircling him in a fan-like formation. Meanwhile, the ruffian, clutching his abdomen like a wounded creature, was slowly regaining his footing, his eyes brimming with malice, as if he intended to devour Zhou Zheng whole. Zhou Zheng, I shall see how you escape this time. Today, even if you sprout wings, you cannot flee. Surrender quietly, and perhaps I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, when I capture you, you shall suffer. The ruffian snarled, his voice dripping with venom. You think I would surrender? You must still be dreaming. I, Zhou Zheng, stand tall and resolute. Even if I perish today, I shall never bow to the likes of you. Zhou Zheng retorted, while his mind raced, calculating that in his current state, confronting these adversaries head-on was a futile endeavor. His gaze fell upon a nearby oar, and an idea sparked within him. Seizing the moment while his adversaries had yet to fully close in, Zhou Zheng charged towards the oar like an enraged bull. The others shouted, pursuing him, their cries piercing the tumult of wind and rain, reminiscent of a pack of ravenous wolves. Grabbing the oar, he turned and swung it forcefully at the foremost pursuer. This strike, fueled by his desperation, caught the man off guard, striking his leg and sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his injury and howling in agony, his voice echoing mournfully through the storm. Zhou Zheng took advantage of this, swinging the oar to fend off the remaining two. However, at that moment, the ruffian surged from the side like a specter, landing a punch squarely on Zhou Zheng's injured shoulder. The pain was excruciating, nearly causing him to drop the oar. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck him, sending a shock wave of agony coursing through his body, akin to a multitude of needles piercing his flesh. Yet, he gritted his teeth, using the end of the oar to jab at the ruffian. The ruffian narrowly dodged but slipped, nearly tumbling in a comical display. You wish to slay me? You'll need many more years of training. With your current skills, you're barely fit to be my toothpick. Return to your leader and learn properly. By the time you master it, the sun may very well rise from the west. Zhou Zheng taunted, all the while keeping a wary eye on his foes. He understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The true peril loomed ahead, much like the calm before an impending storm, brewing with greater turbulence. Meanwhile, Old Zhou, standing on the speedboat, observed the standoff with a furrowed brow. He called to his subordinates, stop toying with him and finish this. Are we to wait until he regains his strength and dispatches you all? Move swiftly, or you'll bring disgrace upon us. If you fail to subdue him, you can forget about any rewards. Do not presume the organization will overlook your incompetence. Upon receiving the command, the group exchanged glances, a glint of determination flickering in their eyes as they charged towards Zhou Zheng without reservation. Gripping the oar tightly, Zhou Zheng thought, so be it. I shall fight to the bitter end. If I must die today, I will take a few with me. I, Zhou Zheng, am not so easily vanquished. My life is to be preserved for those who truly need me. In this moment of heightened tension, a sudden flash of lightning rent the night sky, resembling a fearsome silver serpent cleaving the darkness in two, illuminating the entire sea. The ensuing thunderclap was deafening, as if it sought to obliterate the world itself. The cacophony momentarily stunned everyone, their ears ringing as though swarmed by 1,000 bees, their minds momentarily dazed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhou Zheng hurled the oar at one of the assailants. The oar soared like a cannonball, whistling through the wind. The man instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, but the oar struck his limb, eliciting a pained cry that resonated through the storm, reminiscent of a wounded beast's lament. As the others remained momentarily stunned, Zhou Zheng dashed towards the bow of the boat. He knew that devising a means to escape was his only chance of survival. Otherwise, he would be left to await death in this place. He was determined not to succumb so easily. There was much yet to accomplish, and the citizens of Harbor City awaited his salvation. Upon reaching the bow, he discovered a life preserver. An idea sparked in his mind as he swiftly untied it and hurled it towards his pursuers. The life preserver sailed through the tempest, swaying erratically like a drunken man, provoking laughter among the onlookers. The group scrambled to avoid it, their frantic movements akin to startled rabbits fleeing in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zheng climbed up to the lookout point, surveying the scene from above, praying for a glimmer of hope. Zhou Zheng, do you think you are safe up there? You are merely engaging in futile struggles. Spare your energy. Come down and meet your end. You cannot escape. Today marks your doom. The ruffian shouted, his voice laced with confidence, as if he had already foreseen Zhou Zheng's fate. Zhou Zheng remained silent, scanning the horizon in search of a means to extricate himself from this predicament. Suddenly, he spotted what appeared to be the silhouette of a ship in the distance. Hope surged within him. Could it be a rescue vessel? This flicker of hope illuminated his heart like a faint glimmer in the darkness. However, before he could confirm it, the pursuers closed in. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, do not think you can leave here alive. Submit to your fate. One of the henchmen snarled, his gaze predatory, as though Zhou Zheng were merely prey awaiting slaughter. Zhou Zheng gazed at the group of individuals, a sense of urgency gnawing at his heart. He understood that once they ascended the lookout tower, his fate would be sealed. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of a slender pole leaning against one side of the tower, its tip adorned with a sharp hook, seemingly designed for anchoring something. An idea sparked within him, akin to a beacon illuminating the darkness. With a determined effort, he yanked the pole free and brandished it at the foremost climber. Come on, witness how I deal with you insignificant minions. If you dare, come closer and experience my prowess. I am not as easily trifled with as you may presume. Today, you shall learn the consequences of your folly, lifting stones only to crush your own feet. You lot, relying on numbers to overpower the few is hardly an accomplishment. Zhou Zheng shouted, attempting to intimidate them with his bravado. The climber hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing his face upon seeing the sharp pole in Zhou Zheng's grasp. Yet, spurred on by their leader, he steeled himself and continued his ascent, muttering defiantly, I refuse to believe you can turn the tide. Do you fancy yourself a Sun Wukong, capable of evading the grasp of the Buddha? I see through your bluster. Just wait until I reach you. You'll regret it. Zhou Zheng seized the opportunity as the climber drew near, thrusting the pole with all his might. The individual hastily raised his arm to block the attack, but the pole struck his forearm, blood erupting forth like a crimson stream, cascading down in the rain, reminiscent of a small red brook. He let out a piercing scream and lost his grip, plummeting from the lookout tower like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the deck, sending a splash of water into the air, which seemed to accentuate the tragic nature of the skirmish. You scoundrel! I shall end you. The leader bellowed, his fury intensifying. His eyes ablaze like an enraged bull as he personally began to scale the lookout tower. Zhou Zheng recognized that a fierce battle awaited him. Clutching the pole tightly, he fixed his gaze on the leader, akin to a hunter fixating on its prey, bracing for the impending confrontation. As the leader neared the top of the tower, Zhou Zheng suddenly swung the pole toward his head. The leader dodged, yet inadvertently collided with the edge of the lookout, nearly tumbling off, his face paling in terror. Akin to a blank sheet of paper, his heart racing wildly as though it might leap from his chest. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zheng jabbed the pole at him again. The leader grasped the pole with both hands, and they became locked in a stalemate, neither willing to relent, akin to two bulls engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Zhou Zheng, your demise is imminent. You will pay dearly for your actions. Prepare for regret. When I seize you, you shall find neither life nor death to escape. I will torment you slowly, ensuring you understand the fate of those who cross our path. The leader hissed, his expression one of murderous intent, his eyes ablaze with hatred, as if they could incinerate Zhou Zheng with their fury. Not so fast. The outcome remains uncertain. I, Zhou Zheng, am not easily vanquished. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me to hell. You think it will be so effortless? Dream on. Zhou Zheng retorted, straining to reclaim the pole. They tussled like a game of tug-of-war, their sweat and the rain mingling as it streamed down their faces. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind surged forth, akin to a frenzied giant shaking the small vessel with ferocity. Both Zhou Zheng and the leader lost their balance due to the abrupt tremor. Zhou Zheng clung desperately to the edge of the lookout, his knuckles turning white with exertion, as if he might crush the very edge itself. His sole thought was to remain aloft. The leader, however, was less fortunate. His grip faltered, sending him crashing down to the deck with a resounding thud, eliciting a pained cry as he began to curse, his voice sounding particularly helpless amidst the storm. Zhou Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he remained acutely aware that peril still loomed. The others below continued to watch him with predatory intent. At that moment, he recalled the distant silhouette of a vessel that appeared to be a potential rescue ship. He looked up again, noticing that the boat seemed to be approaching their direction. A flicker of hope ignited within him. If it truly was a rescue ship, perhaps he still had a chance. Yet, he dared not assume. Uncertain if this flicker of hope was merely a figment of his imagination. Just then, Lao Chen seemed to perceive Zhou Zheng's intent, shouting to his subordinates. Do not allow him to wait for the rescuers. Eliminate him quickly. Otherwise, when they arrive, you shall face dire consequences. Get your act together. Do not dawdle. If you cannot handle him, prepare to face the organization's wrath. They will not spare any useless waste. Although Lao Chen's voice was somewhat muffled by the wind and rain, it resonated with a palpable threat. The group once again began to converge on the lookout tower. Zhou Zheng observed the advancing figures with a silent lament in his heart. His strength was nearly depleted. He bore numerous injuries. Each movement pierced him with agony, as if his body were disassembled and a mere gust could topple him. How much longer could he withstand their renewed assault? Was that distant ship truly a beacon of salvation? If not, how could he survive in this dire strait? Moreover, what further sinister schemes did Lao Chun and the mysterious organization harbor for him in the city of Haigang? Everything felt shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring any hint of dawn. As the situation grew increasingly enigmatic, like an invisible net slowly enveloping Zhou Zheng and the entire port city. More troubling still was the thought that the seemingly rescuing vessel might be yet another trap set by the mysterious organization. In this final hour, could Zhou Zheng, armed with his intellect and indomitable spirit, turn the tide? Or would he be wholly consumed by the encroaching darkness amidst the tempest? The outcome remained uncertain, and the wheels of fate turned with palpable tension. Chapter 27. Struggles and hopes in despair upon the tumultuous sea. The raging winds roared like a frenzied ancient beast, threatening to engulf all in its unending abyss of wrath. The torrential raindrops fell like dense gunfire, mercilessly bombarding the small vessel that bore witness to this life and death struggle, intent on condemning it to the endless darkness of the ocean's depths. Zhou Zheng found himself trapped in this precarious battlefield, akin to a solitary leaf struggling against the tempest, each moment a harrowing gamble with death. As he beheld the pack of wolves encroaching upon him once more, he recognized the dire straits in which he stood. His strength was nearly extinguished, akin to a candle on the verge of snuffing out, while the wounds on his body throbbed painfully under the relentless rain, each breath a dagger's stab. Yet, his eyes retained a steadfast glimmer, like twin flames in the darkness. He vowed silently that as long as he drew breath, he would not allow their nefarious schemes to succeed. He would become the sword that cleaved through the shadows. You lot are tenacious as a stubborn adhesive, but fear not. For today, I, Zhou Zheng, shall engage you in this game, and we shall see who emerges victorious. Will it be you, the petty minions, or I, the thorn in your side? Do you fancy yourselves as tenacious as chewing gum, impossible to shake off? Or perhaps you bear a grudge from a past life, relentlessly pursuing me in this one. You are akin to headless flies, blindly colliding. Lost in this storm, do you seek my guidance? I'm afraid not. I only guide the virtuous, and you villains may perish in this tempest. Zhou Zheng shouted, bearing the pain with fortitude. He understood that at this critical juncture, morale could not falter. Even if merely a fade, it was essential to instill trepidation in his adversaries, one of his few remaining weapons. The assailants paid his taunts no heed, cautiously advancing toward the lookout tower. They appeared to have learned from their previous failures, no longer acting recklessly as they had in the past. Instead, they closed in slowly in a fan-like formation, resembling a great net gradually tightening around Zhou Zheng, attempting to ensnare him without affording him any chance of escape. Their eyes betrayed a fierce determination, as if Zhou Zheng were already within their grasp. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's keen gaze suddenly caught sight of the individual he had previously injured with his pole. Blood from the wound flowed slowly down the arm, mingling with the rainwater and pooling on the deck into a small, shocking puddle. A spark of inspiration ignited in Zhou Zheng's mind, giving birth to a bold idea. He deliberately dipped his pole into the bloodied water and then swung it forcefully towards the man closest to him. The man, taken aback by the sight of the dripping blood in the dim light of the storm, was overcome with fear, instinctively retreating as if he were a startled rabbit, mumbling, "This lunatic will try anything. What's wrong? Scared already? This is just the beginning. Your courage is as tiny as a pinhead. With such little bravery, how dare you come out here? Go home to your mother for comfort. Or do you plan to perform a drowned rat act in this storm? You lot are nothing but a bunch of cowardly mice dreaming of catching me. If you kneel and plead for mercy now, perhaps I'll be in a good mood and spare you." Otherwise, once I make my move, you shall have no chance." Zhou Zheng grinned, his smile appearing particularly eerie amidst the tempest, as though it were imbued with a mysterious charm. He understood that this small act might buy him precious time to breathe in the face of encroaching peril. However, the leader roared like an enraged demon. "Don't let him intimidate you," he asked at his last gasp, like a toothless tiger. "If we press on with determination, we can easily take him down. Move. Don't dawdle. Do you want to go back and be flayed by the boss? Or do you wish to feed the fish here? If you can't catch him, none of you will have good days ahead. Don't forget, you know the boss's methods." Under the leader's incitement, the group found their courage anew. Their eyes rekindled with ferocity as they pressed closer to Zhou Zheng, intent on devouring him whole. Their footsteps echoed heavily on the deck, intermingling with the roars of the waves, as if heralding a prelude to death. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat mixing with rainwater cascading down his forehead. He looked up towards the distant silhouette of a ship, which seemed to have drawn closer, its outline flickering in the storm, yet he still could not ascertain whether it was indeed a savior. He knew he could not place all his hopes on this unknown rescue. He must rely on his own wit and courage to carve a path through this dire predicament. At that moment, he felt like a wanderer navigating a dark labyrinth, each step fraught with uncertainty and danger. As the men drew near the lookout tower, Zhou Zheng suddenly hurled his pole with lightning speed at one of them. The man, pale with fear, reacted instinctively, dodging to the side as the pole splashed into the sea with a soft plop, vanishing into the tumultuous waves. Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhou Zheng leaped from the lookout tower like a nimble leopard, sprinting towards the stern of the ship. He understood that there might still be something useful there, perhaps his last lifeline. His heart raced violently in his chest, each beat echoing his determination as he ran with urgency. "Don't let him escape. Chase him down. Whatever it takes," shouted the leader, his arms flailing like a mad conductor. The group sprang into action, resembling ravenous hounds obeying a command, rushing towards Zhou Zheng. Their shouts pierced the storm, reminiscent of a demonic roar. Upon reaching the stern, Zhou Zheng immediately spotted a dilapidated box filled with odds and ends. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed over, flinging the box open with a clatter and frantically rummaging through its contents. Fortune seemed to smile upon him, for he uncovered a rusty wrench. Though it appeared battered and corroded at that moment, it was undoubtedly his most formidable weapon, a beacon of hope in his dire straits. Gripping the wrench tightly, he felt its cold touch, as if he were clutching his lifeline. Turning to face his pursuers, Zhou Zheng's eyes radiated a fierce resolve. As he proclaimed, "Come on, don't you want to catch me? Bring it on. Let us see whose strength prevails, your fists or my wrench. This wrench doesn't discriminate. If it injures you, don't say I didn't warn you. It might even offer you a rusty beauty treatment, if you're scared. Now is your chance to turn back. Don't embarrass yourselves here. You're nothing but a bunch of blusterers. When it comes time to fight, you lack the guts." As he spoke, he swung the wrench, slicing through the air with a whoosh, attempting to assert psychological dominance over them. The wrench glimmered faintly in the storm, as if rallying to Zhou Zheng's courage. The group, however, showed no signs of retreat upon seeing the wrench. They exchanged glances filled with an unspoken agreement and lunged at Zhou Zheng like hungry wolves. Zhou Zheng's eyes widened as he seized the moment, targeting the flaw in the lead man's stance, and swung the wrench fiercely. The man reacted quickly, raising his arm in defense. But the wrench struck heavily against his arm with a dull thud. While it didn't inflict fatal harm, it sent a jolt of pain through his limb, causing him to wince and lower his arm involuntarily. Just as Zhou Zheng prepared to strike again, another assailant, like a specter, rushed in from the side, delivering a powerful punch to Zhou Zheng's face. The blow was forceful. Zhou Zheng felt darkness envelop him, his head buzzing, and his body swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Yet, with unyielding resolve, he gritted his teeth, stabilizing himself, and, like an enraged bull, swung the wrench towards the man's abdomen. The assailant, caught off guard, was struck and doubled over with a pained cry, clutching his stomach in agony. At that moment, the leader charged in like a frenzied beast, landing a hard kick on Zhou Zheng's leg. Pain surged through Zhou Zheng's limb, forcing him to one knee. Yet his gaze remained defiant, gripping the wrench tightly, as if it symbolized his last shred of dignity. You bastards. I will not let you escape. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will haunt you. Await your retribution. Do you think you can succeed in this? It's nothing but a delusion. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Everything you do today will become your death knell." Zhou Zheng spat through gritted teeth, each word laced with fury and defiance. Just as Zhou Zheng found himself ensnared in peril, a blinding beam of light erupted from afar. akin to the dawn's first light. A surge of joy coursed through Zhou Zheng's heart. Could it be the rescue ship? This glimmer of hope ignited a fierce determination within him, like a spark in the darkness. A few individuals were captivated by the sudden blinding light, turning their heads toward the distance as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and stood, once again brandishing the rusted wrench with a defiant stance, forcing back several attackers. Though his body swayed perilously, his resolve remained steadfast as tempered steel. Stop dawdling. Hurry and finish him off, or when the rescuers arrive, we shall all meet our doom. Do you wish to know how the boss will dispose of you? Shall you be cast into the sea to feed the sharks, or be torn asunder? If you desire to avoid a grim demise, act swiftly, delay not, or soon regret shall be a luxury you cannot afford. The leader, akin to an ant on a hot stove, shouted in a tone tinged with panic. It was only then that the others snapped back to reality and lunged at Zhou Zheng with renewed ferocity. As Zhou Zheng dodged their attacks, his heart raced anxiously toward the source of the strong light. He discerned that a vessel was indeed approaching them rapidly, and faint shouts seemed to emanate from the ship. However, the howling wind and torrential rain distorted the voices, rendering them indecipherable. No matter how many of you come, I shall not yield. I, Zhou Zheng, shall stand my ground. If it comes to it, let us perish together. I fear not your cowardice. If you have any courage, come at me. I shall see what you can truly do. Zhou Zheng shouted defiantly, his voice imbued with indomitable spirit. He understood that he must endure until the ship drew near to ascertain whether it bore friend or foe, enabling him to decide on his next course of action. Yet, Zhou Zheng's strength was waning, his movements growing sluggish, each evasion of their onslaught becoming increasingly laborious, and his body bore fresh wounds, blood mingling with the rain cascading down. Sensing Zhou Zheng's weakness, his attackers intensified their assault, like a tempest unleashed, striving to subdue him in one fell swoop. Just as Zhou Zheng felt himself on the brink of collapse, about to be consumed by darkness, the vessel finally approached. He squinted, observing a group clad in uniforms on board, and a wave of elation washed over him. Was it the police come to rescue him? Yet before his fleeting joy could blossom, he keenly noted that their uniforms were not those of the familiar police force. His heart plummeted like a stone into an abyss. Who are you? Zhou Zheng summoned the last of his strength to demand, his voice echoing through the storm. The leader displayed a smirk, one that appeared particularly sinister amidst the tempest, and slowly replied, Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall not escape today. Submit to your fate. Did you truly believe you could elude our grasp? Such delusions. Our plan is flawless. You are but a mere insect attempting to halt a juggernaut. You think you can thwart us? Do not dream. This entire harbor city shall fall under our dominion, and you shall be the sacrificial pawn in our grand design. Zhou Zheng's heart sank, doused in icy water, realizing this was yet another hand of a mysterious organization. He knew that the flicker of hope he had just ignited was extinguished, and the situation had grown dire. At that moment, the assailants lunged at him once more like famished wolves. Zhou Zheng gripped the wrench tightly, determination radiating from his eyes, prepared for one final stand. Come then. I shall fight you to the bitter end. If I must perish, I shall take a few of you with me. You scoundrels, today marks your reckoning. I will make you pay for your transgressions. You shall learn that the power of justice is inexhaustible, and your malevolence shall be punished. Zhou Zheng cried hoarsely. In this critical juncture, could he muster the last of his strength to carve a bloody path through the encirclement? What upheaval would the arrival of this seemingly rescuing, yet truly hostile vessel bring? Were the crew aboard the freighter aware of Zhou Zheng's peril? And could they arrive in time to assist? Could the crisis of the water supply in Harbor City still be resolved? Was there a deeper conspiracy lurking behind all of this? What fate awaited Zhou Zheng and the city? Would they succumb to darkness, or might a glimmer of hope emerge? All these questions lingered like enigmas shrouded in mist, awaiting revelation. How would Zhou Zheng seek that elusive glimmer of hope in this seemingly lifeless predicament? What was the true aim of this mysterious organization? What more sinister plots lay in wait? Could Zhou Zheng turn the tide and save both himself and Harbor City from impending doom? All remained uncertain, as the wheels of fate turned ominously amidst the tempest. Chapter 28. The predicament of sudden turmoil. Zhou Zheng clutched the rusted wrench as if it were a lifeline. The icy rain cascading down his arm mingling with the mottled rust, creating a harrowing tableau painted with blood and despair. At this moment, he faced the relentless onslaught of his adversaries, fully aware that this was a battle for survival. His strength dwindled like a candle in the wind, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain from his wounds, as if countless needles were wreaking havoc within him, yet the resolve in his eyes remained unwavering. Like a stubborn rock buried deep underground, impervious to the storm's fury. Come forth, you cowardly bullies who rely on numbers. Today, even if I weigh but 100 pounds, I shall make you realize that I am not to be trifled with. Look at you, baring your teeth and claws. Do you fancy yourselves as crabs, strutting sideways? With your pitiful demeanor, you dare to wreak havoc here? Do you even know your own weight? Zhou Zheng bellowed with all his might, his voice torn asunder by the tempest, yet brimming with an indomitable spirit, as if daring the adverse weather to retreat. The leader of the gang smirked coldly, a grin as frigid as ice. Zhou Zheng, spare us your futile struggles. Today is your end. Do you truly believe you can stir up any significant waves alone? You are but a mudfish in a shallow ditch, incapable of stirring a tempest. Surrender now, lest you suffer. Undeterred, Zhou Zheng's eyes blazed like torches, the flames of fury threatening to engulf his foes as he retorted, "Spare me your grandiose threats. You vile scoundrels think you can dominate the world? You are not but a troop of jesters, flailing about, destined for retribution. With your meager skills, you wish to contend with me? You are no more than headless flies, careening aimlessly, oblivious to whose territory you trespass." Before he could finish, one of the henchmen lunged at him like a ravenous tiger, raising a fist the size of a cauldron, roaring through the wind as it descended upon Zhou Zheng's face, intent on obliterating him. Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes, sidestepping with the swiftness of a specter. The blow grazed his cheek, the forceful gust stinging his skin as though a sharp blade had sliced through. In a swift motion, he summoned his strength, swinging the rusty wrench like a bolt of black lightning, striking down upon the assailant's arm. The sound of cracking bones echoed, chilling and sharp, as the man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground like a severed kite, writhing in pain and cursing, "You bastard! How dare you harm me? I shall not rest until I see you torn to shreds. With such feeble skills, you dare to flaunt your prowess before me? Did you leave your wits behind when you stepped out, or have you been caught in the door, unable to distinguish the cardinal directions? Do not presume that Zhou Zheng is easily trifled with. Today, you have met your match. I see you all as mere paper tigers, intimidating in appearance, yet easily punctured." Zhou Zheng's loud taunts aimed to unsettle his adversaries, hoping to disrupt their morale. However, his comrades were not deterred by their companions' injuries. Rather, they were ignited with fury. Resembling a powder keg that had been set ablaze, their wrath erupting with ferocity. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce light, akin to famished beasts, as they lunged toward Zhou Zheng with reckless abandon. He was like a leaf caught in a tempest, dodging left and right amidst the onslaught. Drawing upon his indomitable spirit and the agility honed through rigorous training, he barely managed to withstand several rounds of relentless attacks. Yet, his physical condition continued to deteriorate. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each step seemingly draining the last vestiges of his strength, every movement accompanied by excruciating pain, as if every cell in his body cried out in protest. He felt akin to a machine on the verge of collapse, its components creaking in sorrow. Just then, the mysterious ship approached silently, like a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, poised for action. The crew began to throw ropes onto the smaller vessel, the ropes slicing through the air like serpents with bared fangs, aiming for the boat. Moments later, several agile figures slid down the ropes with remarkable speed, their arrival injecting a potent adrenaline rush into the already tense atmosphere, as if the very air could ignite with the intensity of the moment. Zhou Zheng's heart sank, and he silently lamented, "Truly, misfortune strikes when it rains." Not only was the ship delayed, but it now faced a headwind. Clearly, the adversary was well prepared, and trouble loomed large. Was this to be his final stand? No, he resolutely vowed not to surrender. He must find a way to escape. "Zhou Zheng, do you see your fate? You are cornered with no way out. Surrender now, and perhaps your life will be spared. Otherwise, you shall reap the consequences. Do not let pride lead you to regret." The leader proclaimed triumphantly, his voice brimming with the arrogance of a victor, as if Zhou Zheng were already in his grasp, to be dealt with at his whim. Zhou Zheng was consumed with anxiety, yet his resolve remained unyielding, devoid of any thoughts of capitulation. He understood well that surrender would only lead to a more dreadful fate. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept the surroundings in this critical moment. Every detail could be pivotal to his survival. Suddenly, he noticed a heap of discarded fishing nets at the ship's stern. The nets were tattered and frayed, resembling a monstrous creature with its claws exposed. Yet in this dire moment, they appeared as a glimmer of hope, a daring idea igniting like fireworks in his mind. He thought, a dead horse might serve as a live one. Perhaps these nets could save my life. If there is even the slightest chance, I must seize it. Seizing the fleeting moment when his enemies were momentarily distracted, time seemed to stand still for Zhou Zheng. He sprinted toward the fishing nets at the ship's rear, his footsteps splashing on the damp deck, each droplet a testament to his courage, rallying behind him. He quickly crouched down, grasping the nets firmly, their weight heavy with the brine of the sea and the passage of time. He spun around with all his might, flinging the nets at his pursuers. This unexpected move caught several off guard. Two of them, like hapless birds, found themselves ensnared by the nets, struggling in vain as the nets tightened around them, as if they were alive, binding them mercilessly. Ultimately, they fell to the ground with a splash, cursing, "This guy is too cunning, resorting to such underhanded tricks. Just wait until we break free. We'll see how long you can gloat. Huh, look at your fate. Like headless flies, ensnared and helpless. You proclaim to catch me. Yet now you resemble two trapped piglets, merely squealing in despair." Zhou Zheng laughed heartily, despite the fatigue and pain etched on his face, his laughter laced with provocation. Declaring his unwillingness to yield, the battle was far from over. The remaining adversaries, furious at the sight, erupted like enraged bulls, their eyes nearly ablaze with wrath. Their fury was volcanic, intensifying the speed of their attacks. Their fists and feet rained down upon Zhou Zheng like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with boundless anger and ferocity. As he deftly evaded the onslaught, Zhou Zheng retreated toward the ship's bow, aware that the confined space would hinder their numbers, potentially granting him a fleeting respite. He silently prayed, "Bow of the ship, may you serve as my lifeline, allowing me to find a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. As long as I can endure, there remains a chance." Just as Zhou Zheng reached the bow, a voice boomed from the mysterious ship, resonating like a thunderclap. "Cease at once." The voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an innate authority, as if it could pierce through the howling winds and storms, striking directly at the hearts of all present. In the midst of the tempest, the voice remained unmistakably clear, like a hammer pounding upon every heart, causing all to halt in their tracks. Zhou Zheng's heart raced as he looked up to see a figure clad in a black trench coat, standing like a statue at the ship's bow. Rain poured down upon him, yet it did not diminish his austere presence. He resembled the sovereign of this storm, wielding control over all. Akin to a demon in the shadows, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Zhou Zheng pondered, who is this person? He appears far more formidable than those before him. What could his intentions be? Who are you? Zhou Zheng asked warily, his eyes brimming with caution, his grip on the wrench tightening instinctively. Knuckles paling from the strain as if he could crush it. His body leaned slightly forward, poised to confront any imminent danger. The man in black did not respond immediately, instead advancing with deliberate steps onto the small vessel. Each of his strides seemed to resonate within the hearts of the onlookers, heightening the tension in the air. His gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, scrutinizing Zhou Zheng as though he sought to pierce through his very soul. Then, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, a smile that held ominous implications amidst the storm, as if concealing endless machinations. "Zhou Zheng, you possess some skill to have endured this long against so many. However, this will not alter your fate today. You are trapped with no escape. If you are wise, come along quietly, and I may spare your life." Zhou Zheng scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "If you have the prowess, reveal your name instead of lurking in the shadows. I, Zhou Zheng, am not intimidated by your theatrics. Do you think you can frighten me with such tactics? I assure you, I am not afraid of threats. If you have any schemes, lay them bare. Do not scuttle about like a coward." The man in black seemed unfazed by Zhou Zheng's defiance, a smirk gracing his lips, as though mocking him. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have no alternatives now. Comply and follow us. Perhaps I may grant you a chance to survive. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the fate that awaits those who oppose us. Our methods are beyond your imagination." Zhou Zheng understood that the adversary's words were merely bait. To follow them would lead him to an inescapable abyss. "You want me to accompany you? Only over my dead body. I, Zhou Zheng, would rather die standing than live kneeling. Do not waste your breath. You wretched scoundrels, today marks your doomsday." Zhou Zheng declared resolutely, his tone as unwavering as steel, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with rage and defiance. The men in black appeared to anticipate Zhou Zheng's retort, casually gesturing as if directing a troop of puppets. Their subordinates once again surged forward like a relentless tide. Their eyes glinted with ferocity and greed, as if they intended to devour Zhou Zheng whole. Drawing a deep breath, he gripped the trigger tightly, an indomitable spirit igniting within him, akin to a blazing flame illuminating his path through despair. He braced himself for another onslaught, thinking, "Come forth, if we must perish. Let it be in a glorious struggle. I shall ensure that you do not emerge unscathed." At that moment, as tensions reached their zenith, a flash of lightning cleaved the night sky like a sword, illuminating the world as if it were day. The brilliance of the lightning was blinding, almost rendering one unable to open their eyes. Following swiftly was a deafening roar of thunder, as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of existence. The sound rolled like a stampede of 1,000 horses, akin to countless bombs detonating in proximity, threatening to rupture eardrums. Seizing the moment when the cacophony diverted their attention, Zhou Zheng, like a poised predator, launched his assault once more. He targeted the leader in black, propelling himself forward with the speed of a dark lightning bolt. Aiming to disrupt their formation, the black-clad adversary, taken aback by Zhou Zheng's sudden aggression, swiftly evaded, his movements as fluid and elusive as a specter, causing Zhou Zheng's strike to miss its mark. Momentum carried Zhou Zheng forward, and as he stumbled, he nearly lost his footing. He felt akin to a wanderer groping in the dark, having glimpsed a flicker of hope, only to see it extinguished in an instant. You overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe you can harm me? You are but a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, utterly ludicrous. What change do you think you can effect? Before me, you are not but an ant. The black-clad figure scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain, as if regarding Zhou Zheng as a mere insignificant pawn. Regaining his composure, Zhou Zheng's determination surged, his gaze seemingly set ablaze with fervor. I, Zhou Zheng, undertake my endeavors without considering the bounds of capability. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me, ensuring you pay for your transgressions. You think you can command the heavens? Such delusions are laughable. Even in death, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. I will make you aware that while justice may be tardy, it is never absent. Meanwhile, the tempestuous sea raged ever more violently, waves crashing against the small vessel like a frenzied beast, threatening to engulf it whole. The boat rocked ferociously, akin to a leaf on the brink of being swallowed. Zhou Zheng continued to confront the men in black and other foes on the tumultuous deck. The atmosphere thick with tension, as though the very air were saturated with the scent of gunpowder. He understood the urgency of devising an escape plan, otherwise exhaustion would seal his fate beneath the waves. His mind raced, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope amidst despair. What do you intend? Why target me? What grievances do we share? I shall not close my eyes in death without clarity. You wretched fiends, provide me with an explanation, or I shall haunt you even in death. Zhou Zheng's voice echoed in the storm, laced with fury and defiance. He sought a chink in their armor, a sliver of opportunity, vowing not to relent for even the slightest chance. The black-clad figure chuckled coldly, a smile that seemed to carry the chill of the underworld. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Your resistance is futile. The fate of Harbor City is beyond your influence. Resign yourself to your fate. Knowing too much can only harm you. Do you truly believe you can save Harbor City? Do not be naive. All of this is in vain. A chill ran through Zhou Zheng as he grasped the implications of their scheme, potentially threatening the entirety of Harbor City. You wretched scoundrels, what are you plotting? Speak now. Should you dare to harm Harbor City, I shall haunt you even in death. The citizens will not forgive you. Your wicked deeds shall not go unpunished. Zhou Zheng roared, his eyes aflame with resolute determination. He would protect this city and every soul within it at all costs. The black-clad figure remained silent, motioning for his subordinates to attack once more. They lunged at Zhou Zheng like hounds unleashed, and he gritted his teeth, a surge of valor flooding his heart as he plunged back into battle. He maneuvered through the throng, wielding the trigger with fierce resolve. Each swing was infused with his anger and defiance, inflicting damage upon his adversaries. Yet their strikes rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, leaving him with fresh wounds, blood mingled with rainwater, streaming down his body and staining the deck. A tragic tableau. He felt his strength waning, his body growing heavier, yet he urged himself to persist. He could not falter. Harbor City awaited his salvation. As long as he drew breath, he would not surrender. Just as Zhou Zheng was on the brink of collapse, a cacophony erupted in the distance. The sounds, though muffled by the storm, startled all present. They turned to see several speedboats racing toward them like arrows shot from a bow. The boats carved white frothy trails across the sea, akin to their battle declaration, or flowers blooming amidst the tempest. Who are those people? The leader queried anxiously. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, washed away by the rain. His voice trembled, clearly unsettled by the unexpected turn of events. The man in black furrowed his brow. A scowl etched upon his face, revealing a hint of anxiety. No matter who they are, they must not disrupt our plans. Stay alert. If anything goes awry, none of you will have a favorable outcome. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes, a warning to his subordinates to thwart any potential threats to their scheme. A flicker of hope ignited within Zhou Zheng. Could this be the rescue? Yet, amidst the chaos, he dared not assume too much. His heart raced, torn between the anticipation of salvation and the dread that this was merely another faction of his enemies. As the speedboats drew nearer, he discerned figures clad in what resembled police uniforms, though the details remained obscured. His heart clenched tightly, a whirlwind of apprehension swirling within him. What does it matter if your saviors arrive? Today, no one can rescue you. Even if the deity himself were to descend, he could not save you. Prepare to accept your fate. The black-clad figure snarled, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with bravado. Yet, his eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation, as if fearing that these speedboats might unravel their carefully laid plans. Zhou Zheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching vessels. He silently prayed that this rescue would serve as a blade, cleaving through the suffocating predicament. Nonetheless, he steeled himself for the worst. Should this not be aid, he would fight with every last ounce of his strength, like a blazing meteor, to inflict maximum damage upon his foes. Who, then, are the occupants of these speedboats? Are they true rescuers or another faction of the mysterious organization, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Zheng? Will he find a way to extricate himself from this perilous situation and save Harbor City? The answers remained shrouded in uncertainty, the atmosphere increasingly enigmatic, as if enveloped in a thick fog, obscuring all clarity. How will Zhou Zheng navigate this labyrinth of confusion and unravel the enigma before him? Chapter 29. Turning Point and Crisis. Zhou Zheng fixed his gaze intently on the speedboats racing toward them like arrows released from a bow, his heart pounding wildly within his chest, as if it were a drum echoing a frantic rhythm, on the verge of bursting forth. His gaze was a tapestry of anticipation and vigilance. In this rapidly shifting landscape, akin to a tempestuous storm, every decision felt perilously like walking on the edge of a blade. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into an abyss from which there was no return. At this moment, the waves on the sea roared like a frenzied beast, relentless and tumultuous, causing the small boat to sway violently, resembling a helpless leaf at the mercy of the ocean, which seemed to roar in fervent support of this heart-stopping contest. The figure clad in black watched as the speedboat drew nearer. His countenance instantly darkened like a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. A fleeting change flickered across his face, yet he quickly reasserted his composure, letting out a cold scoff that seemed to seep from between clenched teeth, imbued with a sinister chill. Humph, no matter who approaches, they shall not disrupt our plans. Like a malevolent commander, he swiftly turned to his subordinates and barked, "Steady yourselves, proceed as planned. Should anyone falter, I promise they will regret it." Though his subordinates felt as if a rabbit were racing in their chests, anxiety gnawing at them, they steeled themselves at their leader's command. Resembling a pack of loyal hounds encircling Zhou Zheng, poised to pounce, as if he would be torn to shreds at the slightest movement. As the speedboat approached with the swiftness of a gale, Zhou Zheng finally discerned that those aboard indeed wore uniforms reminiscent of law enforcement. A flicker of hope ignited within him, yet he hesitated to trust it entirely. After all, under the enigmatic organization's myriad of cunning tactics, every scenario could be a meticulously crafted trap. Was it truly the police come to his aid? How could they appear at such a critical juncture? What secrets might lurk behind their arrival? Zhou Zheng pondered silently, tightening his grip on the wrench until his knuckles whitened, as if to crush the tool into his flesh. He stood ready to confront any eventuality, like a vigilant cheetah poised to leap into the unknown. The speedboat, graceful as a dolphin, drew near the small vessel and came to a steady halt not far away. Several individuals in police attire leapt agilely from the boat, their movements sharp and decisive, their gazes resolute as steel, emanating an innate aura of righteousness. One among them, presumably the leader, brandished a megaphone and called out with a voice that resonated like thunder, "Attention aboard the vessel. You are surrounded. Immediately relinquish your weapons and cease your futile resistance." Zhou Zheng's heart soared at the sound of this command, for it seemed that salvation had indeed arrived. However, the figure in black merely scoffed disdainfully, his smile biting like the cold wind of winter, and whispered to his men, "Do not panic. Let's see what trickery they have up their sleeves." Fearing a missed opportunity, Zhou Zheng shouted back, "I am Zhou Zheng, currently undertaking a vital mission for the survival of Harbor City. These individuals are from a clandestine organization, akin to wolves lurking in the shadows, intent on sabotaging the city's water supply. Please assist in apprehending them." The lead officer momentarily faltered, surprised by Zhou Zheng's declaration, yet quickly regained composure, replying, "Zhou Zheng, we have received credible intelligence and rushed to your aid. Remain calm, and we will handle the situation." With that, he and his fellow officers ascended the small boat cautiously, each movement brimming with vigilance. Seeing this, the figure in black, resembling a furious demon, suddenly gestured, and his men surged forward like ravenous wolves responding to a battle cry, charging at the police. The officers reacted swiftly, like tigers descending from the mountains, engaging in a fierce melee with the assailants. The air was filled with the cacophony of shouts and crashing waves, intertwining to create a symphonic clash of battle. Zhou Zheng's anxiety surged. He understood that opportunities like this were fleeting, and he wielded the slightly bent wrench like a warrior brandishing a sword, joining the fray. He keenly observed an opening in one of the black-clad henchmen's defenses and struck down with the wrench, catching the man off guard. The blow landed on his arm, causing him to yowl in pain like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Ah? Humph! Taste the might of Zhou Zheng," he cried out, his confidence surging as he continued. "With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? You are gravely mistaken." Despite his dwindling strength, akin to a stream nearly run dry, his fervent will to survive and profound sense of duty to Harbor City fueled a remarkable vigor within him, as if a mysterious energy coursed through his veins. The officers, trained and disciplined, battled fiercely against the black-clad assailants, neither side willing to yield. However, the sheer number of the adversaries, all of whom fought like desperate outlaws, rendered the situation a stalemate, reminiscent of a grueling tug-of-war, with both sides straining against each other, neither willing to concede. In the midst of the chaos, Zhou Zheng noted the lead officer's exceptional skill. Each strike was executed with precision and fluidity, indicative of a seasoned veteran. Yet, the figure in black was no mere amateur. He lurked like a cunning serpent, observing the unfolding events, seemingly biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Zhou Zheng recognized that this figure posed the greatest threat in the conflict. Eliminating him could tilt the scales of battle in their favor, much like extracting the venomous fangs from a snake rendered harmless. "Brother, you take on the figure in black. We will handle the rest," the lead officer shouted, as if reading Zhou Zheng's thoughts. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng nodded and charged toward the man in black like a bullet escaping a chamber. The figure in black, witnessing Zhou Zheng's advance, curled his lips into a cold smile, brimming with contempt. "You truly are unaware of the peril you face, since you have so willingly come forth. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he swiftly drew a dagger from his belt, lunging toward Zhou Zheng, the blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. Reminiscent of the scythe of death, Zhou Zheng sidestepped with the agility of a nimble monkey, narrowly evading the lethal thrust. Aware of the man's formidable skill, he understood that a direct confrontation was unwise. He would need to employ cunning, akin to the principles of Tai Chi, using softness to overcome hardness. He deftly shifted his stance, like a graceful dancer, searching for an opening in the figure's defenses. Growing increasingly frustrated by Zhou Zheng's tenacity, the figure's attacks became more vicious, the dagger slicing through the air with lethal precision, casting shadows of death around Zhou Zheng. "Do you believe you can evade me for long? Today shall be your end," he snarled, his voice echoing like a curse from the depths of hell. Zhou Zheng remained silent, his focus unwavering as he countered each strike, his gaze fixed intently on the man's movements, like a leopard stalking its prey. In a sudden ploy, Zhou Zheng feigned a slip, leaning backward. The figure, sensing an opportunity, lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, dagger poised to strike. Yet, in that split second, Zhou Zheng deftly blocked the dagger with the wrench, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the figure's leg, the blow resonating with the force of a hammer. Taken by surprise, the figure stumbled, nearly losing his balance like a clown tripped by an unseen wire. "With such skills, you dare to threaten me? How naive!" Zhou Zheng seized the chance to retaliate, swinging the wrench toward the figure, carving a fierce arc through the air. The figure raised his arm to defend himself, and a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a branch snapping. It was the sound of his arm fracturing. Pain etched across his features, his complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, his eyes betraying a flicker of madness, akin to a wounded beast becoming more ferocious. Just as Zhou Zheng and the figure in black were locked in their fierce duel, a sudden cry pierced the air. Zhou Zheng's heart clenched, and he turned to see a police officer injured in a scuffle with one of the black-clad henchmen. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of anguish within him, realizing that he could no longer afford to procrastinate. The threat posed by the man in black must be swiftly resolved, otherwise, the police might suffer even greater losses. Akin to a chain of dominoes that, once toppled, would lead to uncontrollable chaos. "You scoundrels, I shall not let you escape," Zhou Zheng roared, his fury akin to that of an enraged bull, intensifying his assault. The man in black, now wounded, began to falter, his movements growing sluggish. Yet, he continued to resist, a hint of madness glinting in his eyes as if he were engaged in a final struggle. "You think you can capture me? It won't be so easy. Even if I die, I will take a few of you down with me," he shouted, evading Zhou Zheng's blows, his voice tinged with despair. At that moment, the lead officer dispatched his adversaries and rushed to Zhou Zheng's aid, like a savior arriving just in time. Together, they launched a final offensive against the man in black, who, besieged from both sides, eventually succumbed, collapsing to the ground like a defeated rooster. "Find him," the lead officer commanded, his voice imbued with triumphant joy. The other officers swiftly advanced, expertly securing the man in black with deft hands, their actions reminiscent of seasoned craftsmen. Having subdued the man in black, they collectively turned their attention to the remaining henchmen. Zhou Zheng gazed at the captured foes, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. However, he understood that this was merely a small episode in a protracted battle, with even greater peril possibly lurking ahead. "Thank you for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I might not have made it through today," Zhou Zheng expressed gratefully to the lead officer, sincerity radiating from his eyes. The officer smiled, his expression akin to the warm sun on a winter's day. "No need for thanks. We received a tip-off regarding a situation here and rushed over without delay. By the way, you mentioned they intended to sabotage the water supply system of Harbor City. What exactly is going on?" Zhou Zheng recounted his previous encounters and the nefarious plot of the mysterious organization in detail, from the initial discovery of their clues to the life-and-death struggle on the small boat, leaving no detail unaddressed. The officer's expression turned grave, resembling the brooding sky before a storm, heavy with dark clouds. "It appears the situation is more serious than we anticipated. We must expedite the interrogation of these individuals to uncover further leads. Otherwise, the water supply system of Harbor City is in imminent danger." Just as they prepared to escort the captured henchmen away, Zhou Zheng suddenly sensed something amiss, his face paling as he exclaimed, "Oh no, someone has escaped." A cunning henchman had slipped away amidst the chaos, diving into the sea like a wily rat. The lead officer furrowed his brow, resembling two tightly locked mountain peaks. "Forget about him. Let us focus on taking these individuals back to avoid further complications. That fellow who escaped likely won't cause significant trouble." Although Zhou Zheng felt a twinge of frustration, he recognized the officer's reasoning. They boarded the speedboat, which darted towards the shore like an arrow released from a bow. On the boat, Zhou Zheng gazed anxiously at the churning sea, an unsettling feeling gnawing at his heart, as if an unseen hand were squeezing it. Would the escaping henchmen return to inform the organization, prompting a change in their plans? Was the crisis surrounding the water supply system truly averted? These questions buzzed in his mind like an incessant swarm of flies, refusing to dissipate. Soon, the speedboat reached the shore. Zhou Zheng and the officers escorted the captured henchmen to the police station, where the atmosphere felt tense and grave, as if the very air had solidified. The interrogation commenced swiftly, but the henchmen appeared to be well prepared, each one as tight-lipped as a clam. Zhou Zheng sat outside the interrogation room, anxiously awaiting the outcome, his foot tapping restlessly on the ground like an ant on a hot skillet. "These fellows are surprisingly resilient. We need to devise a strategy to pry the truth from them," the lead officer remarked, displaying a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Zhou Zheng's anxiety mirrored the officer's. He understood the urgency of the situation. If they could not swiftly glean the organization's plans from the henchmen, the water supply system of Harbor City could be at risk at any moment, like a ticking time bomb ready to explode. "How about I try my hand at it? I've had dealings with them before, and perhaps I can find a breakthrough," Zhou Zheng suggested, his eyes filled with determination. The lead officer regarded him for a moment, then hesitantly replied, "Be careful, don't provoke them. These individuals are desperate, capable of anything." Zhou Zheng nodded, like a soldier preparing to charge into battle, and stepped into the interrogation room. He faced the henchman seated in the interrogation chair, his heart brimming with fury, yet he suppressed his rage, striving to maintain a calm tone. "You had better cooperate and reveal your plans and the identities of your accomplices, or you will know the consequences. Do not think you can withstand this. Confession leads to leniency, while resistance results in severity." The henchman scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Don't waste your breath. Do you really think I would divulge anything? Our plan is flawless, and you cannot thwart it. Just give up." Anger surged within Zhou Zheng, yet he remained patient. "Do you truly believe that your silence will safeguard your scheme? You have already failed. Confessing now could earn you a lighter sentence. If you remain obstinate, regret will come too late." The henchman fell silent, merely casting a defiant gaze at Zhou Zheng, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Zhou Zheng understood that to extract information from the henchman, he needed to pinpoint his vulnerabilities. He began to recall their earlier encounters, seeking a crack in the armor, akin to searching for a glimmer of light in the darkness. Suddenly, he remembered the henchman's concern for his injured comrade during the fight, and inspiration struck him like a flash of insight. He feigned sorrow, saying, "You know, your injured comrade succumbed to his wounds. He passed away on the way here." The henchman's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Stop trying to deceive me. I know him. He is not that easy to kill." Zhou Zheng persisted, embellishing his narrative. Believe it or not, he was in excruciating pain, calling your name, expressing his desire to live and his regret for joining your scheme. Is it worth it, this so-called plan, only to end in tragedy? Your brothers fight for you, yet you cannot even protect their lives. The henchman fell silent for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, indicating that Zhou Zheng's words were having an effect. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zheng pressed on. If you confess now, you might save your other brothers. Otherwise, when we uncover the truth, none of you will escape. What will happen to your families then? Can you bear to see them suffer because of you? The henchman finally wavered, exhaling a long sigh, akin to a deflated balloon. All right, I will speak. But you must promise me to take care of my brothers. I do not want them to suffer because of me. Zhou Zheng's heart leaped with joy. Rest assured, if you provide the truth, we will handle it according to the law. We will not make things difficult for their families. The henchman slowly revealed. Our plan is to introduce a special virus into the water supply system of Harbor City. This virus acts like an invisible assassin, contaminating the water, making it undrinkable. Moreover, it is challenging to detect, and once unleashed, it will cripple the entire water supply system of Harbor City. We intended to execute our attack once everything was prepared, but you thwarted our plans. Zhou Zheng was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. Where is the virus? Who are your accomplices? You must clarify. The henchman hesitated before responding. The virus is hidden in an abandoned factory, guarded by 2 of my subordinates. I am not well informed about the circumstances of the other accomplices, as they were directly contacted by the higher-ups. What I do know is that they are strategically located throughout the port city, awaiting orders to act. Zhou Zheng promptly relayed this information to the leading officer. Upon hearing it, the officer's expression turned grave, and he swiftly arranged for police forces to head to the abandoned factory. Zhou Zheng accompanied them, fully aware that only by swiftly locating the virus could the crisis in the port city be averted, much like disarming a bomb to restore peace to the urban landscape. As the group arrived at the abandoned factory, the day had given way to dusk, resembling a dark curtain descending slowly. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the factory, akin to a cursed castle. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the howling wind, which seemed to conceal countless dangers, as if terrifying monsters lurked in every shadowy corner. Zhou Zheng and the officers cautiously entered the factory, each step taken with utmost care, as if traversing thin ice. They scoured every inch for the virus, their eyes scanning like powerful searchlights, missing no detail. Be cautious, there may be an ambush. These individuals could be hiding in any corner. Waiting for us to fall into their trap, the lead officer whispered, a note of vigilance in his voice. The group dispersed like a pack of trained hounds, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. At that moment, Zhou Zheng heard a faint sound, akin to someone shifting their position. His heart raced, signaling to others to remain silent, and he stealthily approached the source of the noise, moving like a prowling leopard. Turning a corner, he suddenly spotted 2 figures clad in black guarding a seemingly ordinary box. But Zhou Zheng knew that it likely contained the dreadful virus, much like a Pandora's box hiding a malevolent force. Before he could act, one of the black-clad figures noticed him, shouting in alarm, "Someone's coming." The other quickly brandished a weapon, charging at Zhou Zheng like a wild warrior. Zhou Zheng narrowly dodged and shouted, "Over here, come quickly." The officers, alerted by his call, rushed to provide backup. A fierce battle erupted, the air thick with tension. The 2 black-clad figures were evidently elite operatives of a mysterious organization, seasoned in combat, engaging the officers in a desperate struggle. Each move they made was infused with lethal intent, as if aiming to annihilate their foes. Zhou Zheng joined the fray, determined to halt the virus's spread and safeguard the city's water supply, as one would protect their most cherished treasure. In the midst of battle, he displayed unwavering resolve, disregarding his injuries, fiercely clashing with the adversaries. His eyes burned with determination, as if proclaiming to the enemy, "You shall not pass." However, the foes were cunning, fighting fiercely while attempting to escape with the virus, resembling 2 wily foxes searching for an opportunity to flee. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, a cacophony erupted from outside the factory, as if a crowd was shouting or vehicles were approaching. Alarmed, everyone wondered if reinforcements from the mysterious organization had arrived. A sense of foreboding surged within Zhou Zheng. This crisis was far from over, and what unforeseen events might transpire next? Would they succeed in preventing the virus's spread and save the port city? Chapter 30. The perilous confrontation inside the abandoned factory. The atmosphere was as tense as a volatile explosive on the verge of detonation, every breath heavy with fear and unease. Zhou Zheng and the officers were locked in a heart-pounding clash with the 2 black-clad guards of the virus, the sudden noise from outside acting like a jolt of electricity, stretching their nerves to the breaking point, as if the fragile thread of calm was about to snap. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos, Zhou Zheng cast a hurried glance toward the source of the noise, an overwhelming sense of dread crashing over him like a tidal wave, reminiscent of the ominous clouds gathering before a storm. Dodging the attacks of the black-clad figures with the agility of a panther, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, be cautious. Something feels amiss. Reinforcements from the mysterious organization may be on their way. Truly, misfortune seems to seek out the unfortunate." The lead officer, equally aware of the commotion, furrowed his brow tightly, as if two pieces of iron were clamped together, ready to crush any approaching danger. He responded firmly. "No matter who arrives, let us deal with these two first. We cannot allow the virus to escape. If it spreads, the port city will boil over into chaos, and we will all suffer the consequences." Taking a deep breath and enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Zhou Zheng resolutely re-engaged in the battle. Spotting a moment of distraction from one of the black-clad figures, time seemed to freeze for him. He lunged forward, channeling all his strength into his arm, swinging the wrench like a mighty hammer, striking fiercely at the adversary's arm. A sharp crack rang out, piercing the tense silence like thunder, and the black-clad figure let out a harrowing scream, his weapon clattering to the ground in a cacophony of noise. Zhou Zheng pressed the advantage, kicking the incapacitated figure to the ground, rendering him as motionless as a discarded rag doll. However, the other black-clad figure, enraged, charged at Zhou Zheng with feral intensity, eyes glinting with lethal fury. The glinting dagger in his hand mirrored the venomous fangs of a serpent, lunging towards Zhou Zheng with blinding speed. Zhou Zheng sidestepped, moving with uncanny swiftness, the dagger narrowly missing him, sending a chill down his spine as if a ghostly hand had brushed against him. Recognizing the peril he faced, he swiftly countered, using the wrench to deflect the incoming attack, and thus they found themselves locked in a stalemate, akin to two equally matched bulls wrestling for dominance. Meanwhile, the officers were not idle. They coordinated seamlessly, like a well-oiled machine, quickly subduing the injured black-clad figure. Seeing Zhou Zheng grappling with the other, the lead officer sprang into action, moving like a bolt of lightning, attempting a deft maneuver to apprehend the assailant. The black-clad figure sensed the threat and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the officer, who narrowly avoided it as the wind from the strike whipped past him, attesting to the ferocity of the struggle. At that moment, the noise from outside grew increasingly deafening, as if a horde was surging toward the factory like a tidal wave, the sound reverberating like distant thunder, crashing over them in relentless waves. Zhou Zheng's anxiety intensified. He understood that with each passing second, the danger loomed larger, akin to a ticking bomb, inching ever closer to the brink of destruction. Seizing the opportunity presented by the black-clad figure's momentary lapse, Zhou Zheng forcefully swung the wrench upward, striking the adversary squarely on the chin. The sudden blow left the figure dazed, staggering like a drunken giant, nearly toppling to the ground. Zhou Zheng, seizing this exceptional opportunity, immediately pressed the attack, delivering a flurry of blows upon the man in black with the ferocity of a tempest. The figure in black barely managed to defend with his arm, but the excruciating pain that surged through it felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his flesh. He sensed that his arm had become an alien entity. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, with his features contorted in agony, he persevered in his resistance. Amidst the onslaught, Zhou Zheng shouted, "You scoundrel, why not surrender? Do you wish to futilely struggle against the inevitable? Your tenacity is akin to not shedding tears until one sees the coffin, a woeful denial of reality." Simultaneously, the lead officer launched another assault, darting forward like a cheetah in pursuit of its prey, intent on subduing the man in black. Realizing the peril he was in, the man in black wrenched his arm free with all his might and dashed towards the container harboring the virus. Consumed by a singular thought, securing the virus might offer a glimmer of hope. Without it, all would be lost. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, alarmed, could not allow the man in black to succeed. They swiftly pursued him, and just as he was about to reach the container, Zhou Zheng soared through the air like a valiant eagle descending upon its quarry, pinning the man in black to the ground. The man in black struggled, spewing curses. "You bastards, do not think you can thwart our plans. Harbor City is doomed. You will all perish." Zhou Zheng firmly restrained him, bellowing in return, "Dream on. As long as I am here, your schemes shall never prevail. Harbor City will thrive, and you villains shall face the justice you deserve. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Await your reckoning." At that moment, the factory doors crashed open with a thunderous bang, akin to a warning bell, as a throng of individuals surged in like a tidal wave. Zhou Zheng's heart raced. Had the mysterious organization sent reinforcements? Turning to glance, he was perplexed to find that these newcomers donned uniforms similar to the police, filling him with uncertainty. Who were they? Genuine allies or mere masqueraders of the enigmatic organization? What scheme lay hidden beneath this facade? The lead officer, equally bewildered, sprang to his feet, eyeing the intruders warily and demanding, "Who are you? What is your purpose here? Speak plainly, or do not expect our courtesy." One among them, appearing to be the leader, stepped forward with a smile that exuded an unsettling air of intrigue, as if veiling a deeper conspiracy. "Do not be alarmed. We have come in response to reports of danger. We are here to assist you. We are on the same side, so let there be no misunderstanding." Doubt still gnawed at Zhou Zheng's mind. He furrowed his brow and queried, "Reports? Who informed you?" "We were unaware. This situation is suspicious. You would do well to be forthright." The man hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, stating, "It was an order from our superiors. We are here to assist you in resolving the troubles at hand." Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged glances, each reflecting profound skepticism. An inexplicable strangeness enveloped the situation, akin to a shroud of fog obscuring the truth. Yet, urgency dictated their actions. Just then, the man in black, pinned beneath Zhou Zheng, summoned all his strength, breaking free and sprinting towards the newcomers, shouting, "Help me. They aim to thwart our plan. Quickly, assist me in securing the virus." Alarm bells rang in Zhou Zheng's mind as he leaped to his feet, giving chase. The lead officer, quick to react, followed suit without hesitation. Some among the newcomers attempted to obstruct their path, and Zhou Zheng's suspicions crystallized into certainty. "Beware. These individuals are suspicious. They must be part of the mysterious organization. Stay vigilant. Do not be deceived." A new melee erupted, igniting chaos like a powder keg. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer engaged in a fierce struggle against the members of the mysterious organization disguised as police. As Zhou Zheng fought, he mused to himself, "This organization is cunning. They have devised a clever ruse to aid the man in black. Their determination to seize the virus is palpable. Yet I, Zhou Zheng, shall never allow their plans to succeed. Even at the cost of my life, I must protect the water supply of Harbor City, ensuring their nefarious designs do not plunge it into irrevocable disaster." However, the members of the mysterious organization appeared well prepared, outnumbering them with remarkable skill. Each akin to a trained assassin, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer found themselves increasingly beleaguered, their strength waning as they battled like two tenacious lions against a pack of ravenous wolves, the odds shifting unfavorably, like rowing upstream against a relentless current. In the midst of this turmoil, Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that one of the previously escaped henchmen had also infiltrated the factory. Alarmed, he wondered, what is he doing here? Is there a larger plot at play? What are they scheming? The henchman stealthily approached the container holding the virus, igniting a fire of urgency within Zhou Zheng, who felt like an ant on a hot skillet. He attempted to rush forward to intervene but was thwarted by several members of the mysterious organization, forming an impenetrable barrier. "Do not dare touch that container," he bellowed. "If you lay a finger on it, I will ensure you face dire consequences." Yet, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of the brawl, akin to a small stone sinking into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. The henchman was poised to seize the container, and Zhou Zheng was engulfed by despair. Was Harbor City truly on the brink of catastrophe? Would all his efforts amount to naught? In that critical moment, the lead officer seized an opportunity, deftly evading his adversaries like an agile monkey, charging towards the henchman. He leaped forth, akin to a soaring eagle, tackling the henchman to the ground and successfully preventing him from obtaining the virus. Zhou Zheng's spirits lifted. He capitalized on the distraction, pushing back the members of the mysterious organization around him. Together, they resumed their fierce battle against the encroaching adversaries. Yet, the influx of the mysterious organization seemed unending, as if they were a relentless tide. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer felt like a small vessel in a tempest, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the surging waves. Their strength dwindled, each strike and dodge growing increasingly arduous. Just when they were about to falter, the sound of sirens echoed from outside. A flicker of hope ignited within Zhou Zheng. Could it truly be reinforcements? Please, let it not be another ruse of the mysterious organization. However, previous experiences tempered his optimism, leaving him apprehensive. Hearing the sirens, the members of the mysterious organization grew frantic, hastening their attacks in a desperate bid to secure the virus and flee before help arrived, akin to a pack of frenzied wolves as their prey eludes capture. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer gritted their teeth, fighting with all their might, their gazes resolute, as if declaring to the mysterious organization, "You shall not succeed easily." As the sirens drew nearer, a cadre of genuine police officers burst into the factory like divine reinforcements. It turned out that the police station had dispatched support. The members of the mysterious organization, realizing the tide had turned, sought to escape, but found themselves encircled by the officers, trapped like fish in a barrel. Zhou Zheng observed the surrounded members of the mysterious organization, feeling a sigh of relief wash over him. Yet, he understood that the ordeal was far from over. The box containing the virus remains, and the enigmatic organization undoubtedly harbors other undisclosed schemes. It resembles an extended chess match, where they have merely secured a temporary victory. Further challenges await them. With the assistance of the police, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer successfully subdued the members of the mysterious organization. Exhausted, Zhou Zheng slowly approached the box, gazing at the object that nearly brought catastrophe to Harbor City, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He understood that the box contained not just a virus, but also the safety of the entire city. However, upon opening it, they discovered it was utterly empty. Zhou Zheng was taken aback, his eyes widening as he pondered the unimaginable. Where was the virus? Had it been relocated? Or did the organization have yet another nefarious plot? What could possibly be the explanation? The lead officer's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he gravely remarked, "It seems the situation is becoming increasingly complicated. We must investigate promptly. Otherwise, Harbor City remains in peril." The mysterious organization lurked like a serpent concealed in darkness, poised to strike at any moment. Zhou Zheng nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. He recognized that this was merely the tip of the iceberg in this crisis, with graver challenges on the horizon. Yet, he was resolute. He would unveil the organization's schemes and safeguard Harbor City as one would protect a most cherished treasure. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer began meticulously searching the factory for clues, leaving no corner unchecked. They scoured every conceivable hiding place, yet found nothing. Frustrated, Zhou Zheng kicked a nearby broken box, muttering, "Where on earth have these bastards hidden the virus?" At that moment, a police officer discovered a crumpled note in a corner. Zhou Zheng hurried over and unfolded it, revealing a series of strange symbols and numbers. His brow furrowed as he contemplated their meaning. Sensing that this might be the key to locating the virus, the lead officer examined the note and suggested, "Could this be their contact code, or an indication of where the virus is hidden?" Zhou Zheng nodded, affirming, "It's highly likely. We must decipher it quickly." However, just as they focused on unraveling the note's mystery, the police station received an urgent call. One of the apprehended men in black had suddenly fallen into a coma, and the situation was critical. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged apprehensive glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. They left a portion of the police force to continue searching the factory and hurried back to the station with the note in hand. Upon arrival, they found the comatose man's vital signs alarmingly weak, with doctors working tirelessly to save him. Zhou Zheng gazed at the unconscious figure. Puzzled, how could he have suddenly collapsed? Had the mysterious organization done something to prevent him from revealing secrets? At that moment, another detained man in black erupted into maniacal laughter, taunting, "Don't waste your efforts. You will never find the virus. Harbor City is destined for disaster." Infuriated, Zhou Zheng strode forward, demanding, "What do you know? Speak." Yet the man merely sneered, falling silent. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer found themselves at an impasse. One man possibly possessing crucial information lay unconscious, while the enigmatic note awaited decryption. The crisis looming over Harbor City hung like the sword of Damocles, ready to descend at any moment. Where was the virus concealed? What further machinations might the organization have in store? Could Zhou Zheng and the police discover the virus before the crisis erupted, thus saving Harbor City? Everything remained uncertain, with the city's fate precariously hanging in the balance. Chapter 31. The crisis enshrouded in fog. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer found themselves in the interrogation room of the police station, where the atmosphere was as stifling as the silence preceding a tempest, every breath seemingly laden with fear and anxiety. The man in black who had laughed maniacally clung to his last shred of insanity, ignoring Zhou Zheng's inquiries and emitting a chilling, derisive laughter that sliced through the air like a sharp blade, instilling unease within the cramped space. Zhou Zheng, seething with fury, clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, as though he might crack open the man's mouth like a walnut to extract all his secrets. Yet he understood that rashness, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, would only exacerbate the chaos without resolving anything. He suppressed his nearly eruptive rage, inhaling deeply to steady his voice, which still carried an undercurrent of menace. "What are you laughing at? Do you believe this will hinder our search for the virus? Dream on, confess, and perhaps you might secure your survival. If you persist in your obstinacy, we will uncover the truth, and you will regret it. You'll come to understand what it means to be hoisted by your own petard." The The man in black glanced at Zhou Zheng with an expression of disdain, scoffing. Huh? Leniency? You have no idea whom you're opposing. The power of our organization is unfathomable. You are but an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. Await the upheaval of Harbor City. Soon, the entire city will plunge into unending panic and chaos, and you will be remembered as its eternal pariahs, forever branded in the annals of disgrace. The lead officer's brow furrowed deeply, as if capable of crushing a fly. He advanced, his demeanor as solemn as a judge delivering a verdict. Stop trying to intimidate us. Now that we are involved, we will not allow your conspiracy to succeed. If you possess any sense of self-preservation, reveal where the virus is hidden, lest you drive yourself to the brink. Do you think you can endure this? Don't be naive. Confessing is your only escape. The man in black, however, appeared resolute, coldly snorting before turning his head defiantly, refusing to engage further. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged glances of resignation, both aware that extracting valuable information from this individual would not be a swift endeavor. At that moment, a frantic officer burst into the room, urgency etched across his face. The doctors have reported that the condition of the comatose man is particularly grim. Though they have temporarily snatched him from the clutches of death, he remains teetering on the brink, and whether he will awaken, or when, remains uncertain. The doctors have exhausted every method, and now it is left to fate. Zhou Zheng sighed deeply, feeling as though a deluge had struck a home already riddled with gaping holes, compounding his misfortunes. He regarded the note, filled with strange symbols and numbers, which now seemed to embody Harbor City's last hope, yet also resembled an incomprehensible tangle, causing him great distress. It appeared that all hope was now pinned on deciphering the secrets concealed within this note. Zhou Zheng muttered to himself, his voice infused with profound fatigue and helplessness, akin to a traveler long lost in a desert. They hurried back to the office, acting like valiant warriors preparing for battle, wholly dedicated to unraveling the mysteries of the symbols and numbers. Zhou Zheng clutched the note, his eyes wide with intensity as he scrutinized the characters, eager to penetrate their meaning. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, as he sought connections with his past experiences and knowledge. Might these symbols represent a secret code known only within their organization? Or perhaps they were linked to a clandestine stronghold. As he pondered the note, Zhou Zheng turned to the lead officer, his gaze filled with both anticipation and uncertainty. The lead officer stroked his chin, contemplating deeply. After a moment of reflection, he slowly remarked, "There is a possibility. However, our understanding of this enigmatic organization is painfully limited, akin to groping in utter darkness. Deciphering this code presents a formidable challenge. Yet, we are not entirely in the dark. Consider these numbers. Could they possibly be coordinates? They might point to a crucial location." Zhou Zheng's eyes brightened, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness. He swiftly summoned a map, marking the potential corresponding numbers based on the officer's conjecture. However, after an exhaustive effort, it proved futile, akin to drawing water with a basket, empty-handed. They resembled two determined puzzle solvers, exploring every conceivable decoding method, Caesar cipher, fence cipher, leaving no stone unturned. Yet the outcome was disheartening, like navigating a labyrinth with no exit, frustration washing over them like an encroaching tide. As time slipped away, Zhou Zheng felt a growing urgency, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, beads of sweat trickling down his face to land on the paper. What could it possibly mean? Had they erred in their reasoning from the very beginning? Zhou Zheng murmured dejectedly, feeling like a ship lost in the dark, unable to find a guiding lighthouse. Just as they were floundering aimlessly, Zhou Zheng was struck by a sudden inspiration, excitement surging through him. Could it be related to the water supply system of Harbor City? After all, their intent is to sabotage that very system. Perhaps these symbols and numbers indicate a critical point within it. This might just be the key to unraveling the mystery. With renewed vigor, they delved into the archives of the water supply system, meticulously searching for any information related to the symbols and numbers on the note. They examined the blueprints of the water system, the layout of the pipes, and detailed reports on various pump stations and reservoirs, scrutinizing every detail as if they were archaeologists studying ancient artifacts. Their diligence bore fruit. After several hours of intensive searching, they stumbled upon a glimmer of hope in a tattered, yellowed report on the water system renovation. The report mentioned an abandoned pump station, and some of the data noted bore a striking resemblance to the numbers on the paper, like a faint star shining in the darkness, weak yet filled with promise. Zhou Zheng could hardly contain his excitement, pointing at the report, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Look, the number and location description of this abandoned pump station seems to correlate with the numbers on the note. The virus could be hidden there. This might be the very place we've been seeking." The lead officer's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Let us not delay. We must act swiftly. Every second counts. And with each moment wasted, Harbor City becomes increasingly perilous. They quickly assembled their forces, resembling a battalion of warriors ready for battle, advancing in an orderly fashion towards the abandoned pump station. As they journeyed, Zhou Zheng experienced a roller coaster of emotions, nervousness intermingled with exhilaration. He fervently hoped they would uncover the virus and successfully avert the crisis facing Harbor City, restoring tranquility to the city. Yet, a hint of trepidation lingered within him. For the mysterious organization was as cunning as a fox. What if they had set traps, waiting for the officers to stumble into them? His mind was flooded with potential dangers as they approached the abandoned pump station, where the sun had shyly retreated behind the mountains, casting the surroundings into shadow. The area was eerily quiet, with weeds towering over them, swaying in the wind like monstrous creatures, emanating a chilling aura. Zhou Zheng and the officers entered the pump station cautiously, every one of them resembling a vigilant cat, scanning their surroundings with heightened senses, ears attuned to any suspicious sound. Their footsteps were soft, fearful of disturbing hidden threats. Inside, the pump station was dim and damp, permeated by the musty scent of decay, reminiscent of an ancient tomb exuding the essence of time's passage. They split into smaller groups, akin to a pack of trained hounds, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer ventured towards the basement. The staircase, worn with age, creaked agonizingly with each step, as if lamenting its long history. The sound echoed ominously in the silence of the basement, serving as a warning of potential danger. Just as they neared the bottom of the stairs, a faint rustling noise pierced the stillness, jarring them like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged wary glances, their expressions filled with alertness and tension. They swiftly drew their weapons, moving stealthily toward the source of the sound, hearts racing, every step taken with utmost caution, aware that one misstep could trigger hidden peril. Upon turning a corner, they spotted a shadow crouched before a large metal box, seemingly fiddling with something. Zhou Zheng called out, "Who is there? Don't move. I'll shoot if you take another step." His voice reverberated through the basement with undeniable authority. The shadow, startled by the command, froze momentarily before springing to its feet like a frightened rabbit, attempting to flee. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, unwilling to let the figure escape, dashed forward, swiftly subduing the shadow to the ground. Their movements were precise and efficient, demonstrating their professionalism and decisiveness. In the dim light of the basement, they discerned the figure's face. It was one of the henchmen who had previously escaped from the factory. Zhou Zheng's heart leaped with joy. It seemed they had indeed found the right place. He silently rejoiced, yet remained vigilant, knowing the situation could become more intricate. Is the virus hidden here? If you dare lie, you will regret it. Zhou Zheng questioned sternly, his gaze piercing, determined to unveil the truth. The henchman merely scoffed, his expression rife with disdain and provocation. Do you really think capturing me will lead you to the virus? Don't be foolish. Even if you find the virus, it won't thwart our plans. Our scheme is like an unstoppable train, barreling forward. You self-righteous fools have no idea what you're up against. Zhou Zheng's face flushed with anger, tempted to strike, yet reason prevailed. Now was not the time for rashness. Stop being obstinate. Confess now, and you might receive leniency. Otherwise, when we uncover the truth, you'll find yourself spending the rest of your life in prison. Think carefully, don't dig your own grave. The henchman remained obstinately silent, offering only a defiant glare, as if to say, if you have the ability, find it yourself. Zhou Zheng realized that extracting information from him would take time. The immediate priority was to locate the virus and resolve the crisis in Harbor City. They resumed their meticulous search in the basement, leaving no stone unturned. Finally, in a hidden corner that seemed to be the refuge of a hide-and-seek champion, they discovered the container harboring the virus. Zhou Zheng's heart swelled with joy, akin to a weary traveler in a vast desert suddenly discovering an oasis. Just as he was about to approach, the leading officer, swift and alert, intervened. Beware of traps. This elusive organization was cunning indeed. They would not allow us to succeed so effortlessly. It was certain that they had set numerous snares in the vicinity. Zhou Zheng snapped back to reality, adopting the demeanor of a cautious bomb disposal expert, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Indeed, they soon discerned peculiar contraptions arranged around the container, resembling triggering mechanisms. Any inadvertent contact could unleash unforeseen consequences. The intricate devices dazzled the eye, seemingly revealing the sinister intentions of the mysterious organization. Clearly, they had anticipated our arrival and had prepared this trap in advance. This organization was truly wily, akin to a fox that had acquired human cunning. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Zheng spoke solemnly, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. They examined the mechanisms with the reverence one might afford a rare treasure, endeavoring to uncover a means of disarming them. Zhou Zheng knelt, scrutinizing the structure of the mechanisms, striving to find a flaw amidst the convoluted wiring and strange symbols. His eyes fixated on the contraption as if he aimed to see through it, missing no detail. The leading officer assisted by analyzing from the side, and the two exchanged hushed words as they worked. Look at this device. It seems different from what we've encountered before. Could it be a new trap they have developed? Zhou Zheng pointed to a component glowing with an odd luminescence. It's possible. We must proceed with caution and avoid rash actions. This may be an exceedingly dangerous mechanism. The officer replied. Zhou Zheng cautiously cleared away some obstructions to gain a clearer view of the mechanism. At that moment, he inadvertently brushed against an inconspicuous protrusion, and the mechanism emitted a faint buzzing sound, causing both men to change color in alarm. Oh no, have we triggered something? Zhou Zheng exclaimed nervously. They quickly retreated a few paces, vigilantly watching the device. Fortunately, after a brief pause, the mechanism did not take any further action, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems we must be even more cautious. This mechanism is more complex than we imagined, the officer remarked. Zhou Zheng nodded. Continuing his meticulous examination, he observed that the mechanism contained elements resembling a combination lock, etched with strange symbols. Recalling the symbols from the note, he attempted to discern a connection. Do you think these symbols might relate to those on the note? Perhaps this is the key to unlocking the mechanism, Zhou Zheng suggested. The leading officer leaned in for a closer look, responding, It's possible. We should try entering the symbols from the note into this lock according to a specific pattern. Thus, they began experimenting with various combinations, praying silently for success. Time slipped away, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the basement. Suddenly, a cacophony arose outside the pump station, like a throng of people surging towards them, the sounds of footsteps and shouts intertwining, growing increasingly distinct. This noise shattered the previously tense and quiet environment, causing both Zhou Zheng and the leading officer's hearts to race with trepidation. Zhou Zheng's face paled, a grave realization dawning upon him. Could it be members of the mysterious organization? How do they know we are here? Is there a mole among us? This is terrifying. If we truly have an insider, our actions have been under constant surveillance. The leading officer's expression also turned grim, gravely stating, Whoever it is, we must first address the immediate issue, swiftly disarm the mechanism, and obtain the virus. Otherwise, the crisis in Harbor City may become insurmountable. We cannot allow the external commotion to distract us. We must focus. Zhou Zheng and the leading officer dedicated themselves to the task at hand, while the other officers, like loyal sentinels, swiftly established a perimeter around the pump station. Some remained at the entrance, while others patrolled the area, vigilantly observing every movement. As the sounds from outside grew nearer, Zhou Zheng's anxiety escalated, as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart. Sweat beads formed on his brow, and his movements quickened unconsciously. Just as they raced against time to decipher the mechanism, a sudden shout pierced the air. Watch out, there's a bomb. This exclamation struck them like a bolt of lightning, plunging both Zhou Zheng and the leading officer into despair. Would they manage to disarm the mechanism and secure the virus? What was the nature of the bomb outside? Who were the arrivals? Reinforcements from the mysterious organization, or some other unforeseen peril? Would the crisis in Harbor City truly be resolved? All remained uncertain, while Zhou Zheng and the officers stood on the precipice of an unprecedented challenge. The fate of Harbor City precariously dangling like a leaf in a tempest. Chapter 32. The battle for survival in desperation. Watch out, there's a bomb. This terrified cry shattered the already oppressive atmosphere of tension in the basement, striking directly at the hearts of Zhou Zheng and the leading officer. Zhou Zheng felt as though his heart was ensnared by an invisible, icy hand, rendering his breath rapid and labored. Instinctively, he turned to meet the officer's gaze, and in their wide eyes, he saw mirrored shock and urgency, as if two stars in the dark had simultaneously been struck by fear. At that moment, time seemed to be enchanted, stretching each second infinitely, rendering it heavy and torturous. Stay calm. The leading officer struggled against the tumultuous anxiety within, inhaling deeply in an attempt to sound composed, though the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. We must quickly devise a way to disarm the mechanism and obtain the virus. We cannot let this bomb disrupt our rhythm, or Harbor City will truly be in peril. We are walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to disaster, and we would become the spark igniting chaos. Zhou Zheng nodded vigorously, striving to bolster his own resolve and quell the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. He turned his focus back to the labyrinthine mechanism, where strange symbols and wires now appeared as ferocious beasts, taunting him with their complexity. The combination lock must be intricately linked to the symbols on the note. But what was the underlying pattern? Had he overcomplicated matters or overlooked a crucial clue? The members of this mysterious organization seemed to have an uncanny knack for creating perplexing challenges to thwart them. Zhou Zheng was filled with urgency, his mind racing like a high-speed machine, desperately trying to extract clarity from the chaos of his thoughts. Akin to groping through a pitch-black fog in search of a flicker of light, the clamor outside intensified, resembling a storm raging with fervor. Occasional muffled explosions echoed, sounding like fate's heavy alarm, mercilessly jarring their nerves. Zhou Zheng understood that time was running out. Each second felt like a countdown to an impending explosion, threatening to obliterate their efforts in an instant. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to try yet another combination of symbols. With utmost caution, he entered several symbols on the lock according to his hypothesis, each movement akin to performing a life-or-death ritual, his fingers trembling with tension. Yet, the lock remained unresponsive, a silent iceberg radiating an aura of cold indifference, as if mocking his endeavors. No, there must be something I haven't considered. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, resembling a beleaguered ascetic ensnared by an insurmountable conundrum, pacing anxiously beside the mechanism, his steps frantic and erratic, as if he were imprinting a series of anxious notes upon the ground. Could it be that the sequence was incorrect? Or perhaps it was entwined with the passage of time? Alternatively, might there be some elusive clue that had escaped our attention? This enigmatic organization was akin to a wily fox, fraught with traps that rendered one perpetually on guard. I refused to succumb to superstition. How could their 3 axes of Cheng Yaojin possibly thwart me? The lead officer, ever vigilant of the tempestuous ruckus outside, his ears attuned like radar to every faint sound, remarked, "Ponder once more the placement of the symbols on the note, and whether the documents pertaining to the pump station contain similar hints. We must not overlook any potential detail. It could very well be the key to unraveling this puzzle." This endeavor was akin to fishing for a needle in the vast ocean, yet that needle represented our lifeline. Should we fail to locate it, we would truly become headless flies, flailing aimlessly. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng smacked his forehead, as if a flash of inspiration had illuminated his mind. Of course, the pump station documents referenced certain time nodes for renovations. Could this be pivotal? He swiftly retrieved the tattered report on the water supply system's modifications, its pages yellowed with age and corners worn, as if narrating the passage of time. He feverishly leafed through it, his eyes scanning the dense text with the precision of a high-resolution scanner, desperately seeking clues. The rustling of the pages echoed in the stillness, mirroring the tension of their race against time. With each page turned, his heartbeat quickened, as if he were engaged in an exhilarating duel with time itself. At last, he discerned several project numbers corresponding to specific time points in the report, their sequence alarmingly similar to that of certain symbols on the note. Zhou Zheng was nearly propelled from his seat with exhilaration. He pointed excitedly at the report, exclaiming to the lead officer, "Look, could it be that the symbols are to be entered in this order? This might just be the correct method to unlock the mechanism." It felt akin to having groped in the darkness for an eternity, only to finally glimpse a sliver of dawn. Like the adage, when the mountains are heavy and the waters are deep, a new path appears among the willows and blossoms. The lead officer's gaze flickered with a long-lost glimmer of hope. "Let's give it a try. We have no choice but to grasp at straws. This may be our sole opportunity." It was as if a drowning man clutched the last vestige of hope, with their fate hinging upon this moment. If they succeeded, they would emerge as the heroes of Haigang City. If they failed, they would bear the shame of facing their kin in Jiangdong. Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply, as if to draw in every ounce of courage. He once more input the symbols onto the cipher lock, his fingers trembling with tension, as if performing a symphony of fateful anxiety. With the final symbol pressed, the lock emitted a soft beep, its sound resonating crisply through the silence of the basement, akin to a prelude to victory. Subsequently, several indicator lights on the mechanism began to flicker, and the once convoluted labyrinth of wires seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. The flickering lights appeared as mystical beacons, illuminating their path through the darkness. It seemed promising. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of elation, as if he had spotted a glimmer of hope within the abyss. However, he understood that this was merely the first step on a lengthy journey, with more arduous and perilous challenges lurking ahead, much like a beast concealed in the shadows. Poised to strike, his emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, rising with newfound hope, only to plummet with the dread of the unknown. At that moment, a police officer burst in, breathless and frantic, as if pursued by a torrent of chaos. He gasped, "Outside, the situation is dire. It appears we are embroiled in a firefight with a group of well-equipped, highly trained assailants. Our comrades can barely withstand the onslaught. These fiends are akin to rabid dogs, relentless in their pursuit. Our men are trapped, Caught in a vice of circumstances, the outlook is grim. The lead officer's expression darkened instantly, resembling the ominous clouds before a storm's arrival. Tell the men to hold steady, to delay at all costs. Inform them that we are striving to disarm the mechanism swiftly. As long as we seize the virus, there remains a chance for redemption. We cannot falter at this critical juncture. We must persevere. We are like teams in a tug-of-war. As long as we unite, we must not allow the adversary to snatch victory from us. The officer, having received his orders, hurriedly exited, his silhouette a blur in the dim basement light, as if bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer dared not relax their focus, remaining fully absorbed in the mechanism. They noted that the flickering of the indicator lights seemed to convey some arcane message. Zhou Zheng fixed his gaze upon the lights, scarcely daring to blink, as if to engrave the flickering pattern into his memory. This flickering frequency bore resemblance to Morse code. Could it be that we were required to input the next set of instructions? This clandestine organization was indeed adept at orchestrating such intricate games, treating them as mere pawns in a cryptic riddle. However, I shall not concede easily, Zhou Zheng declared, his tone laced with uncertainty, mingled with a begrudging acknowledgement of the organization's cunning. The lead officer nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. It's possible. Attempt to decipher it. Perhaps this is the mechanism's next prompt for us, and our success hinges upon your ability to solve this riddle. We cannot afford to be underestimated. If you succeed, you shall be our precinct's very own Sherlock Holmes. Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. He concentrated intently on the indicator lights, silently translating according to the rules of Morse code. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, each drop a testament to his mounting anxiety. After a moment, he exclaimed with excitement, "I've deciphered it. It appears we must rotate a disc on the mechanism to a specific angle. This should be the key to unlocking the next layer of the mechanism. It seems our efforts have not been in vain. We are finally gaining clarity." This sensation was akin to discovering the pivotal piece of a puzzle, with victory within grasp. The two quickly searched the mechanism for the disc, ultimately uncovering it in a concealed corner. The disc appeared ancient and rustic, adorned with peculiar engravings, as though whispering secrets of a bygone era. Following the instructions, they turned the disc, which creaked and groaned as if awakening from a prolonged slumber, revealing the mystery and antiquity of this ancient contraption. With each turn, the sound reverberated within the basement, as if conversing with time itself. When the disc reached the designated angle, the mechanism emitted a low hum, as if celebrating their success. Subsequently, protective apparatus surrounding the container holding the virus slowly began to retract, unveiling a luminous vessel within. That ethereal glow flickered in the darkness, a beacon of hope, yet a harbinger of concealed peril. "Wonderful, we are on the brink of success," the lead officer exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy, as if victory were nigh. Yet, a shadow of unease loomed in his heart, for they were unaware of the myriad dangers lurking behind this apparent triumph. It was akin to spotting an oasis in the desert, oblivious to the hidden traps it may contain. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, causing the entire pump station to tremble violently, as if beset by an earthquake. Dust cascaded from the ceiling like a gray snowfall, while some aged pipes began to fracture, emitting ominous cracks, as if the forsaken pump station were lamenting in agony. Zhou Zheng and the lead police officer nearly stumbled, managing to steady themselves with great effort. An ominous foreboding surged within them simultaneously. Could it be that a bomb had exploded? Zhou Zheng voiced his concern, his voice trembling as if fear had seized his throat. If it truly detonated, we would all perish here, and the city of Haigang would inevitably suffer as well. The lead officer's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Regardless of the circumstances, our primary objective is to secure the virus. We cannot afford to fail at this crucial moment. Even if the sky were to fall, we must obtain the virus to protect Haigang. We cannot be cowards. We must fight to the bitter end. As they reached for the virus container, the basement door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. A throng of men in black surged in, led by the very henchman who had escaped from the factory earlier. His face bore a triumphant grin, as if victory were assured. A smile that appeared particularly sinister in the dim light, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. "Do you really think you can easily seize the virus? You are sorely mistaken. You are like a swarm of headless flies, becoming increasingly ensnared in our trap. You shall never thwart our plans. The city of Haigang is destined to fall into our grasp. You will find it impossible to escape today. Prepare to perish alongside this city." The henchman mocked, his laughter echoing in the basement, filled with provocation and arrogance, as if declaring their triumph to Zhou Zheng and the others. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer swiftly drew their firearms, their movements synchronized, the dark muzzles aimed at the men in black. Do not act recklessly, or we will not hesitate to respond. Surrender quickly, and perhaps I can grant you a swift end, so your demise is not so painful. Do not resist foolishly. Accept your fate. You will regret your obstinacy, or you shall suffer the consequences. The lead officer proclaimed loudly, his voice firm and powerful, attempting to intimidate the adversaries while also bolstering his and Zhou Zheng's resolve. However, the henchman remained unfazed, waving his hand as though conducting an evil symphony. The men behind him immediately fanned out, encircling Zhou Zheng and the lead officer in a tight formation. You are now surrounded. Relinquish your weapons, and perhaps I can offer you a merciful death, one that is less agonizing. Do not engage in futile struggles. Accept your fate. Do not provoke me further, or you will regret it. Zhou Zheng seethed with anger, a fierce fire igniting within him, yet he understood that impulsiveness would only exacerbate the situation. He kept a vigilant eye on the men in black, his gaze sharp as that of a leopard, while contemplating strategies. You go to such lengths merely to protect this virus, to prevent us from taking it, which indicates we are on the right path. If we can hold on just a bit longer, success will be ours. We cannot allow them to prevail. The safety of Haigang rests upon our shoulders. This is akin to a tug of war. We must not loosen our grip. We must anchor ourselves like nails, firmly resisting their schemes. Zhou Zheng whispered to the lead officer, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction, as if imparting an invisible strength. The lead officer nodded slightly in agreement, his gaze equally resolute, conveying a shared determination, a promise that they would not yield. Their eyes met, silently communicating, no matter the trials ahead, we shall fight until the end. Even if the path is fraught with peril, we shall not retreat. The henchman's subordinates seemed to sense their resolve, sneering, do not waste your efforts. Today, you shall find it impossible to escape. Submit to your fate. The end of Haigang is nigh. Your struggles are as laughable as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Do you believe yourselves to be superheroes capable of saving this city? Dream on. Just as the standoff reached a boiling point, a piercing siren echoed from outside. Zhou Zheng's heart leapt with joy. Could reinforcements have arrived? This sudden sound of the siren pierced the darkness like a ray of hope. The men in black revealed a hint of panic, their previously arrogant demeanor diminished, as if the siren had punctured their balloon of confidence. This is bad. It may be the police reinforcements. We cannot afford to linger. The henchman declared, urgency lacing his voice. He gestured, and the men in black charged toward Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, ferocious as wolves pouncing on prey, shouting incomprehensible slogans to bolster their courage. These ruffians seem to be on a stimulant, but we are not without our defenses. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer immediately retaliated, gunfire erupting in the basement. Bullets whizzed through the confined space, sparks igniting, smoke swirling. The cacophony of gunfire was deafening, as if threatening to collapse the very structure of the basement. As Zhou Zheng fired, he sought an opportunity to approach the virus container. He understood that securing the virus would shatter the deadlock, akin to grasping the key weapon against evil. With each shot, he silently prayed for a swift resolution to this conflict, yearning to save Haigang. This felt like searching for the dawn of victory amidst a hailstorm of bullets, every step fraught with peril. One of the men in black seized the moment when Zhou Zheng was reloading, lunging at him like a specter. Zhou Zheng had no time to evade, striking the assailant fiercely with the butt of his gun. The henchman staggered back, but quickly charged again, undeterred. Zhou Zheng grappled with him, inwardly lamenting, this fellow is surprisingly strong, like a bull. No wonder he is so powerful after eating spinach. It seems I must outsmart him rather than engage in a brute force struggle. They wrestled on the ground, tugging at one another, each vying for dominance. Zhou Zheng felt his strength waning, yet he resolutely reminded himself not to give in. He must endure until the end. He was like a tenacious warrior, steadfastly holding to his mission amidst adversity. Observing the struggle, the lead officer swiftly fired at the henchman. The bullet whizzed past, and the assailant collapsed with a pained cry. Zhou Zheng cast a grateful glance at the lead officer and continued inching toward the virus container. With each step closer, he felt victory within reach. Yet danger loomed ever nearer. It was akin to traversing a minefield, where every step required utmost caution. Just as Zhou Zheng was about to grasp the virus container, a henchman suddenly charged at him like a madman, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhou Zheng sprawling. He fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, feeling as though his insides had shifted, as if struck by a speeding vehicle. His body crashed heavily to the ground, issuing a dull thud, and he could not help but curse, "You bastard." The flames of fury within him burned even brighter. He longed to rise and deliver a sound thrashing to the henchman. That kick was brutal, nearly sending me to outer space. The henchman laughed triumphantly, You think seizing the virus will be that easy? This virus is our trump card. No one shall take it from us. The city of Haigang is destined to be obliterated under our control. You self-righteous fools, today marks your demise. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, as if 1,000 troops were thundering forth. Zhou Zheng's heart soared. Reinforcements had indeed arrived. The henchmen's expression soured, fear flickering in their eyes, their arrogance evaporating as if confronted by a specter. What do we do? Boss, we are surrounded, one henchman exclaimed, his voice trembling as if he had glimpsed death beckoning. This truly is a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare. They intended to set a trap but had ensnared themselves instead. The henchman clenched his teeth, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. We must fight. We cannot allow them to seize the virus. Even if it costs us our lives, we will take a few down with us. His voice brimmed with madness, as if he had lost all sense of reason. The man has gone mad. We must exercise caution. However, before they could act, a wave of police officers surged in. It turned out that reinforcements from the police station had arrived just in time, surrounding the group of men in black. The officers wore serious expressions, their weapons aimed at the assailants, forming an impregnable barrier. The scene resembled the forces of justice encircling evil, leaving no escape for the wicked. Well done. These ruffians can scarcely hope to take flight now. Let us see how brazen they remain. You are surrounded. Lay down your arms and surrender. Resistance will lead to certain demise, one officer bellowed, his voice resonating in the basement like a tolling bell. This proclamation seemed to signal the end for the men in black. Chapter 33. A life-and-death race against time. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer fixed their gaze on the virus container, where the countdown timer pulsed ominously like a demon's heartbeat. It felt as if the entire harbor city dangled over an abyss, an invisible hand tightening its grip with each tick, drawing the city closer to annihilation. The relentless countdown pierced their hearts like a sharp ice pick, leaving them nearly breathless. What are we to do? The lead officer's voice brimmed with urgency, his previously unshakable demeanor shattered by the sudden crisis. This mysterious organization was akin to a lingering ghost, akin to gum stuck to the sole of a shoe, constantly tripping us up, intent on wreaking havoc in the harbor city. Zhou Zheng's brow furrowed as if twisted by an unseen force. His eyes locked on the timer while his mind raced like a super engine, frantically devising a strategy. Patience is key. Let us meticulously examine this bomb device. Perhaps these fiends have not yet reached the depths of madness to secure the virus and bomb together too tightly. Surely, we can find a way to disarm it. We must not let panic take hold, or we shall become headless flies. With that, he carefully placed the virus container on the ground and crouched down, his focused expression reminiscent of a top surgeon preparing for a delicate operation that could determine life and death, striving to uncover a glimmer of hope within the perilous bomb apparatus. The bomb's construction was as intricate as the mysterious galaxies of the universe, with a web of wires intertwining like serpents with bared fangs, occasionally flashing eerie lights as if taunting them. Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart, attempting to disentangle the chaos of wires before him. He understood that this was akin to navigating a labyrinth filled with lethal traps. A single misstep could obliterate him, and the harbor city would follow suit into oblivion. Look, the wires are of various colors. Perhaps they conceal some hidden meaning. Zhou Zheng pointed at several wires, his eyes alight with the spark of contemplation, akin to solving an exceptionally complex mathematical problem, where each piece was interconnected, requiring the discovery of a pivotal insight to unravel the tangled mess. The lead officer quickly crouched down, examining the wires Zhou Zheng had indicated. Musing thoughtfully, there seems to be a method to this madness. Could it be that the previous mechanism we deciphered shares a common logic? Perhaps this clandestine organization delights in challenging us with the same tactics, believing we would follow their lead. Well, we shall not be led astray. As they fervently discussed, they recalled every detail from their earlier endeavors. Zhou Zheng's gaze radiated unwavering conviction, declaring resolutely, previously, we discovered a breakthrough through the pump station documents and the symbols on the notes. Perhaps this time we can derive a method to dismantle the bomb from those clues. I refuse to believe they can conjure new tricks to confound us. With that, the lead officer swiftly retrieved the tattered water system renovation report. The pages worn from frequent perusal, resembling the weathered skin of an old man, as if narrating the hardships they had endured. He once again immersed himself in the document, his eyes scanning like a scanner, leaving no detail overlooked. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng continued to scrutinize the wires and symbols on the bomb, his fingers gently brushing against the wires with a tenderness akin to caressing a lover's hair, imbued with reverence, as if engaging in a silent yet tense dialogue with the dangerous device. Time raced in this charged atmosphere, flying by like an arrow. The countdown had mercilessly dropped to 2 digits, Each tick felt like a weighty hammer striking their hearts. Zhou Zheng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, each droplet a vivid reflection of his inner tension, trailing down his cheeks and splattering on the ground, as if narrating the arduous struggle of this life-and-death game. This clandestine organization has truly cornered us, akin to playing a game of Russian roulette with no escape, wagering the very fate of the harbor city. What a treacherous gamble. In this critical moment, the lead officer suddenly exclaimed, as if discovering a new world. Come look. There is a marking here that closely resembles a symbol on the bomb. Zhou Zheng, upon hearing this, darted over like an arrow, examining it closely before nearly leaping with excitement. Indeed, this could very well be the breakthrough we seek. Perhaps if we operate according to the wire corresponding to this symbol, we might successfully disarm the bomb. Our success hinges on this moment. With a mixture of trepidation and hope, the two began to cautiously attempt to dismantle the wires based on their hypothesis. Zhou Zheng grasped a pair of small pliers he found in a nearby toolbox, his hand trembling slightly as he reached towards one of the wires. He understood that this snip could lead to one of two outcomes. Either they would successfully disarm the bomb and become heroes of the harbor city, or he dared not contemplate the alternative, the consequences of which would be unfathomable, plunging the entire harbor city into irreparable ruin. With a crisp snip, the wire was severed. Yet the countdown continued its relentless march. Zhou Zheng's heart leaped into his throat, cold sweat cascading down his back, soaking his clothes. Had they miscalculated? What should they do now? Was the harbor city truly destined for destruction at their hands? The lead officer's expression darkened, resembling the ominous sky before a storm, thick with dark clouds and foreboding. Yet he mustered his resolve, encouraging Zhou Zheng, "Stay calm. Let us search thoroughly. There must be other clues. We cannot be defeated by this minor setback. The countless citizens of the harbor city are counting on us for salvation. We must not falter. We must be as steadfast as nails, resolutely facing this challenge." Just as their anxiety reached a fever pitch, akin to ants on a hot skillet, jubilant cheers erupted from outside. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. The lead officer quickly rose and cautiously approached the basement door, peering out like a vigilant scout, eager to ascertain the situation. What could be happening? Zhou Zheng called out, his voice echoing in the basement, tinged with urgency and unease. Upon returning, the lead officer wore a smile of relief, as if a ray of sunshine had pierced through the clouds. The men in black have been successfully subdued. It seems the reinforcements arrived just in time, like a timely rain alleviating our pressing crisis. The situation outside has stabilized for the moment. Zhou Zheng exhaled slightly, feeling a momentary relief. Yet, the thought of the undismantled bomb surged his anxiety like a tidal wave. We must not let our guard down. As long as the bomb remains, Harbor City hangs precariously above, poised to shatter at any moment. Our mission is far from complete. The two immediately immersed themselves once more in the arduous task of bomb disposal. Zhou Zheng meticulously examined the bomb's mechanism, scrutinizing every corner, even the minutest details no larger than a needle's tip. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a detail he had previously overlooked. At the bottom of the bomb, a series of minuscule numbers lay hidden, only discernible due to his keen eye, as if he were on a treasure hunt. "Come quickly, what is this?" Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The lead officer hurried over, and both men gazed at the sequence of numbers, deep in contemplation. After pondering for a while, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up, akin to catching a glimmer of light in darkness. Could these numbers be related to time? The previous hints from the pump station renovation might suggest a similar line of thought. This clandestine organization revels in these convoluted games, playing hide and seek with us. Thus, they plunged into the water supply system renovation report like diligent bees, fervently searching for time-related clues connected to these digits. The endeavor felt akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, yet they understood that this needle represented hope for the salvation of Harbor City. They turned page after page, scrutinizing every numeral and symbol as if deciphering a code to unlock a treasure. After a tense and meticulous search, they finally uncovered a time point that bore a subtle connection to the numbers at the bomb's base. It felt as though a ship, adrift in a boundless sea for far too long, had finally spotted a distant lighthouse. Could we operate according to this corresponding timeline? The lead officer speculated with hopeful glimmers in his eyes. Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting a resolute determination as he declared, "Let us not hesitate. We shall take this leap of faith and try it. There are no other options left. If this fails, I shudder to think of our next steps." He grasped the pliers once more, his hands trembling slightly, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Following their conjecture, he began to operate the wires with utmost caution. Each movement felt like a sacred and perilous ritual, his heartbeat synchronizing with his actions. As he severed the final wire, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the verdict of fate. In an instant, the indicators on the bomb's device extinguished as if by magic, and the countdown ceased its relentless ticking. At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent, followed by Zhou Zheng and the lead officer celebrating like exuberant children, unable to contain their joy. In that instant, they felt as though they had snatched Harbor City's future from the cold grasp of death. Their faces radiated the elation of survival, though a shadow of unease lingered in their hearts regarding potential forthcoming crises. Yet, before they could savor this fleeting joy, Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed a new development on the virus container. What had once displayed a countdown now revealed a strange message. This text emerged like a specter, casting a thick shadow over the recently lightened atmosphere. What on earth is this? Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. The lead officer leaned in for a closer look, his expression quickly turning grave, as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. It seems this clandestine organization has another trick up its sleeve. This message might conceal a new crisis. It's as if we are playing whack-a-mole, with troubles emerging one after another, seemingly endless. Zhou Zheng scrutinized the message, which ominously read, "Did you think securing the virus and dismantling the bomb meant victory? The true game has only just begun. The water supply of Harbor City has already been ensnared by our shadows. Just wait and see." The words struck like a cold incantation, plunging their hearts into despair. What on earth is this shadow? Zhou Zheng pondered, scratching his head. Could it be another, more formidable virus, or some other lethal threat? The cryptic nature of this organization was maddening, riddled with enigmas that confounded their minds. The lead officer shook his head in resignation, his demeanor serious. "I cannot say, but it certainly does not bode well. It appears the machinations of this organization are far more intricate than we anticipated, resembling an abyss from which we may never escape. We must promptly report this situation and enlist the expertise of professionals to analyze both the virus and this message while conducting a thorough investigation of Harbor City's water supply. We cannot afford to delay even for a moment. If we do, the consequences of a tainted water supply could be catastrophic for the citizens of Harbor City." Subsequently, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, with the virus container in tow, hastily returned to the police station under the vigilant escort of reinforcements. Throughout the journey, Zhou Zheng felt an immense weight upon his soul, as if an invisible mountain rested upon him. Gazing out at the familiar streets beyond the window, anxiety flooded his mind. The city appeared tranquil, yet concealed profound peril. He understood that although the bomb crisis had been temporarily averted, the shadow of the clandestine organization still loomed over Harbor City, and danger had not truly dissipated, potentially intensifying. Upon their return to the police station, they wasted no time, promptly handing the virus container to specialized technicians for thorough analysis, simultaneously providing the peculiar message to relevant experts. The technicians and experts, akin to soldiers summoned in a time of crisis, swiftly immersed themselves in their daunting task. Their eyes reflected determination and focus, as if they aimed to unearth the key to unravel this complex riddle. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer tirelessly organized the police force to conduct a comprehensive inspection of Harbor City's water supply. They were acutely aware that this was a race against time, where every second was as precious as gold, demanding utmost diligence. They hastily devised a detailed inspection plan, dispersing personnel to various water sources to ensure no corner remained overlooked. During the inspection, Zhou Zheng's phone rang abruptly. It was a call from the technicians. With urgency in their voice, the technicians relayed, "Officer Zhou, this virus is exceptionally unique. We have never encountered such a complex entity. Its structure resembles a meticulously engineered killing machine, with each component concealing hidden secrets, seemingly crafted by a cadre of deranged scientists. Moreover, we have discovered some peculiar instructions within the virus's coding, yet with our current technology, we are unable to decipher them, akin to reading a tome inscribed in extraterrestrial script. Utterly incomprehensible." Zhou Zheng's brow furrowed deeply as he anxiously inquired, "Is there any way to prevent its spread, or to safeguard the water supply? This is of utmost urgency. If the water becomes contaminated, the consequences for the citizens of Harbor City would be dire." The technician sighed in resignation, replying, "Currently, we have not identified an effective solution. We are racing against time to study this thoroughly, but it requires patience, akin to groping in the dark, where each step is fraught with uncertainty and challenge. We must proceed methodically, gradually unraveling this enigma." After disconnecting the call, Zhou Zheng conveyed the situation to the lead officer in its entirety. The lead officer's expression grew even more somber, worry etched across his face. "It appears the situation is far worse than we imagined. The technological prowess of this clandestine organization is beyond comprehension. How could they possibly manufacture such a sophisticated virus? What are their true intentions? Do they truly wish to transform Harbor City into a desolate wasteland? At that moment, the police responsible for investigating the water sources relayed news of some suspicious traces discovered near a significant reservoir in Harbor City. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, upon hearing this, promptly assembled their team and hurried to the location. They raced through the streets, their hearts laden with anxiety, uncertain of what awaited them ahead. Upon arrival, they observed clear signs of disturbance in the soil surrounding the reservoir, as if an invisible hand had stirred it. Additionally, fragments of peculiar equipment were found in the nearby grass, varying in shape and resembling remnants of advanced technology. Zhou Zheng bent down, cautiously picking up a piece, and upon closer inspection, he noticed symbols etched into it that were linked to a mysterious organization. These symbols resembled enigmatic incantations, seemingly narrating the unusual events that had transpired in this location. It appeared that this was indeed the site of their interference. Zhou Zheng asserted confidently that this equipment might have been employed to deploy shadows, revealing the extensive reach of the clandestine organization, which dared to sabotage such a vital water source. The lead officer nodded gravely, stating that they should urgently have the technical team analyze these fragments for clues regarding the shadows. Simultaneously, they needed to broaden their search area to locate the shadows and prevent any potential harm to the water source, for the citizens of Harbor City could suffer dire consequences. This was a war without gunfire, and victory was imperative. However, just as they embarked on their investigation, the precinct received distressing news. One of the apprehended individuals in black had suddenly fallen into a deep coma, and the situation was critical. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer felt a surge of alarm and without hesitation, rushed back to the precinct. Their minds were plagued with questions and worries. Why had this individual collapsed? Was it yet another scheme by the enigmatic organization? Upon returning, they hurried to the medical room, their hearts racing. The doctor was fervently working to save the unconscious figure, yet the grim expression on the physician's face suggested an unfavorable prognosis. Zhou Zheng gazed at the black-clad individual on the bed, his mind awash with confusion. How could he have suddenly fallen unconscious? Could it be that the mysterious organization had poisoned him to prevent any disclosures? Such ruthlessness was beyond comprehension. The lead officer, furrowing his brow, gravely speculated that it was very likely. This organization was known for its meticulousness and mercilessness, akin to a venomous scorpion, leaving no room for error. They would go to any lengths to achieve their objectives. At that moment, the doctor emerged from the medical room. Exhaustion etched on his face as he shook his head in resignation. They had exerted every effort, but the patient's vital signs were deteriorating, and he could face life-threatening consequences at any moment. Moreover, they had discovered traces of strange substances in his system, initially identified as a toxin capable of inducing coma or even death, with unusual components that required further analysis. This toxin appeared to be a mysterious weapon, specifically designed to thwart their investigation. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged glances, a shared sense of foreboding enveloping them. Could this individual in black be the key to unraveling the shadowy enigma? If he were to perish, would they lose an extremely vital lead? Would the water crisis in Harbor City become even more intricate and challenging to resolve due to this unforeseen event? A flurry of questions swirled in their minds, a tangled web of uncertainty, as they pondered how they might navigate through this dense fog to uncover the key to resolving the crisis and saving Harbor City from impending disaster. What secrets lay hidden within this comatose figure? What was the true nature of the mysterious organization as Shadow Project? All of this presented itself as a colossal riddle, awaiting Zhou Zheng and the lead officer to decipher. Chapter 34. In pursuit of the truth amidst the fog, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer stood like silent statues outside the medical room, their eyes fixed on the doctor's weary and helpless countenance. Their hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, anxiety crashing over them like relentless waves. At that moment, the comatose figure in black was akin to a crucial key, yet this key teetered on the brink of shattering, as if it might break entirely at any second. Zhou Zheng could not help but voice his frustrations, his face contorted with distress. It felt as though misfortune clung to them like an unshakable burden, the mysterious organization resembling a mischievous imp, hurling devious tricks their way without restraint, leaving them disoriented and lost, akin to two headless flies in a labyrinth, utterly directionless. The lead officer rubbed his temples, striving to dispel the weariness and pressure that seemed to loom over him. Do not panic. In moments of utmost urgency, we must maintain our composure and steadiness. The sudden collapse of this individual is no coincidence. He may harbor critical clues that could illuminate the truth. It is up to us to peel back the layers, much like unwrapping an onion, to reveal this elusive lead. With heavy steps, as if burdened by lead, they entered the medical room. Their gaze locked onto the frail figure on the bed, emotions swirling within them. Zhou Zheng, resembling a resolute detective, scrutinized the pale face of the individual, muttering under his breath, what insidious tactics could the mysterious organization have employed? Did they administer a timed poison before we apprehended him? Yet, such a risk seems perilous. Would they not fear that their meticulously crafted plan could unravel? The lead officer shook his head gently, his eyes sharp and penetrating, as if seeking to unearth the deepest secrets hidden within the comatose figure. Highly improbable, they are not reckless fools. If the poison had acted prematurely, they would be severing their own lead. They must have waited for the opportune moment to strike. It is possible that there are their operatives lurking within our precinct, akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to catch us off guard and ensnare our operation in irrevocable peril. Zhou Zheng felt a jolt of alarm at this notion. His senses heightened like a startled hedgehog, every instinct on high alert. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, his eyes brimming with vigilance, as if danger lurked in every breath of air within the medical room, poised to pounce. This necessitates thorough investigation. If there is indeed a mole, our actions would be as transparent as swimming in a glass tank, every move scrutinized, leaving us severely compromised. We cannot afford to let this infiltrator remain hidden. Our future actions depend on it. Just then, a nurse entered briskly, her face a mask of professional focus tinged with concern, preparing to conduct further examinations on the individual in black. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, resembling two eager birds, quickly approached, anxiety etched on their faces as they implored. "Nurse, what is his current condition? Is there any hope for him to regain consciousness? Please, you must find a way to save him. The safety of countless lives in Harbor City hangs in the balance." The nurse, deftly attending to her tasks, replied, "The situation is dire. His vital signs are as fragile as a candle in the wind, flickering and at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Whether he awakens is truly a matter of fate. We have exhausted all possible methods to sustain his life, utilizing every available medication and employing various instruments. Yet, the poison is exceedingly peculiar, resembling a mysterious enigma for which we have yet to discover a solution or an effective treatment. It feels akin to groping in the dark, utterly bewildered." Zhou Zheng observed the nurse's bustling figure, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, much like a beacon shining through the obscurity. "Nurse, while you were examining him, did you notice anything unusual about him? Perhaps some strange markings, patterns, or small objects? Even the slightest detail could hold the key." The nurse paused, halting her actions, tilting her head slightly, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. After a moment, she replied, "There is indeed something rather odd. On the inner side of his wrist, there is a small tattoo resembling a symbol. In my many years in this profession, I have seen a variety of tattoos, but I have never encountered such an intriguing symbol. It appears somewhat akin to an ancient totem, yet also resembles a modern cryptic emblem, exuding an air of mystery." Zhou Zheng exchanged a glance with the lead officer, excitement igniting in their eyes, as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope in the darkness, though faint. This glimmer provided immense encouragement. "Quickly, let us see it." The nurse gently lifted the wrist of the man dressed in black, revealing indeed a mysterious symbol on the inner side, characterized by simple lines imbued with an indescribable eerie quality, as if whispering untold secrets. The symbol's fluid lines seemed to conceal profound intricacies, appearing casually sketched yet imbued with a semblance of intricate codes. Zhou Zheng hastily retrieved his phone and captured a photograph, muttering, "Send this to the technical department at the bureau. Let them investigate the origins of this symbol with utmost urgency. This may very well be the key to unraveling the mystery and unlocking the door to the truth. If we can comprehend this symbol, we might trace the threads and untangle this convoluted mess." After taking the photograph, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer hurried back to the office, prepared to calm their minds and organize the clues they had gathered thus far. The atmosphere in the office was tense and oppressive, the dim lighting seemingly affected by the weight of the situation. What exactly is the shadow? What intricate connections does it share with the virus? The matter felt like a tangled web, growing more chaotic with each attempt to decipher it, nearly overwhelming. It seemed as though they were navigating a vast labyrinth of enigmas, colliding against barriers, unable to find an exit. As Zhou Zheng scribbled on the whiteboard, documenting the clues, he turned to the lead officer, his face a canvas of confusion, his brow tightly knit into a deep furrow. The lead officer, seated with arms crossed, appeared lost in profound contemplation. His gaze was focused and profound, as if he were attempting to pierce through the layers of obscurity to grasp the essence of the matter. After a while, he spoke slowly, from the current indications. "It is evident that the shadow is central to their scheme to compromise the water supply of Haiding City. However, What specifically it entails will only become clear once the technical team analyzes the virus and the fragments of the devices. It is akin to a jigsaw puzzle. We have merely uncovered a few pieces, and there is still a considerable journey ahead to assemble the complete picture. Moreover, these fragments are disorganized, complicating the task further. At that moment, the technician's phone call arrived like a beacon of hope, their voice brimming with excitement, as if sounding a clarion call in the darkness. Officer Zhou, we have made a significant discovery in the virus's coding. After repeated comparisons and analyses, we have identified a set of instructions embedded within the virus's code, seemingly designed to activate a particular device. This set of instructions is exceedingly intricate, resembling a carefully crafted cipher, and it took considerable effort to discern its nuances. Zhou Zheng felt a rush of urgency and eagerly inquired, "What device? Does it relate to the shadow? Please, do not keep us in suspense. This matter is of utmost urgency. Haigang City's water supply depends on us." The technician replied, "At this moment, we cannot ascertain specifics, but given the complexity of the instructions, this device is undoubtedly significant. Additionally, we have uncovered information on the device fragments that correlates with the virus's coding. Preliminary assessments suggest that these devices were meant for deploying and controlling this apparatus. The information on these fragments resonates with the virus's code, akin to two mysterious jigsaw pieces finally finding their connection." After concluding the call, Zhou Zheng promptly relayed the news to the lead officer. It appeared that the shadow was likely the enigmatic device, and once activated, Haigang City's water supply would be as vulnerable as a lamb surrounded by wolves, perilously at risk. It was akin to a ticking time bomb. Once detonated, the entire city would suffer. The lead officer abruptly rose from his chair, pacing the office with hurried, heavy steps, as if attempting to carve a hole through the floor. His brow furrowed even deeper, murmuring, "Then we must swiftly locate the shadow and prevent them from activating the device. But at present, we have no leads. This is driving us to the brink of despair. What can we do? It feels as if we are sailing through an endless ocean without a compass, utterly lost." Zhou Zheng fixated on the clues on the whiteboard, his eyes suddenly alight, akin to discovering a brilliant star amidst darkness. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed with excitement, "Eureka! Let us investigate the movements of the mysterious organization. They have been active near the pump station and reservoir. Could there be a hidden connection between these two locations? Perhaps this is the breakthrough we need to unravel the mystery." Thus, the two immediately bent over the map of Haigang City, meticulously examining it. Their eyes were riveted to the map, as if attempting to penetrate its surface, missing no detail. They marked the locations of the pump station and reservoir distinctly, encircling them with different colored pins and jotting down a myriad of hypotheses and analyses. After thorough examination, they finally uncovered an abandoned underground pipeline connecting the pump station and reservoir. This pipe was inconspicuous on the map. Had they not searched so diligently, they might have overlooked this crucial clue. Could it be that they transported the shadow through this pipeline to a critical location? This pipe, linking the pump station to the reservoir, was pivotal yet hidden, aligning perfectly with the clandestine nature of the organization. Zhou Zheng pointed at the map, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if beholding a glimmer of victory. That glow illuminated his face, infusing his previously weary demeanor with vitality. The lead officer's eyes widened with enthusiasm, declaring, "This is highly plausible. Quickly, let us gather a team and investigate. Perhaps this expedition will yield the key to unraveling the mystery, unveiling the truth to the world." It felt like an adventurous quest, and perhaps within this pipeline lay the treasure we had long sought, the key to deciphering the shadow enigma. They swiftly assembled a team of officers and, guided by the map, arrived at the entrance of the abandoned underground pipeline. The entrance was thoroughly concealed beneath a chaotic heap of debris and overgrown weeds, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful searching. The debris towered, and the weeds grew taller than a person, as if guarding this hidden secret. Zhou Zheng and the officers cautiously cleared the debris and weeds, slowly entering the pipeline. Inside, it was dark and damp, permeated with a pungent odor that compelled them to cover their mouths and noses. The odor was reminiscent of a sewer that had not been cleaned for years, mingling with a miasma of decay that left one feeling dizzy. Zhou Zheng activated his flashlight, a beam of stark light piercing the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. Yet, in this boundless gloom, the light appeared so diminutive, as if it could be swallowed by the shadows at any moment. "Everyone, tread carefully. This place may be rife with traps. We must navigate it as if we are traversing a mine-laden battlefield, each step taken with utmost caution. Let us not grow complacent. Every move must be measured, for a moment's inattention could trigger unforeseen dangers." They advanced slowly along the conduit, the silence of the tunnel punctuated only by their heavy footfalls and soft breaths, as if the entire world had hushed. leaving only this monotonous sound to reverberate within the pipes. Suddenly, the officer at the front lowered his voice and urgently exclaimed, "Officer Zhou, something feels amiss here." Although his tone was subdued, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the corridor, akin to a jolt of electricity coursing through everyone's bodies. Zhou Zheng and the leading officer hurried forward to discover strange symbols and arrows etched into the walls of the tunnel. These markings appeared to be some form of enigmatic guidance, emanating an aura of mystery and eeriness. The symbols varied in shape. Some resembled distorted creatures, while others evoked ancient runes, as if recounting a long-hidden history. The symbols bore a striking resemblance to the tattoos on the wrists of the cloaked figures they had encountered, suggesting they had indeed arrived at the right location. Zhou Zheng spoke with palpable excitement, his voice trembling with anticipation. His eyes gleamed with expectation, as though he could glimpse the truth beckoning just beyond reach. Following the direction of the arrows, they proceeded with heightened vigilance, each step taken with utmost care, as if any misstep could unleash concealed peril. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a spacious underground chamber. Within this space lay a collection of dilapidated equipment and boxes of various sizes, reminiscent of an abandoned makeshift base, permeated by an air of antiquity and enigma. The equipment was rusted, seemingly narrating tales of a bygone era, while the boxes lay silently in the corners, harboring countless secrets. Zhou Zheng and the officers promptly dispersed, embarking on a meticulous search of the area. They scrutinized every nook and cranny, examining each item in hopes of uncovering vital clues about the shadow. Some officers rummaged through the boxes, while others studied the equipment, all engrossed as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Suddenly, one officer unearthed an old notebook from a battered box. The cover was too worn to discern its original appearance, and the pages were yellowed and brittle, as though they might disintegrate at the slightest touch. Zhou Zheng quickly approached and took the notebook with care. As he gingerly opened it, the writing appeared somewhat blurred due to the ravages of time and moisture, yet was still recognizable. It contained information regarding the Shadow Project, a significant discovery indeed. Zhou Zheng's face radiated anticipation, as if the truth lay just within reach. His heart raced, feeling that he had taken another step closer to unraveling the mystery. However, as they delved deeper into the contents of the notebook, they found the situation to be far more intricate than they had imagined. The notebook indicated that the Shadow Project was divided into multiple stages, and their current understanding was merely the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, the specific location of the shadow was cleverly concealed behind a complex cipher, requiring the resolution of a series of perplexing puzzles to uncover it. These enigmas appeared utterly disjointed, yet seemed to harbor an underlying logic, awaiting their intellectual prowess to decipher it. Some puzzles involved ancient semiotic knowledge, while others pertained to modern mathematical codes, presenting a formidable challenge that transcended time. This clandestine organization is indeed cunning, akin to a wily old fox, meticulously calculating every step and leading us into one pitfall after another. As if driving us towards a dead end, the leading officer lamented, his expression weary and resigned. His eyes reflected a hint of confusion, as if he had lost his way amidst the thick fog of uncertainty. Zhou Zheng, fixated on the puzzles within the notebook, fell into deep contemplation. His brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened, as if he sought to penetrate the mysteries before him. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, his mind racing to find a breakthrough in unraveling the enigmas. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must exhaust every avenue to decode these puzzles and locate the shadow. This is the only hope for saving the water supply of Harbor City. We cannot falter, and we must advance courageously. Even if we encounter insurmountable obstacles, we must press on. Just as they prepared to devote themselves fully to solving the puzzles, Zhou Zheng's phone unexpectedly rang. The crisp tone seemed jarringly out of place amidst the tense atmosphere. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly retrieved the device. It was a call from the infirmary. The nurse on the line spoke urgently. "Officer Zhou, the unconscious figure in black is in critical condition. He may not last much longer. His vital signs are rapidly declining, and we have done all we can. The doctor estimates he has only a few minutes left." Zhou Zheng felt a pang of dread. Exchanging a glance with the lead officer, their eyes reflecting helplessness and urgency. At this crucial juncture in unraveling the shadow mystery, they faced the imminent loss of a critical lead. What hidden secrets lay within this cloaked individual? Would they be able to extract key information from him before it was too late? Could they successfully untangle the intricate puzzles and pinpoint the shadow's whereabouts, thereby saving the water supply of Harbor City? All remained uncertain, and Zhou Zheng and the lead officer would confront even greater dilemmas and unprecedented challenges ahead. What astonishing secrets and conspiracies lay shrouded behind the enigmatic shadow? Chapter 35. A glimmer of hope and desperation upon hearing the news of the black-clad figure's impending demise. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer felt as though they had been struck by a bolt of lightning, momentarily frozen in place, their minds blank as if suspended in time. After a brief moment, they snapped back to reality, their eyes meeting, the flames of anxiety and determination burning brightly within them, akin to a lighthouse steadfast against a tempest, conveying an unyielding resolve to persevere. Oh dear, this misfortune clings to us like a parasite, impossible to shake off. If this figure were to perish, we would be like headless flies, utterly lost in this ocean of enigmas. Those puzzles might drive us to the brink of madness. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, urgency propelling him as he and the lead officer sprinted towards the infirmary, their speed suggesting they were being pursued by a ferocious beast. Upon arriving breathless at the infirmary, they beheld the black-clad figure as a frail boat buffeted by a storm, teetering on the edge of deep unconsciousness. His vital signs faint as a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished by fate's capricious breath. Doctors and nurses surrounded him, frantically attempting to resuscitate him, yet the expressions of despair etched upon their faces doused the last flicker of hope in the hearts of those present. Zhou Zheng, in a state of frantic desperation, leaned closer to the black-clad figure, nearly pressing his face to the man's ear, shouting hoarsely, "Brother, if you can still hear me, please respond. The lives of countless citizens of Harbor City depend on your will to fight. You cannot simply give up." Yet, the black-clad figure remained ensnared in an abyss of darkness, unresponsive, as if death held him tightly in its grasp, rendering escape impossible. The lead officer stood nearby, anxious as if he were an ant on a hot pan, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. He urged, "Zhou Zheng, try again. Ask him where the shadow is hiding and whether there are any accomplices lurking in the precinct. He might still have a breath left to divulge some critical information. This could be our last lifeline." Zhou Zheng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of urgency and despair within him. He leaned closer to the cloaked figure, almost pressing his ear to his lips, and shouted, "What is the mysterious organization planning next? Where exactly is the shadow concealed? How many insiders do you have in the police station? Wake up, speak up." Time seemed to freeze, heavy as a leaden weight, each second suffocatingly oppressive. Just as despair began to engulf them, the cloaked man's fingers trembled slightly, akin to leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. He grasped the man's hand tightly, as if seizing the final shred of hope, and implored, "Do you wish to tell us something? Speak quickly, we are all listening." The cloaked figure barely opened his eyes, revealing a gaze fraught with profound weakness and fear, as if he were a soul struggling alone in the dark. His lips quivered, like leaves trembling in the cold wind, producing only a faint whisper. Zhou Zheng leaned in closer, straining to decipher the muffled words, "underground, warehouse, password." Before he could finish, the cloaked man seemed to expend his last ounce of strength, his head drooping as he succumbed to silence, like a meteor streaking across the sky, vanishing into the darkness. Zhou Zheng rose slowly, his expression as grave as the sky before a tempest. He addressed the lead officer. He mentioned an underground warehouse and a password. "It seems highly likely that the shadow is concealed within that warehouse, and we need a password to locate it. However, we remain utterly in the dark about the warehouse's whereabouts and the nature of the password." The lead officer furrowed his brow, tightly knit like a twisted pretzel. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Since he indicated as much, there must be clues to uncover. Let us return to the office and meticulously sift through the previous leads. Perhaps we can unearth hints regarding the warehouse and the password. Even the slightest clue could be our beacon of hope." The two hurried back to the office, once more immersing themselves in the dense web of clues on the whiteboard. Zhou Zheng fixated on previously noted information about the pump station, reservoir, and the mysterious organization's movements, his eyes unblinking as if he sought to pierce through the information. Suddenly, as if jolted by an electric current, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Could it be related to the abandoned pipeline between the pump station and the reservoir? We previously discovered symbols resembling the cloaked man's tattoo within the pipeline. Perhaps the underground warehouse is nearby. This mysterious organization seems fond of playing tricks in the shadows." The lead officer's eyes lit up, akin to a glimmer of dawn breaking through darkness, and he declared, "That makes sense. We should conduct a thorough search along the pipeline. We might just find the entrance to the underground warehouse. As for the password, we can tackle those perplexing riddles from the notebook. Perhaps we will uncover the answer. It's akin to solving a complex mathematical problem. Once we find the right approach, we will surely succeed." Thus, they led a team of officers to the abandoned pipeline. This time, their gazes were sharper, leaving no corner overlooked. As they walked, Zhou Zheng muttered, "This mysterious organization is truly adept at concealing clues. turning it into a game of hide-and-seek. I refuse to believe we cannot locate this underground warehouse. Just as they neared the end of the pipeline, an officer suddenly shouted with excitement, "Officer Zhou, the wall here seems odd. It feels as if it has been deliberately disguised, like it's wearing a mask." Zhou Zheng and the lead officer hastily rushed over to inspect, discovering subtle traces on the wall that were nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely, as if meticulously crafted to conceal some secret. They carefully explored the wall, their fingers gliding gently over every bump and indentation. At last, Zhou Zheng uncovered a hidden mechanism, small and discreet, seemingly a challenge deliberately set by the mysterious organization. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the mechanism. A faint creaking sound resonated as the wall slowly opened, revealing a descending passageway. The corridor was permeated by a pungent stench of decay, mingled with a faint chemical odor, reminiscent of a long-sealed poison vault. Zhou Zheng turned on his flashlight. The beam pierced the passage but was quickly swallowed by the surrounding darkness, illuminating only a short stretch ahead. "Everyone, tread carefully. There may be dangers awaiting us below, possibly traps set by the mysterious organization. We must not let our guard down." Cautiously, they descended the narrow, steep passage, which could accommodate only one person at a time, forcing them to proceed in single file. As they progressed, a massive iron door loomed ahead, adorned with strange symbols and patterns. These symbols bore some resemblance to those previously discovered, yet were more intricate, as if they spoke an ancient and arcane language, whispering untold secrets. This must be the entrance to the underground warehouse. But did these symbols relate to the password? The lead officer gazed at the iron door, his brow furrowed in concern and uncertainty. Zhou Zheng quickly retrieved his notebook, comparing the riddles and the door's symbols, striving to uncover the hidden patterns. He scribbled notes while murmuring, "These symbols must have some correlation, akin to a lock and key. We must find the correct unlocking method." The thought processes of this mysterious organization are truly peculiar. After much contemplation, Zhou Zheng finally discerned a clue. Excitedly, he pointed at the symbols on the iron door, exclaiming, "Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to correspond with a set of numbers mentioned in the notebook. Perhaps this is part of the password. We are one step closer to success." He proceeded to press the symbols on the door in a specific sequence, his movements reminiscent of a mystical ritual. However, the door did not open as they had hoped. Instead, a low, resonant hum reverberated from the surroundings, as if an awakened slumbering demon was stirring. "Oh no, have we triggered some mechanism?" Zhou Zheng's voice echoed in the passage, tinged with tension and unease. Indeed, mechanical spiders emerged from the walls, small but agile as phantoms, their bodies glinting with metallic sheen, resembling a swarm of hellish assassins. "Everyone, be cautious. These spiders may be aggressive," the lead officer declared, swiftly drawing his firearm, his gaze resolute and vigilant. The officers readied themselves for combat, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the mechanical spiders. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng continued to study the symbols on the door, striving to decipher the correct method to unlock the password, all the while muttering, "This mysterious organization is truly ruthless. Setting up mechanisms and mechanical spiders. Are they trying to cast us in a sci-fi blockbuster? But we have no time to indulge in their games." The mechanical spiders lunged at them with astonishing speed, leaving no time for reaction. The officers fired their weapons. Bullets struck the spiders, causing sparks to fly like fireworks in the night sky. Yet these spiders seemed to possess a sturdy protective shell, sustaining little impact from the assault. A spider seized an opportunity, leaping onto a police officer with a swift motion, extending its sharp claws in an attempt to attack. The officer struggled valiantly. A pained expression etched on his face, and with great effort, managed to shake off the spider. Zhou Zheng, in a state of urgent anxiety, endeavored to remain calm amidst the tense and intense atmosphere of battle, reminding himself not to panic. His gaze fixated on the symbols on the iron door, his mind racing. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his thoughts, as if he had discovered a beacon of light in the darkness, realizing a minor error in his previous deductions. He swiftly rearranged the sequence and pressed the symbols once more. This time, the iron door creaked open slowly, emitting a dull sound reminiscent of history's door being cautiously ajar. The mechanical spiders, as if responding to some enigmatic command, abruptly ceased their assault, retreating obediently back into the walls, as though nothing had transpired. "It's finally open," Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with the exhilaration of having survived a harrowing ordeal. The group cautiously stepped into the underground warehouse, filled with an array of bizarre devices and containers, some of which flickered with a faint glow, seemingly narrating their mysterious purpose. At the center of the warehouse stood a colossal cylindrical apparatus, inscribed with symbols that appeared both as warnings and temptations. "Is this the shadow?" the lead officer inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and concern. Just then, the iron door behind them slammed shut with a resounding bang, reverberating throughout the warehouse and causing a painful ringing in their ears. The lights began to flicker erratically, as if the Grim Reaper were winking at them. A mechanical voice echoed through the warehouse, cold and unyielding. Do you think you can easily find the shadow? This is merely the beginning of your nightmare. Subsequently, the oxygen in the warehouse will diminish every 10 minutes until you suffocate. If you wish to survive, solve the final riddle. Zhou Zheng and the officers surveyed their surroundings, desperately searching for clues to the riddle. Zhou Zheng gazed at the immense cylindrical device and declared, "It appears the clues lie within this apparatus. Let us search together and see if we can uncover anything." The group immediately dispersed, meticulously scouring the area around the device. One officer discovered some peculiar inscriptions at the base of the apparatus, written in an ancient language, twisted and mysterious, unlike anything they had ever encountered. "What do we do? We cannot decipher this language. How can we solve the riddle?" One officer lamented, his voice laced with despair. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, he recalled a specialist in ancient languages at the bureau, akin to grasping a lifeline in the darkness. He quickly retrieved his phone and called the expert, detailing the characteristics and symbols of the inscriptions. The expert on the other end of the line carefully examined the information and responded, "This language is quite ancient. I will need time to decode it, but I can offer some preliminary insights. These inscriptions may relate to an ancient method of timekeeping. Check the apparatus for any time-related clues." After hanging up, Zhou Zheng and the others began to search the device for time-related indications. At that moment, the lights on the apparatus began to flicker in a rhythmic pattern, seemingly conveying some mysterious message. Zhou Zheng observed the lights and proposed, could the frequency of these flickers be the time clue? He began to operate the device based on the flickering frequency, in conjunction with the expert's insights. As time passed, the oxygen level gradually decreased, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, as if a heavy stone pressed against their chests. Yet, they persevered, their eyes fixed on Zhou Zheng's actions, filled with anticipation and trust. After considerable effort, Zhou Zheng finally completed a series of maneuvers, and the device emitted a low, rumbling sound, as if unlocking a significant secret. However, at that moment, a countdown appeared on the apparatus, indicating only 5 minutes remained before a program would activate, likely causing catastrophic damage to the water supply of Harbor City. This mysterious organization is relentless, each step more intricate than the last. As if we are trapped in a game with no respite, the lead officer remarked, his face etched with frustration and anger. Zhou Zheng, eyes fixed on the countdown, felt a surge of anxiety. His mind raced, recalling previous clues in a desperate attempt to find a way to halt the device. Suddenly, he remembered a vague description in a notebook he had found earlier, which seemed to correlate with a part of the apparatus. He swiftly flipped through the notebook, searching intently. "Found it," he exclaimed, pointing to a passage that mentioned a time-related adjustment method that might stop the device. As he spoke, he began to follow the instructions from the notebook to operate the apparatus. However, midway through the operation, he realized he was missing a crucial parameter. Where could this critical parameter be? Zhou Zheng wondered anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. At that moment, the oxygen grew increasingly scarce, and breathing became more labored. Fatigue and despair etched on everyone's faces. Zhou Zheng scanned the area once more, hoping to uncover a clue for this vital parameter. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small box beside the apparatus. He rushed over, opened the box, and discovered a note with a series of numbers inscribed on it. Could this be the key parameter? A flicker of hope ignited within him. He swiftly integrated the numbers into his operations, continuing to complete the remaining steps. The countdown continued its merciless march, with only 2 minutes left. Zhou Zheng's hands trembled with tension, yet he strove to maintain composure, focusing intently on each action. As he executed the final operation, the apparatus shook violently, and the countdown ceased its relentless ticking. The group watched with bated breath, uncertain of what would transpire next. Yet, at that moment, another message appeared on the device. Did you think this was the end? The true crisis has only just begun. Immediately, the ground of the warehouse began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake were unfolding. What is happening? One officer shouted in terror. Zhou Zheng exchanged a glance with the lead officer, both filled with confusion and apprehension. They had successfully halted the countdown, but had inadvertently triggered a new crisis. How many more schemes did this mysterious organization possess? Would Harbor City's water supply truly be saved? What even more terrifying challenges awaited Zhou Zheng and his companions? All remained uncertain, and they were left to ponder how to navigate this myriad of crises and rescue Harbor City. Chapter 36. The Battle of Crisis re-emerges within the warehouse. It felt as though the script of the apocalypse was unfolding, the earth shaking violently, as if a wrathful ancient beast were thrashing about, attempting to cast off and crush everything in its path. The group resembled helpless leaves caught in a tempest, swaying uncontrollably. Zhou Zheng stumbled, propelled forward like a wild stallion. And in that critical moment, he swiftly grasped the cold, hard apparatus beside him, narrowly avoiding an intimate encounter with the ground. He shouted at the top of his lungs, exerting every ounce of strength, "Everyone, hold steady. Do not lose your composure. This mysterious organization is akin to a mischievous child, overflowing with tricks, surely concocting a myriad of schemes to drive us to madness." The lead officer struggled to maintain his balance amid the tumultuous shaking, each step resembling a perilous tug-of-war with the earth, the outcome uncertain. His voice, strained and hoarse amidst the deafening clamor surrounding him, resembled sandpaper being relentlessly rubbed. "Zhou Zheng, the current situation is as perilous as scaling Mount Everest. We have barely managed to contain this ticking time bomb of a countdown, only to find ourselves stepping into a hornet's nest, triggering a mechanism fraught with troubles that send shivers down the spine. The machinations of this enigmatic organization are more convoluted than the gnarled roots of a millennia-old tree, twisting and turning in a dizzying array, leaving one utterly disoriented, akin to groping in a pitch-black void where no direction can be discerned." Zhou Zheng's brow furrowed tightly, his expression fierce enough to crush a mosquito. Yet his gaze remained resolute as steel, akin to two gleaming swords slicing through the chaos, swiftly surveying his surroundings. At that moment, his mind operated like a supercomputer on overdrive, racing through an array of clues and possibilities, frantically devising a brilliant strategy to counter the imminent crisis. Suddenly, the warehouse walls began to crack under the relentless blows of an unseen giant's hammer, grotesque fissures resembling malevolent demons gradually appearing, each one gnawing away at the structure. Small stones cascaded down, striking the ground with a sharp, harrowing sound, echoing like a countdown to impending doom, relentlessly hammering on the taut nerves of everyone present, ready to snap at any moment. This mysterious organization was akin to an unfathomable black hole, with troubles popping out like popcorn in a machine, incessantly bursting forth. Yet, we are not to be trifled with. We must not cower in fear, but instead fervently seek a solution. Even if faced with mountains of blades and seas of fire, we must grit our teeth and forge ahead. In this critical moment, a police officer, as if discovering a new world, widened his eyes and pointed at the wall, shouting hoarsely, "Officer Zhou, look! Strange patterns have emerged on the wall." His voice, quaking with excitement and tension, seemed distorted by fear. Zhou Zheng and the leading officer, upon hearing the call, swiftly approached the wall with haste, their movements akin to arrows released from a bow. Before them, peculiar designs began to materialize on the surface. At first glance, they resembled a map, but upon closer inspection, they were interspersed with bizarre, winding symbols, reminiscent of ancient incantations from a mysterious realm, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down the spine. Zhou Zheng's gaze fixed upon these patterns, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination, while his mind raced to excavate any tenuous connections to these designs from the labyrinthine vaults of his memory. These symbols might very well hold the key to unraveling the current crisis, perhaps hinting at our next steps, or even revealing the organization's forthcoming maneuvers. This was a lifeline we could not afford to overlook. The leading officer, brow furrowed in confusion, scratched his head, as if ensnared in a fog, muttering, "But these symbols are entirely different from those we encountered earlier. It's like another cryptic code altogether. How are we to decipher this? It feels as though this organization is deliberately complicating matters, ensnaring us in an inescapable labyrinth, leaving us in despair." Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the frantic beating of his heart, and slowly said, "Let us not rush. We must remain calm and reflect on our previous clues. From the pump station to the reservoir, and now to this mysterious underground warehouse, while the organization's layout appears as tangled as a ball of yarn, there is certainly an underlying logic and pattern. Perhaps these symbols bear a subtle connection to the enigmas we have already solved. We must replay our past clues in our minds, as if watching a film." As he spoke, Zhou Zheng deftly extracted an old, worn notebook from his pocket, a treasured item filled with dense notes on previous clues and the intricate processes of solving puzzles, each page seemingly narrating their arduous journey. His fingers glided rapidly over the pages, his eyes scanning every detail with precision, leaving no punctuation unnoticed, as if within lay the code to saving the world. He murmured, "There must be critical information here to unravel the mystery. I refuse to believe we can be outsmarted by this enigmatic organization. Today, we shall unearth their secrets." Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating the darkness of the warehouse, as he excitedly pointed at a symbol in his notebook, eagerly glancing back at the wall's patterns. Look, this symbol previously signified direction. Thus, the patterns on the wall may very well be indicating a specific path for us. This could be our breakthrough in resolving this crisis. Follow me. His voice radiated excitement and anticipation, as if victory were just within reach. The leading officer followed Zhou Zheng's gaze, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, pondering. If it indicates direction, could it be revealing where we might find a solution to halt this crisis? That would be splendid. It's like catching a glimpse of light in the darkness, albeit faint, yet it offers us hope. Zhou Zheng nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with conviction and confidence. Indeed, it is highly likely. Let us pursue this direction. Perhaps it will lead us to a turning point, a key to resolving the crisis. Everyone, tread carefully and stay close to me. This environment is fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could lead us into a trap. As they navigated the still trembling ground, following the wall's indicated path, each step felt like crossing an invisible chasm, laden with difficulty and danger. The quaking earth rendered their movements laborious, as if each stride required the full weight of their strength, akin to trudging through a mire, where a moment's carelessness could ensnare them. Suddenly, an officer in the corner, exuberantly waving his arms, called out, "Officer Zhou, there's a hidden compartment here." His voice echoed throughout the vast, chaotic warehouse, casting a sliver of hope, as if hearing a comrade's call amidst the darkness. Zhou Zheng hurriedly approached, discovering the compartment etched with an array of peculiar symbols. These markings resembled formidable barriers set by the mysterious organization, guarding secrets unknown to the world, as if proclaiming that uncovering the truth would not come easily. Clearly, this held the key. These symbols must constitute the password to unlock the compartment. We must hasten to decipher it. Time waits for no one, and each second is as precious as gold. He once again consulted the clues in his notebook, synthesizing them with his prior studies on the organization's symbols, immersing himself in the task of unraveling the compartment's password. Time slipped away silently in the suffocating atmosphere of tension. The tremors of the ground intensified, threatening to tear the very fabric of the warehouse apart. Akin to a small vessel on the stormy seas, poised to be engulfed by the swelling waves. This enigmatic organization truly knows how to stir things up, concealing their passwords as if engaged in a game of hide-and-seek, creating such a commotion that it feels as though they are driving us to the brink of despair. Their relentless pursuit seems aimed at our utter downfall, and this challenge is nothing short of insurmountable. Yet, we shall not concede easily. As Zhou Zheng worked to decipher the password, he could not suppress his grievances. Beads of sweat, akin to a string of loose pearls, cascaded from his brow, shimmering under the light, a testament to his arduous efforts. After much mental strain and exhaustive endeavor, Zhou Zheng finally cracked the code. With a slight creak, the hidden compartment slowly unveiled itself, revealing what could either be a mysterious treasure or a gateway to unknown peril. Inside lay a small, intricate device adorned with a tiny screen displaying various data and text. Zhou Zheng gingerly lifted the device, fixating his gaze upon the screen, meticulously scrutinizing its contents. Upon reading, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, as if a colossal weight had settled upon his heart, mirroring the foreboding of an impending apocalypse. He spoke slowly. "It states here that we must input a specific set of commands within 3 minutes, or the entire water supply system of Harbor City will be irrevocably compromised. The clues for these commands are concealed within this warehouse. Time is of the essence. Akin to a fire licking at our heels, we must act swiftly. This is a race against time, and it is a contest we cannot afford to lose." The lead officer's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor as solemn as a statue, seemingly frozen in place. He exclaimed, 3 minutes? That is far too short. We are racing against death itself. Let us search the warehouse for clues without a moment's delay. Each second wasted may plunge Harbor City's water supply into irreversible chaos. The group immediately buzzed about the warehouse like ants on a hot skillet, their eyes scanning every corner with the precision of searchlights, leaving no minuscule crevice unchecked, as if the key to saving the world lay hidden within. As Zhou Zheng searched, he pondered the organization's reasoning. They surely would not hide the clues too well. They must be within our reach, yet we need the keen observation of detectives and meticulous thought. This mysterious group relishes such a cat-and-mouse game. However, this time, we must become the cat that catches the mouse. With only a minute remaining, an officer discovered a faint line of text at the base of the colossal cylindrical device. Zhou Zheng, as if hearing a battle horn, rushed over. The inscription read, "Source of water, sequence of numbers, reverse as a guide." Zhou Zheng stared at the words, and his mind rapidly replayed the clues he had previously encountered. Source of water. Could that refer to the pump station? The sequence of numbers, indeed. We have uncovered numerous numerical clues at the pump station and elsewhere. Reverse as a guide. Does this imply we must arrange these numbers in a particular reverse order? His mind raced like a well-oiled machine, striving to uncover the correct answer in this critical moment, as if his intellect were the key to unraveling the mystery. He closed his eyes, quickly organizing the numerical clues in his mind. With 30 seconds remaining, Zhou Zheng felt his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, nearly obscuring his vision, as if the tension was attempting to obstruct his path to discovery. Found it. It must be this set of numbers, he declared, swiftly inputting the digits into the device. His fingers trembled slightly from anxiety, yet his gaze remained resolute. As if he were engaged in a life-and-death battle, his eyes serving as his weapon. The moment he pressed the confirmation key, the warehouse fell silent. As if a storm had suddenly ceased, restoring calm to the world. The ground no longer trembled, and the cracks in the walls appeared to be enchanted, ceasing their expansion. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, though their faces retained an air of vigilance, for they understood this tranquility was but fleeting. A more significant crisis loomed, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, often heralding an even fiercer storm to come. Phew, we have temporarily averted this crisis, Zhou Zheng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, a lingering unease evident in his tone. Yet, this mysterious organization will undoubtedly not let us off easily. One wonders what further mischief they will conjure. They are akin to the indomitable cockroach, relentless and unyielding. It feels as though we are engaged in an endless game, with the enigmatic organization as the malevolent architect of its rules. The lead officer nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must remain vigilant. However, our success in navigating this crisis is thanks to everyone's attentiveness and perseverance. We are a team. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall face even greater challenges together. Yet, we must also acknowledge that the road ahead will be fraught with difficulties. The mysterious organization will not permit us an easy victory." At that moment, the device in Zhou Zheng's hand suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarm sounds, piercing and shrill, slicing through the recently restored calm, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats as if gripped by an invisible hand. The screen displayed a message: "Congratulations on passing the first test. However, the true challenge lies ahead. Key locations across Harbor City will soon face crises. If you possess the capability, endeavor to resolve them one by one." Zhou Zheng's expression grew increasingly grave as he read the words on the screen, a shadow looming over him as if a tempest was ready to unleash its torrential rains upon them. It seems this is merely the beginning. The mysterious organization intends to engage us in a protracted conflict. We must promptly inform the Bureau to prepare, while also analyzing the potential crises at these key locations to formulate preemptive strategies. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. This resembles a war without gunpowder. We must be thoroughly prepared. The lead officer responded, "Very well, I shall contact the Bureau immediately. However, this organization is as cunning as a fox. We must tread carefully and not fall into their traps again. Every decision must be weighed meticulously, otherwise, we risk stumbling into their snares. This organization is akin to a predator concealed in the shadows, ever poised to deliver a fatal blow." Subsequently, the lead officer swiftly contacted the police headquarters, providing a detailed report of the current situation. The Bureau promptly entered a state of emergency, the atmosphere tense as if a storm were imminent, with everyone sensing the oppressive ambience, as if a tempest was on the verge of erupting. They rapidly deployed officers to various key locations while organizing expert teams to analyze the potential crises, each individual functioning like a wound-up machine, operating with urgency and order. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer hurried back to the police station with the device, collaborating with the expert team to conduct further research. The experts gathered around the device, studying the data and information with furrowed brows and expressions as grave as if confronting the end of the world, perceiving not mere numbers but rather the precarious future of Harbor City. They unanimously declared this an unprecedented and colossal challenge, the difficulty of which surpassed imagination. Like a towering mountain standing in their path, the information suggested that the mysterious organization had conducted extensive and meticulous research on Harbor City's water supply system and various critical facilities. The crises they had orchestrated were undoubtedly interlinked, intricate as a tangled web, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, these crises are interconnected, with a single thread capable of unraveling the entire tapestry. Any mismanagement in one segment could plunge the entire port city into peril. This enigmatic organization resembles a malevolent director, meticulously orchestrating a catastrophic blockbuster, and we are merely reluctant actors compelled to participate, necessitating the discovery of a means to decipher the script. A seasoned expert, his hair frosted with age, adjusted his glasses and spoke with palpable concern. Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, asserting that we must swiftly devise a countermeasure. Everyone engaged their minds, pooling ideas to see if they could uncover a breakthrough from the clues at hand. Time was of the essence. We could not afford to squander a moment. With each passing second, the danger to the port city intensified. Just as the group sank into contemplation, the conference room fell silent, the only sound being their heavy breaths. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng, as if jolted by an electric shock, slammed his hand on the table. The abrupt noise reverberating through the hushed atmosphere like a thunderclap in the quiet night sky. He declared, "What exactly is the purpose of this mysterious organization? Their elaborate efforts to engineer these crises cannot merely be to sabotage the port city's water supply. There must be a larger conspiracy at play, akin to an iceberg. We are only seeing the tip, while immense danger lurks beneath the surface. This organization undoubtedly harbors deeper intentions that we must uncover." The lead police officer, lost in thought, slowly remarked, "You are correct. There must be ulterior motives behind this. Perhaps they aim to achieve some political agenda through these crises or to secure substantial gains. However, the specifics remain unclear and warrant further analysis. It is akin to groping in the dark. We must find the beacon that illuminates the truth." A young expert adjusted his glasses, pondering aloud, "Based on the clues we have, it appears this mysterious organization poses a potential threat to the energy supply and communication infrastructure of the port city as well. Might they be intending to incapacitate the city entirely to reap substantial profits? If so, the consequences for the port city would be dire, as this organization resembles a ravenous demon intent on devouring the entire metropolis." Upon hearing the expert's words, Zhou Zheng felt a tightening in his chest, his expression growing more severe, as if cloaked in frost. If that is the case, then the situation is even more precarious. We must swiftly locate the lair of this mysterious organization, uproot it entirely, and obliterate their plans. Otherwise, the citizens of the port city will suffer. This is our duty. We cannot waver. At that moment, the police station's communication equipment emitted a jarring static, the sound sharp enough to send chills down one's spine, as if a demon were roaring. Chapter 37. The difficult search in the mist. Zhou Zheng and the lead police officer were jolted by the ominous threat emanating from the communication device. Feeling as though doused with ice water, the chill instantly spreading through their bodies. The notion that those around them might be unreliable pierced through their once solid trust like a dagger, casting a shadow of suspicion that swiftly enveloped their hearts. At that moment, every colleague passing by seemed shrouded in a mysterious veil, their every gesture hinting at undisclosed secrets. What exactly is this organization up to? The insinuation of an insider within their ranks raised unsettling questions. Has the police station truly been penetrated like a sieve? Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow in deep concentration, a knot of apprehension tightening within him, his eyes brimming with vigilance and doubt, as if he could pierce through the facade and expose the lurking conspirators. The lead police officer's face darkened like the clouds before a storm, heavy with foreboding, as he spoke in a low, rumbling voice. "We cannot afford to be complacent. From now on, we must conduct our operations with utmost caution, as if dancing on a tightrope, remaining vigilant of everyone around us. Yet, our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to address the impending power system crisis. Otherwise, the port city may find itself adrift, like a ship without a rudder." The atmosphere within the police station was taut, as if a bowstring was about to snap. Each person acutely aware that the ramifications of a power failure in the port city would be unfathomable. In hospitals, ongoing surgeries would be abruptly interrupted, placing patients' lives in jeopardy. Traffic signals would falter, plunging streets into chaos, with accidents cascading like a row of dominoes. Residents would be left in a state of panic, their daily lives upended, as the city descended into an abyss of fear. The mere thought of this terrifying chain reaction sent shivers down their spines. The expert team sprang into action, convening around a massive electronic map for fervent discussions. The map illuminated various critical facilities within the port city, each glowing point resembling a maze fraught with peril, every light potentially concealing the insidious machinations of the mysterious organization. The key nodes of the power system are concentrated in these areas. A young expert pointed to several red dots on the map, speaking rapidly. Given the organization's cunning, they could very well have tampered with these locations. We must urgently formulate a comprehensive defense and inspection plan. Even a moment's delay could lead to catastrophe. Zhou Zheng studied the map, his mind racing like a high-speed supercomputer, various possibilities flashing through his thoughts like lightning. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. And he exclaimed, "Let us analyze the monitoring data from the power system. We may uncover traces of the organization's sabotage. No matter how meticulous they are, they cannot operate like phantoms, leaving no evidence behind." Thus, a team of officers swiftly immersed themselves in the task of collecting and analyzing real-time power system data. Their eyes fixated on the computer screens, they dared not blink, fearing the loss of any crucial information, as if every flicker of data concealed the organization's malevolent schemes. "We found it," a technical officer exclaimed excitedly, breaking the tension in the air. "At the substation in the northern part of the city, there have been unusual fluctuations in electrical currents over the past several hours, and this pattern closely resembles the techniques of the mysterious organization we previously analyzed." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer sprang into action, moving like arrows released from a bow towards the source of the anomaly. They scrutinized the abnormal data on the screen, as if they had caught a glimpse of hope in unraveling the crisis. "Notify everyone to proceed immediately to the northern substation," the lead officer commanded decisively. As they hurried to the northern substation, the night had descended like a massive dark curtain, quietly enveloping the entire city. The substation lay shrouded in eerie silence. Only the faint hum of machinery breaking the stillness, reminiscent of the city's fragile heartbeat, each pulse tugging at their hearts. "Everyone, be cautious. This place feels ominous." The members of the mysterious organization could be lurking in any shadowy corner, waiting for us, Zhou Zheng warned in a low voice. His expression grave as he instinctively tightened his grip on his firearm, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The officers, akin to well-trained hounds, dispersed cautiously to conduct a thorough search of the substation. The surroundings were hauntingly quiet, their soft footfalls echoing through the vast space. Suddenly, a police officer in a corner whispered urgently, "Officer Zhou, come look at this. It appears to be some sort of timed explosive device." Though his voice was low, it resonated like thunder in the still night, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Zhou Zheng quickly approached, crouching to closely examine the peculiar device. Before him stood an unassuming distribution box, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a labyrinth of intricate wiring, pulsating with eerie lights, reminiscent of a dormant beast poised to unleash a lethal strike. Zhou Zheng discerned familiar symbols adorning the device, the very same he had encountered multiple times at the clandestine activities of the mysterious organization. It seemed this was indeed the masterpiece of the enigmatic group, whose reach was undeniably pervasive. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. At that moment, the lead officer called out urgently from across the way, "Zhou Zheng, there's a significant discovery over here." Zhou Zheng quickly rose and darted towards the officer's direction. Scattered across the ground were documents, conspicuously emblazoned with the organization's emblem. The lead officer bent down to retrieve the papers, his expression grave. "These documents may contain crucial details about their destructive plans. We must take them back for thorough analysis, for they might reveal the key to unraveling this crisis." However, just as they prepared to depart with the documents and device, a faint sound of footsteps echoed like a specter. Instantly, the group heightened their vigilance, swiftly seeking cover, their weapons aimed steadily towards the source of the noise. "Who's there? Come out and show yourself," Zhou Zheng commanded, his voice resonating with undeniable authority within the expansive substation. A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, a man clad in a black trench coat. He wore a mask and hat, obscuring his features, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. "Do you believe you can thwart us?" "It is too late. Everything has been set in motion, and the dark era of Haigang City is imminent," the man declared coldly, his voice chilling as though it had risen from the depths of hell. "Who are you? What insidious schemes does the organization harbor? Speak now, if you value your life." The lead officer retorted fiercely. The man merely scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "I am but a minor player. You cannot fathom the organization's might. Haigang City is merely the beginning. Soon, more cities will succumb to chaos. Just wait and see." Zhou Zheng, driven by urgency, stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he addressed the man. "You would do well to cooperate. Do not harbor any illusions of hope. We have gathered ample clues. Your conspiracy will ultimately be dismantled." Yet the man remained unfazed, glancing at his watch as if anticipating something, then coldly stated, "I have no time for this futile game." With that, he abruptly produced a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button without hesitation. In an instant, the peculiar device emitted a blaring alarm, red lights flashing frantically, akin to the eyes of a demon peering through the darkness. "This is bad. He is going to detonate the bomb," Zhou Zheng shouted. The officers quickly sought shelter, dropping to the ground. A deafening explosion ensued, the force reverberating through the surrounding equipment. Fortunately, due to their distance, no one was harmed, though some of the substation's apparatus sustained severe damage, sparks flying as if narrating the ferocity of the assault. Quick! See if we can repair the equipment swiftly and restore power. Haigang City cannot remain in darkness. The lead officer shouted as he rose. Technicians rushed forward, diligently inspecting the damaged equipment. Zhou Zheng made his way to where the mysterious man had collapsed. He found the man unconscious, crouched down to remove his mask, only to discover a stranger. Take him back to the station. We must extract useful information from him, Zhou Zheng declared resolutely. Upon returning to the station, the team wasted no time in diving into their urgent tasks. While technicians worked to repair the substation, the expert team tirelessly examined the documents retrieved from the site. These papers referenced a plan known as Operation Nightfall, seemingly linked to the sabotage of the power system and other critical infrastructures. One expert frowned, examining the documents, remarking, "The content is mostly obscure and requires further interpretation to fully understand their specific plans." Zhou Zheng gazed at the arcane terminology and symbols, his brow furrowing deeper, as if he could crush a fly with the intensity of his concentration. The organization's scheme resembled a tangled web, and they had only just grasped a few loose threads. Unraveling the mystery was still a distant goal. Meanwhile, news from the hospital indicated that the man in black remained unconscious but stable. Zhou Zheng pondered that perhaps the man held the key to the entire enigma, likely concealing more core secrets about the organization, contingent upon whether they could extract any information from him. Several hours later, the technicians delivered good news. After a frantic rush to repair, parts of the northern substation had resumed operation, and power was gradually being restored to certain areas of Haigang City. Light once more illuminated the shadowy corners, and faint smiles of relief emerged on the faces of the people. Yet, everyone understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. The mysterious organization lurked like a venomous serpent in the dark, poised to unleash another wave of brutal attacks. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and turn defense into offense, Zhou Zheng resolved, his fists clenched, determination gleaming in his eyes. He would delve into the depths of this mysterious man and the man in black, unearthing the lair of the organization and thoroughly dismantling their sinister plot. Thus, the officers split into two teams, one to conduct a thorough investigation of the enigmatic man, and the other to monitor the condition of the man in black. They scrutinized every possible surveillance tape, meticulously examining the identities of both individuals, leaving no detail unchecked. However, the investigation yielded no results. As if the two had appeared out of thin air, devoid of any background, as though their existence was solely to execute the organization's dark agenda. This organization is astoundingly meticulous, leaving no trace of their identities, not even a single hair to follow, the lead officer lamented, frustration etched on his face. Just then, an officer tasked with guarding the mysterious man hurried in with news. "Officer Zhou, the mysterious man has regained consciousness, but he is as stubborn as a rock, refusing to say anything, insisting we give up, claiming we cannot thwart Operation Nightfall." Zhou Zheng exchanged a resolute glance with the lead officer. They decided to confront this obstinate man personally, hoping to extract useful information from him. In the interrogation room, the mysterious man sat in a chair, his hands shackled to the table, wearing a defiant expression. "Don't waste your efforts. You cannot hinder the organization's grand design. The darkness of Haigang City has only just begun," he sneered coldly. Zhou Zheng looked at him, striving to suppress his inner fury, and calmly replied, "Do you think we are powerless if you choose silence? We are steadily unveiling the veil of your organization. Your plans will inevitably be exposed to the light of day." The man scoffed derisively, retorting, "You fools! The power of the organization is like an ocean. You are but ants struggling in its depths. After Haigang City, more cities will plunge into chaos. This is an unstoppable tide of history." The lead officer, his face flushed with anger, shouted, "Why are you doing this? What ulterior motives lie behind your actions? Do you not fear retribution?" The man abruptly sealed his lips, refusing to utter a word despite Zhou Zheng and the lead police officer's persistent inquiries. He resembled a closed clam, ensconced in a heavy silence that enveloped the interrogation room. Save for the sound of their labored breathing, Zhou Zheng realized that extracting any information from this man would prove exceedingly challenging. Just as they prepared to exit the room and devise an alternative approach, Zhou Zheng's gaze fell upon a small tattoo on the man's wrist, reminiscent of the one seen on the wrist of the earlier assailant clad in black. The tattoo's design was peculiar, as if it concealed some arcane significance. It appeared to be a mark of affiliation with a clandestine organization. Zhou Zheng pointed to the tattoo and remarked to the lead officer. Once outside the interrogation room, Both men were once again enveloped in contemplation. What was the true objective of this enigmatic organization? What undisclosed activities lay hidden within their nocturnal operations? What pivotal roles did this mysterious man and the dark-clad figure play within this intricate web? Most importantly, could they uncover a solution to avert the impending crisis before the organization launched its next assault, thereby saving the harbor city and potentially many others? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, as Zhou Zheng and his companions braced themselves for even more formidable and harrowing challenges ahead. What grander schemes were being orchestrated by the shadowy organization lurking in the depths of darkness, awaiting revelation? Moreover, the notion that those closest to them might be untrustworthy loomed like a heavy stone upon their hearts. Who within the precinct could potentially be a traitor? And when and where might this insider strike with lethal precision? This cascade of questions cloaked Zhou Zheng and his companions in a dense fog, leaving them to ponder how they might glean a glimmer of hope amidst the haze, unravel all mysteries, and ultimately rescue the city. Chapter 38. Clue tracking amidst undercurrents emerging from the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer felt as though they had plummeted from a roller coaster into an unfathomable abyss, their spirits battered by the man's obstinate silence. The fellow's lips were locked tighter than a vault secured by the most advanced welding techniques, impervious to even the most skilled interrogative tactics, leaving the investigation at a standstill, akin to a lost soul in a labyrinth. The phrase about unreliable allies echoed in their minds like a haunting specter, a Damocles sword casting a chilling light, ready to shatter their remaining sense of security. I dare say, the members of this mysterious organization could compete in a tough-tongue championship and emerge victorious. It feels as though they are determined to engage us in a perverse game of guess who I am, refusing to divulge a single word. Zhou Zheng massaged his temples, attempting to knead the confusion from his mind as if it were dough, while he could not help but vent his frustrations. The thought of unreliable allies weighed heavily upon him, now making him suspect a sinister presence in everyone around him. How could they proceed with their work under such circumstances? Each step felt like navigating a minefield, fraught with the danger of stumbling into one of the traps laid by the mysterious organization. The lead officer took a deep breath, as if to inhale and digest the stifling atmosphere, then firmly patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. Let us not lose our composure over this one statement. We must not allow ourselves to be led by the nose into the carefully crafted snare of this organization. However, caution is judicious. It is prudent to remain vigilant of those around us. Our immediate task is to unearth valuable insights from the clues at hand. Perhaps we might stumble upon illumination amidst the darkness. Upon returning to the office, they resembled two fervent treasure hunters, spreading out the documents salvaged from the substation across the table, determined to extract even the faintest thread of useful information from the esoteric content that resembled an ancient script. Zhou Zheng impatiently flipped through the files, muttering, "The writings of this mysterious organization are more incomprehensible than extraterrestrial languages. Do they derive pleasure from watching us flounder about like headless flies, in a state of frantic perplexity? This is utterly torturous, more confounding than solving advanced mathematical problems." Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, alight with excitement as he nearly leapt from his seat, pointing at a line in the document and exclaiming, "Hey, come look at this. It mentions a place called New Moon Square and states that a crucial segment of the nocturnal operations will take place there. Could this be the key we have been groping for in the dark, the master key to unlock the enigma of this organization?" It felt as though he had finally grasped a thread in a tangle of confusion. The lead officer, drawn in like iron shavings to a magnet, hurried over, fixated on the line of text. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "That is indeed plausible. However, the document conceals the specifics of this crucial segment like a game of hide and seek." Refusing to clarify, "We must dispatch a team to thoroughly investigate New Moon Square. Perhaps there we may uncover the pivotal clue needed to unravel this conundrum. It is akin to searching for treasure in the vast ocean. New Moon Square may very well be the enigmatic isle harboring the bounty." Thus, Zhou Zheng acted swiftly, deploying a seasoned team of astute officers to New Moon Square. While awaiting further updates, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer refocused their attention on the tattoos adorning the mysterious man and the dark-clad figure. Could these tattoos serve as a form of exclusive identification within the organization, or perhaps resemble a mystical box brimming with secrets, concealing undisclosed information? Zhou Zheng scrutinized the photograph of the tattoo, as if attempting to see through it, musing that it resembled a cryptic lock awaiting the discovery of its unlocking code. The lead officer nodded in agreement, stating, "Your hypothesis is quite credible. Let us summon our colleagues who specialize in tattoo research. Perhaps they can, like Sherlock Holmes, unveil a momentous secret from this seemingly inconspicuous tattoo. Should they unlock its mystery, it could lead to monumental revelations, possibly exposing the very foundation of this clandestine organization. Soon, a police officer renowned for his profound knowledge of tattoos, affectionately dubbed the tattoo expert, was summoned. He received the photograph and examined it meticulously. Resembling a diligent archaeologist scrutinizing a precious artifact, his brow furrowed in concentration, as if engaged in a silent duel with the tattoo. After a considerable interval, he spoke slowly, his voice laced with intrigue. This tattoo's design is remarkably unique. I have encountered nothing akin to it in my prior studies. However, based on its style and line work, it likely originates from an ancient, nearly forgotten secret society or tribe. Moreover, upon closer inspection, certain lines appear to form a rudimentary code. A code? Zhou Zheng and the lead officer gasped in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment, as if they had been struck by a revelation. Indeed, yet deciphering this code is akin to navigating a dark labyrinth. We require further clues to illuminate our path. Right now, we are like sailors adrift in darkness, lacking the guiding beacon of a lighthouse. The officer shook his head in resignation, spreading his hands in disappointment. Just then, news arrived from the officer's dispatch to New Moon Square, akin to a heavy stone disrupting the stillness of a tranquil lake. They had discovered peculiar symbols in one corner of the square, identical to those previously observed at the organization's activity sites and on their mysterious devices, as if cast from the same mold. Moreover, within the underground parking facility of the square, an abandoned van lay concealed, resembling a treasure chest harboring countless secrets. Inside the vehicle were various electronic devices and a map, which marked several critical locations within Harbor City, some of which had regrettably fallen victim to the destructive machinations of a mysterious organization. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer immediately set forth to Crescent Square without a moment's hesitation. At the scene, Zhou Zheng gazed at the peculiar symbols, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the enigmatic organization, stating, "It appears this is indeed a clandestine communication point or strategic planning site for the organization. These symbols must serve as keys to unlock the mysteries of their plans, potentially linked to the night operation. It feels as though we are inching closer to the truth, akin to glimpsing a faint light at the end of a dark tunnel." They meticulously examined the electronic devices in the van, akin to bomb disposal experts, but found the equipment heavily encrypted, resembling an impregnable fortress that secured the information within, rendering it utterly inaccessible. The mysterious organization exhibited an excessive degree of caution, encrypting everything as if they were engaging in an elaborate and cerebral decryption game, with the difficulty set to hellish levels. The lead officer expressed his frustration, his face a canvas of helplessness and resentment. Yet, Zhou Zheng remained undeterred by this obstacle, embodying the spirit of a resolute warrior, and declared, "Let us take these devices back and have the technical team exert every effort to crack the codes. There may be crucial information hidden within that could unveil the entire enigma, an essential weapon in our battle against the mysterious organization. We must not relinquish it easily. We shall engage them in a battle of endurance and see who prevails." Just as they prepared to depart, Zhou Zheng suddenly spotted a small camera affixed to a lamppost, akin to discovering a new continent. His heart raced with excitement, and he exclaimed, "This camera might be our salvation, recording vital information regarding the mysterious organization. It is akin to a careless tale left behind by them, and we cannot let this slip away." The officers swiftly removed the camera with the agility of monkeys and returned to the station for data extraction. Following a series of efforts reminiscent of a magician's craft, the technicians successfully retrieved portions of the camera's data. The footage revealed that several days prior, a group of individuals clad in black attire and wearing masks convened in the square, their furtive demeanor betraying sinister intentions. They appeared to be deliberating on something, occasionally pointing at the map, as if orchestrating a grand conspiracy. One individual produced a tablet, displaying images and data, but the screen was obscured by a thick haze, rendering the content indecipherable. While their discourse remained unclear, it was evident that Crescent Square bore intricate ties to the mysterious organization. Zhou Zheng remarked with conviction, "It feels as though we have grasped a small fragment of the organization. If we follow this lead, we may very well unravel the entirety of their scheme." Simultaneously, news arrived from the hospital, akin to a glimmer of hope piercing through the darkness. The cloaked figure had finally regained consciousness. Yet his mental state was as deflated as a punctured balloon, his body so frail that a mere breeze could topple him. The doctor sternly advised against prolonged questioning to avoid hindering his fragile recovery. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer resolved to visit the cloaked figure in the hospital. In the ward, the cloaked figure lay on the bed, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, his eyes reflecting profound fear akin to a wounded animal in a state of terror. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng and the lead officer enter, his body trembled as if jolted by electricity. Zhou Zheng endeavored to soften his tone, speaking gently like a spring breeze. Do not be afraid. We merely wish to ask you a few questions. If you answer truthfully, we will safeguard your security as if you were a rare treasure. The actions of the mysterious organization have unleashed a dreadful calamity, inflicting great harm upon Harbor City, and you would not wish for more innocents to suffer, would you? Let us unveil the organization's sinister plot together and restore peace to Harbor City. The cloaked figure remained silent for a considerable time, as if engaged in an internal tug-of-war. Before slowly responding, I do not know much. I merely follow the organization's orders. I truly do not wish to die. I have an elderly mother at home. What would happen to her if I were gone? Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Then please, tell us what you do know. What is the organization's objective? What exactly is the night operation? The lead officer inquired eagerly, his heart stirred by the cloaked figure's plight. The cloaked figure hesitated, his gaze revealing a flicker of struggle. All I know is that the night operation is a large-scale destruction plan targeting Harbor City. But I truly do not have the specifics. The organization operates with a hierarchy as rigid as a towering pyramid. Individuals like me are merely tasked with executing the simplest of orders. We follow directives from above without any knowledge of the overarching plan. Do you know the organization's hideout or any information about its members? Zhou Zheng pressed on, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. The cloaked figure shook his head, resigned. I do not know. Communications are always encrypted. I have never encountered other high-ranking members. They are like elusive phantoms, their presence felt but never seen. I do not even know what they look like. Each mission unfolds in darkness, and I feel like a puppet being manipulated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they understood that the information the cloaked figure could provide was indeed limited. Just as they prepared to leave, the cloaked figure suddenly recalled something, speaking weakly. I remember once overhearing two high-ranking members mention a place called Blackwater Lake, which seemed linked to the core of the organization's plans. I accidentally overheard them. Their expressions were grave, indicating the place was significant. Blackwater Lake. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged a glance, a spark of hope igniting in their eyes as if they had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. After departing from the hospital, Zhou Zheng resolutely orchestrated an investigation into Blackwater Lake, akin to a general directing a vast army. Following an exhaustive search, they discovered that Blackwater Lake was an abandoned body of water located on the outskirts of Harbor City, desolate and forsaken. Much like a child rejected by the world due to severe pollution many years ago. Satellite imagery revealed a barren landscape, dotted with a few dilapidated factory buildings. Could the mysterious organization's lair be hidden at Blackwater Lake? The lead officer speculated, stroking his chin like a detective. This isolated location is indeed ideal for clandestine activities. Deeply concealed. Very likely, Zhou Zheng affirmed, but we must not act recklessly like fools. If we alert them, they may prepare in advance, and that would spell disaster. We should dispatch individuals to conduct covert surveillance, observing for any unusual activity. We must approach the truth cautiously, as if traversing a path filled with traps, making not a single misstep. This is a covert confrontation with the mysterious organization. We must tread carefully. Thus, a team of seasoned undercover officers was dispatched to investigate the vicinity of Blackwater Lake. Hours later, they reported back, akin to calm waters suddenly disturbed by tumultuous waves. There were indeed some suspicious signs surrounding Blackwater Lake. By the lakeside, fresh tire tracks marred the ground, seemingly left by large transport vehicles, their chaotic patterns betraying a departure from the usual orderly passage of standard vehicles. Buried wires, recently concealed, hinted at clandestine activities unfolding in the shadows. Strangely, in a nearby thicket, discarded food packaging was discovered, containing high-calorie, easily preserved items, as if intended for those stationed here long-term. Upon receiving this information, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer resolved to personally lead a team to Blackwater Lake. They advanced stealthily under the cloak of night, akin to a pride of stealthy cheetahs on the prowl. As they neared the lake, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the rustling leaves, which seemed to compose a haunting yet perilous melody. The occasional hoot of an owl added to the foreboding atmosphere. Zhou Zheng cautioned his team to tread carefully, aware that mysterious operatives might be lurking nearby. They needed to approach with the stealth of a cat stalking its prey, discerning the enemy's strategy without alerting them. He reminded them that this mission was akin to dancing on a tightrope, where each step must be taken with utmost caution. Exposure would yield dire consequences. Just as they navigated their way forward, A sudden sharp bark shattered the stillness, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, tightening Zhou Zheng's chest with dread. Realizing they had been discovered, he shouted, "We've been compromised." Instantly, the area around Blackwater Lake erupted into blinding light, as a swarm of figures clad in black surged forth, encircling them like a tidal wave. These operatives, trained and synchronized, were far from an ordinary mob. "Ah, you finally arrived. We have awaited your presence for quite some time," sneered the leader of the black-clad figures, his smile exuding a sinister malice reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. Towering and clad in a tight black combat suit with a mask obscuring his features, only his cold eyes remained visible. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer gripped their weapons tightly, standing resolute against the encroaching threat, akin to two formidable mountains in the face of a tempest. The situation was dire, as if they were small boats on the verge of being engulfed by a merciless storm. Why did this mysterious organization seem to anticipate their arrival? What staggering secret lay hidden at Blackwater Lake? Could Zhou Zheng and his team break free from this encirclement, unveil the true nature of the organization, and thwart the sinister plans set in motion? And what of the individuals among them? Were any truly unreliable as suggested by the organization? What treachery might this mole bring forth at a critical juncture? These questions loomed like a dense fog, shrouding Zhou Zheng and his companions, leaving them to ponder how they might navigate this obscurity to uncover the truth and save their city. Everything was fraught with uncertainty and peril, awaiting their courageous unraveling. Chapter 39. A game of survival and desperation. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer found themselves enveloped by the black-clad figures. The scene reminiscent of a cinematic climax where the ultimate antagonist besieges the protagonists. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of impending doom. Zhou Zheng mused inwardly, pondering whether this mysterious organization possessed supernatural prowess, enabling them to predict their movements with uncanny accuracy. Had they been cursed with a tracking spell? "Ah, it seems you've been lying in wait for us," he taunted, attempting to diffuse the oppressive ambience with sarcasm. "Are you so eager to meet us? Have you been pining for us, unable to eat or sleep? Perhaps you're here to perform a black-clad ensemble for our amusement?" The leader of the black-clad figures responded with a chilling laugh, akin to a night owl's call, eerie and jarring, as if it could penetrate the marrow of one's bones. "You foolish officers, you persist in thwarting our endeavors. Today marks your end. Accept your fate. Your struggles are futile." Unfazed, the lead officer retorted, "And? You speak grandly, yet your bravado is but a fade. You, who skulk in the shadows, think your underhanded tactics will prevail. You are merely deluding yourselves, awaiting the inevitable netting of your downfall." The leader dismissed their words with a wave, and the surrounding operatives advanced like ravenous wolves, baring their teeth in a menacing formation, poised to devour Zhou Zheng and his comrades. Standing back to back, Zhou Zheng and the officers formed a determined circle, gripping their weapons tightly, knuckles whitening, eyes steely in resolve, unwavering against the encroaching danger. "Steady yourselves, follow my lead. We must not falter. Chaos will be our undoing. We are the embodiment of justice and shall not be intimidated by this rabble. We must stand firm and show them our strength," Zhou Zheng urged, his voice a beacon of reassurance amidst the darkness. Just as they braced for imminent confrontation, a thunderous roar of engines erupted nearby, growing louder like the approach of a storm. A black SUV rocketed toward them like a wild stallion, crashing into the circle of black-clad figures with a thunderous impact, sending them staggering. The doors flung open, and several figures leaped out with the ferocity of tigers descending a mountain, joining the fray. It was the reinforcements Zhou Zheng had dispatched, arriving just in the nick of time. "What timing!" he exclaimed, invigorated as if infused with adrenaline. "Brothers, let us show them our might. Let them understand the folly of opposing the law. Today, they will know the power we wield." The clash erupted instantly, cries of battle and the clashing of weapons intertwining in a chaos more exhilarating than any Hollywood blockbuster. Zhou Zheng fought with the prowess of a martial arts master, seamlessly engaging in close combat with the black-clad operatives. Spotting an opening, he executed a flawless spinning kick, sending one assailant sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. The lead officer matched his valor, evading attacks with the agility of a nimble monkey, countering when the opportunity arose. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent another operative reeling, blood pouring from his nose like a burst dam. However, the black-clad operatives were well-trained and numerous, akin to ants besieging an elephant, and the battle became a stalemate. As Zhou Zheng fought fiercely, he meticulously observed his surroundings, discerning that the black-clad figures were deliberately herding them toward the lake, like ducks to water. "Something is amiss. They're leading us into a trap," he warned. "This organization is cunning, and they surely harbor ill intentions. There may be a pit ahead, waiting for us to fall in. Stay sharp, everyone. Do not walk into their snare. Zhou Zheng raised his voice, urgently alerting his comrades. Just then, beams of intense light suddenly burst forth from the abandoned factory by the lake, blinding everyone as if the sun had plummeted to the earth, engulfing the world in a blinding whiteness. In quick succession, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, reminiscent of firecrackers during the new year, yet this sound heralded the specter of death. It became evident that more men in black were concealed within the factory shadows. Take cover, Zhou Zheng shouted, swiftly pulling a nearby officer with him as they darted behind a massive boulder. Bullets whizzed past, narrowly missing them. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, the consequences would have been dire. This clandestine organization had many tricks up its sleeve, ensnaring them in a web of complexity. And it was clear they were in for a fierce battle. It felt like a labyrinth, fraught with traps, where a single misstep could spell disaster. We must remain vigilant and avoid falling into their snares. To falter here would be an injustice, the lead officer gasped, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls on a broken string. Regardless of the challenges ahead, we cannot retreat. We must uncover their conspiracy at Blackwater Lake to prevent Harbor City from descending into chaos. We bear the grave responsibility of safeguarding this city. Retreat is not an option. Even if we face insurmountable obstacles, we must press on. If we cannot overcome these difficulties, how can we protect the populace? Zhou Zheng's resolve was unwavering, his gaze fierce and determined, as if he intended to intimidate the challenges before him. Seizing the moment when the enemy was reloading, Zhou Zheng and the officers launched a counterattack, akin to a pride of fierce lions striving to break through the encirclement of their adversaries. The conflict escalated, blood staining the ground as both sides exchanged fire without yielding an inch. The bullets zipped past like enraged hornets, instilling fear in their hearts. Zhou Zheng felt as if he were dancing amidst a storm of gunfire, each step fraught with peril. Yet one conviction filled his mind. He must unveil the nefarious plot of the mysterious organization and protect this city. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Zheng's keen eyes caught sight of several black-clad figures desperately shielding a smaller individual among them, moving toward the factory. A thought struck him. This diminutive figure must be significant, potentially the key to unraveling the enigma, akin to a key that could unlock the secrets of the clandestine organization. I will pursue the small one. You hold the line. We must defend our position. Do not let them prevail. Even if it takes every last ounce of strength. We must not allow them to escape. This small individual could be pivotal to our success. With that, Zhou Zheng darted after the small figure with the swiftness of a phantom, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Navigating through the hail of bullets with agility, he moved like a nimble fish in a torrential stream, skillfully dodging the enemy's fire as he closed in on his target. Just as he was about to catch up, the small figure sensed the impending danger, abruptly turning to hurl a smoke grenade in his direction. With a soft thud, the smoke enveloped the surroundings, casting a dense black curtain that obscured all visibility. Not good. Zhou Zheng quickly covered his mouth and nose, retreating. When the smoke finally cleared, the small figure had vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Zhou Zheng widened his eyes, scanning the area in vain. Frustration gnawed at him, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, as he paced in circles, muttering, "That fellow is as slippery as an eel. He escaped this time, but it won't be so easy next time. I will unearth your secrets and discover your true intentions." Reluctantly, Zhou Zheng returned to regroup with his teammates. By this time, the battle had begun to wane. The black-clad adversaries, sensing the tide had turned against them, scurried away like a horde of frightened rats. Zhou Zheng and the officers refrained from reckless pursuit, acutely aware that the enigmatic organization likely had contingencies in place, and they could not fall into another trap. They may have evaded us this time, but we must not be disheartened. At least we have discerned that the situation at Blackwater Lake is more intricate than we had imagined, a veritable den of danger. Clearly, this organization has been operating here for quite some time, engaging in many dubious activities, Zhou Zheng remarked, a flicker of frustration crossing his features, reminiscent of a hunter watching his prey slip away. The lead officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, and they seemed intent on protecting that small figure. He could very well be the linchpin to unraveling the mystery. Should we locate him, we might trace the threads back to expose the organization's core. After a thorough assessment, it was fortunate that the officers had not sustained significant casualties, with only a few suffering minor injuries. Zhou Zheng surveyed the chaotic battlefield, littered with shell casings and bloodstains, and silently vowed to unveil the true nature of the mysterious organization, ensuring they would face justice. Clenching his fist, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Upon returning to the police station, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer convened an immediate meeting to strategize their next steps. The atmosphere in the conference room was as solemn as a courtroom, with gravity etched on every face. They gathered around the table, expressions serious, the air thick with tension. From today's events, it is clear the mysterious organization's influence at Blackwater Lake is formidable, and they appear to be executing an exceedingly significant plan, Zhou Zheng stated. Sketching a diagram on the board, meticulously marking key locations and events. We must swiftly ascertain their objectives, as well as the identity of that small figure. This is akin to a jigsaw puzzle. We must locate the crucial pieces to reveal the entire truth. Currently, we possess only a few fragments, and much remains missing. Let's share our thoughts and pool our insights. Perhaps we can uncover a breakthrough. One officer raised his hand. Officer Zhou, we discovered peculiar symbols at the battle site, reminiscent of those seen previously at Crescent Square and on the mysterious device. Might these symbols serve as internal markers or codes for their organization? It feels as though the organization has left us a cryptic language to decipher, possibly the key to unlocking their hidden secrets. Quite possibly, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Compile these symbols and submit them for expert analysis. We must decipher their meanings. This could indeed be the key to the mysterious organization's secret entrance. We must act swiftly. Time waits for no one. The organization may strike again at any moment. We cannot afford to remain idle. At that moment, a technician responsible for investigating electronic devices rushed in, excitement evident in his demeanor. Officer Zhou, we successfully decrypted the electronic equipment retrieved from the van at Crescent Square. The device contained fragments of information regarding the organization's operations, though most of it remains encrypted and requires further analysis. It resembles a locked book. We have merely pried open a small crack and must find the complete key to unlock it fully. As it stands, these fragments mention various locations and vague timelines, but they require careful examination. Moreover, these details seem to correlate with the symbols we previously discovered, potentially serving as crucial clues to unraveling the entire mystery. It appears we are inching closer to the truth, albeit slowly. Yet, this small step could be pivotal. Much like ascending a mountain, we have climbed another notch. Each step may lead us to the summit, and we must not relent. Everyone, let us muster our efforts and ensure we find a way to thwart the organization's plans before they can act. The lead officer spoke. A flicker of relief gracing his features, though it was swiftly supplanted by concern. He understood all too well that time was of the essence and the task at hand was formidable, allowing no margin for error. Zhou Zheng nodded, urging everyone. We must intensify our efforts. Time is pressing, and we remain unaware of when the clandestine organization will strike next. We must act before they do and thwart the night operation. It is akin to racing against time, and we cannot afford to lose. Should we falter, the city of Haigang will plunge into irreversible chaos. We bear the weight of the populace's safety on our shoulders and must not show even a hint of complacency. After days of relentless analysis, the experts finally deciphered part of the meaning behind the peculiar symbols. It turned out these symbols indicated various locations and the sequence of actions planned by the mysterious organization. From the interpretation of these symbols, we discovered that the organization intended to target Haigang's communication hubs and financial centers. As the experts spoke, pointing to the analytical results on the computer, their expressions were grave. As if the apocalypse were imminent, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. The timeline appeared imminent, although specific dates required further confirmation. What was certain, however, was that their actions loomed dangerously close. What? Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes wide with shock, as if they were two startled owls. The prospect of the communication hubs and financial centers being compromised sent ripples of dread through them. Disrupted communication and paralyzed finances would lead to unimaginable chaos. The entire city's operations would come to a standstill, plunging ordinary lives into turmoil. Economic collapse, societal disorder, and a potential spike in crime rates loomed ominously. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, a knot of worry tightening within him. We must immediately bolster the protection of these critical areas while simultaneously devising a strategy to uncover the organization's next move. This is a defensive battle. We must safeguard Haigang's vital positions and ensure the organization's nefarious plans do not come to fruition. Let us brainstorm how we can thwart their reckless actions within the limited time frame. At that moment, news arrived from the hospital. The cloaked figure had regained consciousness. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer resolved to return to the hospital, hopeful that they might extract more valuable information from him. In the hospital room, the cloaked figure appeared somewhat more alert than before, his complexion slightly rosier. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng and the lead officer, a complex expression flickered in his eyes: fear, hesitation. and a hint of anticipation. He lay on the bed, trembling slightly, his gaze betraying a flicker of trepidation. We know you possess knowledge about the mysterious organization. For your own sake and for the citizens of Haigang, please share what you know. Consider this. If the organization succeeds, countless innocent lives will suffer. Surely, you do not wish to witness the city descend into chaos and despair. You have strayed far down this misguided path, but it is not too late to turn back. Zhou Zheng implored earnestly, his face reflecting genuine sincerity. The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment, his eyes filled with inner turmoil, before he slowly spoke. I can divulge some information, but you must ensure my safety, as well as my mother's. I cannot allow her to suffer because of me. She is elderly and cannot withstand any distress. I engaged in this for money, believing it to be trivial mischief, never realizing their plans were so dreadful. Rest assured, we will protect you both. We, the police, are men of our word, steadfast as inscriptions upon stone. We would lay down our lives to ensure your safety. Please share everything you know. This is your chance for redemption, the lead officer vowed, his gaze resolute, providing the cloaked figure with a glimmer of reassurance. The cloaked figure nodded, as if summoning immense resolve. That short, cloaked individual is a key member of the organization. He is responsible for relaying critical information. I also know they have a secret base at Blackwater Lake, harboring the core plan of the night operation. That base is the heart of the organization, the source of all its conspiracies. Moreover, I have heard that the base is heavily fortified, equipped with advanced security systems and armed personnel. The entrance is cleverly concealed, surrounded by traps and surveillance devices. Do you know how to access the secret base? Zhou Zheng inquired eagerly, leaning forward as if to absorb every word from the cloaked figure, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The cloaked figure shook his head, a look of resignation crossing his face. I do not know. However, I have heard that access requires specific passwords and tokens. These passwords and tokens are akin to two keys. Both are essential to unlock the door to that enigmatic base. Furthermore, the password may relate to the peculiar symbols they previously employed, while the token is a metal badge bearing a unique insignia. The design is intricate. I have only glimpsed it once and could not discern its details. I recall only that the badge's edge bore strange patterns, and in the center, there seemed to be a circular emblem with smaller symbols, but I was too distant to see clearly. However, I overheard them mention that this badge is linked to a place called the Eye of Shadows, where clues may be uncovered. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged a glance, their hearts swelling with a mix of hope and pressure. Hope, for they had finally unearthed a lead regarding the organization's base. Akin to a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness, pressure, for the quest to unearth the password and token seemed an insurmountable challenge. Akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, time was of the essence, and they remained oblivious to the organization's forthcoming reckless maneuvers before they could secure the password and token. Upon leaving the hospital, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer fell into deep contemplation. They knew time was fleeting, and they must hasten to discover a means to infiltrate the organization's base and thwart the night operation. Yet where could the password and token be found? Where might that short cloaked figure reappear? Did the organization harbor other hidden conspiracies? Would Zhou Zheng and his team navigate the myriad obstacles to unravel the truth and rescue Haigang from impending peril? More worrisome was the notion that the organization seemed to anticipate their every move. Could there be a mole within the precinct leaking information? If so, who was this informant? And what role did they play in this unfolding drama? And what of this Eye of Shadows? What dangers awaited them there? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, while an even greater crisis loomed, like ominous storm clouds gathering before a tempest, suffocating in its weight. The fate of the city now dangled precariously, as if suspended by a thread, teetering on the brink of calamity. Chapter 40. In search of clarity amidst the fog. As Zhou Zheng and the lead officer departed the hospital, their steps felt heavy, as though each movement was met with an invisible force pulling them down. The phrase "the Eye of Shadows" loomed over them like a weighty cloud, rendering their already arduous investigation even more daunting. What exactly was this Eye of Shadows? It sounded enigmatic. Perhaps a secret stronghold of the organization filled with bizarre technologies capable of rendering individuals invisible. Zhou Zheng rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel the throbbing pain born of fatigue and confusion, while half-jokingly lamenting the situation. Days of relentless toil and mental strain had left him looking like a withered fruit. Bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion. The lead officer furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke with gravity. Regardless of what it may be, if it pertains to the token, then it is a stronghold we must seize. Yet, we have no inkling of its location, akin to searching for a key in an impenetrably dark room. Who knows what terrifying things we might stumble upon? Upon returning to the police station, Zhou Zheng quickly assumed the role of a commanding general. efficiently and methodically orchestrating a comprehensive search for clues related to the Eye of Shadows. The officers rummaged through the station's database, meticulously scrutinizing every document and file, even delving into the dusty, forgotten archives hidden in the corners. Yet, the outcome was disheartening, akin to searching for a drop of water in an endless desert, yielding nothing. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that the Eye of Shadows was a fabrication of a clandestine organization designed solely to toy with them? Zhou Zheng scratched his head, displaying a look of helplessness and confusion, reminiscent of a child lost in a labyrinth, unable to find an exit. At that moment, a young officer, as if struck by a bolt of inspiration, exclaimed with excitement, "Officer Zhou, could it be that this is not a physical location, but rather a code for a specific place, or perhaps linked to an ancient legend?" Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, as he responded, "Ah, you clever lad. That makes sense. We cannot wander aimlessly in a dead end. Let us seek a different perspective." He swiftly organized a portion of the officers to scurry through the streets and alleys of Harbor City like diligent bees, visiting the elderly and knowledgeable historians in hopes of unearthing clues from their minds filled with ancient tales. Another group continued their exhaustive search across the city, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any location that might relate to the mysterious organization, meticulously combing even the most inconspicuous corners, as if searching for a specific star in the vast cosmos. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer immersed themselves deeply in the encrypted fragments extracted from electronic devices, their eyes fixed on the dense data as if attempting to pierce through the numbers and symbols to uncover hidden treasures. Suddenly, the lead officer, as if discovering a new continent, pointed excitedly at a line of data and shouted, "Look here. It mentions an abandoned lighthouse located on the outskirts of Harbor City. Could it be connected to the Eye of Shadows?" Zhou Zheng hurried over, examining the information closely, and a spark of hope flickered in his eyes as he said, "There is indeed a possibility. Lighthouses have always symbolized guidance, and continuously be associated with eyes. Moreover, being abandoned, it is precisely the type of secluded, desolate place that a mysterious organization would favor for clandestine activities." Without a moment's hesitation, they led a team of officers to the abandoned lighthouse, charging forth like warriors on a mission. Upon arrival, the scene before them resembled a dilapidated post-apocalyptic painting. Weeds towered higher than humans, swaying defiantly in the wind, as if mocking their presence. The lighthouse itself was in a state of disrepair, with large chunks of plaster peeling away to reveal its crumbling bricks, teetering precariously as though a mere gust of wind could reduce it to ruins. This place exuded an eerie aura reminiscent of a mysterious organization's lair, sufficiently concealed and ominously sinister. Zhou Zheng lowered his voice, as if afraid to disturb the hidden forces lurking in the shadows. They cautiously approached the lighthouse, with Zhou Zheng leading the way, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a searchlight. Suddenly, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, as if he had triggered a trap. Instantly, the earth trembled violently, echoing with a thunderous roar, as several pits opened up around them, threatening to swallow them whole. In the nick of time, the officers reacted swiftly, leaping aside like agile monkeys. "Everyone, be careful. This place is undoubtedly riddled with traps. We must not fall victim to a hidden snare that would give the mysterious organization a good laugh. We must proceed with the caution of a cat stalking a mouse." The lead officer cautioned loudly. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, advancing stealthily like prowling cheetahs. Upon entering the lighthouse, they were greeted by a dim, damp interior, permeated by a foul odor reminiscent of a long-neglected sewer, prompting grimaces of disgust and a desire to escape this wretched place. They ascended the narrow staircase, each step creaking ominously, as if the boards were groaning in agony, raising fears that they might collapse and send them plummeting to their doom. At that moment, the officer in front froze as if ensnared by an enchantment, tremblingly pointing at the wall. "Officer Zhou, look at these symbols on the wall. They are identical to those we discovered earlier." Zhou Zheng hurried forward, and indeed, the wall was etched with peculiar symbols, crooked and twisted, resembling a form of arcane script or an abstract painting concealing secrets. These symbols seemed to possess an alluring power, beckoning them to unveil the truth behind them. "It appears we have truly found the right place. These symbols may very well be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Eye of Shadows," Zhou Zheng declared, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. They promptly retrieved their camera, treating the symbols with reverence, capturing images to bring back for expert analysis, hopeful that they would unveil critical information regarding access to the mysterious organization's base. Just as they prepared to leave the lighthouse, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from below, as if someone were stealthily approaching. "This is bad. Someone is coming," Zhou Zheng whispered, his voice barely a murmur, yet laden with tension. The officers scrambled to find hiding spots like startled rabbits. A group of cloaked figures entered the lighthouse, wielding flashlights, their shadows elongated in the flickering light, resembling a pack of monstrous creatures. What brings them here? Could this truly be interconnected with the token? The lead officer murmured, eyes fixed on the movements of the intruders, his expression a mix of vigilance and uncertainty. The cloaked figures searched the lighthouse anxiously, their hurried steps betraying their urgency as they sought something of utmost importance. Suddenly, one of them pressed against a stone in the corner, and with a thunderous crash, a concealed door emerged from the wall. A faint light emanated from within, as if beckoning them forward while simultaneously hinting at peril. One by one, the cloaked figures slipped through the hidden door. Zhou Zheng exchanged glances with the officers, their eyes communicating a single message: follow them. Beyond the secret door lay a long passageway, its walls aglow with eerie lights, resembling countless eyes peering at them from the darkness. The illumination flickered, as if breathing, sending chills down their spines, as though invisible hands were tugging at them from behind. They followed the cloaked figures cautiously, hardly daring to breathe, each step taken with the utmost care, fearful that any sound might betray their presence. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a grand hall, adorned with an assortment of bizarre contraptions. Some resembled enormous gears, quietly rotating in the shadows, producing a rhythmic clatter that whispered ancient secrets. Others appeared as glowing crystal spheres, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, imbued with an inexplicable strangeness that incited their curiosity. Yet others took the form of twisted metallic sculptures, their shapes otherworldly and fraught with unknown dangers. At the center stood a stone pedestal, atop which rested a softly glowing metallic badge, its radiance strikingly mysterious against the darkness, as if narrating its extraordinary origin. Is that the token we have been searching for? Zhou Zheng, brimming with excitement, whispered fervently, his gaze fixed intently upon the emblem. Akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, his eyes reflecting both desire and resolve. Yet, before they could act, the cloaked figure had already approached the stone platform, reaching out to seize the emblem. Alas, they had been outmaneuvered. The lead officer, filled with frustration, smacked his thigh, barely restraining a shout, his face etched with disappointment. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted in the hall, its shrill wail reverberating through the space, causing a painful ringing in their ears. The figures in black instantly became alert, akin to startled beasts, scanning their surroundings in search of the alarm's source. It turned out that Zhou Zheng and his companions had inadvertently triggered the alarm. The cloaked figures quickly spotted them and charged forward with the ferocity of hungry tigers. A fierce battle ensued, with Zhou Zheng and the officers displaying unwavering courage, engaging the assailants like valiant knights in a desperate struggle. During the fray, Zhou Zheng keenly observed that these adversaries seemed more formidable than those encountered previously. Their coordination was seamless, their strikes sharp, each movement indicative of rigorous training. Clearly, the mysterious organization placed great importance on this token, dispatching only the elite of the elite. As Zhou Zheng adeptly dodged the attackers, he seized an opportunity to deliver a stunning spinning kick, toppling one of the cloaked figures to the ground. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce confrontation, Zhou Zheng suddenly spotted a cloaked figure clutching the emblem, preparing to flee amidst the chaos. He could not allow this escape. Zhou Zheng shouted and recklessly pursued the figure. Like a streak of black lightning, he raced through the corridor in pursuit of the assailant. The cloaked figure sprinted with remarkable speed, nimble as a swift cheetah. On the verge of escaping the passage, Zhou Zheng, in a state of urgent desperation, scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed a stone on the ground. In a moment of inspiration, he picked it up and hurled it with all his strength towards the fleeing figure. The stone arced through the air like a cannonball, striking the cloaked figure's leg. The assailant stumbled and fell with a heavy thud. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zheng charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain, snatching the emblem from the figure's grasp. However, at that very instant, the cloaked figure drew a dagger from his waist, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he lunged at Zhou Zheng. Caught off guard, Zhou Zheng was unable to evade in time, and the blade grazed his arm, blood instantly streaming forth, staining his sleeve crimson. Are you all right? The lead officer rushed over with his team, swiftly subduing the cloaked figure. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Let's see if this emblem is indeed the token we seek, Zhou Zheng replied, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Upon close inspection, they discovered that the design on the emblem matched the description given by the cloaked figures precisely. The intricate and complex patterns along its edges resembled ancient runes, inscribed with mysterious messages. The small symbols within the circular design were enigmatic, as if recounting a story long forgotten. "This must be it," the lead officer declared, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Zhou Zheng nodded, and despite the throbbing pain in his arm, a wave of victorious joy surged within him upon seeing the emblem. They returned to the precinct with the emblem, and the experts swiftly swarmed around it like diligent ants, eager to study its significance while simultaneously working to decode the symbols captured from the lighthouse wall. After relentless hours of tireless effort and meticulous thought, the experts finally made a groundbreaking discovery. According to our research, these symbols, when arranged and transformed in a specific manner, reveal the password, one expert exclaimed, his face glowing with pride, as though he had unraveled a monumental enigma. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer were overjoyed. This was a significant step closer to thwarting the nefarious plans of the mysterious organization. However, just as they reveled in this fleeting triumph, the precinct's phone suddenly rang. Zhou Zheng answered, and a deep voice resonated through the line, chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. "Do you truly believe that acquiring the token and the password will allow you to thwart us? You are woefully naive. Every move you make is under our control. Just wait and see. Harbor City shall descend into endless darkness. You are merely pawns on our chessboard. Your struggles are futile. Do you think the password and token you found are the entirety of our plans? You are gravely mistaken. They are but a deliberate ruse. The true crisis has only just begun. Do you believe that with these scant clues, you can unravel the entirety of our schemes? Our plan is akin to an expansive spider's web, and you have merely brushed against one of its threads. Behind this seemingly simple facade lies a chasm that could lead to your utter ruin. The fate of Harbor City has long been within our grasp. What can you possibly do?" With that, the call abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of a busy tone echoing in the air. Zhou Zheng and the lead officer exchanged grave glances, their expressions dark as if stained by ink, filled with foreboding. That ominous phone call had struck them like a thunderclap, shattering the hope they had nurtured, plunging the atmosphere of the conference room into a frigid silence, as if they could hear each other's heavy heartbeats. This mysterious organization certainly speaks with bravado, treating us as mere pawns. I shall see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Do they truly believe themselves to be omnipotent, controlling everything? They are nothing more than deluded fools, flailing about in their own folly. We will not allow them to succeed." Zhou Zheng vowed, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit, though a flicker of worry lurked within. The wound on his arm throbbed, a constant reminder of the brutal battle, like an indelible mark signifying the ever-present danger. Yet, this pain also spurred him on, igniting a fierce determination to ensure that the mysterious organization would pay for their actions. The lead officer furrowed his brow, as if grappling with the complexities of the situation, and said slowly, "It appears they were well prepared, intentionally allowing us to obtain the token and password, concealing a far greater scheme behind it. Nevertheless, we cannot be intimidated. We are here to fight. We are the police. If we allow ourselves to be cowed by these shadowy figures, how can we continue to operate in this city? We must show them our mettle, make them aware of our strength. We are the guardians of this city, and we cannot allow their schemes to harm its citizens." Zhou Zheng took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, and replied, "Indeed, their confidence suggests they believe that even with the token and password, we will be unable to decipher their overarching plan. Yet, we shall defy their expectations. Like Sun Wukong, we will create chaos in their domain and see how long they can maintain their arrogance. Do they think they can ensnare us with mere traps? They underestimate us terribly." The two swiftly gathered the elite personnel at the precinct involved in the case, encircling a table in the conference room. The dim light cast a pall over the atmosphere, oppressive enough to suffocate, as if an unseen hand were tightening its grip around each person's throat. Zhou Zheng relayed the contents of the phone call verbatim to the assembly, and upon hearing it, solemn expressions adorned the faces of everyone present, as if each individual bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The conference room fell into a silence so profound that only the sound of breathing could be discerned, while each person pondered the current predicament and potential strategies for resolution. A young officer could no longer contain his sentiments and exclaimed, "This mysterious organization is utterly audacious. Are we truly to be led around by the nose? I refuse to be complacent. We must devise a counterattack and ensure they do not underestimate us. We cannot be perceived as soft targets. We must demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. We must take the initiative and show them what we are capable of." Zhou Zheng rapped the table and affirmed, "Absolutely not. We shall take the offensive. Now, let us each share our perspectives on the current situation. Perhaps together we can uncover the key to breaking through this impasse. 3 heads are better than 1, and with our numbers, I am confident we can formulate a plan. United in our efforts, I refuse to believe we cannot surmount this challenge." At that moment, the expert responsible for analyzing symbols and codes adjusted his glasses. his gaze reflecting wisdom and focus as he remarked, "While we have indeed deciphered the code, based on the mysterious organization's modus operandi, this code may merely serve as a smokescreen. The true means of access might conceal even deeper enigmas. They are akin to a pack of cunning foxes, perpetually engaging in clever ruses. We must not be beguiled by superficial appearances. It is as if they have pointed us toward a seemingly bright path, only for us to find its end riddled with pitfalls, awaiting our misstep. We must proceed with caution and not fall into their traps. It is conceivable that this code is merely the key to the first door, with more mechanisms lying in wait behind it." Another officer nodded in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, since they have deliberately allowed us to discover the token and the code, the defenses surrounding their base must be even more formidable, possibly laden with traps. This mysterious organization resembles a deceitful merchant, offering us a taste of sweetness while concealing a web of deception behind the scenes, ready to ensnare us. They have undoubtedly established layers of defenses around their base, akin to an impenetrable fortress, making any breach a formidable challenge." Zhou Zheng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before stating, "Then let us commence our investigation with this code and token, re-evaluating all the clues we currently possess. It is possible that while they feign vulnerabilities, they may have also left behind some genuinely useful information that we have yet to uncover. It is akin to searching for treasure amidst a heap of refuse. Though arduous, we might indeed stumble upon something valuable. We must adopt the mindset of detectives, leaving no stone unturned. From every trace they have left, every symbol, we must extract leads that may reveal the key to unraveling this mystery." Thus, the assembly began to meticulously reorganize prior investigative materials, scrutinizing every location where the mysterious organization had surfaced, the peculiar symbols they had inscribed, and every detail of their confrontations. Analyzing each aspect in turn. In the conference room, voices rose and fell in a cacophony of discussion as various ideas and viewpoints clashed, creating a tempest of intellectual fervor. Some individuals scribbled on the whiteboard, attempting to discern patterns from the arrangement of symbols. Others delved into documents, hoping to find analogous cases within historical records. Still others simulated confrontational scenarios with the mysterious organization, dissecting their tactics and weaknesses. Each participant remained wholly absorbed, striving to extract that critical link from the tangled web of clues. Zhou Zheng fixated on the emblem resting on the table, lost in contemplation. Beyond its significance as a token, could it perhaps conceal additional clues? He lifted the emblem, scrutinizing it under the light, his eyes wide with determination, leaving no detail overlooked. He alternated between bringing it closer to his eyes and shifting angles of observation, his serious demeanor suggesting a silent dialogue with the emblem itself. Suddenly, he noticed some exceedingly minute indentations on the back of the emblem, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, akin to secrets cloaked in darkness, yearning to be unveiled. These patterns resembled enigmatic characters, whispering untold tales. "Quickly, come look. There is something on the back of this emblem," Zhou Zheng exclaimed with excitement. His voice tinged with a sense of discovery, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. The crowd gathered around, and the expert produced a magnifying glass for closer examination, declaring, "These markings appear to constitute a fragment of some map. Though we require further investigation to ascertain its precise location. It is akin to a piece of a puzzle. We must locate the remaining fragments to discern the complete picture. Perhaps this is yet another key to unlocking the gates of the mysterious organization's base. The orientation of these markings is peculiar. It may relate to the geography of Harbor City, and we must study it in conjunction with a map." Simultaneously, another group of officers, while examining the symbols retrieved from the lighthouse, discovered that several of them correlated with an ancient legend recorded in the historical texts of Harbor City. The legend spoke of a hidden underground palace, concealing immense secrets, and these symbols were the key to unlocking it. This revelation illuminated their investigation like a beacon in the darkness, guiding them toward a new direction. The officers eagerly gravitated toward the group, listening intently as they recounted this astonishing discovery, excitement sparkling in everyone's eyes. Some produced notebooks to document the crucial information, while others began to deliberate on the connections between the legend and the mysterious organization's base. Could it be that the base of this enigmatic organization is linked to the underground palace of the ancient tale? The lead officer inquired, uncertainty mingling with anticipation in his gaze, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the unraveling enigma. His eyes reflected a yearning for truth, interspersed with apprehension that it might merely be a figment of hope. Zhou Zheng's eyes brightened as he responded, "It is highly plausible. Perhaps they have exploited this legend, constructing their base atop the ruins of the underground palace, or modeled their stronghold after it. This mysterious organization certainly exhibits a flair for the dramatic. Intertwining their affairs with ancient lore, it appears they have invested considerable effort. They resemble tomb raiders, scheming around the ancient tales, unaware of the dark machinations unfolding beneath the surface. They may be seeking to harness the arcane powers of the underground palace to fulfill their nefarious ambitions. To validate this hypothesis, Zhou Zheng and the lead officer resolved to visit historical research experts once more, hoping to glean further insights into the ancient legend. They were akin to wanderers navigating through darkness, eagerly seeking that flicker of light to illuminate their path. The two hurried to the expert's workshop, their urgency palpable, as if a mere second's delay might cost them crucial leads. Along the way, they discussed the potential information they could extract from the experts, their hearts brimming with anticipation. They arrived at the home of a venerable expert, who, after hearing their purpose, contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. I have indeed heard of that legend. It is said that the underground palace was constructed by an enigmatic sorcerer of ancient times, harboring powers capable of altering the world. Yet, for many years, countless seekers have searched in vain, uncovering naught. Moreover, the legend states that to enter the palace, one must endure 3 trials, each fraught with peril. These trials resemble insurmountable chasms, obstructing access to that mysterious power. According to the legend, the first trial is a test of wisdom, presenting various puzzles. A wrong answer triggers mechanisms. The second trial tests courage, demanding one confront their innermost fears. The third trial is a test of strength, necessitating the defeat of formidable guardians. These trials are no trifles. Each challenge could prove fatal. As the seasoned expert elaborated, he gestured animatedly, striving to convey the essence of the legend. His eyes mirrored a profound reverence for the tale, instilling in Zhou Zheng and the lead officer a sense of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. They exchanged glances, a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation swirling within them. The thrill sprang from the notion that they were inching closer to the truth, while the anxiety stemmed from the realization that daunting perils awaited them on this path. Standing at the threshold of a treasure trove, they glimpsed hope, yet were acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with thorns. After expressing their gratitude to the seasoned expert, they returned to the police station, burdened with heavy intelligence. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, each lost in contemplation about how to confront the impending challenges. Upon their return, Zhou Zheng summoned the team, proclaiming, "We have unearthed new leads. Although peril lurks at every corner, this could be the key to thwarting the nefarious designs of the mysterious organization. Do we have confidence?" "Yes." The team responded in unison, their voices resolute and powerful, as if to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. This chorus resonated like a rallying cry, imbued with determination and tenacity. In their eyes shone an indomitable courage, as if declaring to the world that they would not be daunted by adversity. Some clenched their fists, while others radiated an unwavering light from their gaze. All were prepared to meet the challenge head-on. Zhou Zheng then commenced drafting a meticulous action plan. They decided to investigate the patterns on the back of the badge, aspiring to reconstruct the complete map and ascertain the approximate location of the organization's base. Concurrently, they delved into the 3 ancient trials, preparing themselves for what lay ahead. Zhou Zheng divided the team into smaller groups. Some scrutinized the badge's engravings, correlating them with maps of Harbor City and various geographical data to pinpoint the locations represented. Others researched more about the ancient legends, analyzing the background and meaning from historical, cultural, and religious perspectives to seek clues for overcoming the trials, while another group simulated potential trial scenarios to enhance their readiness. Like clockwork, each member busied themselves with preparations for the looming challenges, and the police station buzzed with a palpable tension and order. Amidst the frantic preparations, Zhou Zheng kept a vigilant eye on the security situations surrounding Harbor City's communication hubs and financial centers, fearing an attack from the mysterious organization. He frequently picked up the phone to inquire about security updates, his demeanor tense, as if guarding a precious treasure. He even personally inspected the security measures to ensure no detail was overlooked. However, as days passed, the mysterious organization remained eerily silent, akin to the calm before a storm, sending chills down their spines. This silence seemed to veil a more significant crisis, elusive and unfathomable. An unsettling feeling gnawed at Zhou Zheng. He sensed that the organization was concocting a more sinister plot. Finally, after relentless efforts from the experts, the patterns on the badge were successfully restored into a rudimentary map. The map indicated that the organization's base likely lay beneath a deserted mining area on the outskirts of Harbor City. Gazing at the marked location, Zhou Zheng felt a surge of mixed emotions, anticipation intertwined with apprehension. He recognized that a fierce confrontation loomed on the horizon. The mining site, remote and treacherous, was likely to conceal various dangers, undeniably complicating their mission. "This must be the place," Zhou Zheng remarked, his gaze resolute, as if challenging the world to present any obstacles. For he would not falter. He clenched his fist, rallying his spirit. He understood that the success of this operation was critical to the safety of Harbor City, leaving no room for negligence. Just as they were poised to embark on their journey to the abandoned mine, an anonymous email arrived at the police station. It contained only an image depicting Zhou Zheng and his teammates entering the mine, accompanied by a chilling message. "Do you think you can find our base? This is merely the beginning of your nightmare." Zhou Zheng's expression darkened as he read the email. It appeared the mysterious organization had been monitoring their every move, rendering their mission akin to stepping into the jaws of a tiger, fraught with peril. Yet, with the arrow knocked, they could not retreat. Zhou Zheng inhaled deeply and declared, "No matter their threats, we must not waver. This time, we shall unveil the true face of the mysterious organization and thwart their schemes. Like valiant warriors, we will charge into the enemy's stronghold, unwavering in our resolve." The team nodded in agreement, their eyes ablaze with determination. However, just as they were about to depart, Zhou Zheng's phone beeped with a new message. "Officer Zhou, don't waste your efforts. Every step you take is under our control. If you wish to spare Harbor City from an irreversible fate, surrender now. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear." Zhou Zheng stared at the message, lost in thought. It was clearly a warning from the mysterious organization. What trials would their next actions entail? Why did the organization fear their approach to the base so intensely? Did the base harbor powers capable of altering the world, or were there darker secrets concealed within? All these questions hung in the air like a dense fog, enveloping Zhou Zheng and his comrades as they prepared to venture into this perilous unknown, the gears of fate quietly beginning to turn. The lurking danger resembled a colossal beast concealed in darkness, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Could they navigate through the thick fog, unmask the true nature of the mysterious organization, and rescue Harbor City from the abyss? Everything remained uncertain, stirring anxiety within them. Moreover, why was the organization so confident in its ability to control their actions? Did an insider lurk within the police station, clandestinely alerting the organization? If so, who could this traitor be, and what role did they play in this unfolding drama? This new question loomed over them like a shadow, shrouding their path to resolution in further ambiguity. Chapter 42. Into the tiger's den. Zhou Zheng's gaze fixated on the chilling message displayed on his phone. His brow furrowed as if two colliding mountain peaks formed an impenetrable knot. His teammates, akin to well-trained hounds, swiftly gathered around, each face grave as if confronting the apocalypse. The atmosphere so oppressive it felt as though it could freeze the very air. They all understood that delving into the lair of the mysterious organization was akin to dancing in a minefield. One misstep could obliterate them. Humph. Do they truly believe such feeble threats will deter us? They must be dreaming. Zhou Zheng's indignation flared. The more they blustered, the more it revealed the buried secrets of the abandoned mine. With a decisive snap, Zhou Zheng shoved his phone into his pocket, his fiery gaze seemingly capable of igniting the surrounding darkness. If they were intimidated by such trifling threats, how could they ever hold their heads high in Harbor City? How could they honor the citizens who relied on their safety? The lead officer firmly patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder, the weight of his hand conveying boundless strength. "Indeed, we have come too far to turn back. We cannot falter. Look at the situation. The mysterious organization has surely laid countless traps in that abandoned mine, weaving an intricate net, just waiting for us to stumble in. Thus, we must be as cunning as a fox, exercising utmost caution." Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement. Turning to face his team, he raised his voice, resonant like a bell. "Brothers, this mission is fraught with peril, but we bear the sacred duty of safeguarding Harbor City. Even if the path ahead is one of fiery trials and treacherous jaws, we must grit our teeth and forge ahead. We are to be like stealthy mice, silently infiltrating the enemy's lair, and then like fierce tigers descending the mountain, we will turn their world upside down, making them aware of our might." His teammates, ignited by his words, clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve, responding in unison. "We vow to accomplish the mission." Their voices harmonized, echoing through the air, as if to dispel the surrounding gloom. Immediately, Zhou Zheng resembled a tactician orchestrating a grand strategy, swiftly and methodically deploying actions. He assigned a team member, known for their keen sense of danger, akin to a human radar, to scout ahead, while another, possessing remarkable technical prowess as if endowed with magical abilities, carried a backpack laden with high-tech equipment, ready to tackle any unforeseen circumstances. The team quickly organized their gear, moving in unison like superheroes preparing for battle, exuding an aura of determination. Upon arriving at the desolate mining site, the scene unfolded before them like a canvas of doom. The dilapidated mines appeared as gaping black mouths, silently narrating tales of past glory and present decay, as if poised to devour all that drew near. Surrounding weeds grew wild, towering over the humans, swaying in the breeze, producing a rustling sound that resembled a sinister requiem. Old mining carts and tools lay scattered haphazardly, casting eerie shadows under the blood-red glow of the setting sun, infusing the desolate area with a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine. The location seemed tailored for a horror film, and the mysterious organization truly had an eye for such favorable grounds. One team member murmured softly, a tremor in their voice, as if fearful of disturbing the unknown terrors lurking in the shadows. Everyone, stay alert. In places like this, danger often lies hidden in inconspicuous corners, ready to spring forth unexpectedly. Zhou Zheng admonished in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of a searchlight, leaving no detail overlooked. The scouts moved stealthily, like cats, their eyes wide open, intensely searching for any trace of potential peril. Suddenly, the leading team member halted abruptly, raising their right hand in a decisive gesture for silence, cautiously indicating some strange, faint traces on the ground ahead. Zhou Zheng and the others froze, holding their breath, and gradually approached with utmost care. The marks appeared to be remnants of some triggering mechanism. The technical expert knelt down, resembling a devoted archaeologist, scrutinizing the traces while whispering, "Everyone, please remain still. Let me see if I can disarm it. If we accidentally trigger it, we could be in serious trouble." Calmly, they retrieved various compact and precise tools from their backpack, their deft movements akin to a skilled surgeon performing a delicate operation. Their eyes remained fixed on the mechanism, hands slightly trembling, beads of sweat forming on their forehead, glistening in the sunset's light. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with each individual acutely aware of their own heartbeat resonating in the eerie silence. At last, with a sharp click, the mechanism was successfully disarmed. Phew, that was close. Zhou Zheng sighed in relief. This organization's traps are quite intricate. They certainly invested considerable effort to protect their secret base. The team exhaled deeply, their taut nerves finally beginning to relax. They cautiously delved deeper into the mining area, where a vast pit loomed before them. The pit's depths were shrouded in darkness, exuding an ominous aura, as if it were an entrance to hell itself. Zhou Zheng illuminated the pit with a flashlight, revealing vague outlines that resembled the tops of structures within the feeble beam of light. These contours flickered in the darkness, as if whispering secrets long concealed. "It seems the base lies below," Zhou Zheng murmured cautiously. "Everyone, please be careful as we descend via the rope. No rush, take it steady, step by step." The team members descended in an orderly fashion, slowly making their way down the rope. As they neared the bottom, a faint yet spine-chilling buzzing sound reached their ears, akin to a swarm of poisonous bees hovering nearby, sending chills down their spines. Zhou Zheng's heart sank as he shouted, "Watch out. There are traps." No sooner had he spoken than a deluge of arrows shot forth from all directions, resembling a torrential rain of projectiles. The team instantly sprang into action, some raised shields, the clanging of arrows striking metal resonating loudly, while others, agile as monkeys, adeptly dodged the onslaught. Zhou Zheng evaded the arrows while quickly scanning the area for the trap's control mechanism, his gaze sharp as a hawk, striving to discern the crucial clue amidst the chaos. There, Zhou Zheng's keen eye spotted a device emitting a red glow. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, raising his baton high and striking the device with all his might. With a resounding crash, sparks flew, and the hail of arrows abruptly ceased. "Is everyone all right?" Zhou Zheng inquired anxiously. The team responded affirmatively, their brief yet powerful replies echoing resilience against danger. After a harrowing ordeal, they successfully reached the pit's bottom, where a colossal stone door awaited them, etched with peculiar symbols reminiscent of those discovered earlier at the lighthouse. These symbols flickered with a mysterious luminescence in the darkness, seemingly alive. "This must be the entrance to the base," the lead officer declared with certainty, a hint of excitement in their tone, as if they were a step closer to the truth. Zhou Zheng produced his badge, recalling the patterns studied previously, and cautiously embedded it into a recess on the stone door. In an instant, the symbols came to life, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, and the door slowly creaked open, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening after years of silence. Beyond lay a narrow passage enveloped in a faint mist, like a shroud of mystery obscuring the path ahead. Zhou Zheng and his team, resembling brave explorers, cautiously ventured into the corridor, their eyes vigilant as searchlights. The mist coiled around them like a living entity, bringing a chill to the air. As they progressed, The passage opened into a vast chamber filled with an array of bizarre instruments, pulsating with vibrant colors and emitting crackling electrical sounds, as if communicating in an enigmatic language. At the room's center stood a gigantic, transparent vessel, containing a liquid that glowed blue, seemingly alive as it surged with potent energy. The blue light flickered in the darkness, beckoning them, while simultaneously issuing a warning. "What is this? It looks rather ominous," one team member asked, curiosity tinged with awe. Before anyone could respond, a cold, eerie voice echoed through the room. "You have finally arrived, but this shall be your final resting place. None shall leave alive." The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, laden with a chilling resonance that sent shivers coursing through their bodies. As the sound reverberated, a swarm of men clad in black suddenly surged from the four corners of the room, resembling phantoms emerging from the depths of hell. Armed and with eyes reflecting ferocity and coldness, they swiftly encircled Zhou Zheng and his companions. Their synchronized steps were akin to a well-drilled battalion of death. "Just in time. No need for us to search for you," Zhou Zheng declared fearlessly, gripping his weapon tightly like a roaring lion. "Brothers, let us fight them." In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Zhou Zheng, like a valiant and unyielding cheetah, was the first to charge at the black-clad assailants. His movements were agile and powerful, each strike landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. His comrades were equally undaunted, engaging in a desperate struggle against the black-clad foes. The air was filled with cries and the clashing of weapons, creating a symphony of battle. Amidst the fray, Zhou Zheng astutely observed that these black-clad men appeared to be specially and rigorously trained. Their coordination was seamless, as if they were one entity, and their attacks were sharp and cunning, rendering them difficult to counter. Yet, Zhou Zheng and his team were not to be trifled with. They matched the black-clad fighters blow for blow, their tenacity and years of refined combat skills making for a spectacular duel. While battling, Zhou Zheng keenly assessed their tactics, searching for vulnerabilities. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed one of the black-clad men stealthily approaching a large transparent container amidst the chaos, seemingly intent on damaging it. Alarm surged through Zhou Zheng, and he shouted, "Not good. Don't let him near that container. It must be of great significance." Ignoring the pain from his own injuries, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Just as the black-clad man was about to reach the container, Zhou Zheng arrived, delivering a stunning flying kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. That kick was fueled by all the strength he could muster and his unwavering commitment to the mission. However, at that moment, the lights in the room abruptly extinguished, plunging everything into impenetrable darkness. The sound of hurried footsteps suggested the black-clad men were seizing the opportunity to retreat. In the darkness, Zhou Zheng could hear the faint breaths of his teammates and the rapid thumping of his own heart. "Everyone be careful, don't chase blindly," Zhou Zheng commanded. "Let us first ascertain what is inside this container. It may hold the key to unraveling the mysterious organization's conspiracy." His teammates swiftly switched on their flashlights, the dim beams flickering in the gloom as they gathered around the container. Through the light, they discerned that the blue liquid within was tumultuously swirling, emanating a mysterious and potent energy that instilled a sense of profound awe. The undulating of the blue liquid seemed to follow a certain rhythm, as if responding to an unseen force. "This substance appears to be anything but ordinary. It might be intricately linked to the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization," remarked the lead officer, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the liquid for clues. Just as they were preparing to investigate further, Zhou Zheng suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He glanced around, noticing the peculiar expressions on his teammates' faces, their eyes betraying an unmistakable hint of fear. "What is wrong with you?" Zhou Zheng inquired, puzzled. His teammates did not respond. Instead, they pointed trembling fingers behind him. A chill ran down his spine, and he slowly turned to see a colossal shadow looming behind him. This shadow radiated a powerful and malevolent aura that sent shivers down his spine, as if the very air around them had solidified under its presence. What is that?" Zhou Zheng's eyes widened, filled with confusion and dread. The figure slowly advanced, becoming more distinct. It was a man of giant stature, garbed in a black robe that appeared to absorb all light in the darkness, creating an eerie effect. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask adorned with menacing designs, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a sinister red light, as if capable of piercing one's very soul. The patterns on the mask seemed to embody an ancient curse, exuding an aura of mystery and malevolence. "You should not have come here." The man's voice was low and frigid, as though it emanated from the depths of hell, laden with an endless chill. "Your presence will only hasten your demise." Zhou Zheng bravely stifled his fear, summoning his courage to ask, "Who are you? What conspiracy is the mysterious organization orchestrating? You must clarify this for us today." With a chilling laugh that echoed like the call of a night owl, the man replied, "You need not know. Now, you shall all perish. This is your own doing." With that, the man slowly raised his hand. A stream of black energy erupted from his palm, surging towards Zhou Zheng and his companions like a ravenous serpent. As the dark energy passed, the air seemed to tear apart with a hissing sound. "Everyone, take cover," Zhou Zheng shouted. His teammates scattered like startled birds. The black energy struck an apparatus nearby, causing it to explode in a violent burst of sparks accompanied by a deafening roar. The blast shockwave knocked the team to the ground. Zhou Zheng surveyed the chaotic scene, inwardly vowing to unveil the mysterious organization's plot and prevent this enigmatic man from succeeding. Yet, facing such a formidable and mysterious adversary, how were they to respond? Who exactly was this shadowy figure? What complex ties did he share with the enigmatic organization? What astonishing secrets lay hidden within the blue liquid of the container? All these enigmas loomed like a dense fog, shrouding Zhou Zheng and his team, as they sought to survive in this perilous stronghold and expose the true nature of the mysterious organization. What was more unsettling was the possibility that the mysterious organization was hiding even deadlier traps in the shadows. With the appearance of this enigmatic man, would the situation in the base become even more convoluted? Would they find a glimmer of hope in this confrontation with the mysterious organization and succeed in safeguarding the harbor city? The lurking danger was akin to a monstrous beast concealed in darkness, poised to devour them. In this tumultuous moment woven with chaos and fear, Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that the enigmatic man held a small device in his raised hand, flickering with a faint red light. What was this device? What new crisis might it unleash? As Zhou Zheng focused on the mysterious apparatus, his peripheral vision caught sight of the blue liquid in the container swirling even more violently. What connection existed between these two phenomena? Everything remained uncertain, and their fates hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 43. Struggle and Hope. Zhou Zheng's gaze was magnetically drawn to the small device in the mysterious man's hand, flickering with an eerie red glow. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible, icy hand, pounding violently, threatening to leap from his throat, as if it were a bullet dislodged from its chamber. Simultaneously, the blue liquid in the container surged with a ferocity, illuminated like a constellation of uncontrolled stars, casting the room in an ominous, ghostly blue light. Each beam of blue appeared as a cold, sticky tentacle of death, wildly thrashing in the air, as if to drag everything into an abyss of eternal darkness. What unfolding drama was this? Could it be that the enigmatic organization intends to orchestrate a world destruction gala and insists on including us as guests? This treatment is truly astonishing. One team member screamed in terror, the sound piercing through the chaotic and suffocating atmosphere, sharp enough to shatter the air, as if to cleave through the stifling ambience. Zhou Zheng suppressed the surging tsunami of fear within him and shouted hoarsely, "Everyone, steady yourselves. Do not frighten yourselves into a panic. First, let us find a place to hide and observe what this mysterious figure is up to. We cannot flail about like headless flies. We must remain composed and devise a plan." The team members, resembling a battalion of well-trained soldiers, swiftly regained their composure despite their fright. Scattering like agile sparrows in search of cover, their movements quick as a gust of wind, each finding refuge in the blink of an eye. The mysterious man gazed down upon their frantic yet somewhat orderly evasions, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh that echoed throughout the room. Reminiscent of tormented souls lamenting nearby, do you believe that hiding like timid turtles will spare you from your fate? This is merely the grand overture of your nightmare. The excitement that follows is far from over. Relish in it. Before his words could fade, his gnarled fingers, resembling dried chicken claws, deftly pressed a button on the device in his hand, an action that heralded the coming of the apocalypse with an undeniable ruthlessness. Instantly, the room seemed to be violently shaken by a colossal beast, the ground trembling violently as fissures snaked across the floor like vicious serpents, spreading with astonishing speed. This is dire. Is the mysterious organization intent on burying us alive here, offering a burial package? How thoughtful. The lead officer yelled, urgency lacing his voice. Akin to an ant on a hot pot, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhou Zheng, observing the ground fracturing and teetering around him, felt a surge of desperation. His mind racing like an overworked machine ready to combust, frantically devising a countermeasure. In that crucial moment, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, he spotted an object resembling a control panel in the corner of the room, flickering with peculiar lights that seemed to weave ancient and mysterious incantations, perhaps signaling for assistance. Could that enigmatic console be our lifeline? Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up, akin to glimpsing dawn in the darkness, and he shouted, Follow me. We cannot remain idle. We must take the initiative. With that, he surged forth like an unleashed arrow, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he raced toward the control panel, his speed seemingly defying the very resistance of air. The team members, without a moment's hesitation, followed closely behind him, their steps as resolute as a moving fortress, each stride firm and powerful. Yet the tremors intensified, threatening to overturn the very world itself, as debris fell from the ceiling like a merciless rain of stones. Each crash akin to death's own weapons raining down. One team member, unable to evade in time, was struck by a falling rock. Collapsing to the ground with a pained cry, his expression contorted in agony. "I'm fine. Do not mind me. Hurry and stop that man. We cannot allow my plight to hinder the mission to save the world." He gritted through clenched teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his brow like loose pearls, soaking his collar. Zhou Zheng felt a stab of pain in his heart, as if a sharp dagger had grazed him. Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he continued to charge toward the control panel with the other team members, their determination as steadfast as steel, unyielding against any obstacle. Just as they neared the control panel, a cohort of men in black emerged from the shadows like demons from the depths of hell, forming an impenetrable wall to block their path. To thwart our leader's plan is but a daydream. Do you even know your own strength? You think you can stand against us? The leader of the black-clad men snarled, his expression one of savage malice, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Zhou Zheng regarded these unwelcome intruders with a gaze that reflected a resolute willingness to face death. He gripped his weapon tightly and roared like a lion. "Brothers, let us clash with them. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Today, either they fall, or we emerge victorious. We must not allow them to underestimate us. They shall know our strength." A thrilling, intense melee erupted in an instant. Zhou Zheng charged through the throng of black-clad men like a fearless tiger, each strike delivered with a force capable of shattering everything in his path. His baton whirled through the air, clashing against the weapons of his foes, creating dazzling sparks that illuminated the dim room like brilliant fireworks, akin to an electrifying light show. The team members, equally undaunted, wielded their indomitable will and honed combat skills, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the black-clad men. The air was thick with shouts of battle and the clanging of weapons, composing a stirring and tragic symphony of warfare, the sounds threatening to pierce the oppressive atmosphere and resonate throughout the world. Amidst the fierce combat, Zhou Zheng keenly noticed the mysterious man stealthily making his way toward a container, his demeanor akin to that of a thief with malevolent intent, as if plotting something catastrophic with the blue liquid inside. We cannot allow his scheme to succeed. If he obtains it, we shall all face dire consequences. The safety of the entire harbor city hangs in the balance. We cannot falter. Zhou Zheng vowed silently, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve, as if to incinerate the surrounding darkness and illuminate this chaotic world. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he summoned his strength, breaking free from the clutches of the black-clad men, and dashed toward the mysterious figure with the speed of an arrow, leaving only a blur in his wake. The mysterious man seemed to sense Zhou Zheng's intentions, turning nonchalantly with a look of disdain, as if regarding him as an insignificant insect, dismissing Zhou Zheng's resistance as utterly futile. "Do you think you can stop me? You are nothing more than a fool trying to halt a moving train. Before me, you are but a swarm of ants, easily crushed." With a cold snort, the mysterious man raised his hand, unleashing a jet of pitch-black energy that surged toward Zhou Zheng like a ferocious serpent, tearing through the air with a hissing sound, as if lamenting its own agony. Zhou Zheng reacted swiftly, sidestepping with the agility of a nimble monkey, narrowly evading the lethal assault. However, the dark energy struck the adjacent wall like a cannonball, producing a deafening roar as it blasted a massive hole, sending bricks and debris flying like shrapnel, reminiscent of a minor volcanic eruption that stirred up a cloud of dust. Seizing the brief moment of vulnerability following the mysterious man's attack, Zhou Zheng surged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger, raising his baton high and channeling all his strength into a fierce strike aimed at the enigmatic figure. The force seemed capable of gouging a pit into the very earth, embodying all his wrath and determination in that singular blow. A slight smirk curled at the corner of the mysterious man's mouth, a sardonic grin that pierced Zhou Zheng's heart like a sharp blade. Unfazed, he effortlessly sidestepped, evading Zhou Zheng's strike with the grace of a phantom. In the next instant, he extended his hand, resembling an eagle's claw, seizing Zhou Zheng's arm and flinging him aside with such force that he resembled a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud that resonated in the hearts of his teammates like a heavy hammer. "Officer Zhou, The team members cried out in frantic urgency, their voices thick with worry and anxiety, desperate to break the tension that enveloped the room. Just then, the lead officer seized the moment when the mysterious man was momentarily distracted, launching a surprise attack from behind like a leopard pouncing on its prey, successfully knocking the device from the man's grasp. The device fell to the ground, its flashing red light pulsing more urgently, akin to a dying heart in its frantic throes, seemingly issuing a final, desperate warning, flickering like a plea for salvation. Zhou Zheng struggled to rise from the ground, every bone in his body aching as if it were in pieces, each movement sending sharp pangs through him, as though a multitude of needles were piercing his flesh. Yet, upon seeing the fallen device, a spark of hope ignited within him, a flicker in the darkness akin to a candle's light, though faint. It imbued him with the strength to rise once more. Ignoring the overwhelming pain that surged through him like a tide, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the device with the speed of a released arrow, his resolve shattering all barriers, undeterred by the peril that lay ahead. The mysterious man, realizing Zhou Zheng's intent, attempted to intervene, but was met with a steadfast wall of teammates who defended him with unwavering loyalty, their bodies forming an unyielding barrier against the man. Their eyes gleamed with determination, silently proclaiming that they would not allow him to succeed. At last, Zhou Zheng reached the device, studying the strange symbols that flickered upon its surface. They appeared to dance with an enigmatic code, mocking his audacity. Drawing upon his extensive research on the symbols of the clandestine organization, he swiftly navigated through his mental archives, processing the information with the speed of a supercomputer. He then decisively pressed several buttons, his fingers dancing over them as if performing a tense symphony, each note vital to their survival. In that pivotal moment, a miracle unfolded. The red light of the device gradually dimmed, as if extinguished by an unseen breeze, the ground's tremors subsiding until they ceased entirely. The blue liquid within the container calmed, no longer surging wildly but settling into a state of relative tranquility, akin to a once manic child finally subdued. We did it. We've succeeded. We are indeed destined to be heroes. It seems the mysterious organization is not as formidable as we believed. The team erupted into jubilant cheers, their voices echoing through the previously oppressive room, filled with the elation of victory, as if to dispel all shadows and usher sunlight back into the space. Yet, Zhou Zheng remained undaunted by this fleeting triumph, acutely aware that the danger was far from over. He strode forward with measured steps towards the mysterious man, whose eyes briefly flickered with panic before regaining their icy composure, akin to an actor donning a mask to conceal his inner fear. Do you believe this is the end? This is merely the tip of our vast iceberg of plans. You have thoroughly incensed us. The city of Haigang shall pay a grievous price for your folly, making you regret ever stepping into this world. Soon, the entire city will plunge into endless darkness, becoming ours to command. Your resistance is but a futile struggle. The mysterious man spat, his gaze brimming with boundless malice, as if he wished to dissolve Zhou Zheng and his comrades into nothingness. Zhou Zheng stepped forward, his gaze piercing, locking onto the mysterious man's eyes as if to penetrate his very soul. No matter how intricate or insane your plans may be, we shall not allow you to prevail. Now, you would do well to divulge your conspiracy, perhaps earning yourself a chance at clemency. Do not cling to your delusions. Turning back is your salvation. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil, and your wicked deeds shall not succeed. The mysterious man scoffed, his laughter steeped in derision, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Do not indulge in such foolish fantasies. You will never be able to halt us. Everything is beyond repair. Our plan is like a high-speed train. No one can impede its advance. Await the demise of Haigang City. At that moment, the mysterious man suddenly produced a small vial from his pocket, as if performing a magic trick, violently spilling its contents onto the ground. Instantly, a noxious cloud of smoke billowed upward like a mushroom cloud, rapidly enveloping the room. The acrid fumes stung their eyes, forcing tears to flow, as if trying to expel their very insides, leaving them gasping for breath. The mysterious man and his cohorts vanished into the haze like phantoms, leaving behind an eerie silence, as if they had never existed at all. Pursue them. We cannot allow them to escape. If they get away, all our efforts will be in vain. They will surely wreak more havoc. We cannot permit them to succeed. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his heart racing with urgency. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, there was no sign of the mysterious man or his associates, only a scene of devastation, as if a world war had transpired, leaving chaos in its wake. Zhou Zheng and his team conducted a meticulous search of the room, leaving no corner unexamined, even the tiniest ant hole escaping their scrutiny, hoping to uncover critical clues about the mysterious organization's conspiracy. Some knelt on the ground, scrutinizing every brick. Others rummaged through the surrounding debris in hopes of finding a trace. Still others felt along the walls, searching for hidden mechanisms. Suddenly, one team member excitedly shouted from a corner, "Officer Zhou, come look at this. I think this might be a major discovery." Zhou Zheng hurried over to see the teammate holding a tattered diary. He took the diary. Noting the yellowed pages that bore the marks of time, the text somewhat faded yet still legible, the letters seeming to play hide and seek, testing their patience. Scattered throughout the diary were fragments of plans from the mysterious organization, mentioning a mysterious power capable of controlling human hearts, seemingly intertwined with the blue liquid within the container. Could they be attempting to wield this bizarre force to dominate the citizens of Haigang City, transforming the entire city into their puppet kingdom? How utterly insane! Did they believe themselves to be gods? This was sheer madness. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face, his expression reminiscent of a knotted rope, concealing countless concerns. The team members, upon hearing this, turned pale as sheets, their faces reflecting the dread of an impending apocalypse, their eyes filled with fear and apprehension. If this is indeed the case, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The entire harbor city could plunge into irretrievable chaos. We must swiftly devise a strategy to thwart their nefarious plot. It is our solemn duty to safeguard this city and its citizens. The lead officer spoke with palpable anxiety, his voice heavy with concern, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's phone suddenly buzzed, shattering the tense atmosphere like an alarm. It was a call from the police headquarters. "Officer Zhou, we've just received urgent news. Multiple locations in Harbor City are experiencing exceedingly bizarre phenomena. Some citizens have inexplicably begun to behave erratically, as if under the control of some malevolent force, engaging in incomprehensible actions. Some are running wildly in the streets, shouting unintelligible phrases. Others are muttering to themselves with peculiar expressions, and some are even attacking passers-by, creating utter chaos. Panic has gripped the populace, and while we have dispatched officers to maintain order, the situation appears to be escalating." The voice on the other end was fraught with urgency, as if the apocalypse were imminent, each word weighing heavily on Zhou Zheng's heart. Zhou Zheng felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. He realized that the sinister plot of the mysterious organization had commenced. He quickly replied, "Understood, we will return to the station immediately. You must stabilize the situation and try to calm the citizens. Do not let the panic spread. Increase patrols and ensure the safety of the public. Report any developments promptly." After hanging up, Zhou Zheng looked gravely at his team and declared, "The situation is dire. The conspiracy of the mysterious organization has fully unfolded. We must rush back to the precinct without delay to formulate a response plan. This is a race against time, and we cannot afford to lose. The fate of Harbor City lies in our hands, and we must not betray the trust of its citizens." The team members nodded resolutely, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination as they swiftly departed from the organization's hideout. As they stepped outside, the sky had completely darkened, devoid of moonlight or stars, as if the entire world had been engulfed by impenetrable darkness, plunging into an abyss of silence. The chilling wind howled around them, as if lamenting their dire predicament. On the way back to the precinct, Zhou Zheng's spirits felt as heavy as lead, each step seeming an arduous task. He understood that an unprecedented crisis loomed over Harbor City like a dense cloud, and they, as guardians of this city, must discover a way to unravel this crisis and rescue it from peril. Chapter 44. Perilous Harbor City. Zhou Zheng and his team sped toward the police station like the wind, the darkness outside pressing down upon the city like a leaden weight, threatening to extinguish its vitality. The police car's lights flickered in the thick darkness, akin to two feeble fireflies struggling to shine, appearing utterly insignificant and helpless, as if they would be devoured by the encroaching shadows at any moment. Zhou Zheng sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes filled with worry, as if the darkness concealed countless unknown terrors. His fingers tapped anxiously on his knee, as if playing a tense and frantic sonata, his mind swirling with speculations regarding the mysterious organization's plot. What exactly is this organization scheming? Their ambition to control the citizens is audacious. Do they intend to transform the entirety of Harbor City into their private dominion, enacting a real-life dark dominion? Surely, there must be a deeper conspiracy at play. What could it possibly be? Zhou Zheng muttered to himself, his voice tinged with exhaustion and confusion, as if confiding in the dark night. Regardless of their schemes, we shall be like a sharp sword, cleaving their plot to pieces. The officer driving gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination as he fixed his gaze on the road ahead, as if intending to pierce through the endless darkness with his sight. At last, the familiar silhouette of the police station emerged, brightly lit against the surrounding gloom, exuding an inexplicable sense of solitude and resilience. As Zhou Zheng and his team entered the station, a palpable tension enveloped them, akin to an invisible net ensnaring them tightly. In the lobby, officers scurried about like ants on a hot pan, their faces etched with urgency. The incessant ringing of phones played a chaotic symphony, while the clattering of keyboards sounded like relentless raindrops, quickening everyone's heartbeat in tandem. Zhou Zheng hurriedly made his way to the conference room, his team following closely like loyal sentinels. Upon opening the conference room door, the surveillance footage from various parts of Harbor City filled the screen. The streets appeared as a chaotic stage, teeming with disorder. Some citizens wandered aimlessly, their eyes vacant like soulless husks. Others, ignited with fervor, engaged in violent confrontations, their actions devoid of reason, as if possessed by demons. This situation is far worse than I could have imagined. It feels as if the entire city is caught in a malevolent whirlpool, on the brink of utter destruction. Zhou Zheng furrowed his brow tightly, as if to crush walnuts, his heart pierced by a sharp pang as he gazed at the screen. Officer Zhou, we deployed a significant number of officers to restore order, but those behaving erratically seem entranced, with their numbers continually rising. Our attempts to reason with them fall on deaf ears. They are utterly unresponsive. A young officer reported anxiously, his face a canvas of helplessness and worry, as if narrating the daunting nature of this crisis. It appears the hidden forces at play are formidable. We must navigate this intricate maze to find a solution. As Zhou Zheng spoke, his gaze fell upon a diary he had retrieved from the mysterious organization's base. He picked it up, poring over its contents once more, each word akin to a spark of hope, as he yearned to uncover the key to resolving the crisis. Though it mentioned a blue liquid and its connection to mind control, the specifics of how this control was achieved remained an elusive enigma. Could it be disseminated through the air like a ghost? Or is there some other incomprehensible method at play? Zhou Zheng continued to flip through the diary, muttering to himself, his brow furrowing ever deeper, as if it could yield water. At that moment, an officer responsible for testing hurried into the conference room, a report in hand, his expression grave as a storm-laden sky. Officer Zhou, we conducted meticulous tests on the samples brought back from the base and discovered that the blue liquid contains an exceedingly rare chemical compound. Preliminary assessments suggest it may act like a mischievous imp, affecting the human nervous system. However, the specifics of this influence and how to counteract it require further in-depth research. This is not something that can be resolved swiftly. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to wait that long. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of urgency, as if engaged in a race against time, where every second was invaluable. Everyone engaged their minds, contemplating solutions, as we must swiftly and decisively find a response akin to firefighters extinguishing flames. The conference room fell silent in an instant, each individual seemingly ensnared in a vortex of thought, straining to devise a plan. Suddenly, the previously silent lead officer appeared, struck by a moment of inspiration. Abruptly raising his head, excitement flickering in his eyes. Zhou Zheng, he stated, consider this. Since the mysterious organization has orchestrated such a grand scheme and devised such wicked conspiracies, they must possess a central control hub, akin to a brain, to manipulate it all. Can we, like detectives unearthing clues, excavate this control center and eradicate this trouble at its source? Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled as if a beacon had illuminated the darkness, and he exclaimed, that makes perfect sense. However, our understanding of this mysterious organization is as scant as a blank slate. How shall we locate this control center? It is as daunting as searching for a minuscule planet in the vast cosmos. Just then, Zhou Zheng's phone rang, piercing the silence of the conference room like an alarm. It was a researcher of the occult, whom he had previously contacted. Officer Zhou, I have heard of the turmoil in Haiyang City, and I believe I may possess information regarding the organization you are investigating, the expert stated on the other end. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of hope, akin to grasping a lifeline amidst despair. Please, share whatever you know. Any lead is as precious as gold to us. I once stumbled upon a record in an ancient tome, as if unearthed from the dust of history. It spoke of an evil organization that controls minds through a mysterious liquid. They typically choose a specific location to conduct special rituals to amplify the liquid's power. This location is often a site of unique feng shui within the city, the expert elaborated, his voice imbued with an air of mystery. Zhou Zheng's interest was piqued, and he inquired, are there such locations in Haiyang City? To my knowledge, beneath the central park of Haiyang City lies an ancient sacrificial site, rumored to possess a remarkably unique feng shui pattern, akin to a mysterious labyrinth. Perhaps you should explore there, the expert suggested. After hanging up, Zhou Zheng immediately relayed the expert's words to the others. Central Park? Could that be the location of the mysterious control center? One team member asked, a look of confusion on his face. Regardless, we must venture forth like fearless explorers to uncover the truth, Zhou Zheng declared, rising with determination in his demeanor and resolve in his gaze. This may be the most valuable clue we have unearthed thus far, akin to a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness. Thus, Zhou Zheng led his team swiftly toward Central Park. At that moment, the park lay shrouded in darkness, eerily silent, resembling a slumbering giant. In stark contrast to the chaos of the streets outside, it felt like a realm apart. The moonlight draped the paths like gossamer, casting mottled shadows of trees that, swaying in the gentle breeze, resembled a horde of monstrous creatures concealing countless secrets. Cautiously, Zhou Zheng and his team entered the park, each step deliberate, their eyes scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of radar. Suddenly, one team member, as if he had discovered something dreadful, whispered, "Officer Zhou, do you hear that? It sounds like something strange." Everyone paused as if frozen in time, straining to listen intently. Indeed, from the depths of the park, a faint chanting resonated, reminiscent of a mysterious incantation from another realm, sending chills down their spines as if countless ants were scuttling along their spines. "Let us proceed to investigate," Zhou Zheng said softly, his voice tinged with tension and anticipation. He guided his team stealthily towards the source of the sound. Akin to a cadre of stealthy ninjas, they traversed through dense foliage until they emerged into an open square. In the center of the square lay a massive circular design, etched with peculiar symbols, identical to those they had encountered at the mysterious organization's base, seemingly narrating the same sinister tale. At the heart of the design stood a colossal vessel, containing the eerie blue liquid that glowed ominously, appearing even more enigmatic under the moonlight, as if a slumbering demon awaited awakening. "It seems we have arrived at the right place," Zhou Zheng murmured, excitement mingling with tension in his gaze, akin to a hunter spotting his prey's trail. At that moment, a throng of figures clad in black emerged, surrounding them like a dark tide. "You have finally arrived. This shall be your grave," akin to moths drawn to the flame, seeking your demise, the leader of the black-clad individual sneered, his smile reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, instilling dread. "Huh, do you truly believe you can intimidate us with mere lackeys?" Zhou Zheng retorted fearlessly, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Today, we shall act as harbingers of justice, dismantling your nefarious scheme and rendering your ambitions futile." An intense battle erupted instantaneously, igniting like a conflagration. Zhou Zheng and his comrades fought valiantly, akin to courageous warriors, clashing fiercely with the black-clad assailants. Zhou Zheng moved with the agility of a leopard, weaving through the throng of opponents with precision, each strike as swift as lightning, targeting their vulnerabilities. His movements were fluid and decisive, a perfect choreography of strength and skill, akin to a deadly ballet. The team members matched his resolve, coordinating seamlessly with their tenacity and honed combat expertise, engaging the black-clad adversaries in a fierce struggle. The square reverberated with shouts and the clash of weapons, creating a symphony of battle. However, the onslaught of black-clad figures seemed inexhaustible, surging like relentless waves. Zhou Zheng felt a pang of concern. If this continued, their stamina would inevitably wane, akin to a toy devoid of batteries, losing its capacity to fight. Just then, he noticed that the symbols surrounding the square appeared to pulsate in tandem with the chanting, their rhythm accelerating like a frenzied heartbeat. Simultaneously, the blue liquid in the vessel began to churn violently, infused with a maddening energy, strange ripples forming on its surface, as if foretelling a horrific event about to unfold. "This is bad. They are undoubtedly conducting some malevolent ritual to amplify the control power of the blue liquid," Zhou Zheng proclaimed, his voice echoing across the square. "We must act swiftly to thwart them, akin to firefighters extinguishing a blazing inferno." As Zhou Zheng and his team fought valiantly, striving to breach the encirclement of black-clad figures and halt the continuation of the ritual, one team member suddenly discerned an unusual sight amidst the chaos. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a black-clad individual behaving strangely. Unlike the others, who were fiercely engaged in battle, this figure lurked in a corner, surreptitiously manipulating what appeared to be a remote device. The device emitted a faint glow in the darkness, reminiscent of a mysterious signal source, exuding an eerie aura. "Officer Zhou, look at that individual over there," the team member shouted, fending off the attacks of the black-clad assailants while pointing. Zhou Zheng followed the direction indicated by his comrade, his heart racing. Could this person be the key to unraveling the entire scheme, akin to a key unlocking a mystery? Zhou Zheng pondered silently. At this moment, he found himself ensnared by several figures clad in black, as if trapped in a vast net of darkness, making escape a formidable challenge. "Everyone, muster your strength. Let us first deal with these fellows before pursuing that mysterious figure in black. He may hold the key to unraveling this crisis, Zhou Zheng proclaimed, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve, akin to a life-giving elixir for his comrades. Upon hearing him, the team felt invigorated. Their spirits ignited as they surged into battle with renewed ferocity, akin to fierce tigers descending from the mountains, launching a more vigorous assault on their adversaries. After a fierce struggle, Zhou Zheng and his team ultimately succeeded in repelling the dark-clad assailants, breaking through a formidable barrier. They advanced towards the enigmatic figure manipulating the device, their steps resolute and swift. However, as they drew near, the figure appeared to sense impending danger, darting away like a startled rabbit, hastily pressing a button on the device before fleeing. In an instant, the symbols in the square radiated a brilliant light, as if to illuminate the entire world. The blue liquid within the container boiled violently, akin to a cauldron of scalding water. A powerful wave of energy emanated from the container, surging outward like tumultuous ocean waves, catching Zhou Zheng and his team off guard and sending them sprawling to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Momentarily dazed, they found the world spinning around them, their ears ringing and their bodies racked with unbearable pain. As they struggled to regain their footing, they were horrified to discover that the surroundings had undergone a bizarre transformation. The once empty square was now filled with shimmering barriers of blue light, transparent walls that mercilessly isolated them from the fleeing figure. What on earth is this? Is it some kind of magic from a mysterious organization? One team member exclaimed, his voice laced with fear and confusion. Zhou Zheng gazed at the mysterious blue barrier, his mind clouded with uncertainty and concern. He recognized it as yet another treacherous trap set by the enigmatic organization. Yet, with no path of retreat available, they found themselves akin to wild beasts caged and compelled to devise a means to breach this barrier and capture the figure in black to thwart the organization's sinister plot and rescue the beleaguered city of Haigang. However, the blue barrier, though seemingly translucent, was as unyielding as a fortress forged of steel. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not inflict any substantial damage. Zhou Zheng attempted to strike the barrier with his baton, the impact producing a sharp sound, yet leaving only a faint mark, as if the barrier were an invincible myth. Surely this barrier possesses a weakness. Let us search diligently, as if hunting for treasure, Zhou Zheng declared, scrutinizing the edges of the barrier for clues. The team members dispersed, meticulously examining the enigmatic barrier. They crouched down, touching the surface, hoping to sense any temperature variations. They inspected the junction between the barrier and the ground for any gaps. They studied the symbols etched upon it, seeking the code to unlock its mysteries. At that moment, Zhou Zheng noticed that the symbols seemed to flicker in a rhythmic pattern, akin to a mysterious melody. A spark ignited within him. Could this be the key to deciphering the barrier? He focused intently on the flickering rhythm, striving to uncover the hidden secrets within. His gaze was fixed upon the barrier, as if he could penetrate its depths to unearth its concealed truths. His mind raced, desperately recalling every symbol encountered at the mysterious organization's base, attempting to connect them with the perplexing flickers before him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barrier, the fleeing figure reveled in a corner, observing Zhou Zheng and his team with a smug expression. Clutching the mysterious device, he manipulated it once more, causing the blue liquid in the container to undergo a chilling transformation. What was once a pristine blue began to reveal sinister black patterns, resembling malevolent serpents slithering through the liquid. As the dark markings proliferated, a noxious odor began to waft from the liquid, reminiscent of foul stench emanating from the depths of hell. You shall remain trapped here, waiting for the ritual to conclude, at which point the entire city of Haigang will fall under our control, becoming our puppet city. The figure sneered, his laughter brimming with malevolence and arrogance. He then turned away, striding deeper into the square with an air of arrogance, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness, leaving only the echo of his wicked laughter lingering in the air. Zhou Zheng watched the retreating figure with a heart full of anxiety and rage. He understood that time was running short, and they must swiftly discover a way to breach the barrier. Otherwise, the city of Haigang would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. Yet, what did the flickering symbols signify? Could they successfully dismantle the barrier and thwart the organization's nefarious scheme? All remained uncertain, and at that moment, the fate of Haigang dangled precariously, akin to a leaf swaying in a tempest. What further horrors lay concealed behind that mysterious blue barrier? Did the figure's retreat signal the awakening of even more formidable malevolent forces? What unprecedented challenges awaited Zhou Zheng and his team? Chapter 45. The Battle for Resolution. Zhou Zheng fixed his gaze upon the barrier pulsating with an eerie blue light. His inner turmoil akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, fervent and tumultuous. He felt ensnared within an invisible cage, brimming with potential yet rendered impotent. Akin to a beast bound by chains, unable to unleash its strength. His eyes darted among the constantly flickering symbols on the barrier, desperately seeking the key to unraveling this seemingly chaotic rhythm. Yet, the symbols appeared to dance mockingly, as if engaged in a cruel game of hide and seek, eluding his grasp on the crucial thread. What in the world is this enigma? Could it be a perverse puzzle devised by the mysterious organization to test our intellect? Zhou Zheng muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed in frustration, as if he could crush a fly with his expression alone, grappling with the symbols in a silent tug-of-war. His mind operated at a breakneck pace, striving to recall every symbol encountered at the organization's base, attempting to piece together a coherent image, linking them to the baffling flickers before him. Meanwhile, his comrades were equally diligent, resembling a pack of trained hounds, scouring the barrier for any potential leads. Some team members gently tapped on the barrier, as if attempting to engage in a covert dialogue, hoping to discern weaknesses from the varying sounds. Others assumed a more investigative stance, peering closely at the junction between the barrier and the ground, eager to uncover even the slightest crack, as if it were the gateway to victory. However, the barrier remained steadfast, impervious to their relentless probing, continuing to emit that infuriating blue glow. Officer Zhou, this is utterly bizarre. We are like headless flies, utterly lost in our search for a breakthrough. One team member exclaimed in exasperation, his voice reverberating across the desolate square. Imbued with a profound sense of despair. Do not lose heart, comrades. This barrier is not an impenetrable fortress. There must be a way to breach it. We must adopt the mindset of detectives, seeking clues in the minutiae and opportunities within adversity. Zhou Zheng responded, his attention unwavering as he continued to scrutinize the flickering symbols. Suddenly, he was struck with the brilliance of discovery, his eyes lighting up as he noticed that one group of symbols flickered at a frequency distinctly different from the others. The rhythm resembled a mischievous child in a crowd, deliberately seeking attention, as if conveying some arcane signal. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Could this be the golden key to unraveling the mystery? To validate his hypothesis, Zhou Zheng began meticulously documenting the sequence and intervals of the symbols flickering. As he recorded, he murmured to himself, 1, 2, pause, 3. For his demeanor mirrored that of a seeker engaged in a cryptic dialogue with the enigmatic barrier, striving to comprehend its language. Observing Zhou Zheng's intense focus, the other team members gathered around to assist in the observation and documentation. In that suffocating atmosphere of tension, time seemed to freeze, broken only by the flickering symbols and the hurried breaths of the team, punctuating the oppressive silence. After a strenuous effort, Zhou Zheng finally discerned the flickering pattern of the special symbols. He took a deep breath, akin to a warrior preparing to enter the battlefield, and cautiously touched the corresponding symbol positions on the barrier in the order he had memorized. Upon completing the final gesture, the barrier erupted with a violent tremor, as if ignited by a lit fuse, its radiance intensifying to an almost blinding brilliance. Had they succeeded? Would they soon escape and apprehend the villains? A team member exclaimed excitedly, their eyes shimmering with hope. Yet, in the next moment, the barrier reverted to a placid calm, the exhilarating scene fading like a fleeting illusion. Clearly, it was not that simple. The mysterious organization had layers of stratagems, akin to an onion, unfolding one after another. Zhou Zheng felt a tinge of disappointment, but soon rallied, a resolute fire rekindling in his gaze. At least this indicated they were on the right path. They merely lacked a crucial element, and they needed to ponder further. As everyone sank into contemplation, straining their minds for solutions, the previously taciturn lead officer suddenly seemed to be struck by inspiration, his eyes brightening as he spoke. Zhou Zheng, do you think these symbols might be related to a ritual we observed at the base? Perhaps merely touching the symbols is insufficient. We may need to accompany it with specific actions or sounds to truly penetrate this barrier. Zhou Zheng's eyes ignited with clarity. Recognizing the validity of this line of thought, he immediately began to recall the eerie scenes witnessed at the base, those rituals steeped in mystery, the chanting resembling an alien tongue, and the complex arrangements of symbols like a labyrinth. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He remembered that the chanting bore a unique rhythm, possibly the key to unlocking the enigma. Listen, let us chant in the rhythm I recall, while I operate according to the sequence of symbols. This might just be our chance to breach the barrier. Comrades, this could be our sole opportunity. We must unite our efforts. Zhou Zheng explained fervently, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. Without hesitation, the team members inhaled deeply and began to chant the mysterious rhythm in unison. Their voices echoed in the square, imbued with a sense of arcane power. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng focused intently on the barrier, each movement infused with anticipation and tension. As the chanting resonated, the symbols on the barrier seemed to awaken a mysterious force, flickering more intensely, as if fervently responding to their endeavors. At last, through their collective effort, a slight fissure appeared in the barrier, akin to a glimmer of dawn breaking through darkness. The cracks swiftly expanded, like a shattered spider's web, and with a resounding crash, the barrier collapsed like broken glass, transforming into countless shimmering blue fragments that vanished into the air. We did it. We succeeded. The team members cheered, their joy surging like a flood, washing away the earlier tension and fatigue. Victory radiated from their faces as they exchanged high fives in celebration. Don't rejoice too soon. We must pursue that figure in black. We cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Zhou Zheng commanded, and the team sprang into action, darting after the fleeing figure like arrows released from a bow. They raced through the square's passage, the surrounding darkness seeming to retreat like timid mice in the face of their courage and determination. Suddenly, a colossal stone door loomed ahead, standing like a silent giant, imposing an invisible weight upon them. The door was etched with strange symbols, whispering tales of ancient and cryptic lore. Surely, something of great significance lies beyond this door. Perhaps the very core of the mysterious organization's conspiracy, Zhou Zheng remarked, his eyes betraying a mix of vigilance and anticipation. He scrutinized the symbols upon the door, noting that while they differed from those previously encountered, they bore a subtle, intrinsic connection, reminiscent of various members of the same family, sharing a common lineage. As Zhou Zheng pondered how to unlock the door, the team members scoured the area like treasure hunters, ultimately uncovering cleverly concealed mechanisms. These mechanisms resembled bashful sprites, nestled in the door's corners, awaiting discovery. After careful exploration, they successfully activated the mechanism, and the door began to creak open with a heavy groan, akin to a long-slumbering beast awakening, shattering the prolonged silence. Beyond lay a narrow passage, permeated by a noxious odor reminiscent of spilled expired potions, compelling them to cover their mouths and noses. The walls flanking the passage were embedded with stones emitting a faint glow, resembling dying fireflies, barely illuminating the path ahead and rendering the corridor even more ominous. Zhou Zheng led his team cautiously into the passage, his eyes scanning the surroundings like searchlights, leaving no potential danger unexamined. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the corridor, resonating like a somber war drum, pounding in sync with their hearts, as if some colossal and fearsome entity approached slowly. Everyone, be alert. Something is coming. Stay sharp, Zhou Zheng whispered, his voice low yet imbued with authority. The team members immediately adopted a combat-ready stance, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting steadfastness and valor, prepared to face the unknown challenge. As the footsteps drew nearer, an enormous figure emerged before them, a creature as stout as a small mountain, towering over them, its body cloaked in black scales that shimmered ominously in the dim light, resembling shards of obsidian. Its eyes glowed like two fierce red lanterns, exuding a malevolent and insatiable glare, as if they could penetrate the very soul. Its maw was lined with razor-sharp fangs, each akin to a dagger, instilling a sense of dread. What in the world is that? Is it some kind of super pet bred by the mysterious organization? One team member exclaimed, unable to contain his fear, yet equally intrigued by the enigma before them. Regardless of what it is, we must devise a strategy to confront it. We cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated by this creature, Zhou Zheng declared, his eyes resolute with determination. He swiftly observed the monster's movements, attempting to discern its weaknesses, much like an experienced hunter scrutinizing the habits of its prey. The creature seemed to sense the hostility emanating from the crowd, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated like rolling spring thunder, causing a deafening buzz in their ears. Then, it swung its colossal claws, akin to an out-of-control truck, lunging fiercely toward the team members. Zhou Zheng shouted, "Scatter!" The team members quickly fled in all directions like startled birds, narrowly evading the monster's onslaught. One of its enormous claws brushed against a team member's clothing, stirring up a gust of wind that sent shivers down their spines. Seizing the opportunity during a lull in the monster's attack, Zhou Zheng dashed forward like a valiant leopard, striking the creature's leg with his baton. However, the baton merely thudded against the monster's scales, producing a dull sound akin to striking a solid steel plate, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The beast did not react, as if Zhou Zheng's assault was merely a scratch. The hardness of its scales was astonishing. It was virtually impervious. Zhou Zheng was taken aback, his brow furrowing once more. At that moment, the other team members also launched their attacks, wielding batons and daggers. Yet the monster effortlessly deflected their strikes, as if swatting flies. The monster roared again, its voice mocking their futile efforts, preparing for another wave of assault. Zhou Zheng suddenly noticed that each time the creature turned, there were slight gaps in the scales around its neck, resembling hidden doors. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as if grasping a lifeline. He shouted, "Aim for its neck. That may be its weak point. Concentrate your fire." The team members responded promptly, adjusting their tactics, and seizing the moment between the monster's attacks, they charged towards its neck like a band of brave warriors. Indeed, when their strikes landed upon the neck, the creature emitted a pained howl, reminiscent of a wounded beast lamenting its fate. Its movement slowed, no longer exhibiting the agility and ferocity it once possessed. After an intense battle, the team ultimately triumphed over the monster. Its immense body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust, as if a small mountain had crumbled. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed, and the breath of life faded away. Phew! We have finally dealt with this behemoth. What a fierce battle it was. A team member wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, sighing in relief, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. We cannot afford to lower our guard yet, comrades. We must press on. There may be even more formidable foes awaiting us ahead, Zhou Zheng declared, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and courage. They continued along the passage, unaware of the myriad unknown dangers that lay in wait. Akin to adventurers groping through darkness, oblivious to what the next moment would bring. At last, they arrived at the end of the corridor, which opened into a vast circular hall. In the center stood a colossal stone platform, resembling an ancient altar, exuding an aura of mystery. Atop the platform rested a large crystal orb, radiating a brilliant blue light, akin to a star fallen from the heavens. The fleeing figure in black stood beside the stone platform, clutching a scepter-like object, murmuring incantations as if conjuring dark magic like an evil sorcerer. You have finally arrived. But alas, it is too late. Your struggles are in vain. Harbor City is about to plunge into eternal darkness, becoming our city of slaves, the figure in black sneered. His smile as frigid as a winter's gale. What do you intend to do, you madman? Zhou Zheng glared at him, his voice booming with indignation, eyes ablaze with fury. I shall cast all of Harbor City into unending darkness, transforming it into our city of slaves. We will reign over everything here, and you will serve as our stumbling block, to be eradicated. The figure in black cackled wildly, his laughter brimming with madness and malice. Before plunging the scepter into the crystal orb, in an instant, the orb blazed with light, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward like a ferocious typhoon. Zhou Zheng felt as if he were ensnared in a storm, his body being tugged by an overwhelming force, nearly losing his footing. This is bad. He is about to unleash something dreadful. We must stop him at once. Zhou Zheng's heart raced with alarm and urgency. He and his comrades struggled against the force, striving to approach the figure in black to thwart his nefarious deeds. However, the energy surged increasingly, akin to a torrential flood, making their advancement exceptionally arduous. Every step requiring immense effort. In that moment, Zhou Zheng noticed peculiar patterns etched into the ground surrounding the crystal orb, the designs resembling a dance of mysterious symbols, seemingly shifting with the energy's fluctuations. Look at these patterns. Perhaps we can find a way to break the spell. This may be our final chance to save Harbor City. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice barely audible amid the howling energy, yet filled with hope. The team members, while bracing against the energy's onslaught, diligently observed the patterns, attempting to uncover clues for their escape. Would they manage to find a means to counter the energy and thwart the figure in black's wicked scheme in this critical moment? And what secrets lay hidden within the enigmatic crystal orb and scepter? The fate of Harbor City now hung precariously in the balance. What direction would the mysterious patterns lead them towards? What further horrors did the figure in black have in store? What unprecedented challenges awaited Zhou Zheng and his comrades?